abandoned building in the Russian capital's far southeast. Victims claimed the horrific sight and said there was smoke all around.
Как будто петарды взрывались. Выглянула в окно, оттуда валит дым. Я выбежала на этаж и начала стучать по квартирам соседям. Народ начал выходить.
Another survivor said that they managed to rescue 7 people from the charred hotel.
Обматывать тросом, дергать, но никак не получалось. Уже все толпой дергали. 7 человек мы спустили оттуда.
Meanwhile, the Moscow authority has blamed the building and said that there were several fire violations attached to the hotel's name.
При проведении надзорных мероприятий в июне месяце, было всего выявлено 7 замечаний, в том числе и вопросы, касающиеся вопросов эвакуации.
The cause of the blaze has not been determined, and the nearby areas of the hotel are filled with immigrants from former Soviet Central Asian countries. Agency Report, Republic TV.
The United Nations has said the agreement to facilitate the transportation of grain outside of Ukraine is a beacon of hope for humanity as civilian casualties continue to climb in the war-torn nation. Rosemary DiCarlo, an Under-Secretary General for Political and Peace-Building Affairs, has stressed for further humanitarian assistance here.
As Russia-Ukraine war is set to enter its 6th month, the United Nations praised the agreement which resolved the Ukraine's grain crisis, which was triggered due to the war.
The war triggered by the Russian invasion of Ukraine is over 5 months old and shows no signs of ending. Instead, the fighting is intensifying. In the face of such a grim prospect, the agreement signed on 22 July in Istanbul to facilitate the safe transportation of grain and foodstuffs from Ukrainian ports of Odessa, Chernomorsk, and Yuzhny constitutes a beacon of hope for humanity.
The United Nations said that the agreement to facilitate the transportation of grains outside of Ukraine was a beacon of hope for humanity as civilian casualties continue to climb.
As the conflict enters a more protracted phase, attention is increasingly turning to its longer-term humanitarian, recovery, reconstruction, and socioeconomic impact. As summer wanes, the need for winterization planning is also becoming pressing. Regrettably, political dialogue has virtually ground to a halt.
Rosemary DiCarlo, the Under-Secretary General for Political and Peace-Building Affairs, said that despite the agreement, political dialogue has virtually grounded to a halt.
War has taken an unacceptable toll on Ukrainian civilians. As of 27 July, the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights had recorded 12,272 civilian casualties in the country, 5,237 killed, and 7,035 injured.
DiCarlo stressed the need for more humanitarian planning ahead of the upcoming winter. She also reported that the United Nations Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights had recorded 12,272 civilian casualties in the country. Agency Report, Republic TV.
The Karnataka government has handed over the investigation of BJP Yuva Morcha member Praveen Nettaru's murder to the NIA. All the news on this here on Republic. Stay tuned.
Package or envelopes with the department's insignia. What exactly was such kind of a documentation, such kind of money that was due with Orpita Mukherjee?
It's 15 crores and 3 kg gold vase, viewers, from the same Arpita, the close aide of the TMC minister.
The enforcement director says that most of these properties have been bought from the proceeds of crime. They suspect that this was the money that was basically being round-tripped money was actually taken. In view of that, posts were actually given, looting the public money first of all, and secondly selling off government jobs.
you are, whenever you want. Republic Livestream with you everywhere. Republic Livestream, India's #1 streaming news.
He heard the question this time very clearly. No answers from him. Our keys continue to be with his men. We faced intimidation here. We've been trying to get in touch with you and ask you several questions on the land deals that you had along with Priyanka Vadra and Robert Vadra. Why are you trying to avoid the camera?
Once again trying to get in a word with Mr. Vijay Mallya.
Persistently been asking you only one question. Mallya, why did you escape in 2015?
Me and my Vijay are together. Absolute pandemonium. Congress leader Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary has tendered an apology to President Draupadi Murmu over his Rashtrapatni remark. In the letter addressing President Murmu, he said that this was a slip of a tongue and hopes that the President will accept the apology. BJP MP Manoj Tiwari took a jibe at the Congress party and said that Sonia Gandhi and Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary don't know the meaning of an apology and the issue could have been resolved earlier.
अगर माफी मांगने का, इस शब्द का अर्थ समझने का जो उन्होंने बोला है, अगर इतनी क्षमता होती, इस केस में माफी मांगने का जो अच्छा मैसेज जाता, अगर ये समझने की क्षमता होती कांग्रेस में और सोनिया गांधी जी में और अधीर रंजन चौधरी जैसे लोगों में, तो फिर ये बात सामान्य हो जाती कल ही।
RSS leader Indresh Kumar condemned Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary's comment and said it's a great fall for the Congress party and they don't have any right to comment on the president in that manner.
चाहे वो कहें चूक से हुआ है, चाहे किसी कारण भी हुआ है, अगर वो सीजन्ड लीडर हैं और एक सीजन्ड पार्टी के लीडर हैं, उन्होंने कभी गलती से भी, प्रतिभा पाटिल भी 5 साल रही, राष्ट्रपत्नी शब्द का उपयोग नहीं किया। तो इससे एक आता है कि उन्होंने इतना निम्न स्तर क्यों दिखाया। यह एक किस्म से और पार्टी के लिए और नेता के लिए बहुत बड़ी गिरावट है।
Union Aviation Minister Jyotiraditya Scindia attacked the ideology of the Congress party, stating that disrespecting the President of India was an insult to every citizen, woman and tribals in India.
योग भारत के हर वासी के विरुद्ध है। ये शब्दों का प्रयोग भारत के हर महिला के विरुद्ध है। ये शब्दों का प्रयोग भारत के हर आदिवासी के विरुद्ध है।
Cornered over Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary's Rashtrapatni remark, the Congress party demanded an apology from PM Modi and Union Minister Smriti Irani.
They are doing demonstration here. Speaker banned everything outside, but BJP can do anything. They themselves is shouting in the parliament, both the house. Therefore, it is a duty of them. We need an apology from Smriti Irani and Prime Minister for what has happened. We already given a privilege notice. Let us see.
Amid several reactions coming in after President Draupadi Murmu's insult by Congress party, BJP's Parliamentary Affairs Minister Prahlad Joshi demanded an apology from Sonia Gandhi, which hasn't come so far.
जब मुर्मू जी का कैंडिडेचर अनाउंस हुआ था, तब भी कांग्रेस पार्टी की तरफ से बहुत बुरा बयान, ये सब लेते हुए कांग्रेस और विशेषतः अधीर रंजन का देखते हुए सोनिया गांधी जी माफ़ी मांगना चाहिए। ये तो इसमें कोई अगर नहीं मांगते हैं तो वो उनका विवेचन कैसा है, उनका थॉट कैसा है, वो पता चलता है।
Prime Minister Modi visited Gujarat International Financial Tech City, which is India's main international financial services centre, in Gandhinagar, laid the foundation stone of the International Financial Services Centre's authority there. And the Prime Minister exuded confidence that India will stand in line with countries like the US, United Kingdom and Singapore for where global finance is given direction.
भारत अब यूएसए, यूके, और सिंगापुर जैसे दुनिया के उन देशों की कतार में खड़ा हो रहा है जहां से ग्लोबल फाइनेंस को दिशा दी जाती है।
Prime Minister Modi has said that in the 21st century, finance and technology are linked to each other, and when it comes to technology, science and software, India had an edge and experienced globally.
आज 21वीं सदी में फाइनेंस और टेक्नोलॉजी एक दूसरे के साथ जुड़े हुए हैं और बात जब टेक्नोलॉजी की हो, बात साइंस और सॉफ्टवेयर की हो, तो भारत के पास एज भी है और एक्सपीरियंस भी है।
Prime Minister Modi will address the inaugural session of the first national meeting of District Legal Services Authorities at Vigyan Bhavan today, Saturday, that is. The first ever national level meeting of District Legal Services Authorities is being organized over the weekend at Vigyan Bhavan by the National Legal Services Authority. Karnataka Chief Minister Basavaraj Bommai said that the National Investigation Agency would take over the inquiry into the murder of BJP leader Praveen Netturu. Meanwhile, Union Minister Prahlad Joshi and Shobha Karandlaje already demanded an NIA inquiry into the case.
I have instructed ADGP Law and Order to stay there and see that prompt action is taken. For us, all incidents are equal, all murders, all life of the people are same to us. So we want to take strict actions on all the three cases. I will not explain anything now. As and when required, whatever is necessary within the frame of law, we will do all actions. It might be UP model or Karnataka model.
With anger and protest over the murder of a BJP leader called Praveen Netturu, Karnataka Minister Dr. Ashwath Narayan favored encounter. He said the state was ready for an encounter of the perpetrators of such attacks and said that the state government was ready for it, asserting that the Karnataka government would take strong action and won't give any chance for such activities. The opposition leader in Karnataka, Siddaramaiah, claimed that the murder of Praveen Netturu could be related to the internal crisis in the Sangh Parivar, trying to deflect from the entire PFI-SDPI angle that's emerging. He also asked the police to investigate the background of the public outrage that broke out as BJP State Chief Nalin Katil, Minister Sunil Karkara, VHP leaders included, arrived to pay last respects at Praveen Netturu's residence. In a big win for Smriti Irani, the Delhi High Court on Friday issued summons to senior Congress leaders Jairam Ramesh, Pawan Khera and Netta D'Souza in a case filed by the Union Minister over defamatory content posted by them. Delhi High Court issued summons to Congress leaders Jairam Ramesh, Pawan Khera in the civil suit filed by Union Minister Smriti Irani. The leaders had earlier alleged that Smriti's daughter was running an illegal bar in Goa, following which the minister demanded an unconditional written apology and asked for these allegations to be withdrawn immediately, following which he issued a legal notice to them. Union Minister Anurag Thakur applauded the decision of the Delhi High Court, said that BJP welcomed the decision and asked Congress to abide by it. Partha Chatterjee, who's been relieved of his duties as Commerce and Industries Minister and from post in Trinamool Congress, said that West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee's decision was right. He also claimed that he was a victim of conspiracy. As the Enforcement Directorate continued its investigation on the Bengal SSC recruitment scam, another allegation was made by the BJP questioning Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee over her inaction against Paresh Adhikari, whose daughter Ankita Adhikari's appointment as a high school teacher was cancelled by the Calcutta High Court.
Questions will still be asked that why hasn't Mamata Banerjee acted upon Mr. Adhikari, whose daughter's appointment and her application as a teacher had been cancelled by the Calcutta High Court.
A shocking show of entitlement and VIP arrogance. Former Madhya Pradesh Chief Minister, Congress leader Digvijaya Singh was seen assaulting a police officer in a scuffle that broke out after the district panchayat polls in Bhopal, which his party lost. And after Congress leader Digvijaya Singh was caught on camera catching an officer by the scruff of his neck After the Janpad Panchayat elections were held in Madhya Pradesh, Chief Minister of the state Shivraj Singh Chauhan condemned the actions of his predecessor, and here's what he said.
ऐसा अशोभनीय व्यवहार किसी पूर्व मुख्यमंत्री को शोभा नहीं देता। कॉलर पकड़ रहे हैं पुलिस अफसर के, चिल्ला रहे हैं, कलेक्ट्रेट के गेट को धक्का देके तोड़ने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। अब ये बदतमीजी है। लोकतंत्र में जय और पराजय चलती रहती है, लेकिन ऐसी बौखलाहट कि आप पुलिस अफसर की कॉलर पकड़ेंगे, ये हक और अधिकार किसने दिया?
A parliamentary delegation from Mozambique called on President Draupadi Murmu at Rashtrapati Bhavan. The President said she was happy to receive them at the Rashtrapati Bhavan as the first international delegation after her assumption of office, and noted friendly ties between the two countries. The Prime Minister will launch the Ministry of Power's flagship revamped distribution sector scheme. The scheme is aimed at improving the operational efficiencies and financial sustainability of the distribution companies and power departments. External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar attended the Shanghai Cooperation Organization or the SCO meeting in Uzbekistan's capital of Tashkent. The External Affairs Minister highlighted energy and food crisis due to disruptions from the COVID pandemic and Ukraine conflict and urged for an urgent addressal. Chief of Army Staff Manoj Pandey is on a two-day visit to Bhutan in an effort to further enhance the unique and time-tested bilateral relationship between the two nations. The Army Chief's visit will further cement the historical bilateral ties and defence cooperation between India and Bhutan. India and Russia held discussions on issues of UN Security Council agenda and agreed to deepen cooperation on counter-terror at the UN and other multilateral platforms. Secretary in the Ministry of External Affairs led the Indian delegation for consultations on UN-related issues with the Russian Foreign Ministry. Union Home Minister Amit Shah will be on a day's visit to the Union Territory of Chandigarh, during which he is scheduled to inaugurate a national conference on drug trafficking and national security. The conference is aimed at resolving the menace of drugs in the country. Big blaze was reported at a car service center in Andhra Pradesh's Vijayawada. Around 100 people were inside the service center at the time of the accident. No casualties had been reported. Meanwhile, the reason behind the fire is still unknown. A minor died and several were injured after the ground floor of a double-storied house collapsed in Kerala. The minor was rushed to a hospital for immediate medical treatment but later succumbed to his injuries. Police rescued several people who were feared trapped under the debris. The reason of the collapse not known. The Coimbatore City Police arrested a physical education teacher of a government high school in Coimbatore for misbehavior with female students. Meanwhile, the school education department has placed the teacher under suspension. The city police has also filed a case against the teacher under POCSO. Amid heavy rains and flood-like situation, a temple on the banks of the Godavari River was washed away in Andhra Pradesh. The incident took place in West Godavari district. The East Godavari district of Andhra has also been reeling under the rage of monsoon, and several villages have been displaced due to the heavy downpour. A double-decker bus carrying passengers from UP's Balia district overturned near the Ramjula and Badrinath. Now, several people were injured in the accident, and out of which 10 people are undergoing treatment at AIIMS Rishikesh. As part of the 75th year of India's independence celebration, the Indian Coast Guard performed an underwater flag demo. The demo was aimed to invoke the feeling of patriotism in the hearts of the people ahead of the Independence Day. 4 Afghan nationals have been arrested as Delhi police busted an international drug trafficking syndicate in New Delhi. Over 21,000 kilograms of heroin worth 130 crore rupees was busted by the Anti-Narcotics Task Force of Delhi Police. 5 people died and 7 people critically injured in a road accident in Uttar Pradesh's Girwan district. UP police reached the spot and injured were admitted to the medical college near Girwan town. The Indian Army rescued 30 people who were trapped in a flash flood in Jammu and Kashmir's Poonch district. There have been several instances of cloudbursts leading to flash floods in several districts of Jammu and Kashmir, which also affected the pilgrimage to the Amarnath shrine. 7 engineering students went missing while swimming in the Bay of Bengal at the Anakapalli beach in Andhra Pradesh. Officials have recovered a student's body and another student was rescued and was taken to the nearby hospital. The Marine Coast Guard and police conducting the rescue operations to search the bodies of the other students. A blast took place in the Kabul International Cricket Stadium during the T20 Cricket League that was on. Security officials in Kabul yet to comment and further investigations were underway. Senior diplomat Pranay Verma was appointed India's new High Commissioner to Bangladesh, considered an important posting in view of an all-encompassing strategic partnership between the two countries. Australian women's cricket team defeated the women in blue by 3 wickets in the round 1 of the cricket tournament at the Commonwealth Games in Birmingham. Indian captain Harmanpreet Kaur won the toss, chose to bat first, leading India to 154 for 8. Meanwhile, Australia chased the target in the 19th over, scoring 157, losing just 7 wickets. Indian boxer Shiva Thapa began his Commonwealth Games campaign on a rousing note by defeating Pakistan's Sulaiman Baloch in his first round of the 63.5 kilogram category. Thapa registered a 5-0 win over Baloch to move to the pre-quarterfinals of the light welterweight. A possible visit by US House Speaker Nancy Pelosi to Taiwan has set off intense speculation about China's potential diplomatic and military responses to the situation in Taipei. For Taiwan, Pelosi's visit is the latest point of tension in an already tense situation that has shadowed the island democracy for decades. However, a Taiwanese defense expert said they do not expect China to respond with direct military confrontation. A week after a deal was struck with Russia, Turkey and the United Nations, Ukraine President Volodymyr Zelensky visited a Black Sea port in Odessa region to oversee a ship with grains. His visit to the port comes as workers were seen preparing terminals for grain exports. Zelensky said that the export of grain will begin with the departure of several ships that were loaded but could not depart the Ukrainian ports after the Russian invasion. The German foreign minister met officials in Greece and Turkey and criticized Turkey for disrupting the sovereignty of Greek islands near its coastline. NATO members Greece and Turkey have been at odds for decades over sea boundaries related to drilling rights and the war-divided island of Cyprus. The ambassadors of G7 countries arrived in Odessa to reiterate the importance of implementing the agreement to allow resumption of Ukrainian food exports. British ambassador to Ukraine, Melinda Simmons, said that the G7 nations were in Odessa to reiterate the importance of the UN brokered deal, allowing food to be shipped out of Ukraine, and Russia, they said, must respect the deal. Heavy rains have caused flash flooding and mudslides at several parts of Kentucky's towns. Now, the governor said that at least 8 people have died from flooding in the state. Meanwhile, rescue operations were underway in the region. Britain's Prince Charles met with Commonwealth Games athletes before the event's opening ceremony in Birmingham. Prince Charles greeted and spoke with the players at the athletes' village where the competitors are staying during the Games. More than 5,000 athletes have arrived in England for the competition. 72 countries and territories are competing in the grand event. Filip Miskolc reached the semi-finals of the ATP Tour event for the first time in his career after beating Serbia's Dusan Lajovic. Misolic is now going to face Germany's Yannick Hanfmann in the semi-finals. 6th seed Jensen Brooksby eased into the quarterfinals of the ATP Atlanta Open in Georgia by defeating American Mackenzie McDonald. Brooksby won the match against McDonald with straight set 6-3, 6-4. The German national team continued their preparations for Sunday's Euro 22 finals against host nation England at London's Wembley Stadium. The last time England and Germany met in a Euros final was in Helsinki in 2009 when the Germans won 6-2. Juventus held a training session in Los Angeles ahead of a friendly game against Real Madrid. Juventus are unbeaten in their soccer Champions Tour in the USA so far. Earlier, Juventus won 2-0 over Mexico's Guadalajara last week and settled for a 2-0 draw with Barcelona.
heavy rainfalls are expected in Mumbai for the next 4 days.
A lot of people over here with tricolors commemorating the victory of Draupadi Murmu.
This week, watch Checkmate to know why India is buying the latest arms and ammunitions. Why is India getting the latest defense technology from the world? Why is India arming itself at such a rapid rate? But I will tell you what I believe. I believe India has global ambitions. I believe India wants to be a global leader. When India says that it wants to become a Vishwaguru, it is not just talking about intellectual pursuit. It's not just talking about soft power. India is also talking about hard power.
Package or envelopes with the department's insignia. What exactly was such kind of a documentation, such kind of money that was doing with Orpita Mukherjee?
It's 15 crores and 3 kg gold bars, viewers, from the same Arpita, the close aide of the TMC. Minister.
The enforcement director says that most of these properties have been bought from the proceeds of crime. They suspect that this was the money that was basically being round-tripped money was actually taken. In lieu of that, posts were actually given, looting the public money first of all, and secondly selling.
And in other news in this morning, the Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov has confirmed that he will be having a telephonic conversation with the US Secretary of State Antony Blinken to discuss potential prisoner exchange. This conversation may release basketball star Brittany Griner, who has been detained in Moscow.
Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov confirmed of upcoming phone conversation with the US Secretary of State Antony Blinken.
Мы впервые узнали об этом, когда находились в Африке, и он выступил по телевидению, сообщил, что собирается, связываться со мной по телефону. Ну и где-то сутки прошли, прежде чем мы официально получили запрос. Мы сейчас согласовываем время такого контакта. Он должен состояться, когда я буду находиться в рабочем кабинете.
The two will likely discuss the potential prisoner exchange to bring home basketball star Brittany Griner, who has been detained in Moscow since February.
Если речь об обмене заключенными, об обмене лицами, которые содержатся под стражей в России и в Соединенных Штатах, то мы уже комментировали от имени Министерства иностранных дел, что эта тема рассматривалась более года назад на Женевской встрече в июне 2021 между президентами Путиным и Байденом.
Speaking at a press conference following Shanghai Cooperation Organization ministerial meeting in Tashkent, Lavrov said that Foreign Ministry will listen to US grievances.
Для нас этот вопрос абсолютно ясен. Наша позиция о наличии только одного Китая остается неизменной. Такую же позицию на словах периодически подтверждают Соединенные Штаты, но на практике, как вы сами понимаете, слова не всегда у них, вернее, дела не всегда совпадают со словами.
Russia's top diplomat said that Kremlin's stance on China will remain unchanged when asked whether Russia would support Chinese military action against Taiwan. Agency report for Republic TV.
8 people died after a fire broke out at a Moscow hostel. An investigation was underway to determine the cause of the fire. We tell you more in our next report.
A deadly fire engulfed a Moscow hotel. 8 people died in the fire at the hotel, which was located in the multi-story apartment building in the Russian capital's far southeast. Victims claimed the horrific sight and said there was smoke all around.
Как будто петарды взрывались. Выглянула в окно, оттуда валит дым. Я выбежала на этаж и начала стучать по квартирам соседям. Народ начал выходить.
Another survivor said that they managed to rescue 7 people from the charred hotel.
Обматывать тросом, дергать, но никак не получалось, уже все толпой дергали. 7 человек мы спустили оттуда.
Meanwhile, the Moscow authority has blamed the building and said that there were several fire violations attached to the hotel's name.
При проведении надзорных мероприятий в июне месяце, было всего выявлено 7 замечаний, в том числе вопросы, касающиеся вопросов эвакуации.
The cause of the blaze has not been determined, and the nearby areas of the hotel are filled with immigrants from former Soviet Central Asian countries. Agency Report, Republic TV.
The United Nations has said the agreement to facilitate the transportation of grain outside of Ukraine is a beacon of hope for humanity as civilian casualties continue to climb in the war-torn nation. Rosemary DiCarlo, an Under-Secretary General for Political and Peace-Building Affairs, has stressed for further humanitarian assistance here.
As Russia-Ukraine war is set to enter its 6th month, the United Nations praised the agreement which resolved the Ukraine's grain crisis, which was triggered due to the war.
The war triggered by the Russian invasion of Ukraine is over 5 months old and shows no signs of ending. Instead, the fighting is intensifying. In the face of such a grim prospect, the agreement signed on 22 July in Istanbul to facilitate the safe transportation of grain and foodstuffs from Ukrainian ports of Odessa, Chernomorsk, and Yuzhny constitutes a beacon of hope for humanity.
The United Nations said that the agreement to facilitate the transportation of grains outside of Ukraine was a beacon of hope for humanity as civilian casualties continue to climb.
As the conflict enters a more protracted phase, attention is increasingly turning to its longer-term humanitarian, recovery, reconstruction, and socioeconomic impact. As summer wanes, the need for winterization planning is also becoming pressing. Regrettably, political dialogue has virtually ground to a halt.
Rosemary DiCarlo, the Under-Secretary General for Political and Peace-Building Affairs, said that despite the agreement, political dialogue has virtually grounded to a halt.
War has taken an unacceptable toll on Ukrainian civilians. As of 27 July, the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights had recorded 12,272 civilian casualties in the country, 5,237 killed, and 7,035 injured.
DiCarlo stressed the need for more humanitarian planning ahead of the upcoming winter. She also reported that the United Nations Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights had recorded 12,272 civilian casualties in the country. Agency Report, Republic TV.
The Karnataka government has handed over the investigation of BJP Yuva Morcha member Praveen Nettaru's murder to the NIA. All the news on this here on Republic. Stay tuned.
Looted money. They got complaints of the same by selling government jobs. And these are details that have been mentioned in the ED.
The enforcement directorate says that most of these properties have been bought from the proceeds of crime. They suspect that this was the money that was basically being round-tripped. Money was actually taken. In lieu of that, posts were actually given. Appears to have been prima facie established from this recovery of this diary from Orpita Mukherjee's residence.
It's 15 crores and 3 kg gold bars, viewers, from the same Arpita, the close aide of the TMC minister.
Heavy rainfalls are expected in Mumbai for the next 4 days. Lot of people over here with tricolors commemorating the victory of Draupadi Murmu.
You are, whenever you want,
Republic Live Stream with you everywhere. Republic Live Stream, India's #1 streaming news.
The headlines at 7 this morning. ED continues grilling of Partho and Arpita. Abhishek Banerjee to decide future course of action. Gujarat court to pronounce order on Teesta Setalvad and Shri Kumar's bail pleas. Karnataka government hands over investigation of BJP Yuva Morcha member Praveen Nettaru's murder to the NIA. To maintain law and order, Dakshina Kannada police have called for a peace meeting at the Deputy Commissioner's office. As a part of Pravas program, BJP is set to hold mega rally in Patna today. Hello and welcome to This Morning on Republic for all the top news at this hour in our top story. Breaking news coming in now from Jammu and Kashmir. 2 terrorists are trapped in Wanigam Bala Baramulla encounter. The encounter began at Wanigam Bala area of Baramulla district in the wee hours. Police and security forces are on the job. Further details will follow. We're trying to get in touch and get more details which are not available right now. All we do know is that the encounter began in the early hours today in Baramulla, specifically in the Wanigam Bala area. And a couple of terrorists are trapped in this particular area. They've been surrounded by security forces who are on the job even as we speak. We are trying to get more details of Zeenath to fill us in with the latest updates in this regard. Zeenath, we're hearing of an encounter in the Wanigam Bala area of Baramulla. Tell us more.
See, 2 terrorists are trapped in an encounter that is going on at present at Wanigam Bala area of Baramulla. The operation is going on by police of Baramulla, SOG Baramulla, along with the Indian Army. The forces have received an hint about the presence of terrorists in the area. With the result, the CASO was lodged. CASO turned into an encounter when the terrorists hiding fired upon the security forces triggering an encounter. As of now, the 2 terrorists are on, and also the exchange of fire is taking place at Wanigam Bala area of Baramulla of North Kashmir.
What kind of an area is Wanigam Bala? If you can give us some more details. Is it a residential area? Is beginning in the wee hours? If people are still there, any more information regarding that? The area must, of course, have been cordoned off.
See, as far as the area of Baramulla is concerned and the area where the encounter is on, this is the outskirts of Baramulla, where the terrorists were hiding for some time. They have received an hint about the presence of terrorists in the area, and the CASO was launched by the joint forces of police as well as the army. They cordoned off the area. The terrorists were given chance to surrender, but they fired upon the forces, triggering an encounter. As of now, what I'm picking from the sources that the 2 terrorists are trapped in an encounter.
Right. Well, more details are awaited. Zeenath, if there's any information of whether they are in a house or whether they're in a forested area, in the fields, out in the open, is there any information regarding that either?
This is a residential area where the encounter is going on. This is an encounter where the 2 terrorists are trapped in the Baramulla of the residential area. The operation has been launched after getting the credible leads generated by Jammu and Kashmir police.
Many thanks for joining us there, Zeenath, and for giving us those details. So, encounter on in the Wanigam Bala area of Baramulla. Our correspondent Zeenath reporting there about a joint security forces operation. And the encounter is still on. Firing is still continuing. It began in the wee hours today after a tip-off that was received. The terrorists were given the offer to surrender, but they chose to fire upon the security forces. Arawat, now to tell us more about this. Arawat, it's over to you to tell us what's happening as far as the encounter in the Vanigam Bala area is concerned. We're hearing that 2 terrorists are trapped there.
Yeah, so security forces received the input that in this Vanigam Patan area, 2 terrorists are trapped in the residential area. You can see in visuals, here are the exclusive visuals on Republic TV. You can see this is the exactly spot where the encounter is right now underway. Security forces received the input that the 2 terrorists are being trapped in the same area, and firefight is going on. Yeah.
Well, Arawat, what can you tell us about when the encounter began? We do know that it's a force of joint forces of the police as well as the army who are carrying out this operation. Also, when it comes to precautions to be taken, tell us more about that.
Yeah, it was around 3 a.m. when security forces launched the coordinated search operation in this particular area. All the entry and exit points were completely sealed. At around 5 a.m. the firefight started, and there are reports that the 2 terrorists are trapped in the same encounter, and this operation was carried out by the 29th Rashtra Rifles and Baramulla police. Sometime before the gunshots were heard here also. Now the combing operation is underway at the same encounter site. Right.
Many thanks, Arawat, for giving us those details. So, encounter still on in Baramulla's Vanigambala area. Those are visuals that Republic has accessed of the encounter site. It's around this area that firing is still continuing. Joint security forces of the army and Jammu and Kashmir police are fighting 2 terrorists who are trapped there. Moving on to other news, the Karnataka government has handed over the investigation of the BJP Yuva Morcha member Praveen Nettaru's murder in the state's Dakshina Kannada district to the National Investigation Agency. We tell you all the details in our next report.
The Karnataka government will hand over the investigation into the killing of BJP Yuva Morcha member Praveen Nettaru to the NIA.
DGIG ಅವರ ಜೊತೆಗೆಲ್ಲ ಚರ್ಚೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೇನೆ. ಈಗ ಪ್ರವೀಣನ ಹತ್ಯೆ ಕೇಸು ಶಂಕಿತವಾಗಿ ಆರ್ಗನೈಸ್ಡ್ ಕ್ರೈಮು ಮತ್ತು ಅಂತಾರಾಜ್ಯ ವಿಚಾರ ಇರೋದರಿಂದ ಅದರ ಸಂಪೂರ್ಣವಾದಂಥ ಮಾಹಿತಿಯನ್ನು ಲೇಟೆಸ್ಟಾಗಿ ಇನ್ವೆಸ್ಟಿಗೇಷನ್ ಏನು ಮಾಹಿತಿ ಇದೆ ಅದನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ಪಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋಕೆ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದೇನೆ ಮತ್ತು ತನಿಖೆ ತೀವ್ರಗತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಡೀತಾ ಇದೆ. ಎಲ್ಲ ಮಾಹಿತಿಗಳನ್ನು ತೆಗೆದುಕೊಂಡ ಮೇಲೆ ನಾನು ಅವರಿಗೆ ಒಂದು ಲೆಟರನ್ನು ಬರೆಯೋಕ್ಕೆ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ಇದನ್ನು NIA ಕೊಡಬೇಕಂತ ನಾವು ತೀರ್ಮಾನವನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೇವೆ.
This comes after Dakshin Kannada has witnessed 3 back-to-back murders. Mangaluru police have also held a routine march to keep law and order in place in the region.
ಆದರೆ ಇಂಥ ಘಟನೆಗಳನ್ನ ನಡೀಬಾರ್ದು ಅನ್ನೋಂಥದ್ದು ನಮ್ಮ ಕಾರ್ಯಕರ್ತರ ಮತ್ತು ಸಮಾಜದ ನಾಗರಿಕರ ಅಪೇಕ್ಷೆ ಇದೆ. ಈ ಅಪೇಕ್ಷೆಯ ಪೂರಕವಾಗಿ ಅವರ ಭಾವನೆಯ ಪೂರಕವಾಗಿ ಇನ್ನೂ ಹೆಚ್ಚಿನ ತೀವ್ರವಾದಂಥ ಕ್ರಮವನ್ನು ವಹಿಸುವಂಥದ್ದಾಗುತ್ತೆ. ಭಾಳ ಸ್ಪಷ್ಟವಾಗಿ ಸಂದೇಶವನ್ನು ಯಾರೇ ಎಲ್ಲೇ ಇರಲಿ ಹುಡುಕಿ ಆ ಕ್ರಮವನ್ನು ವಹಿಸುವಂಥದ್ದು ಮತ್ತು ಅವ್ರನ್ನೇನು ಕ್ರಮವನ್ನು ವಹಿಸಬೇಕು, ಎನ್ಕೌಂಟರ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕೋ ಎನ್ಕೌಂಟರ್ ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೂ UPಗಿಂತ ಒಂದು 5 ಹೆಜ್ಜೆ ಮುಂದೆ ಹೋಗ್ತೀವಿ. UPಗಿಂತನೂ ಒಳ್ಳೆ ಮಾಡಲೇ ಕೊಡ್ತೀವಿ, UPಗಿಂತನೂ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ. ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಒಂದು ಮುಂದುವರ ರಾಜ್ಯ, ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗಿಂತ ಪ್ರಗತಿಪರವಾಗಿರುವಂಥ ಒಂದು ರಾಜ್ಯ, ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಮಾದರಿಯಾಗಿರುವಂಥ ರಾಜ್ಯ. ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಇತರರಿಗೆ ಮಾದರಿಯಾಗಿರುತ್ತದೆ. ಇದನ್ನೇನು ಅನುಸರಿಸುವಂಥದ್ದು ಯಾವುದೂ ಇಲ್ಲ.
But the Congress continues to give a brazen spin to the Praveen murder. Karnataka Congress Leader of Opposition Siddaramaiah called it a sunk internal crisis. In a series of tweets, he went on to say, and I quote, "The recent killings seem to be linked to the Sangh Parivar. Speaking to Republic TV, the Health Minister of Karnataka, Dr. Keshava Sudhakar, hit out at Congress's Sangh spin.
He doesn't even know ABCD of Sangh. Sangh Karyakartas, or they give life to the service in the service of the nation.
As tension simmers in the coastal Karnataka, the government of the state also underscored the possibility of interstate link into the murder of Praveen.
Possible because from that village where Praveen stayed, it is only 14 or 15 kilometers to the border of the Kerala.
While coastal Karnataka awaits justice, questions remain as to why Congress is trying to give cover to PFI and SDPI. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Partho Chatterjee, who has been relieved of his duties as Commerce and Industries Minister and from post in Trinamool Congress, on the 29th of July has said that West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee's decision is correct. He has also claimed that he is the victim of a conspiracy. Here's more.
The SSC recruitment scam accused and Partha Chatterjee's aide, Arpita Mukherjee, was seen falling over in the backseat of the car. When police officer helped her to step out of the car, Mukherjee toppled off from the seat to the ground. After ED's multiple raids at Arpita Mukherjee's residence, she was brought to the ESI hospital in Joka on Thursday for medical checkup. Right after this, Partha Chatterjee was seen being rolled to the ESI on a wheelchair. He was given a health clearance by AIIMS Bhubaneswar. While entering the hospital, he claimed that he is a victim of a conspiracy. Meanwhile, amid the ED crackdown, Arpita Mukherjee's 4 luxury cars went missing from her Tollygunj flat. Reportedly, the luxury cars that have disappeared were driven away with crucial documents and suspected proceeds of the crime, including black money. ED was able to seize 1 car, while the other 4 are still being tracked down. This comes in the backdrop of the huge sum of money recovered from 2 of her residences, along with series of incriminating documents and sensational black diary. Partha Chatterjee was arrested by the ED after raids at his Kolkata residence for over 26 hours. The Bengal minister was sent to ED custody till July 25. A special PMLA court in Kolkata extended his ED remand and sent his aide Arpita Mukherjee to the investigation agency's custody till August 3rd. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
In a big win for Smriti Irani, the Delhi High Court on Friday issued summons to senior Congress leaders Jairam Ramesh, Pawan Khera and Netta D'Souza in a case filed by the Union Minister over defamatory content posted by them. Take a look.
More trouble mounts for Congress as the Delhi High Court issued summons to senior Congress leaders Jairam Ramesh, Pawan Khera and Netta D'Souza. The summons are in relation to a case filed by Union Minister Smriti Irani over the defamatory content posted by them. This is a big win for Smriti Irani as the Congress leaders have been directed to remove the defamatory post within 24 hours. Union Minister Anurag Thakur hailed Delhi Court's order.
अच्छी बात है, अच्छा निर्णय है और करना भी चाहिए. हम इसका स्वागत करते हैं.
These posts were directed towards Smriti Irani and her family. The next hearing has been scheduled for August 18th. This comes after Smriti Irani sent a legal notice to Congress and the leaders of the party over the remark made against her family. She also demanded a written apology after the Delhi High Court issued summons to Congress leaders. Smriti Irani's lawyer Pinky Anand detailed the judgment of the court, specifying that all the derogatory content must be removed.
Ultimately, what the court has done today is, on our asking and an application moved, interim injunction has been granted and the law is now well settled. Your reputation is one of the most valuable assets you have, and the Supreme Court has held that from time to time, and time and again rather, and ultimately in Subramaniam Swamy in other cases. That right has to be upheld, and by the prima facie case finding which the learned judge has given, she has held that all these posts, photographs, videos must be removed.
This is a major setback to the cornered Congress, who have been involved in several controversies, the latest being Congress MP Adhir Ranjan's sexist remark on President Draupadi Murmu. What is left to see is that while Adhir Ranjan had tendered an apology to President Murmu, sticking with his slip-of-tongue excuse, will the senior Congress leaders Jairam Ramesh, Pawan Khera and Netta D'Souza tender an apology to Smriti Irani as well, or the matter will be dragged in the court? Bureau Report, Republic TV.
A day after sparking a controversy in Parliament with his Rashtrapatni reference to the President of India, Congress MP Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary wrote an apology to Draupadi Murmu on Friday. Chaudhary mentioned in the letter that he had mistakenly used an incorrect word to describe the post she holds.
First, he insulted the Honorable President. Then, he stuck to defiance. And following a massive outrage, he issued the sham apology. This is what Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary termed his brazen act, a slip of tongue. While the nation celebrates the appointment of India's first tribal president, the Congress MP insulted Draupadi Murmu with his sexist reference of Rashtrapatni. And even after being at the epicenter of the national outrage, Chaudhary shied away from issuing a public apology to the president. But as pressure mounted on him, he gave in his apology. However, his defiance stays. The leader, even in his written apology, again mentioned the sexist Rashtrapatni remark as a slip of tongue.
ये बात भारत की राष्ट्रपति की है, मदर ऑफ डेमोक्रेसी, जहां से लोकतंत्र की शुरुआत हुई, और भारत के राष्ट्रपति के प्रति अगर कोई हल्की टिप्पणी करता है, अपमान करता है, तो उसको तो बगैर सोचे माफी मांगनी चाहिए। आखिरकार कांग्रेस के नेता संकोच क्यों कर रहे हैं माफी मांगने पर?
राष्ट्रपति का तो अपमान है ही है, लेकिन माननीय द्रौपदी मुर्मू जी का, एक आदिवासी लेडी का बहुत बड़ा अपमान करने का काम उन्होंने किया है, और अधीर का दिमाग बदीर हो गया है। इसीलिए मतलब अधीर इसी तरह की बयानबाजी का कर रहा है। उन्होंने मतलब माफी मांगनी चाहिए।
And now, even Sonia Gandhi is surrounded with questions.
ये कोई स्लिप ऑफ टंग का मामला नहीं है। वो जानबूझ करके ऐसे शब्द का प्रयोग कर रहे हैं जिससे राष्ट्रपति जी का अपमान हो। जब से ही आदरणीय श्रीमती द्रौपदी मुर्मू जी का नाम राष्ट्रपति उम्मीदवार के नाते चला, तब से लेकर के कांग्रेस के लोगों ने कुछ हल्की टिप्पणियां की थी। उसी श्रृंखला में ये टिप्पणी है उनकी। अभी सोनिया गांधी ने क्या नियुक्त नहीं किया इनको लोकसभा में लीडर बनाने के लिए, तो रिस्पॉन्सिबल तो सोनिया गांधी जी है इसके लिए।
तो आपकी पार्टी का अभी भी वही स्टैंड है कि
सोनिया गांधी ही माफी मांगे, यही हमारा स्टैंड है।
The apology made it clear. The Congress leader is unaware that his mere slip of tongue has deeply hurt the nation's sentiment. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
And coming up next, all the news on how rain lashes parts of NCR, bringing down temperatures and a lot of relief to residents. However, clogging roads.
Police vans have also come in right now just to give the security to the BJP legislators right now as they are staying here for a while before the government formation actually takes place. About 17 locations where these searches are being carried out. In all likelihood, the number is going to go up. There could be some arrests. Total of 8 CCTV footages that have been accessed. This encapsulates Kohler's murder that has taken place. On the live coverage on Republic TV as we report from outside Raj Thakre's residence. The Chief Minister of Maharashtra vacates his residence. Sena supporters coming out in large numbers showing their support to Uddhav Thakre. The NCP huddle has begun. We're keeping a close track on all the senior leaders coming in and going out.
Looted money. They got complaints of the same by selling government jobs, and these are details that have been mentioned in the ED.
The enforcement directorate says that most of these properties have been bought from the proceeds of crime. They suspect that this was the money that was basically being round-tripped. Money was actually taken. In lieu of that, posts were actually given. Appears to have been prima facie established from this recovery of this diary from Orpita Mukherjee's residence.
It's 15 crores and 3 kg gold bars, viewers, from the same Arpita, the close aide of the TMC minister.
Heavy rainfalls are expected.
You're watching This Morning on Republic, and in a shocking incident, former Madhya Pradesh Chief Minister Digvijaya Singh manhandled a police officer on Friday. It was reported when the Congress party reached the district panchayat office in Bhopal, alleging that the police and administration were working under BJP's pressure during the local body polls. Here's a report.
A physical altercation unfolded between former Madhya Pradesh Chief Minister and senior Congress leader Digvijaya Singh and police on Friday. Watch this video. The Congress leader can be seen manhandling a 3-star cop on duty. The scuffle unraveled when the protesting Congress party attempted to make their way into the district panchayat office in Bhopal during the local body polls. Watch how the senior leader, not new to controversies, held the policeman by his collar and assaulted him. Amid the ruckus, BJP's Vishwas Sarang also reached the spot. The Minister of Medical Education was seen exchanging heated words with Digvijaya Singh, with the latter being held back by officers. While Digvijaya Singh claimed that Congress was fighting to prevent the violation of election norms, his brazen act has now given way to a wave of criticisms, including one from Chief Minister Shivraj Chauhan.
मध्य प्रदेश में ऐसी राजनीति पहले कभी नहीं हुई जैसी आज कांग्रेस कर रही है। ये अशोभनीय है। किसी पुलिस अफसर की कॉलर को पकड़ना, ये कौन सी शालीनता है कांग्रेस की? कांग्रेस आखिर लोकतंत्र को किस दिशा में ले जाना चाहती है? ऐसी चीजों से मतदाता प्रभावित नहीं होता और व्यथित होता है। मैं भी इसकी घोर निंदा करता हूं।
And from other political parties as well.
पुलिस वाले को थप्पड़ मारना ये कांग्रेस पार्टी की संस्कृति है क्या? कांग्रेस पार्टी इतने साल सत्ता में रही है और कांग्रेस पार्टी के नेता ने पुलिस वाले को थप्पड़ मारना ये बात बहुत बड़ी गंभीर है और उनके ऊपर कठोर कार्रवाई होनी चाहिए।
While the Congress is yet to respond to the controversy, can such an insult to our security forces be endured? Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be addressing the first ever inaugural session of the first national meet of District Legal Services Authorities at Vigyan Bhavan at 10 in a short while in a few hours from now. All the details coming up on Republic. Stay with us.
Mama ke shokki Mama ke shokki আমি পাচ্ছি না আমি পাচ্ছি না আমি পাচ্ছি না क्या बोलता कुछ Republic News Network is the only network to get you an aerial view.
सोनिया गांधी से ईडी पूछताछ नहीं कर सकती। इसको रोको यार, तुम हमें ये क्या मतलब है?
Chandigarh police has applied the water cannon to disperse the protesters.
Police vans have also come in right now just to give the security to the BJP legislators right now as they are staying here for a while before the government formation actually takes place. About 17 locations where these searches are being carried out. In all likelihood, the number is going to go up. There could be some arrests. Total of 8 CCTV footages that have been accessed. This encapsulates Kole's murder that has taken place. On the live coverage on Republic TV as we report from outside Raj Thakre's residence. The Chief Minister of Maharashtra vacates his residence. Sena supporters coming out in large numbers showing their support to Uddhav Thackeray. The NCP huddle has begun. We're keeping a close track on all the senior leaders coming in and going out. Looted money. They got complaints of the same by selling government jobs. And these are details that have been...
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Livestream with you everywhere. Republic Livestream, India's #1 streaming news.
In World this morning, the top stories from across the globe, the headlines we're tracking at this hour. Amid ongoing tensions over Taiwan, US President Joe Biden holds telephonic talks with Chinese counterpart. After Biden-Jinping talks, Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov confirms will speak to the US Secretary of State Anthony Blinken over a phone call. President Murmu felicitates Sri Lankan counterpart Wickremesinghe, expresses hope for stronger ties. Prime Minister Modi dials UN Secretary General, discusses Congo attack where 2 Indian peacekeepers were killed. Prime Minister Modi dials first monkeypox deaths outside Africa. Spain and Brazil report 1 death each linked to the outbreak. And 8 dead after a fire breaks out in Moscow hotel. Cause of fire yet to be ascertained. Hello and welcome to World This Morning. All the top stories from across the globe here on one platform on Republic. I'm Rukma. And we begin with telling you about Prime Minister Narendra Modi's conversation yesterday with the United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres. Both leaders discussed the recent attack on the UN Organization Stabilization Mission in the Democratic Republic of the Congo, where 2 Indian peacekeepers were killed. Here's a detailed report.
Days after the 2 Indian BSF soldiers who were a part of United Nations peacekeeping forces martyred during the violent protests in the Democratic Republic of Congo, United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres expressed his condolences to the government of India during a telephonic conversation with PM Narendra Modi.
We have an update from the Democratic Republic of the Congo, where violence against our peacekeeping mission is continuing to escalate. At the MONUSCO Butembo base today, violent attackers snatched weapons from Congolese police and fired upon our uniformed personnel. Sadly, 1 military peacekeeper and 2 UN police personnel were killed, and another was injured. We add our voice to the acting head of MONUSCO, Kassim Dieng, to condemn the killing of our colleagues and to express our deepest sympathy to their families and colleagues.
A statement issued in New Delhi revealed that during this conversation, both the leaders discussed the recent attack on MONUSCO. According to the statement, PM Modi urged the United Nations chief to ensure expeditious investigations and bring the perpetrators of this attack to justice. PM Modi underscored India's abiding commitment to United Nations peacekeeping forces. With more than 250,000 Indian peacekeepers having served under United Nations peacekeeping missions so far, India is among the largest troop contributing countries to United Nations peacekeeping missions. And so far, 177 Indian personnel have made the supreme sacrifice while serving in missions in the largest by any troop contributing country. Agency reporter, Public TV.
US President Joe Biden spoke to his Chinese counterpart Xi Jinping over a phone call, aiming to resolve differences which have cropped up recently between the two. Post this telephonic conversation that the White House called a dialogue as direct and said that the conversation lines will remain open. We tell you more in our next report.
Amid the prevailing tension over Taiwan, which had created a rift between Beijing and Washington, a much-awaited telephonic call between US President Joe Biden and his Chinese counterpart Xi Jinping took place. Post the telephonic conversation between the two global leaders, the White House officials informed that it was a very direct conversation.
They had a very direct conversation, and that they've known each other for some time. President Biden has known President Xi for about 4 decades. This is a relationship that they've had for some time, and again, it was a direct, straightforward conversation. This is something you hear from the president all the time.
The White House press secretary stressed that the both leaders wanted to continue the dialogue and keep phone lines open.
They wanted to make sure that they continued the dialogues, kept the open lines for conversation, and that's what we saw today. Again, it was more than a 2-hour call, but I'll share a little bit of what they covered. The first was a detailed discussion of areas where the two countries can work together, with particular focus on climate change and health security and counter narcotics.
Issues like climate change, health security, and counter-narcotics were discussed, where two teams will be following up on these areas.
They exchanged views on Russia's war in Ukraine and the global impacts it is having. And then on Taiwan, President Biden underscored that the United States policy has not changed and that the United States strongly opposes unilateral efforts to change the status quo or undermine peace and stability across the Taiwan Strait.
The White House said that their main aim was to resolve the recent cropped-up differences and work together in the future.
The president has been a senator himself, as I mentioned, for 36 years, right? He understands this process. You do not tell a congressional member where they can or cannot go. He believes that. This is up to the speaker to decide. And also, let's be very clear, there is no trip that has been announced. But I'm just saying, we are talking hypotheticals here.
The White House informed that the two leaders may have possibility to meet in November for the next G20 summit that will be held in Indonesia. The White House did not disclose or speak about the latest strain over Taiwan and the issue of officiating Nancy Pelosi's visit. Agency Report, Republic TV.
Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov has confirmed that he will be having a telephonic conversation with the US Secretary of State Antony Blinken to discuss potential prisoner exchange. This conversation may release basketball star Brittany Griner, who has been detained in Moscow.
Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov confirmed of upcoming phone conversation with the US Secretary of State Antony Blinken.
Мы впервые узнали об этом, когда находились в Африке, и он выступил по телевидению, сообщил, что собирается связываться со мной по телефону. Ну и где-то сутки прошли, прежде чем мы официально получили запрос. Мы сейчас согласовываем время такого контакта. Он должен состояться, когда я буду находиться в рабочем кабинете.
The two will likely discuss the potential prisoner exchange to bring home basketball star Brittany Griner, who has been detained in Moscow since February.
Если речь об обмене заключенными, об обмене лицами, которые содержатся под стражей в России и в Соединенных Штатах, то мы уже комментировали от имени Министерства иностранных дел, что эта тема рассматривалась более года назад на Женевской встрече в июне 2021 между президентами Путиным и Байденом.
Speaking at a press conference following Shanghai Cooperation Organization ministerial meeting in Tashkent, Lavrov said that Foreign Ministry will listen to US grievances.
Для нас этот вопрос абсолютно ясен. Наша позиция о наличии только одного Китая остается неизменной. Такую же позицию на словах периодически подтверждают Соединенные Штаты, но на практике, как вы сами понимаете, слова не всегда у них, вернее, дела не всегда совпадают со словами.
Russia's top diplomat said that Kremlin's stance on China will remain unchanged when asked whether Russia would support Chinese military action against Taiwan. Agency Report for Republic TV.
A possible visit by US House Speaker Nancy Pelosi to Taiwan has set off intense speculation about China's potential diplomatic and military responses to the situation in Taipei. For Taiwan, Pelosi's visit is the latest point of tension in an already tense situation that has shadowed the island democracy for decades. However, Taiwan defense experts say they do not expect China to respond with direct military confrontation. A week after a deal was struck with Russia, Turkey and the United Nations, Ukraine President Volodymyr Zelensky visits a Black Sea port in Odessa to oversee a ship with grain. His visit to the port comes as workers were seen preparing terminals for grain exports. Zelensky says the export of grain will begin with the departure of several ships that were loaded but could not depart the Ukrainian ports after the Russian invasion. Foreign Minister Annalena Baerbock of Germany met officials in Greece and Turkey and criticized Turkey for disputing the sovereignty of Greek islands near its coastline. Remember, NATO members Greece and Turkey have been at odds for decades over sea boundaries related to drilling rights and the war-divided island of Cyprus. Ambassadors of the G7 countries arrived in Odessa to reiterate the importance of implementing the agreement to allow the resumption of Ukrainian food exports. British Ambassador to Ukraine, Melinda Simmons, has said that the G7 nations are in Odessa to reiterate the importance of the UN broker deal. Allowing food to be shipped out of Ukraine and Russia must respect the deal. Heavy rains have caused flash flooding and mudslides at several parts of Kentucky's Appalachia. Kentucky Governor Andy Beshear says at least 8 people have died from flooding in the state. Meanwhile, rescue operations are underway in the region. And in other international news, the United Nations has said the agreement to facilitate the transportation of grain outside of Ukraine is a beacon of hope for humanity as civilian casualties continue to climb in the war-torn country. Rosemary DiCarlo, an Under-Secretary General for Political and Peace-Building Affairs, stressed that for further humanitarian assistance in the region.
As Russia-Ukraine war is set to enter its 6th month, the United Nations praised the agreement which resolved the Ukraine's grain crisis, which was triggered due to the war.
The war triggered by the Russian invasion of Ukraine is over 5 months old and shows no signs of ending. Instead, the fighting is intensifying. In the face of such a grim prospect, the agreement signed on 22 July in Istanbul to facilitate the safe transportation of grain and foodstuffs from Ukrainian ports of Odessa, Chernomorsk, and Yuzhny constitutes a beacon of hope for humanity.
The United Nations said that the agreement to facilitate the transportation of grains outside of Ukraine was a beacon of hope for humanity as civilian casualties continue to climb.
As the conflict enters a more protracted phase, attention is increasingly turning to its longer-term humanitarian, recovery, reconstruction, and socioeconomic impact. As summer wanes, the need for winterization planning is also becoming pressing. Regrettably, political dialogue has virtually ground to a halt.
Rosemary DiCarlo, the Under-Secretary General for Political and Peace-Building Affairs, said that despite the agreement, political dialogue has virtually grounded to a halt.
War has taken an unacceptable toll on Ukrainian civilians. As of 27 July, the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights had recorded 12,272 civilian casualties in the country, 5,237 killed, and 7,035 injured.
DiCarlo stressed the need for more humanitarian planning ahead of the upcoming winter. She also reported that the United Nations Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights had recorded 12,272 civilian casualties in the country. Agency Report, Republic TV.
First monkeypox death reported outside Africa. Spain and Brazil report 1 death each linked to the outbreak. All the news coming up on Republic. Stay tuned. 8 people reported dead as a fire breaks out in a Moscow hotel. The cause of the fire yet to be ascertained.
Amity University has India's largest scholarship program, from which over 25,000 brilliant students have already benefited. Students with over 95% in Class 12 boards get 100% scholarship, and students with over 90% get 50% scholarship. Join brilliant, like-minded students who want to be successful. Apply at amity.edu/scholarships.
He heard the question this time very clearly. No answers from him. Our keys continue to be with his men. We faced intimidation here. We've been trying to get in touch with you and ask you several questions on the land deals that you had along with Priyanka Vadra and Robert Vadra. Why are you trying to avoid the camera? Once again trying to get in a word with Mr. Vijay Mallya. Persistently been asking you only one question. Mallya, why did you escape in 2015?
Me and my Vijay are together. Absolute pandemonium, chaos, tracked, massive security thrown around. Big push, diplomatic visit, which is going to be, of course, capped by the Quad leaders meets. Uddhav surrounded himself with unelectable coterie. You expect these people to dictate terms to a grassroots strong leader like Eknath Shinde?
আমাকে শক্তি দাও আমি পারছি না আমি পারছি না আমি পারছি না
Republic News Network is the only network to get you an aerial view.
सोनिया गांधी से ईडी पूछताछ नहीं कर सकती। इसको रोको यार, तुम हमें रखते हो इधर से। ये क्या बदतमीजी है?
Chandigarh police has applied the water cannon to disperse the protesters.
Police vans have also come in right now just to give the security to the BJP legislators right now as they are staying here for a while before the government formation actually takes place. About 17 locations where these searches are being carried out. In all likelihood, the number is going to go up. There could be some arrests. Total of 8 CCTV footages.
You're watching World This Morning on Republic. I'm Rukma, and well, in other news from across the globe, amid reports of US House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's possible visit to the island nation of Taiwan, speculations are rife that China will initiate an action against it. Here's more.
News of possible visit by US House Speaker Nancy Pelosi to Taiwan has set off intense speculation about China's potential diplomatic and military responses to the situation. But for Taiwan, the visit, if it occurs, would be merely the latest point of tension in an already tense situation that has shadowed the island democracy for decades. Not all Taiwanese people support Pelosi's visit and think it would cause more trouble and raise more disputes. But some say they don't sense any tensions over the possibility of China attacking Taiwan.
看到新闻，对，但是就会觉得，不太可能会实际上有什么动作这样，对。
你为什么有这个感受？
因为我觉得，真的打过来，实际上好像没有什么优点嘛，觉得。
对啊，可能
对两方都不好。
他可以，他来是有帮助，是来表达支持台湾，但对台湾的实际的这个维持整个两岸和平是没有帮助。
If Pelosi's trip goes ahead, she would be the first serving House Speaker to visit Taiwan since Newton Gingrich went there more than 25 years ago. Experts in Taiwan say they do not expect China to respond with direct military confrontation and said that it is important to view the potential visit in context.
可是他们也必须要表态了，因为他们国内也要交代，尤其现在在20大之前，对习近平来讲，这件事情是一定要反映。
For Taiwan's diplomatically isolated government, any exchange with a foreign political leader is seen as positive.
我们非常感谢裴洛西议长长年以来对于台湾非常的支持友善。我们对于任何国外的友好贵宾来访都非常的欢迎。
China continued to silence Taiwan on the global stage, opposing all official exchanges between the island and other governments. It has poached Taiwan's diplomatic allies, mainly small island nations, offering them access to Beijing's resources and support. And China threatens governments that send official visitors to Taiwan, as it has done with France, Lithuania, and European Union, among others. Agency report, Republic TV.
And in Russia, 8 people are reported dead after a fire broke out at a Moscow hostel. Investigations are underway to determine the cause of the blaze. We tell you more in this report.
A deadly fire engulfed a Moscow hotel. 8 people died in the fire at the hotel, which was located in the multi-story apartment building in the Russian capital's far southeast. Victims claimed the horrific sight and said there was smoke all around.
Как будто петарды взрывались. Выглянула в окно, оттуда валит дым. Я выбежала на этаж и начала стучать по квартирам соседям. Народ начал выходить.
Another survivor said that they managed to rescue 7 people from the charred hotel.
Обматывать тросом, дергать, но никак не получалось. Уже все толпой дергали. 7 человек мы спустили оттуда.
Meanwhile, the Moscow authority has blamed the building and said that there were several fire violations attached to the hotel's name.
При проведении надзорных мероприятий в июне месяце, было всего выявлено 7 замечаний, в том числе вопросы, касающиеся вопросов эвакуации.
The cause of the blaze has not been determined, and the nearby areas of the hotel are filled with immigrants from former Soviet Central Asian countries. Agency report, Republic TV.
And some sports news now. A gutsy half-century by Ashley Gardner and a solid cameo from Grace Harris helped Australia to stage a comeback and register a 3-wicket win over India in their campaign opener T20 match at the ongoing Commonwealth Games in Birmingham. In the Indian women's hockey team, they opened their campaign at the Games in Birmingham with a solid 5-0 win against Ghana. India continues to maintain possession, keeping the pressure on Ghana's defense the entire time. Ace Indian shuttler Kidambi Srikanth starts his Commonwealth Games 2022 campaign with a win over Pakistan's Murad Ali in a group match. Srikanth gives a dominating performance in the second tie of the group match, outclassing his opponent in straight 2 sets. Table tennis player Manika Batra started her Commonwealth Games campaign with a bang, claiming a victory against South Africa's Mushfiqur Kalam. In her country's group match against South Africa, she came into the match when India was in the lead, dominating her opponent Kalam and winning the game. A deadly combination of tight bowling led by Ravichandran Ashwin and some crucial knock led by Rohit Sharma helped the men in blue defeat the Windies by 68 runs in the T20 of the 5-match series against the West Indies at the Brian Lara Stadium. The Karnataka government has handed over the investigation of the BJP Yuva Morcha member Praveen Netaru's murder to the National Investigation Agency. All the details coming up on Republic in the Morning Express. Also coming up in the Morning Express, Delhi Police denies permission for a PFI rally scheduled to be held today in Delhi. Stay tuned.
Amity University has India's largest scholarship program, from which over 25,000 brilliant students have already benefited. Students with over 95% in Class 12 boards get 100% scholarship, and students with over 90% get 50% scholarship. Join brilliant, like-minded students who want to be successful. Apply at amity.edu/scholarships.
Packets or envelopes with the department's insignia. What exactly was such kind of a documentation, such kind of money that was due with Orpita Mukherjee?
It's 15 crores and 3 kg gold bars, viewers, from the same Arpita, the close aid of the TMC minister.
The enforcement director says that most of these properties have been bought from the proceeds of crime. They suspect that this was the money that was basically being round-tripped money was actually taken. In view of that, posts were actually given, looting the public money first of all, and secondly selling off government jobs.
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic live stream with you everywhere. Republic live stream, India's #1 streaming news. He heard the question this time very clearly. No answers from him. Our keys continue to be with his men. We faced intimidation here. We've been trying to get in touch with you and ask you several questions on the land deals that you had along with Priyanka Vadra and Robert Vadra. Why are you trying to avoid the camera? Once again trying to get in a word with Mr. Vijay Mallya. Persistently been asking you only one question. Mallya, why did you escape in 2015?
This week, watch Checkmate to know why India is buying the latest arms and ammunitions. Why is India getting the latest defense technology from the world? Why is India arming itself at such a rapid rate? But I will tell you what I believe. I believe India has global ambitions. I believe India wants to be a global leader. When India says that it wants to become a Vishwaguru, it is not just talking about intellectual pursuit. It's not just talking about soft power. India is also talking about hard power.
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic live stream with you everywhere. Republic live stream, India's #1 streaming news.
The headlines at this hour. ED continues grilling of Partho and Arpita Abhishek Banerjee to decide the future course of action. Gujarat court to pronounce order on Teesta Setalvad and Shri Kumar's bail pleas. Karnataka government hands over investigation of BJP Yuva Morcha member Praveen Nettaru's murder to the NIA. To maintain law and order, Dakshina Kannada police have called for a peace meeting at the Deputy Commissioner's office. As a part of Pravas program, BJP set to hold a mega rally in Patna today. You're watching the Morning Express on Republic, and in our top story, breaking news coming in now. We're getting you a visual from Madhya Pradesh's Sehor. In this video, which you will see playing out on your screens right now, we can see that in the recently held Panchayat elections, a losing candidate is taking revenge from a winning candidate. A video on this has gone viral. We can see a few people having a major fight there, and a youth has been admitted to hospital and a case has been registered against the accused. This is a video from Madhya Pradesh's Sehor, and all of them are candidates in the local body elections there. And you can see that, there are fisticuffs breaking out. Around 3 or 4 people coming to blows there. That's a video that you're seeing on your screens from Madhya Pradesh's Sehor, where candidates in local body elections are having a major fight there and coming to blows. Apparently, one of the candidates is a losing candidate, and he brutally thrashed another who had won in the elections. One of them can even be seen holding a club, holding a weapon. And the youth has now been hospitalized. That's what we are hearing. This is a video from Madhya Pradesh's Sehor. And both are candidates who fought the local body elections. One of them had won, the other had lost. And apparently, this was a revenge attack that the losing candidate took on the winning one. And now moving on to other news stories, a top-level legal team has been deployed by Union Minister Smriti Irani as she takes 3 Congress leaders to court over allegations on her daughter, with the Delhi High Court agreeing to hear her case, making it a big win for her. Take a look.
It started with a 13-minute, 10-second press briefing by Pawan Khera, Jairam Ramesh and Nettie D'Souza. Then the Congress said Smriti Irani chuppi todo on their Twitter handle just on July 23rd. The Indian Youth Congress has put out 24 tweets on the illegal bar scam, and the entire party amplified the claims. Union Minister Smriti Irani hit back with a blistering response.
The allegation that my daughter runs an illegal bar is malicious with the intent not only to assassinate her character but also to politically malign me. It is done at the directions, as was obviously stated by Pawan Khera, of the Congress leadership, namely the Gandhi family, because I had the audacity to hold a press conference and question Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi for the 5,000 crore loot of the Indian treasury.
She made it clear she will take the legal route.
The gentleman who sat there giggled as they assassinated my daughter's character. I will see you in the court of law and in the court of people.
And now the Delhi court order is in.
Specifically when it involves someone's reputation, when it involves a grave prejudice being caused to their goodwill, and that is exactly what they with this press conference tried to do, is what the court has said, and therefore in an interim injunction, the single bench passes an order of the Delhi High Court saying, first, summons have been issued to them. Secondly, saying that these Congress leaders, Pawan Khera, Jairam Ramesh and D'Souza, will have to remove whatever is there on the social media platforms, and a next date of 18th August has been given.
Libelous, slanderous allegations were made against her regarding some bar in Goa and linking her name and in fact her family's name, including her young daughter, who's only a student, and morphing photographs, placing them in a press conference, retweeting them, reposting them in various platforms, and with this entire, as if there was some scandal issue involved in the entire matter, and casting aspersions. This is obviously a counterblast to possibly the National Herald case.
Smriti Irani's top-level legal team, led by Neeraj Kishan Kaul, begged an interim injunction, but the Congress is brazening it out.
तो उन्होंने इस बात को स्पष्ट किया है, उन्होंने उसका जवाब अपने ट्वीट में दिया है और ये कहा है कि हम जो भी नोटिस हमको मिली है हाई कोर्ट से, उसका हम लोग औपचारिक उत्तर जल्द से जल्द देंगे.
All eyes will remain on this political turned courtroom face-off. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
To some more breaking updates that we are getting of after Anil Parab, in fact, another former MVA minister under the ED and Environment Ministry scanner. Now the senior Congress leader Aslam Sheikh under the scanner for allegedly illegally operating film studios in Mud Island, his constituency, by flouting the CRZ norms. Now, the senior Congress leader and the Maharashtra Minister Aslam Sheikh is under the radar of the Enforcement Directorate. Remember, viewers, trouble is mounting for the former MVA government. In fact, that had several ministers under the scanner, including that of Anil Parab, who had several cases, and the Enforcement Directorate, in fact, had been carrying out the investigation against him. And now we see Aslam Sheikh as well under the scanner of this investigating agency. Alisha Nair, my colleague, joins us on the broadcast. Alisha, give us the details of this case against Aslam Sheikh, the kind of allegations that have been made, and the CRZ norms violations that he's done.
Well, yes, Priyanka, the information that we are getting that Enforcement Directorate is actually looking over the alleged illegal operating film studios in Mud Island, which is his constituency, by flouting CRZ norms, and which is why Enforcement Directorate is just looking, but no case has been registered is what we have been told. It's just he's under the scanner of Enforcement Directorate. While we know that even Anil Parab for the same case, we know that over his land in Dapoli, which has been flouted by CRZ, after which we know that there was a case that was registered with the Enforcement Directorate and he was called. But now another former MVA minister, that is a Congress senior leader, Aslam Sheikh, is under the scanner for illegally operating film studios in Mud Island, which is his constituency, by flouting CRZ norms, which is why Enforcement Directorate is looking into the matter.
Well, yes, Alisha, but also if you could expand on this a little bit as far as the CRZ norms are concerned, and this film studio that he had in fact also been running in his own constituency of Mud Island. So what really can be the probable things that the Enforcement Directorate is going to be looking into? Any financial transactions that they're looking at? Are they following the money trail? Speak to us about a little bit about that. All right, we seem to have lost that connection with Alisha, but we are tracking this latest story, viewers, the developing story, in fact, with respect to the case that had been registered against ED, now trouble mounting, where another such a leader of the former MVA government is under the scanner of the Enforcement Directorate, especially Congress leader Aslam Sheikh, who is now under the scanner for allegedly illegally operating a film studio in Mud Island. That is his own very constituency, and that he has in fact flouted the CRZ norms is what we've been given to understand. And as of now, as Alisha was pointing out, that there is no case that has been registered. Alisha, you're back with us on the broadcast as you were pointing out that there's no case that has been registered as of now. But what are the probable links that the Enforcement Directorate is looking into? Are they following the money when it comes to the entire film studio that had been set up? What is the likely investigation that will be done?
Well, this is the initial investigation that is going to be conducted by Enforcement Directorate, because what the complaint that has been received by Environment and the Forest authorities clearly saying that there are some of the film studios that has been illegally operating in that same Mud Island, that is his constituency, by flouting CRZ norms, and which is why now Enforcement Directorate is been looking into the matter. But we have to wait and watch how investigation will go so far, because as I earlier mentioned, that the same case that is of Anil Parab, that is we know that his restaurant and the properties that he had in Dapoli, which clearly given a complaint by the Environment and the Forest authorities, after which the case was registered by Enforcement Directorate. But this is the initial complaint that has been received by the agency, and now they have been looking into the matter. We have to wait and watch what's the further course of action, whether the fact Aslam Sheikh will be called in for the investigation,
right,
and
Alisha,
whether he will call in for questioning or not. But yes, now after Anil Parab, now this is another former MVA minister that is under the scanner for illegally operating film studios in his constituency.
Absolutely. Alisha, you're breaking down the details of this very important developing story, and stay on with us because we're also getting several voices on this story. Let's listen in, viewers, to what Kirit Somaya had to say about these allegations and how now another minister, Aslam Sheikh, is under the scanner of the Enforcement Directorate.
Aslam Sheikh, a senior Congress minister in MVA government, found involved in unauthorized construction of more than 24 film studios on the seashore in CRZ no development zone. Hundreds of commercial establishments have come up in last 20-30 months. More than rupees 1,000 crores commercial unauthorized construction. We have submitted our complaint with Environment Ministry, with ED and the Mumbai Police and Collector. Gopal Shetty, local MP, and myself have demanded full-fledged investigation.
Now, viewers, we have been tracking for you as to what's really happening with Teesta Setalvad, RB Srikumar and also Sanjeev Bhatt, the three of them who had been working at the behest of the Congress leader Ahmed Patel, the late Congress leader. This has been mentioned in the reply that had been filed by the SIT in the Sessions Court of Ahmedabad. And in fact, we had also been tracking the legal proceedings, and today we are expecting that an order on the bail application will also be out. Here's more.
The Session Court in Ahmedabad is set to deliver the order on Teesta Setalvad and former DGP RB Srikumar's bail plea today. The bail plea is linked to the fabrication of evidence to frame innocent persons in connection with the 2002 communal riots. Teesta Setalvad and former DGP Srikumar were arrested by the Gujarat ATS last month. The arrests were made under IPC sections 468, forgery for purpose of cheating, and 194, fabricating false evidences with intent to procure conviction for capital offence. A special investigation team was constituted to probe the case. The SIT informed the court that Setalvad and RB Srikumar were part of a larger conspiracy carried out at the behest of the late Congress leader Ahmed Patel. As the conspiracy appears to be bulking up with each and every day, will bail be on the cards for Teesta and Srikumar in the hearing today? Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Now, viewers, we're coming across to some more breaking updates that we are picking up this time from Punjab now, where allegedly a renowned and experienced doctor was insulted by the Punjab Health Minister. Now, in a video shared by the Congress leader and former Minister Pargat Singh, it is seen that the Punjab Health Minister asks the doctor to lie down on a patient's bed. Now, we are seeing that video that has come to light, a shocking video really, once again, where we are seeing the kind of demeanor that has been displayed by our politicians, where once again a renowned and an experienced doctor was insulted by the Punjab Health Minister. Let's listen into those visuals, those very dramatic visuals coming in, viewers. Let's listen in and then we'll get you all the breaking updates. And there you have it, viewers. The visuals really speaking for itself. You can see the Punjab Health Minister, in fact, insulting the doctor. He's asking the doctor to lie down on the bed, and we will have to also we'll be getting all details as to what had really transpired when the two had met that led to the Punjab Minister treating the doctor in such a manner. And I believe Amandeep, my colleague, is also joining us on the broadcast with more details. Amandeep, tell us more as to what really this incident had been of, where we can see now clearly that the Punjab Health Minister is clearly insulting this doctor, this very renowned doctor. So what really had transpired when these two people had met?
Well, the recent development in this, Priyanka, is that he is the VC, Vice Chancellor of
Baba Farid University of Health Sciences. And now after this video went viral, he has resigned from his position. And in fact, yesterday when Punjab Health Minister Chetan Singh Chaudhary went for the inspection in Baba Farid University. During the inspection, he has humiliated Vice Chancellor of that university on the spot, and that entire incident was recorded in the camera. Health Minister Chetan Singh Chaudhary asked VC to lie down on a dirty bed of a patient. In fact, for not providing the proper infrastructure to the patient on the beds, and why the clean beddings were not there for the patients. And in fact, he was forcefully asked him to lie down on that bed. And after that, Dr. Raj Bahadur, who was a renowned spine doctor, and he has served on the 40 prestigious posts, he resigned from his post after facing the humiliation. That sparked the controversy once again against the Aam Aadmi Party. And in fact, Chetan Singh Chaudhary, who has humiliated a prestigious doctor and on a very high position, who was serving as a Vice Chancellor of a health science university in Punjab, all of a sudden he resigned just because he was not able to tolerate this kind of behavior from the side of the minister. And he was a renowned doctor. He has also served as a director of the PTI MER in Chandigarh as well. And in fact, everybody actually knows him through his credibility. Dr. Raj Bahadur. Meanwhile, Congress started attacking against Aam Aadmi Party regarding the behavior of the health minister. They have also released a statement that what kind of behavior this is. This is directly leads to the humiliation of a person who have actually served on a very responsible post with a very responsible behavior. But such kind of behavior with that person was not accepted. And in fact, that is the reason. Late night, Dr. Raj Bahadur has finally resigned from the post of Vice Chancellor of Baba Farid University of Health and Sciences. Yes, Priyanka.
Well, absolutely. Amandeep, they're getting us all the information on this very important story coming to light from Punjab, where we can see very clearly, Amandeep, in that video as well, where the minister is insulting the doctor. And of course, we will have to wait and watch as to whether or not authorities also take cognizance of this. Thank you, Amandeep, for joining us on the broadcast. Now viewers, we have been seeing how the ruckus has been created and the entire controversy surrounding Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary, and now we are learning that he has formally issued an apology. However, the National Commission for Women has also taken cognizance of this entire matter. Here's more.
After constantly vacillating on his real stance and intention behind the Rashtrapatni comment, Congress MP Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary finally wrote a letter of apology to President Murmu. In the 42-word letter, the MP, in the most remorseless and mechanical tone, apologized to Murmu and called the usage of the word Rashtrapatni as a slip of the tongue.
एक बार राष्ट्रपति निकल चुके, सपने में भी सोच नहीं सकते, लेकिन चूक हुआ तो क्या करें, अभी फांसी में लटका दो। और मैं खुद समय मांगा महामहिम राष्ट्रपति जी से।
On the 28th, Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary had said that the issue was being made a mountain out of a mole. The main contention of the opposition parties is the impunity with which Adhir Ranjan has been able to get away with such a comment. Congress Supremo Sonia Gandhi has dismissed it all with a pinch of salt. The National Commission for Women has sent a notice to Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary to appear before it on August the 3rd at 11:30 in the morning.
जो देश की प्रेसिडेंट हैं उनके अगेंस्ट एक सेक्सुअल और डेरोगेटरी रिमार्क किया, हमने इस पे संज्ञान लिया है और उनको समन किया है।
After the political storm which just blew barely from being over, isn't it rather more of an insult to the president if Adhir Ranjan can get away with a 42-word apology? Bureau Report for Republic TV.
And now viewers, here's some news from across the country in brief. Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be addressing the first ever inaugural session of the first national meet of the District Legal Service Authorities in Vigyan Bhavan today. A statement from the PMO said that the first ever national meeting of the District Legal Services Authorities will be organized from July 30th to 31st at Vigyan Bhavan by National Legal Service Authority. Ola founder and CEO Bhavish Agrawal has declined reports about the company being in talks with Uber for a possible merger. Bhavish Agrawal said in a tweet that Ola is very profitable and growing well. Odisha Chief Minister Naveen Patnaik inaugurated a super specialty hospital and cancer center with the state-of-the-art infrastructure and high-end facilities in Bhubaneswar. The infrastructure was set up in Kalinga Institute of Medical Sciences. Now, according to the CMO, the hospital will offer most advanced healthcare services to patients from Odisha, West Bengal, Bihar and Jharkhand. A 17-year-old girl committed suicide after she was allegedly harassed by the loan recovery agents in Nandigam town of Andhra Pradesh, and the police said that the family has taken a loan of rupees 3.5 lakh 2 years ago, which they were unable to repay due to financial problems, and further investigation to the matter is underway. Haryana government announced to provide a 36-hour free bus travel for women on the state transport buses as a gift for Raksha Bandhan. As per the government sources, the free bus service will start from 12 p.m. of August 10 to 12 a.m. of August 11. And Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath said that the value-added tax on petrol and diesel is the lowest in the state, and further stated that there will be no increase in the VAT in the near future as well. Chief Minister said that the larger public interest was kept in mind and thus they have not increased the VAT. Now viewers, we're also getting some more updates of the National Highway 58. In fact, that has been closed down. Let's take a look as to what's really happening there. And those are the visuals, in fact, viewers, that we're putting out a few on the National Highway 58 that has been closed down in Uttarakhand's Pauri Garhwal due to the debris and boulders coming from the hills near Srinagar, Garhwal Farsu Hanuman Temple. Now, you can see the visuals on your screens right now from the ground, viewers, where the authorities are also trying to make sure that the debris clearing process takes place. In fact, we're also seeing some civilians on the ground and making sure that life is restored back to normalcy, because that is the National Highway 58, a crucial place for travel that is being blocked right now because of the debris and the boulders coming from the hills near Srinagar, Garhwal Farsu Hanuman Temple. Time now here for a short break, viewers, on the Morning Express, getting you details on the other side of how Karnataka government hands over the investigation of the BJP Yuva Morcha member Praveen Nettaru's murder to the NIA. And Delhi police denies permission for a PFI rally which is scheduled to be held today in the national capital.
Reading allows us to become familiar with ourselves.
We don't read, we won't know what is knowledge. I just find it very interesting to know people's lives, how they went through certain situations, how they dealt with things.
So wherever you want to go in life, if you read books along those lines, then that would really help you in growing.
Reading could mean a million different things to every individual. What does it mean to you? Visit readindia.info to find out more.
Heavy rainfalls are expected in Mumbai for the next 4 days.
A lot of people over here with tricolors commemorating the victory of Draupadi Murmu.
This week, watch Checkmate to know why India is buying the latest arms and ammunitions. Why is India getting the latest defense technology from the world? Why is India arming itself at such a rapid rate? But I will tell you what I believe. I believe India has global ambitions. I believe India wants to be a global leader. When India says that it wants to become a Vishwaguru, it is not just talking about intellectual pursuit. It's not just talking about soft power. India is also talking about hard power.
Package or envelopes with the department's insignia. What exactly was such kind of a documentation, such kind of money that was doing with Orpita Mukherjee?
It's 15 crores and 3 kg gold bars, viewers, from the same Arpita, the close aide of the TMC minister.
The enforcement directorate says that most of these properties have been bought from the proceeds of crime. They suspect that this was the money that was basically being round-tripped. Money was actually taken in view of that posts were actually given, looting the public money first of all, and secondly selling off government jobs.
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic live stream with you everywhere. Republic live stream, India's #1 streaming news.
He heard the question this time very clearly. No answers from him. Our keys continue to be with his men. We faced intimidation here. We've been trying to get in touch with you and ask you several questions on the land deals.
This week, watch Checkmate to know why India is buying the latest arms and ammunitions. Why is India getting the latest defense technology from the world? Why is India arming itself at such a rapid rate? But I will tell you what I believe. I believe India has global ambitions. I believe India wants to be a global leader. When India says that it wants to become a Vishwaguru, it is not just talking about intellectual pursuit. It's not just talking about soft power. India is also talking about hard power.
Heavy rainfalls are expected in Mumbai for the next 4 days.
A lot of people over here with tricolors commemorating the victory of Draupadi Murmu.
He heard the question this time very clearly. No answers from him. Our keys continue to be with his men. We faced intimidation here. We've been trying to get in touch with you and ask you several questions on the land deals that you had along with Priyanka Vadra and Robert Vadra. Why are you trying to avoid the camera?
Once again trying to get in a word with Mr. Vijay Mallya.
Persistently been asking you only one question. Mallya, why did you escape in 2015?
Police vans have also come in right now just to give the security to the BJP legislators right now as they are staying here for a while before the government formation actually takes place. About 17 locations where these searches are being carried out. In all likelihood, the number is going to go up. There could be some arrests. Total of 8 CCTV footages that have been accessed. This encapsulates Kole's murder that has taken place.
Now viewers, we are also seeing that the Home Minister Amit Shah is all set to be addressing a conference and we are talking about how it is going to be on the sophistication of technology of using drone for security purposes as well. Let's take a look as to what's really happening on that front.
Union Home Minister Amit Shah will be arriving on a day's visit to Union Territory Chandigarh today. Amit Shah is scheduled to inaugurate a national conference on drug trafficking and national security. A presentation on the occasion will also be given by the Director General of the Narcotics Control Bureau on the drug scenario in the northern region. In the evening, Shah will attend a function at Mauli Jagran pertaining to the inauguration of 3 government school buildings. Later, after a dinner at the Punjab Raj Bhavan, he will attend Har Ghar Tiranga and Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav events at Sukna Lake before leaving for New Delhi. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Time now here for a short break, viewers. Coming up on the other side, Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be addressing the first ever inaugural session of the first national meet of the district level service authorities at Vigyan Bhavan at 10 a.m.
Amity University has India's largest scholarship program, from which over 25,000 brilliant students have already benefited. Students with over 95% in Class 12 boards get 100% scholarship, and students with over 90% get 50% scholarship. Join brilliant like-minded students who want to be successful. Apply at amity.edu/scholarships.
Looted money. They got complaints of the same by selling government jobs, and these are details that have been mentioned in the ED.
The enforcement directive says that most of these properties have been bought from the proceeds of crime. They suspect that this was the money that was basically being round-tripped. Money was actually taken. In lieu of that, posts were actually given. Appears to have been prima facie established from this recovery of this diary from Orpita Mukherjee's residence.
It's 15 crores and 3 kg gold bars, viewers, from the same Arpita, the close aide of the TMC minister.
Heavy rainfalls are expected in Mumbai for the next 4 days.
Lot of people over here with tricolors commemorating the victory of Draupadi Murmu.
This week, watch Checkmate to know why India is buying the latest arms and ammunitions. Why is India getting the latest defense technology from the world? Why is India arming itself at such a rapid rate? But I will tell you what I believe. I believe India has global ambitions. I believe India wants to be a global leader. When India says that it wants to become a Vishwaguru, it is not just talking about intellectual pursuit. It's not just talking about soft power. India is also talking about hard power.
And here are the top stories, viewers, on the Morning Express. ED continues grilling of Partha and Arpita, Abhishek Banerjee to decide the future course of action. Gujarat court to pronounce order on the Teesta Setalwad and Sri Kumar's bail pleas today. Karnataka government hands over the investigation of the BJP Yuva Morcha member Praveen murder to the NIA. To maintain law and order, Kannada police has called for peace meetings at the Deputy Commissioner's office. As a part of Pravas program, BJP is set to hold a mega rally in Patna today. Now, viewers, the Prime Minister Narendra Modi yesterday, in fact, inaugurated the first ever country's international bullion exchange in his home state, Gujarat, in the Gift City, that is a planned city in the state of Gujarat. Here's more as to what really happened yesterday when he was here in Gujarat.
It's a big boost to India's digital sector. Prime Minister Narendra Modi launched the first international bullion exchange in Gujarat's Gandhinagar. Called the India International Bullion Exchange, this new initiative will facilitate efficient price discovery of the Indian stock market. Prime Minister hailed digital payment in the country and said that in 21st century finance and technology are linked to each other.
आज 21वीं सदी में फाइनेंस और टेक्नोलॉजी
एक दूसरे के साथ जुड़े हुए हैं और बात जब टेक्नोलॉजी की हो, बात साइंस और सॉफ्टवेयर की हो, तो भारत के पास एज भी है और एक्सपीरियंस भी है.
PM Modi also exuded confidence and said that India is standing in line with countries like the United States, United Kingdom and Singapore, where global finance has reached new heights.
भारत अब USA, UK और सिंगापुर जैसे दुनिया के उन देशों की कतार में खड़ा हो रहा है जहां से ग्लोबल फाइनेंस को दिशा दी जाती है.
The Indian International Bullion Exchange will be operated by an entity called the India International Bullion Holding. The exchange will offer a diversified portfolio of products and tech services. The exchange will boost financialization of gold and control the market price and its supply. With the International Bullion Exchange, India is all set to reach new heights in the fintech sector and create a diversified market for the stock market and its subsidiaries. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Now viewers, cutting across to some breaking updates that we are picking up where the Birsa Munda airport in Ranchi received a bomb threat again on July 29th via text message is what we are learning. In fact, there was a demand made for rupees 20 lakh. Now the police is taking the necessary action after a complaint was given, and we are also being given to understand that the investigation is underway as it had been confirmed by the airport officials as well. But we are tracking for you on the latest, all the latest when it comes to the Birsa Munda airport and the bomb threat that had been received. Prakash also joins us on the broadcast with more details. Prakash, tell us more about this bomb threat that had been received and also the subsequent inquiry and investigation that is being carried out by the authorities.
It's for the second consecutive day that the hoax call have been received by the Ranchi airport, the Birsa Munda airport in Ranchi. And it seems like a false alarm, and the agencies are investigating into it, and the officials deployed who are manning the airport have sent the text message to the concerned police authorities in Ranchi. They are investigating the veracity of it, and the cyber cell of the particular state has also been roped in. And earlier on Thursday also a similar kind of hoax call was received. And this time through the text message, the person concerned has demanded a sum of rupees 20 lakh else a blast to take place with dire consequences is warned. But it seems like a hoax call. The agencies are investigating into the entire case. The CISF personnel deployed to man the airport have been strengthened more, and they're keeping a tight vigil at the airport in view of the text messages that have been received at the Birsa Munda airport in Ranchi for the second consecutive day. Back to you.
But Prakash, also talk to us about this demand for rupees 20 lakh that has been mentioned in the text message. As you're pointing out that this might be a false alarm as well, but what's really happening on that front, and if the authorities have been able to track down the culprits who have been sending these messages?
That's what I said, that the cyber cell of Ranchi has been roped in to investigate into the particular message. So far, the veracity of it has not yet been confirmed from whose number it was sent, because time and again it happens that caller sends messages through unknown numbers. So the cyber cell as well as the Ranchi police is inquiring into the whole incident, and so far no arrest has been made. And during the course of the day, it is learned that today some arrests would take place, maybe because the manhunt is on to nab the culprit who has been doing so for the past 2 days.
All right, Prakash, thank you for joining us on the broadcast with more details of the bomb scare once again in the Ranchi airport. Now viewers, shifting our focus to Pakistan, which is on the brink of an economic collapse, where we had seen now the chief of the army in fact had called in to the US Secretary of State as well. Let's listen in as to what happened, because they had been asking for a bailout and the IMF is also a part of this entire procedure as well. Let's take a look as to what's really happening on that front.
Pakistan's army chief has enlisted the help of the United States to get a key loan from the IMF sanctioned as the cash-strapped nation faces risk of debt default payment amid the country's fast depleting reserves.
Pakistan Army Chief General Qamar Javed Bajwa has sought the Washington intervention, the intervention of the United States government in release of a loan by the IMF to Pakistan, which can sustain their economy for a while. In fact, reports emerged on Japanese news platform Nikkei that the Pakistan Army Chief had spoken to Washington DC and to the Deputy Secretary of State Wendy Sherman there, seeking her intervention with the IMF to get the loan released. The staff level agreement for which had happened last month after Pakistan government agreed to some very strict conditions on economy, belt tightening measures that have really led to skyrocketing inflation, fuel price rise, and generally very difficult conditions for the common man and common life in general in Pakistan. And the fact that the Pakistan Army Chief had to speak to the American establishment clearly shows the kind of credibility or lack of it the Pakistani state really enjoys. In fact, it was believed that the reason why this came out in a Japanese news platform is because the Pakistanis were very uncomfortable. But after the reports came in, the Pakistani Foreign Office had to come out and say, yes, indeed, General Bajwa had spoken to Wendy Sherman. But exactly for what? The issue is release of $1.2 billion, which Pakistan needs urgently to prevent it from getting into a Sri Lanka kind of loan default crisis. Imagine $1.2 billion is just about 12,000 crore rupees, and that's what Pakistan direly needs.
Put in a diplomatic straitjacket by Imran Khan and Sharif government's economic dilemma, it has now taken the army chief of Pakistan to go with a begging bowl for money, lest the country plunges into a Sri Lanka-like crisis. Agency report for Republic TV.
And now let's get you all the updates from the world of sports. Viewers, the opening ceremony of the 2022 Commonwealth Games took place at Alexander. Birmingham was announced as a host on 21st December 2017, marking England's third time hosting the Commonwealth Games after London in 1934 and Manchester in 2002. England's Alex Yee won the first gold medal of the 2022 Commonwealth Games with victory in the men's triathlon at Sutton Park in Birmingham on Friday after New Zealand's Hayden Wild was penalised for unclipping his helmet early during the transition between cycling and running disciplines and had to settle for a silver. Australia enjoyed a successful opening day of the track or cycling competition as they led the way with 3 golds and a bronze, while New Zealand won 2 events. Paracyclist Neil Fashie claimed his fifth gold medal overall and Scotland's first this year at the paracycling event of the Games on the first day. Australia dominated at the swimming pool on the opening day of the competition, which included 2 All-Australian podium lockouts in the men's 400-metre freestyle and women's 200-metre freestyle finals. And England has become the first nation to win 3 successful gold medals for the Commonwealth Artistic Team Gymnastics events. Time now here for a short break, viewers. Coming up on the other side, to maintain law and order, Dakshina Kannada Police calls for a peace meeting at the Deputy Commissioner's office. And as a part of the Pravas program, BJP is set to hold a mega rally in Patna today itself. Stay tuned for more details on the other side.
Reading allows us to become familiar with ourselves.
We don't read, we won't know what is knowledge. I just find it very interesting to know people's lives, how they went through certain situations, how they dealt with things.
So wherever you want to go in life, if you read books along those lines, then that would really help you in growing.
Reading could mean a million different things to every individual. What does it mean to you? Visit readindia.info to find out more.
Police vans have also come in right now just to give the security to the BJP legislators right now as they are staying here for a while before the government formation actually takes place. About 17 locations where these searches are being carried out. In all likelihood, the number is going to go up. There could be some arrests. Total of 8 CCTV footages that have been accessed. This encapsulates Kole's murder that has taken place.
On the live coverage on Republic TV as we report from outside Raj Thakre's residence. The Chief Minister of Maharashtra vacates his residence. Sena supporters coming out in large numbers showing their support to Uddhav Thakre. The NCP huddle has begun. We're keeping a close track of all the senior leaders coming in and going out.
Looted money. They got complaints of the same by selling government jobs. And these are details that have been mentioned in the ED.
The enforcement directive says that most of these properties have been bought from the proceeds of crime. They suspect that this was the money that was basically being round-tripped. Money was actually taken. In lieu of that, posts were actually given. Appears to have been prima facie established from this recovery of this diary.
Congress in prayer, taking their MLAs to Raipur.
Opposition parties have been demanding that there should be justice.
News in brief from across the country, viewers. In a mega boost to the power sector, Prime Minister will launch a revamped distribution sector scheme. The National Solar Rooftop Portal will also be launched, and various other green energy projects will be launched, and foundation stone will be laid for a few others today. In a big charge by the BJP, Kirit Somaiya has now alleged that the Congress leader Aslam Sheikh is involved in unauthorized construction, and complaint against the leader has been filed with the ED and Mumbai police. Aslam Sheikh was a senior Congress minister of the NIA government.
Aslam Sheikh, a senior Congress minister in NIA government, found involved in unauthorized construction of more than 24 film studios on the seashore in Siargate no development zone.
Dr. Raj Bahadur resigned as the Vice Chairman of the Baba Farid University of Health Sciences after Punjab Health Minister's rude behaviour. This comes after Punjab Health Minister Chetan Singh asked for Dr. Bahadur to lie on a dirty patient's bed, further demanding an explanation from the VC for not having clean mattresses at the hospital. Following the brutal murder of Fazil in Karnataka's Mangaluru, Section 144 continues in the area for the second day. Additionally, a peacekeeping meeting has been organized at the Deputy Commissioner's office with the community leaders. And incessant rains across Dakshina Kannada has left many low-lying areas in the Mangaluru and other parts of the district waterlogged. Among the areas affected because of the waterlogging in the city included Kalapupata, Kotekar and also several temples Uchalagude of the National Highway 66. And as incessant rainfalls continue to lash several parts of the country, National Highway 58 has been closed due to the debris and boulders coming from the hills near Srinagar, Garhwal, Farsoon, Hanuman Temple. Rescue and clearance operations are now underway. Now viewers, we are also learning of communication, a telephonic communication between the Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Antonio Guterres as well, and this was regarding the Republic of Congo. Let's listen in as to what happened in that communication.
Days after the two Indian BSF soldiers who were a part of United Nations peacekeeping forces martyred during the violent protests in the Democratic Republic of Congo, United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres expressed his condolences to the Government of India during a telephonic conversation with PM Narendra Modi.
We have an update from the Democratic Republic of the Congo, where violence against our peacekeeping mission is continuing to escalate. At the MONUSCO Butembo base today, violent attackers snatched weapons from Congolese police and fired upon our uniformed personnel. Sadly, one military peacekeeper and 2 UN police personnel were killed, and another was injured. We add our voice to the acting head of MONUSCO, Kassim Dieng, to condemn the killing of our colleagues and to express our deepest sympathy to their families and colleagues.
A statement issued in New Delhi revealed that during this conversation, both the leaders discussed the recent attack on MONUSCO. According to the statement, PM Modi urged the United Nations chief to ensure expeditious investigations and bring the perpetrators of this attack to justice. PM Modi underscored India's abiding commitment to United Nations peacekeeping forces, with more than 250,000 Indian peacekeepers having served under United Nations peacekeeping missions so far. India is among the largest troop contributing countries to United Nations peacekeeping missions. And so far, 177 Indian personnel have made the supreme sacrifice while serving in missions in the largest by any troop contributing country. Agency Report, Republic TV.
Now viewers, in another shocking incident of political elitism, we are seeing that Digvijaya Singh, the Madhya Pradesh Chief Minister, in fact had been manhandling a police officer. We had been learning how the Congress party had reached the district Panchayat office and had said that the authorities are working under the pressure by the BJP because of the upcoming local body polls. Here's what happened.
A physical altercation unfolded between former Madhya Pradesh Chief Minister and senior Congress leader Digvijaya Singh and police on Friday. Watch this video. The Congress leader can be seen manhandling a 3-star cop on duty. The scuffle unraveled when the protesting Congress party attempted to make their way into the district Panchayat office in Bhopal during the local body polls. Watch how the senior leader, not new to controversies, held the policeman by his collar and assaulted him. Amid the ruckus, BJP's Vishwas Sarang also reached the spot. The Minister of Medical Education was seen exchanging heated words with Digvijaya Singh, with the latter being held back by officers. While Digvijaya Singh claimed that Congress was fighting to prevent the violation of election norms, his brazen act has now given way to a wave of criticisms, including one from Chief Minister Shivraj Chauhan.
मध्य प्रदेश में ऐसी राजनीति पहले कभी नहीं हुई जैसी आज कांग्रेस कर रही है। ये अशोभनीय है। किसी पुलिस अफसर की कॉलर को पकड़ना, ये कौन सी शालीनता है कांग्रेस की? कांग्रेस आखिर लोकतंत्र को किस दिशा में ले जाना चाहती है? ऐसी चीजों से मतदाता प्रभावित नहीं होता और व्यथित होता है। मैं भी इसकी घोर निंदा करता हूं।
And from other political parties as well.
पुलिस वाले को थप्पड़ मारना ये कांग्रेस पार्टी की संस्कृति है क्या? कांग्रेस पार्टी इतने साल सत्ता में रही है और कांग्रेस पार्टी के नेता ने पुलिस वाले को थप्पड़ मारना ये बात बहुत बड़ी गंभीर है और उनके ऊपर कठोर कार्रवाई होनी चाहिए।
While the Congress is yet to respond to the controversy, can such an insult to our security forces be endured? Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Well, that's all we have for you on the Morning Express, viewers, but getting you all the details on the other side of how the ED continues grilling of Partha Chatterjee and Arpita Mukherjee, and Abhishek Banerjee is set to decide the future course of action. And the Gujarat court to pronounce order on Teesta Setalvad and RB Shrikumar's bail pleas today itself.
Mama ke shauki na ami parchi na
Republic News Network is the only network to get you an aerial view.
सोनिया गांधी से ईडी पूछताछ नहीं कर सकती। इसको रोको यार, तुम हमें लगते हो इधर से। ये क्या बदतमीजी है?
Chandigarh police has applied the water cannon to disperse the protesters.
Police vans have also come in right now just to give the security to the BJP legislators right now as they are staying here for a while before the government formation actually takes place. About 17 locations where these searches are being carried out. In all likelihood, the number is going to go up. There could be some arrests. Total of 8 CCTV footages that have been accessed. This encapsulates Kohli's murder that has taken place.
Here on the live coverage on Republic TV, we report from outside Raj Thakre's residence. The Chief Minister of Maharashtra vacates his residence. Sena supporters coming out in large numbers showing their support to Uddhav Thackeray. The NCP huddle has begun. We're keeping a close track of all the senior leaders coming in and going out.
This week, watch Checkmate to know why India is buying the latest arms and ammunitions. Why is India getting the latest defense technology from the world? Why is India arming itself at such a rapid rate? But I will tell you what I believe. I believe India has global ambitions. I believe India wants to be a global leader. When India says that it wants to become a Vishwaguru, it is not just talking about intellectual pursuit. It's not just talking about soft power. India is also talking about hard power.
The headlines at 9 this morning. ED continues grilling of Partha and Arpita. Abhishek Banerjee to decide the future course of action. Gujarat court to pronounce order on Teesta Setalvad and Shrikumar's bail pleas. Karnataka government hands over investigation of BJP Yuva Morcha member Praveen Nettaru's murder to the NIA. To maintain law and order, Dakshina Kannada police have called for peace meeting at the Deputy Commissioner's office.
As a part of Pravas program, BJP is set to hold a mega rally in Patna today. Hello and welcome. You're watching Live and Breaking on Republic TV. I'm Rukman. In our top story, the Karnataka government has handed over investigations into the BJP Yuva Morcha member Praveen Netaru's murder case to the state's in the state's Dakshina Kannada district to the National Investigation Agency. We bring you all the details in this report.
The Karnataka government will hand over the investigation into the killing of BJP Yuva Morcha member Praveen Netaru to the NIA.
DGIG ಅವರ ಜೊತೆಗೆಲ್ಲ ಚರ್ಚೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೇನೆ. ಈಗ ಪ್ರವೀಣ್ನ ಹತ್ಯೆ ಕೇಸು ಶಂಕಿತವಾಗಿ ಆರ್ಗನೈಸ್ಡ್ ಕ್ರೈಮು ಮತ್ತು ಅಂತಾರಾಜ್ಯ ವಿಚಾರ ಇರೋದರಿಂದ ಅದರ ಸಂಪೂರ್ಣವಾದಂಥ ಮಾಹಿತಿಯನ್ನು ಲೇಟೆಸ್ಟಾಗಿ ಇನ್ವೆಸ್ಟಿಗೇಷನ್ ಏನು ಮಾಹಿತಿ ಇದೆ ಅದನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ಪಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋಕೆ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದೇನೆ ಮತ್ತು ತನಿಖೆ ತೀವ್ರಗತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಡೀತಾ ಇದೆ. ಎಲ್ಲ ಮಾಹಿತಿಗಳನ್ನು ತೆಗೆದುಕೊಂಡ ಮೇಲೆ ನಾನು ಅವರಿಗೆ ಒಂದು ಲೆಟರ್ನ ಬರೆಯೋಕ್ಕೆ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ಇದನ್ನು NIA ಕೊಡಬೇಕಂತ ನಾವು ತೀರ್ಮಾನವನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೇವೆ.
This comes after Dakshin Kannada has witnessed 3 back-to-back murders. Mangaluru police have also held a routine march to keep law and order in place in the region.
ಇಂಥ ಘಟನೆಗಳು ನಡೀಬಾರ್ದು ಅನ್ನೋಂಥದ್ದು ನಮ್ಮ ಕಾರ್ಯಕರ್ತರ ಮತ್ತು ಸಮಾಜದ ನಾಗರಿಕರ ಅಪೇಕ್ಷೆ ಇದೆ. ಈ ಅಪೇಕ್ಷೆಯ ಪೂರಕವಾಗಿ ಅವರ ಭಾವನೆಯ ಪೂರಕವಾಗಿ ಇನ್ನೂ ಹೆಚ್ಚಿನ ತೀವ್ರವಾದಂಥ ಕ್ರಮವನ್ನು ವಹಿಸುವಂಥದ್ದಾಗುತ್ತೆ. ಭಾಳ ಸ್ಪಷ್ಟವಾಗಿ ಸಂದೇಶವನ್ನು ಯಾರೇ ಎಲ್ಲೇ ಇರಲಿ ಹುಡುಕಿ ಆ ಕ್ರಮವನ್ನು ವಹಿಸುವಂಥದ್ದು ಮತ್ತು ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ಏನು ಕ್ರಮವನ್ನು ವಹಿಸಬೇಕು, ಎನ್ಕೌಂಟರ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು, ಎನ್ಕೌಂಟರ್ ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೂ UPಗಿಂತ ಒಂದು 5 ಹೆಜ್ಜೆ ಮುಂದೆ ಹೋಗ್ತೀವಿ. UPಗಿಂತನೂ ಒಳ್ಳೆ ಮಾಡಲೇ ಕೊಡ್ತೀವಿ, UPಗಿಂತನೂ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ. ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಒಂದು ಮುಂದುವರೆದ ರಾಜ್ಯ, ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗಿಂತ ಪ್ರಗತಿಪರವಾಗಿರುವಂಥ ಒಂದು ರಾಜ್ಯ, ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಮಾದರಿಯಾಗಿರುವಂಥ ರಾಜ್ಯ. ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಇತರರಿಗೆ ಮಾದರಿಯಾಗಿರುತ್ತದೆ. ಇದನ್ನೇನು ಅನುಸರಿಸುವಂಥದ್ದು ಯಾವುದೂ ಇಲ್ಲ.
But the Congress continues to give a brazen spin to the Praveen murder. Karnataka Congress Leader of Opposition Siddaramaiah called it a sunk internal crisis. In a series of tweets, he went on to say, and I quote, "The recent killings seem to be linked to the Sangh Parivar." Speaking to Republic TV, the Health Minister of Karnataka, Dr. Keshava Sudhakar, hit out at Congress's Sangh spin.
He doesn't even know ABCD of Sangh. Sangh Karyakartas, or they give life to the service in the service of the nation.
As tension simmers in the coastal Karnataka, the government of the state also underscored the possibility of interstate link into the murder of Praveen.
Possible because from that village where Praveen stayed, it is only 14 or 15 kilometers to the border of the Kerala.
While coastal Karnataka awaits justice, questions remain as to why Congress is trying to give cover to PFI and SDPI. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
And breaking news here on Live and Breaking. Rain with thunderstorms and lightning in Mangaluru city. Holiday has been declared throughout Mangaluru considering the safety of children. And authorities say that when in this particular case, Deputy Commissioner of Dakshina Kannada, Rajendra KV, has stated this in view of heavy rains and severe waterlogging in many areas of Mangaluru after heavy rains and thunderstorm. And as you can see in those visuals, rains continue to lash Mangaluru, and there's heavy waterlogging reported along with traffic snarls. So incessant rains across Mangaluru has left many low-lying areas and other parts of the district waterlogged. Sagai Raj to tell us more. Sagai Raj, we believe that the situation as an impact of heavy rains, thunderstorm and lightning quite severe in Mangaluru. Which are the areas most affected? Also, what are the precautions that the authorities have announced?
The precautions which have been announced by the authorities are that have declared holiday for schools and colleges, keeping heavy rains in the night. And last night it was heavy thunderstorm, lightning in Mangaluru and adjoining districts including Shivamogga and other coastal regions. And what we also get to learn is many roads have been turned into lakes where many stormwater drain has broken and the water has come to the streets and the city. And people are quite furious that nothing has been done so far by the local administration to address these issues. And people are struggling to commute on the roads because almost all the roads in Mangaluru are flooded.
Well, almost all the roads in Mangaluru flooded. Sagaraj, we're getting those visuals, heavy rains continuing. What does the Met Department's forecast say?
The Met Department predicted that there might be heavy rains as the day progresses. And of now, the rain has stopped in many parts of Mangalore. And we are anticipating that water might recede in next few hours in the city because many roads are completely inundated with rainwater.
Many thanks, Agiraj, for joining us there. So Mangaluru waterlogged and flooded, roads are turning into lakes and locals extremely angry with the administration for not having taken any steps. Meanwhile, Met Department has forecast that rains will continue. Many thanks, Agiraj. Moving on to another story, we're getting a source-based breaking news that the Delhi government is very likely to go back to its old policy of retail liquor sales, with the Lieutenant Governor recommending a CBI probe into the implementation of the new excise policy. According to government officials, the Delhi government has decided to go back to the old regime of retail liquor sales in the city. So breaking news coming in there, the Delhi government deciding to go back, very likely deciding to go back to its old liquor policy, to the old liquor policy that was in place as far as retail sales of liquor are concerned after a huge controversy erupted. The BJP blasting the Aam Aadmi Party government for a liquor policy that has led to a lot of corruption. And Harsha, to tell us more on this, Harsha, we're hearing from various sources that the old liquor policy might very soon be back in place. What updates do you have? What details do you have? Can you confirm this?
Exactly. Since the new liquor policy, which was implemented in 2021 November, which got into a CBI probe because Lieutenant Governor D.K. Saxena ordered a CBI probe into the new liquor policy, which was introduced by Aam Aadmi Party government. But now, after extending the old liquor policy 2 times, which are extended after March 31, now the old liquor policy has again are extended to 6 months till the fresh liquor policy comes into the implementation. So they are working on this new liquor policy, which is 2020, 2022, 2023, which they have sent to Lieutenant Governor D.K. Saxena for his approval. And in that new liquor policy, clearly the delivery of liquor at home is drafted. Since the time the fresh liquor policy wouldn't come into the implementation, the old liquor policy have gone into the extension of more than 6 months after being extended till July 31st. So this has come after CBI inquiry was ordered into the new liquor policy 2020-2021, in which it was clearly said that there will be 849 rents and there will be no government rents, and private bidders were given the rents. And we also saw how in Delhi different protests was staged by BJP government and the Congress government as well regarding this new liquor policy. And clearly after a CBI probe was ordered into this new liquor policy, this entire has come to that the old liquor policy will be extended for 6 months. Manish Sisodia has sent a draft to Lieutenant Governor D.K. Saxena on this matter. Yes, back to the studio.
Well, if we recap the main points of this controversy, there are just 2 days left for the current policy to expire. Harsha, if I'm correct. Also, well, the claims of having made profits that is a point that has been lambasted, particularly by the BJP, which was up in arms over the Delhi government's the AAP government's liquor policy, saying that those are all false documents, that those were all false claims that were made by the Delhi government. There is no such profit. In fact, there has been seen a deterioration. Could this be that, you know, the Delhi government now reviewing all these points and deciding to go back? Is there any reason that the public can get from the Delhi government as far as, you know, the liquor policy is concerned, about where and why it has exactly decided to go back on it?
Exactly. If we talk about the new liquor policy, which was going to be implemented from November onwards, which went into so much of controversy, we saw how protests was staged, and it was being said that only private bidders have been profited through the new liquor policy, and we saw how 849 private vendors were given the bidding of the events, and the places where even liquor shops have not been allowed, in those places also government has agreed to give the private bidders the event. There were so much issues in the new liquor policy, clearly stating that all the protocols and rules and guidelines have been kept separated, and the only profit is being given to the sharab mafias, to the liquor mafias, and clearly this was the reason why Congress and clearly BJP staged a protest outside Manish Sisodia home. After so much of controversy in this new liquor policy, this was the main reason why the old liquor policy is extended. And let me tell you that earlier it was extended from March 31 to July 31st, and before that also once it was extended. After being extended, the old liquor policy for 2 times, now again it has been extended to 6 months, clearly because this new liquor policy, which Aam Aadmi government wanted to implement from November onwards, got into so much of controversy, and even a CBI probe has been ordered into this. Therefore, they have extended the old liquor policy, and till the time the rules, protocols, and guidelines won't be discussed with, don't be accepted by the Lieutenant Governor VK Saxena. Till that time, nothing new liquor policy will be implemented now by Delhi government, because in this new liquor policy it has also been said that a pink booth for female will be given. Now a liquor vents will be regulated by women as well in the name of pink booths. And not only this, there will be a delivery of liquor at houses also. Home delivery will also happen. There's so many things, and until this new liquor policy gets the approval of Lieutenant Governor VK Saxena, till that time it won't be implemented. So right now the old liquor policy date has been extended, and it will go till 6 months till the new liquor policy 2022-2023 comes in implementation. Yes.
Well, Harsha, stay with us. So we are talking about also an investigation by Delhi Police's Economic Offences Wing into all the allegations that have been made. The BJP has said that it's a 144 crore rupees scam. The Aam Aadmi Party clearly on the back foot in this, after that war of words, after those protests across the national capital that we saw just a few days ago.
Exactly. On one side, when we interviewed Sanjay Singh and when we tried to ask question to Manish Sisodia as well, during the press conference, they clearly said that Delhi has been benefited of more than 1300 crore from this liquor policy, and that money is being used for the welfare of the Delhi people. Like the facilities are being enhanced at various places, the education policy is being enhanced at various places. But let me tell you very clearly that Congress
Harsha,
and BJP are clearly
coming back
stating.
to you, but we have with us Shehzad Poonawala of the BJP. Well, going back to Harsha once again. Harsha, continue. You were telling us about what Sanjay Singh had to say on this matter. Sanjay Singh, known for his tweets and well, as a major spokesperson as far as the Aam Aadmi Party is concerned. Going back again to BJP spokesperson Shehzad Poonawala. Mr. Poonawala, many thanks for speaking with Republic. Your reaction to the Delhi, to what we are hearing from various sources, and our reporter also tells us that the Delhi government very likely to go back to the old liquor policy. How does the BJP look at it?
This is an admission of guilt and corruption that the new excise policy, as had been alleged by the Bharatiya Janata Party yesterday and even before, the Honorable Minister Meenakshi Lekhi, is full of corruption and scams. There has been a huge corruption done in favor of the liquor mafia, and therefore Mr. Kejriwal has been forced to go back after the Chief Secretary's report, on the basis of which the LG has ordered a CBI probe. But this will not help the cause of those who are guilty of corruption, because they will, irrespective, face jail time and time in the prisons for the corruption they've done. But having said that, the old policy was criticized by Mr. Kejriwal as also being very corrupt. So you see, he has admitted one thing completely, that the new policy is even more corrupt than the old policy that he was claiming he wanted to change. Why is he going back to the old policy which he claims was corrupt? This shows that there is a huge ghotala, a huge scam that has taken place. And apart from that, may I also tell you, the court has taken cognizance of the charge sheet against Satyendra Jain and has affirmed that Satyendra Jain used hawala money to buy agricultural land. Before this, the court called Satyendra Jain as a man of criminal background. Before that, the court held that he had done hawala transactions. So there are two ministers, at least in the Arvind Kejriwal government, one who is handling liquor, one who is handling hawala, and both of these corrupt policies have been exposed by the courts or by the ongoing situation. And therefore, we demand from Mr. Kejriwal, will he now sack both Satyendra Jain and the minister in charge of excise, that is Manish Sisodia, without delay. This going back to the old policy is a proof in itself that the new policy has been completely compromised. It was brought in only to collect money for Punjab elections. And now if you see in Punjab, they are giving a free run to the entire liquor mafia. So you brought a policy, you gave the big benefit to the liquor mafia, and now you're withdrawing that policy because you are caught stealing and doing corruption exposed by the BJP. Mr. Kejriwal must immediately tell us what is the stand he will take on these corrupt ministers who have been completely exposed.
Well, many thanks, Mr. Poonawalla, for speaking with us and for putting forward that point of view. Well, the BJP says it's an admission of guilt and corruption on the part of the Aam Aadmi Party. This is with regard to sources telling us, and our reporter confirming, in fact, that the Delhi government is to go back to its old liquor policy after massive protests in the national capital on the part of the BJP. So going back once again to our reporter Harsha, we were just speaking with the BJP spokesperson Shehzad Poonawalla. He says this is an admission of guilt on the part of the Aam Aadmi Party, on the part of the Kejriwal government in Delhi. The BJP will clearly be looking at it as a major victory.
Exactly, Nupur. Therefore, BJP has been taking up this issue since long. And let me mention one thing, that BJP has been saying for long that why to involve private bidders from other states when they have liquor tycoons in Delhi as well. And 144 crore profit has been given to many liquor mafias who are not even from this state, from different states as well. So this is the issue which BJP is taking up and not even taking it lightly. They are taking it highly and heavily by different BJP leaders of Delhi, and they have protest marched at different days outside the house of Manish Sisodia. So clearly to BJP it sees as a guilt, until the time CBI investigation won't be finished, Nupur, till the time the old excise policy by Aam Aadmi Party government will continue, till the time fresh excise policy will be implemented and will get the approval of Lieutenant Governor V.K. Saxena. Nupur, back to the studio.
Well, many thanks, Harsha. This is Rukmaya. Many thanks for joining us there with those inputs. And moving on to other news stories now. A day after sparking a controversy in Parliament with his Rashtrapatni reference to the President of India, Congress MP Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary wrote an apology to Draupadi Murmu on Friday. Chaudhary mentioned in the letter that he had mistakenly used an incorrect word to describe the post she held. Here's a detailed report.
First, he insulted the Honorable President. Then, he stuck to defiance. And following a massive outrage, he issued the sham apology. This is what Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary termed his brazen act, a slip of tongue. While the nation celebrates the appointment of India's first tribal president, the Congress MP insulted Draupadi Murmu with his sexist reference of Rashtrapatni. And even after being at the epicenter of the national outrage, Chaudhary shied away from issuing a public apology to the president. But as pressure mounted on him, he gave in his apology. However, his defiance stays. The leader, even in his written apology, again mentioned the sexist Rashtrapatni remark as a slip of tongue.
ये बात भारत की राष्ट्रपति की है, मदर ऑफ डेमोक्रेसी, जहां से लोकतंत्र की शुरुआत हुई, और भारत के राष्ट्रपति के प्रति अगर कोई हल्की टिप्पणी करता है, अपमान करता है, तो उसको तो बगैर सोचे माफी मांगनी चाहिए। आखिरकार कांग्रेस के नेता संकोच क्यों कर रहे हैं माफी मांगने पर?
राष्ट्रपति का तो अपमान है ये है, लेकिन माननीय द्रौपदी मुर्मू जी का, एक आदिवासी लेडी का बहुत बड़ा अपमान करने का काम उन्होंने किया है, और अधीर का दिमाग बबदीर हो गया है। इसीलिए मतलब अधीर इसी तरह की बयानबाजी का कर रहा है। उन्होंने मतलब माफी मांगनी चाहिए।
And now, even Sonia Gandhi is surrounded with questions.
ये कोई स्लिप ऑफ टंग का मामला नहीं है। वो जानबूझ करके ऐसे शब्द का प्रयोग कर रहे हैं जिससे राष्ट्रपति जी का अपमान हो। जब से ही आदरणीय श्रीमती द्रौपदी मुर्मू जी का नाम राष्ट्रपति उम्मीदवार के नाते चला, तब से लेकर के कांग्रेस के लोगों ने कुछ हल्की टिप्पणियां की थी। उसी श्रृंखला में ये टिप्पणी है उनकी। अभी सोनिया गांधी ने क्या नियुक्त नहीं किया इनको लोकसभा में लीडर बनाने के लिए, तो रिस्पॉन्सिबल तो सोनिया गांधी जी है इसके लिए।
तो आपकी पार्टी का भी वही स्टैंड है कि
सोनिया गांधी ही माफी मांगे, यही हमारा स्टैंड है।
The apology made it clear. The Congress leader is unaware that his mere slip of tongue has deeply hurt the nation's sentiment. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
And in other national news, in a fresh trouble for sacked TMC Minister Partha Chatterjee, sources have now informed that Partha's aides Manik Bhattacharya and Sukanto Acharya have been summoned and will be interrogated in the Bengal cash scam. Following mega cash hauls and back-to-back summons, the TMC has now swung into a huddle mode. Reports suggest Abhishek Banerjee is set to hold a number of meetings to decide the future course of action for the party. Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be addressing the first ever inaugural session of the first national meet of district legal services authorities at Vigyan Bhavan today at around 10 a.m. Union Home Minister Amit Shah scheduled to address the National Conference on Drug Trafficking and National Security in Chandigarh today. Chief Ministers of Haryana, Himachal Pradesh and Punjab, officers from the Border Security Force, National Investigation Agency and Narcotics Control Bureau, as well as Anti-Narcotics Task Force chiefs of respective states and members of Narco Coordination Center will also be present at the conference. More than 30,000 kgs of narcotics to be incinerated in 4 locations across the country in virtual presence of Union Home Minister Amit Shah. According to an official release during the conference, more than 30,000 kgs of drugs will be burnt and disposed of by the Narcotics Control Bureau teams in Delhi, Chennai, Guwahati and Kolkata in front of the Home Minister. Maharashtra Chief Minister Eknath Shinde will be visiting the state for the first time after assuming the post of Chief Minister. Shinde will take stock of Marathwada and parts of Western Maharashtra. During the visit, the Chief Minister will also meet several local leaders to discuss local level issues in Aurangabad, Silod, Yewala, Vijaypur, Pune areas and also review problems and development work in each district with the collector. In a big order by the Kerala High Court, it has been observed that transgender persons must be permitted to participate in categories of their choice in the absence of a separate category for them to compete in sporting events.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi to address the first ever inaugural of the first national meet of District Legal Service Authorities at Vigyan Bhavan at 10 a.m. You are watching Republic TV. Stay tuned for more live and updates.
Amity University has India's largest scholarship program, from which over 25,000 brilliant students have already benefited. Students with over 95% in Class 12 boards get 100% scholarship, and students with over 90% get 50% scholarship. Join brilliant, like-minded students who want to be successful. Apply at amity.edu/scholarships.
हथेली की लकीरों में लिखी सारी है यार जिंदगी ये तेरे इरादों की मारी है तेरी मेरी समझदारी समझ पाने में यार इसको न समझना ही समझदारी है
the question this time very clearly. No answers from him. Our keys continue to be with his men. We faced intimidation here. We've been trying to get in touch with you and ask you several questions on the land deals that you had along with Priyanka Vadra and Robert Vadra. Why are you trying to avoid the camera?
Once again trying to get in a word with Mr. Vijay Mallya.
Persistently been asking you only one question. Mallya, why did you escape in 2015?
Me and my Vijay are together. Absolute pandemonium, chaos, fact, massive security thrown around. Big push, diplomatic visit, which is going to be, of course, capped by the Quad leaders meets. Uddhav surrounded himself with unelectable coterie. You expect these people to dictate terms to a grassroots strong leader like Eknath Shinde? Live coverage on Republic TV as we report from outside Raj Thakre's residence. The Chief Minister of Maharashtra vacates his residence. Sena supporters coming out in large numbers showing their support to Uddhav Thakre. The NCP huddle has begun. We're keeping a close track on all the senior leaders coming in and going out.
It's 9:30 a.m. Here are the headlines. ED continues grilling of Partha Chatterjee and Arpita Mukherjee and Abhishek Banerjee to decide the future course of action. Gujarat court to pronounce order on Teesta Setalwar and Sri Kumar bail pleas. Karnataka government hands over the investigation of the BJP Yuva Morcha member Praveen Nettaru's murder to the NIA. To maintain law and order, Dakshina Kannada police calls for peace meeting at the Deputy Commissioner's office. As a part of the Pravas program, BJP is set to hold a mega rally in Patna itself today. Welcome viewers, thank you for tuning into Republic TV. I am Priyanka Sharma. We are live in breaking and getting you first up the breaking developments from Punjab, where we had seen this entire embarrassing video for the Punjab Health Minister, who had insulted the doctor, a very well-known and a renowned doctor for that matter. And now we are learning that after the humiliation faced by the Punjab Health Minister, now the Baba Farid University VC, Dr. Raj Bahadur, has reportedly resigned from the post. You can see the video, viewers, of that altercation between the minister and the doctor, where the minister is very clearly seen in that video, who's asking the doctor to lie down on a dirty bed, an unclean bed of a patient from inside of the hospital itself. And in fact, the details of this we're also learning is that he had been reprimanding the doctor for not having clean mattresses for the patients to have their proper treatment, is what we are learning. But as of now, a humiliating incident where the Punjab Health Minister, along with several of the officials who had been present there, and also other staff of the hospital had also been present there. And in the middle of that, we are seeing that the Punjab Health Minister had asked the Baba Farid University VC to actually lie down on that dirty bed. And Amandeep, my colleague, is joining us on the broadcast with more details. Amandeep, we spoke about this just a while back, and we had been talking about how this was an embarrassing situation for the health minister, and now also humiliating incident where the minister is asking the doctor to lie down on the bed. What had really happened? Has anybody taken cognizance of this entire matter?
So far, Priyanka, from the side of the government, nobody has spoken about it. And in fact, this was yesterday's incident when new health minister of Aam Aadmi Party, Chetan Singh Jaura Majra, in a routine checking at Baba Farid Health University in Faridkot. And in fact, during the checking, he called up the VC on the spot and he checked the patient bed. And following the complaint that he has received from the staff and the patients, he has asked him to lie down on the bed. And it was a forcible action. It was clearly visible in the video that Chetan Singh Jaura Majra, Health Minister of Punjab, forcing Vice Chancellor Dr. Raj Bahadur of Baba Farid University, forcing him to lie down on a bed and then ask him to check that either the mattresses were clean, either this bed is in the position for the patients, is this bed is delivering justice and clean and clear for the patients. And in fact, later he was showing the mattresses of that bed, patient's bed, and in fact later he asked the administration and the employees of that university to show the godown where the stock has been where the new stock has been procured. But in that entire incident, a Dr. Raj Bahadur, who has been serving as a VC of that university, and earlier he has served on almost 40 prestigious posts, he has been humiliated to the extreme that Dr. Raj Bahadur resigned from the post of the Vice Chancellor. This is the big embarrassment for the Aam Aadmi Party, either procuring and either concerning the assets of the state. Dr. Raj Bahadur is an asset of the state, who is a spine expert, and in fact he knows how to handle the university, he knows how to handle the patients as well. He was on the post where he has served for the several years. He has retired as a director of the PGI MER Chandigarh. He was badly humiliated, and later he files his resignation following this incident. And in fact, Priyanka, this entire incident was recorded in a video, in a mobile phone, the entire incident. And in fact, that turned to be the most humiliating point for the VC Dr. Raj Bahadur. And in fact, when that video put on the several platforms, and in fact, finally Dr. Raj Bahadur resigned from his post as a Vice Chancellor of Baba Farid Health and Science University. And in fact, now no comments from the side of the government that either they are trying to reinstate the Dr. Raj Bahadur, either they are going to accept the resignation of Dr. Raj Bahadur, or they will appoint some new VC for that university. Just because it was a routine checking. Since Chetan Singh Jaura Majra has been appointed as a Punjab Health Minister, he has been inspecting certain government hospitals, colleges, medical colleges and universities randomly, and it was a random checking. But all of a sudden, the body language, the tone of the communication, and even the act of forcibly asking him to lie down on a bed to a VC who has been served on a 40 prestigious post, and in fact that turned to be the humiliation point. And result is that Dr. Dr. Raj Bahadur has resigned from the post of the Vice Chancellor of Baba Farid University. Yes, Priyanka.
Well, Amandeep, have you been able to also speak to any of the people who had been present there? Because in that visual, it's very obvious that there are some people with the minister and there are also other hospital staff that has been present there. We can see that the minister is being extremely aggressive with the doctor, asking him, forcing him to lie down on that dirty bed. But anything that the hospital staff has also said, because now the doctor has resigned.
Priyanka, since this video came out, every person who was present and who was witness to this entire incident remained mum. They all turned to be the mute spectator, and in fact, we were repeatedly trying to approach Dr. Raj Bahadur as well as Minister Chetan Singh Chaudhary Majra, but nobody is responding to the calls, just because now this incident turned to be the biggest controversy of the Punjab as well. And on the other side, Congress is repeatedly questioning the act of Aam Aadmi Party ministers and their behavior with such kind of persons who has served in a responsible post for the years. And in fact, now this turned to be the biggest controversy, and the Aam Aadmi Party remains silent on this issue. And even Dr. Raj Bahadur is not willing to speak on this, just because we are trying his phone since morning, but he was not responding the call, neither he was replying on the messages. And even we tried to approach the people that you are pointing out, that who were present and who were the witness of this entire incident. They all remain not approachable. All remain not approachable. Everything has turned into the silent mode. Yesterday, the incident was loud and clear that how a vice chancellor of a university has been humiliated by a minister in a public view, and in fact now nobody is willing to speak on this issue.
Right,
and video itself is enough evidence to speak everything. Yes, Priyanka.
Well, Amandeep, stay on with us, because we're also getting some more breaking inputs on this story. In fact, it seems as though it is blowing up. I'm reading out from another tweet that has been sent out from Amrinder Singh Rajwa, where in fact he said that the theatrics of the Aam Aadmi Party of Punjab, in fact, are costing heavily to the Aam Aadmi Party, and the Principal Government Medical College Amritsar, Dr. Rajiv Devgan, and now the VC Baba Farid University, Dr. Raj Bahadur, have also resigned. Now, these are the very people who saved Punjab during COVID, even when Delhi model had failed, and he's called it entirely disheartening. Now, Amandeep, this is something that we had been speaking about, and he has also mentioned another such incident of the Principal Government Medical College of Amritsar, where Dr. Rajiv Devgan, in fact, had also faced a similar situation. Speak to us a little bit about that as well. And now he is saying that these are the theatrics of the Aam Aadmi Party that have cost the Punjab government dearly.
Well, absolutely. This happened. Actually, the incident that was mentioned by Amrinder Singh Rajwa, wedding president of Punjab Congress, that happened in Amritsar. Amritsar Medical College, Dr. Devgan has faced a similar situation, and later on he resigned from his position. And in fact, these incidents, Priyanka, are the open invitation to the opposition party to criticize the working style of the Aam Aadmi Party government in Punjab. And in fact, one after another, their doctors and the bureaucrats are leaving their post. AG Anmol Ratan Sidhu has resigned from his position, and currently DGP VK Bhavra has gone on the leave, and officiating DGP Gaurav Yadav has been appointed. Chief Secretary has been changed, and now the doctors have started resigning, and the vice chancellors have started resigning. This all is a questionable working style of Aam Aadmi Party in Punjab. What they wanted to prove, either they wanted to sustain the bureaucracy and the assets of Punjab, or they just wanted to wash away everything.
Right, absolutely, Amandeep. You're breaking down some very important details. Amandeep, you're breaking down some very important details of this very massive developing story that we're tracking across. A lot of political voices also weighing in on this controversy and condemning the actions of the Aam Aadmi Party minister. Thank you, Amandeep, for joining us on the broadcast. Up next, viewers, we're cutting across to some breaking updates that we're picking up now with respect to how there were two terrorists trapped in Waringam Baramulla. In fact, encounter has started at Waringam Bala, which is area of a Baramulla district. Now, police and security forces are on the job, is what we're learning, and we are expecting that further details is They will be sent out by the Jammu and Kashmir police as well. Now, this is a statement sent in by the authorities itself. And we are picking up more details on this encounter that has been carried out, where we are also learning that one terrorist has been gunned down and the search as well is going on, and we are expecting further details to come out as well. Our correspondent Arawat also joins us on the broadcast. Arawat, tell us more about this encounter that is now being talked about by the authorities, and now they're saying that the search operations are also being conducted. Those are being carried out. But tell us more about this encounter and the particular terrorist that has also been gunned down in this.
Yeah, exactly. It was a joint operation that was carried out by 29 Rashtra Rifles and Baramulla Police, and this is a big win for the security forces as one terrorist has been killed in this encounter. The search operation is still underway, and the search is underway for the second militant. There are reports that the one more militant believed to be trapped in the same house, and the complete area has been cordoned off by the security force. All the entry and exit points are also completely sealed. Right.
Well, that being said, Arawat, in fact, we are being told that the search operation is also being conducted right now. Speak to us a little bit about that as well, because authorities are on the ground making sure that there are no other culprits on the ground as well carrying out these anti-India activities.
Yeah, exactly. If we will talk out, here is the SDM Patan also. He is present on the encounter side. He is taking the care of the law and order situation, and here are the different police agencies. You can hear once again the firing has been started right now. The contact with the second hiding militant has been once again established. You can hear it on the TV screen right now. The firing once again started at the same location. The area is cordoned off by the SOG Baramulla and 29 Rashtra Rifles, and the encounter is at the final stage. It will take hardly 1 to 2 more hours to conclude the operation. Yeah.
All right, Arawat there getting us all the updates of this Baramulla encounter as well, viewers, that we are tracking, where we're learning that one terrorist as of now has been killed, and we're also learning that the authorities are on the ground carrying out the search operations to make sure that there are no other people with this particular terrorist as well who had been trying to carry out anti-India activities on the ground. And we are awaiting further details. And we are picking up further details of this Baramulla encounter, viewers, that is now blowing up. Now we are also learning that this entire operation that was being carried out, in which one terrorist has been killed, he has been gunned down, is what we are learning. And we are also learning that further search operations are being carried out. And my colleague Zeenat now joins us on the broadcast. Zeenat, tell us more about this encounter that was being carried out by the authorities, and now one terrorist, we're learning, has already been gunned down in this.
See, Priyanka, we need to understand this is an ongoing operation, although one terrorist body has been recovered, but we are also picking up that the 2 army personnel and the J&K police corps has received an injury, and also a dog squad of army has received critical injuries in an ongoing encounter. There had been about the 2 terrorists trapped in the area. This encounter started somewhere around 4 in the morning, and since then the firefight was on. Now, the J&K police, whose int was about the presence of terrorists, they were, along with now the operation was launched with the army, and as of now that yes, one terrorist, the dead body has been recovered with arms and emanations, but the second terrorist is still holed up. That is what we are picking up from the sources. This is an operation that is going on in the Wanigam Bala. This is an area where the operation is on in Baramulla of North Kashmir. The operation is a joint operation of J&K police along with the Indian army. As of now, one terrorist have been neutralized. Plus, as far as the injuries are concerned, we are picking up 2 army personnel, 1 JKP cop, and the dog squad of army has been injured in this ongoing operation. Operation in the Baramulla district of North Kashmir. We are seeing this operation almost after 1 month's time, because last time when the operation was carried in the Baramulla district, that time also the Pakistani terrorists, the foreign terrorists of the LET were neutralized that time, and J&K police had to suffer a casualty of his boys. So we are seeing we are trying to the best to see that this time there is no casualty of coming from the forces. So that is why we are seeing the steps being taken. They are monitoring the situation. But yes, dead body of one terrorist have been recovered from the encounter spot, and as of now the encounter is on.
Well, absolutely, Zina. Thank you for joining us on the broadcast and breaking down those details of this ongoing encounter by our security personnel. And taking a short break here now, viewers, and bringing you details of this ongoing operation of encounter, in fact, in Baramulla, in which 1 terrorist has been gunned down.
Amity University has India's largest scholarship program, from which over 25,000 brilliant students have already benefited. Students with over 95% in Class 12 boards get 100% scholarship, and students with over 90% get 50% scholarship. Join brilliant, like-minded students who want to be successful. Apply at amity.edu/scholarships.
Package or envelopes with the department's insignia. What exactly was such kind of a documentation, such kind of money was due with Orpita Mukherjee?
It's 15 crores and 3 kg gold vase, viewers, from the same Arpita, the close aide of the TMC minister.
The enforcement directorate says that most of these properties have been bought from the proceeds of crime. They suspect that this was the money that was basically being round-tripped. Money was actually taken. In lieu of that, posts were actually given, looting the public money first of all, and secondly selling off government jobs.
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Livestream with you everywhere. Republic Livestream, India's #1 streaming news.
He heard the question this time very clearly. No answers from him. Our keys continue to be with his men. We faced intimidation here. We've been trying to get in touch with you and ask you several questions on the land deals that you had along with Priyanka Vadra and Robert Vadra. Why are you trying to avoid the cameras?
Once again trying to get in a word with Mr. Vijay Mallya.
Persistently been asking you only one question. Mallya, why did you escape in 2015?
Me and my Vijay are together. Absolute pandemonium, chaos. In fact, massive security thrown around. Big push, diplomatic visit, which is going.
Now, viewers, we're getting you some more breaking updates as far as the entire controversy of Lulu Mall is concerned, where the accused has now been granted bail by court, is what we are learning. We are awaiting further details on the same. Now, remember, we had seen how the entire controversy of the Lucknow Lulu Mall, in fact, had broken out. And now we are seeing that one of the accused has been granted bail by the court. And we are, in fact, getting you all the updates. We're getting you all the updates as far as the Lulu Mall controversy is concerned. Our correspondent Vivek Rai, in fact, is also joining us on the broadcast. Vivek, tell us more about this accused that has now been granted bail by court. Walk us through the details of this entire controversy and now this accused that has been granted bail.
देखिए, आपको बताऊं कि जिस तरीके से लुलु मॉल का जो विवाद हुआ था, उसमें लुलु मॉल प्रशासन की तरफ से FIR दर्ज कराई गई थी और उसके बाद पुलिस ने इन लोगों को गिरफ्तार किया था, जिसमें कल कोर्ट से इन सभी लोगों की जमानत हो गई, जिसमें मोहम्मद आदिल, मोहम्मद सईद, मोहम्मद इरफान, मोहम्मद आतिफ और मोहम्मद रेहान, मोहम्मद लकमान, ये तमाम वो लोग हैं जिनको हुई थी। इन सभी लोगों को जमानत मिल गई। हालांकि कोर्ट ने इन सभी को सशर्त जमानत दी है। इनको 20,000 रुपये का मुचलका दाखिल करना पड़ा है और इसके साथ ही साथ कोर्ट ने ये भी कहा है कि आप लोग कभी भी अगर कोर्ट द्वारा या पुलिस द्वारा अगर आपको बुलाया जाता है तो आप वापस वहाँ पर आएंगे, अपनी जब भी बुलाया जाएगा तब आप वहाँ पाएंगे। और इसके साथ ही साथ किसी भी तरीके से जो सबूत हैं उनसे छेड़छाड़ नहीं होगी और जो भी गवाह हैं इस पूरे प्रकरण कर उनको धमकाया नहीं जाएगा। तो ये 3 है, जिसके बाद लुलु मॉल प्रशासन, लुलु मॉल कई विवाद में जो लोग की गिरफ्तारी हुई थी उनकी कल जमानत हो गई है। कल जमानत के बाद कल देर शाम तक कल सभी को छोड़ दिया गया है। और लेकिन इसमें जो तीनों शर्तें हैं उसका सभी को पालन करना पड़ा है। 20,000 रुपये का मुचलका दाखिल करना पड़ा है और गवाहों को न धमकाने की बात करने के साथ साथ सबूतों से छेड़छाड़ करने की बात के लिए भी मना किया गया है। और इसके साथ ये भी कहा गया है कि जब भी कोर्ट द्वारा उन्हें बुलाया जाएगा तो इन सभी को कोर्ट में प्रोड्यूस होना होगा।
All right, Vivek right there getting us all the updates as far as the Lulu Mall controversy is concerned. Now, viewers, one more accused, in fact, that has now been given the bail by the court. And taking a short break now here and getting you the updates on the other side of how the Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be addressing the first ever inaugural session of the first national meet of District Legal Service Authorities at Vigyan Bhavan at 10 a.m. Stay tuned for that.
Heavy rainfalls are expected in Mumbai for the next 4 days. A lot of people over here with tricolors commemorating the victory of Draupadi Murmu.
This week, watch Checkmate to know why India is buying the latest arms and ammunitions. Why is India getting the latest defense technology from the world? Why is India arming itself at such a rapid rate? But I will tell you what I believe. I believe India has global ambitions. I believe India wants to be a global leader. When India says that it wants to become a Vishwaguru, it is not just talking about intellectual pursuit. It's not just talking about soft power. India is also talking about hard power.
Packets or envelopes with the department's insignia. What exactly was such kind of a documentation, such kind of money that was due with Orpita Mukherjee?
It's 15 crores and 3 kg gold vase, viewers, from the same Arpita, the close aide of the TMC minister.
The enforcement directorate says that most of these properties have been bought from the proceeds of crime. They suspect that this was the money that was basically being round-tripped money was actually taken. In lieu of that, posts were actually given, looting the public money first of all, and secondly selling off government jobs.
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic live stream with you everywhere. Republic live stream, India's #1 streaming news.
He heard the question this time very clearly. No answers from him. Our keys continue to be with his men. We faced intimidation here. We've been trying to get in touch with you and ask you several questions on the land deals that you had along with Priyanka Vadra and Robert Vadra. Why are you trying to avoid the cameras?
Once again trying to get in a word with Mr. Vijay Mallya.
Persistently been asking you only one question. Mallya, why did you escape in 2015?
Me and my Vijay are together. Absolute pandemonium.
Republic News Network is the only network to get you an aerial view.
सोनिया गांधी से ईडी पूछताछ नहीं कर सकती। इसको रोको यार, तुम हम पे करते हो इधर से। ये क्या मतलब है?
Chandigarh police has applied the water cannon to disperse the protesters.
viewers, we're coming across to some more breaking updates that we're picking up from Uttarakhand now, where Uttarakhand, in fact, now gets the new BJP state president, Mahendra Bhatt, who is now the new BJP chief, is what we're learning. A major reshuffle in the political hierarchy is what we are seeing right now in Uttarakhand, who has now gotten a new BJP state president, Mahendra Bhatt, as well. We'll be getting you all the details of the profile and how and why this change really has happened. Amandeep, my colleague, once again joins us on the broadcast. Amandeep, take us through the details as to what has really led to this kind of a reshuffling in the BJP, where a new BJP chief is what we are seeing in Uttarakhand.
Well, Priyanka, now Mahendra Bhatt is the new BJP chief for the Uttarakhand, and in fact earlier Madan Kaushik was heading the BJP unit in Uttarakhand, but after taking stock of the situation from the entire BJP party in Uttarakhand, JP Nadda, national president of BJP, has taken this call and appointed Mahendra Bhatt as new BJP president of Uttarakhand. And now this is a big organizational structure after the elections in Uttarakhand, after BJP has been taken over as a government in Uttarakhand, but now Mahendra Bhatt will be taking the charge of BJP party, and even not only the president, the entire structure will be reshuffled in the Uttarakhand as well. Mahendra Bhatt will take his own team, and in fact president, district president, and even till the lower level, everything would be reshuffled. Earlier Madan Kaushik was the BJP chief, and in fact there were certain kind of speculations from the BJP unit in the Uttarakhand that he will be replaced very soon, just because certain kind of reports that has been given by the BJP unit from the Uttarakhand to JP Nadda regarding the reshuffling. And in fact Mahendra Bhatt has been selected by JP Nadda himself, and even he himself intervened into the entire situation and appointed new BJP chief for Uttarakhand, and that is Mahendra Bhatt. Yes, Priyanka.
Well, Amandeep, stay on with us. Harsha, our colleague, also joins us on the broadcast. Harsha, take us through the details. What has really gone on in the central BJP leadership, as Amandeep had been mentioning about JP Nadda as well. So what had really left to this kind of a change in Uttarakhand, where we're seeing Mahendra Bhatt as the new BJP chief in the state?
One thing is very clear, since the time election has happened, it was clearly been seen by the party ala command that who can be the better state president, and Madan Kaushik clearly is a MLA from Haridwar as well. But from a longer time it has been that seeing the 2024 elections also, it was a clear demand from the internal workers from the party. A Brahman face should be the state president of Uttarakhand, and we have seen Mahendra Bhatt has been meeting JP Nadda since long. He was also here in Delhi. He met JP Nadda, and clearly after the meeting he said that it was a Shishtachar. He came just to meet JP Nadda. There was nothing regarding his being as a state president, but today we are seeing a letter from the party which clearly says that now the new state president of Uttarakhand is Mahendra Bhatt. One is the caste politics, Brahman face. Clearly Mahendra Bhatt will be very useful in the upcoming Lok Sabha election, and in Garhwal and Kumaon Mandal there was so much of clashes which was being seen in the internal party workers. Madan Kaushik since long was meeting JP Nadda in the party hala command, trying to save his position as a state party president. But when talked to Madan Kaushik, he clearly stated that right now he is a MLA also, and therefore if he won't sustain as a state president position, then also there's nothing harm party sees, and he will work for the welfare of the party. And now Mahendra Bhatt has been elected as the new state president of Uttarakhand BJP, clearly a new face, and he has been working as a party worker since long. He's a RSS member, and since long he has been working and his work as a leader and worker was clearly appreciated by party ala command. Back to the studio.
All right, Harsha and Amandeep there getting us all the details as far as this major reshuffle in Uttarakhand is concerned, where we're seeing that the BJP party, in fact, is going to get a new chief in the form of Mahendra Bhatt, and of course, we will see subsequent changes in the party hierarchy as well. For the moment, Harsha and Amandeep, thank you for joining us on the broadcast.
Well, there's a big development in Punjab's Hoshiarpur school bus accident, where one more person has been succumbed to injuries, and meanwhile Republic has also accessed the CCTV footage of the entire incident. But watch this story after a short break. Stay tuned.
looted money. They got complaints of the same by selling government jobs. And these are details that have been mentioned in the ED.
The enforcement directive says that most of these properties have been bought from the proceeds of crime. They suspect that this was the money that was basically being round-tripped. Money was actually taken. In lieu of that, posts were actually given. Appears to have been prima facie established from this recovery of this diary from Arpita Mukherjee's residence.
It's 15 crores and 3 kg gold bars, viewers, from the same Arpita, the close aide of the TMC minister.
Heavy rainfalls are expected in Mumbai for the next 4 days.
A lot of people over here with tricolors commemorating the victory of Draupadi Murmu.
This week, watch Checkmate to know why India is buying the latest arms and ammunitions. Why is India getting the latest defense technology from the world? Why is India arming itself at such a rapid rate? But I will tell you what I believe. I believe India has global ambitions. I believe India wants to be a global leader. When India says that it wants to become a Vishwaguru, it is not just talking about intellectual pursuit. It's not just talking about soft power. India is also talking about hard power.
Package or envelopes with the department's insignia. What exactly was such kind of a documentation, such kind of money that was due with Arpita Mukherjee?
It's 15 crores.
The headlines in Live and Breaking at this hour amidst mega backlash. Officials say Kejriwal government likely to roll back liquor policy now. BJP hits out at AAP government over policy rollback decision, asks did CBI probe compel Kejriwal to go back on the policy? Punjab minister questions VC over untidy beds. Upset with insult, VC steps down. Mega crackdown on terror in the valley. One terrorist gunned down in Baramulla operation. One still trapped. More trouble for sacked TMC Minister Partho Chatterjee. Aides Manik and Sukanto summoned by ED now. Following mega cash hauls and back-to-back summons, TMC swings into a huddle. Abhishek Banerjee to chair key meetings of the party today. Hello and welcome. I'm Rukma. You're watching Live and Breaking on Republic and getting you at the very beginning of the bulletin. Shocking CCTV footage of the Hoshiarpur school bus accident. The tragedy that yesterday claimed the life of a class 9 student. A class 9 student had died in this particular accident in Hoshiarpur in Punjab as a truck rammed into a school bus. And we're getting shocking and very tragic CCTV footage of the incident. So getting you on your screens right now, the latest details available in the Punjab Hoshiarpur school bus incident in which a school bus rammed into a truck and one student, a student of class 9, was killed in the tragedy. And these are the visuals of the bus ramming into a truck. An accident that led to the death of one student. Amandeep joining us with these details. Amandeep, we are seeing right now the visuals. Take us through what happened exactly. The CCTV visuals, they tell a chilling tale.
Well, absolutely, Rukma. The point is that now another development is that one more person has been died into this entire accident, and in fact, he is the conductor of the bus. He succumbed to the injuries during the treatment, and even the entire incident has been captured in a CCTV, where it was clearly visible that how school bus was stationed on a roadside, and in fact, an overspeeding truck from the rear side rammed into the bus and lost his control, and in fact that bus further rolls down from the offside of the road and leading to death of one class 9 student, one conductor, and leaving 14 injured into this entire incident. And in this CCTV footage, it was clearly visible that truck driver was on the fault. He was completely on the fault, just because first he was driving the truck in an overspeed, and in fact later on he has lost his control. He rammed the truck from the rear side into a stationed bus, and leading to this that a class 9 student has lost his life, and even a bus conductor has lost his life. And further, if we just notice the CCTV, further the bus was stationed at that position from where it was downhill. The road was on the downhill, and in fact later when the truck rammed from the rear side of the bus, and even bus has started moving towards the downhill, and even that then the bus has just came down off-road, and in fact went to off-road, and this is how this entire accident happened. And in fact now the police is also investigating the entire matter further. But first, they are very much concerned about the health and the treatment of the students who are still hospitalized, and in fact they are trying to console the family of the class 9 student who lost his life into this entire accident. And in fact this was the yesterday's morning when the school bus was ferrying school students to the school. They are picking the students from their homes and taking them to the school, and in fact when the bus was stationed on a roadside, they almost waiting for a student to get board on the bus, but all of a sudden a truck in an overspeeding position rammed from the rear side into the bus, and that leads to this accident. One class 9 student lost his life, one bus conductor succumbed to the injuries identified as Veer, and even certain students are still under the treatment just because they are sustaining the injuries. Yes, Rukma.
Right, so as far as we know, 2 lives have been lost in this ghastly incident, and those are the visuals there. An overspeeding truck ramming into a school bus, chilling CCTV footage. Amandeep, are there any details that the police, that we can expect from the police as to what actually happened? Was the driver in an inebriated state? Was he intoxicated? Did he just lose control? Was it a technical fault? And also, how many arrests or what kind of action is the police thinking of now?
Well, Rukma, immediately after the accident, police have registered an FIR against the unidentified person under section 304A, that is death due to negligence, and under section for the overspeeding as well. And in fact, now the police is trying to search the truck as well driver, so that the entire situation should be unfolded, that either the driver was not in position to drive, and how the overspeeding was being happened at that road, which is not capable to handle the overspeed of the vehicles. This is all a part of the investigation, and further the primary concern of the police is to console the families and for the treatment of the injured children, and later on they are also meanwhile investigating this entire matter and searching for the truck driver as well as for the truck. Yes, Rukma.
Well, many thanks, Amandeep, for joining us there and for giving us that update. Meanwhile, viewers, you can see there in that visual the chilling story of what happened yesterday in Hoshiarpur as a speeding truck rammed into a school bus, killing one student and another bus conductor. Well, investigations are continuing in that. Moving on now to other news stories. We are getting source-based breaking news that the Delhi government is to go back to the old policy of retail liquor sales, with the Lieutenant Governor recommending a CBI probe into the implementation of the new excise policy. According to government officials, the Delhi government has decided to go back to the old regime of retail liquor sales in the city. So after touting its new excise policy, of which Deputy Chief Minister of Delhi of the Aam Aadmi Party, Manish Sisodia, was in charge, after touting it as being extremely profitable and bringing in massive revenue that could be used for welfare, the Delhi government now deciding to go back on its to the old liquor policy. Varsha, are there any updates? Are there any inputs coming in from the Aam Aadmi Party? Why has it decided to go back after, touting its new liquor policy as having brought in a lot of revenue, which can be used for the welfare? Now it's going back. Have they given any reason for this?
Exactly. One thing is for sure that now BJP MPs are clearly tweeting, BJP leaders again and again are tweeting, be it Shehzad Poonawalla, be it Amit Malviya, all have said that after the CBI probe has been ordered in this matter of new excise policy, and since then Kejriwal government is clearly seeing that the violations will be seen, and the guidelines and protocols which they have kept aside in this new excise policy will come in will be seen in clear picture, and therefore after the CBI probe has been ordered, now they have reverted this new excise policy, and they've extended the old liquor policy, which has to go till the extension of 6 months. And clearly they are tweets from Amit Malviya and Shehzad Poonawalla as well, because Amit Malviya clearly says that after Satinder Jain, now it's the turn of Manish Sisodia, because he is the head of the excise department, and clearly it is seen that in the new excise policy, 144 crore rupees has been benefit to liquor mafias. Clearly, and in that the Delhi didn't had earned the profit of more than 1,300 crore, which Aam Aadmi Party government was stating. They have clearly benefited liquor mafia from different states, Andhra, Kerala, Karnataka as well. The blacklisted private bidders were profited from this entire scam, and therefore because of the guilt, they knew that these all things will come in clear picture. Therefore, after CBI probe has been ordered, they are now fair of the violations which they have ignored clearly, and therefore they have reverted, and now the old excise policy has again gone to the extension of 6 months. So this was the entire take of BJP. Now we are waiting for Congress take also, because we saw in Delhi, central Delhi, that outside the residence of Manish Sisodia and outside the party office of Aam Aadmi Party, how a huge protest was staged by BJP and by Congress Party against this new liquor policy of Aam Aadmi Party government. Back to the studio.
Right, Harsha. And as far as comments by Amit Malviya go, we are hearing about how he's tweeted about how if the new excise policy of Kejriwal is not a mega scam, why is his government rushing to revert to the old policy after a CBI inquiry was ordered? In other words, it is an admission of violations, corruption and loss to the exchequer. Well, as pointed out, so the BJP clearly, it seems to think, the BJP clearly of the opinion that its stand has been vindicated. The Aam Aadmi Party, well, it has to say something, but we are not really hearing anything from the Aam Aadmi Party. The BJP now saying it's a vindication of all the allegations that it had levelled against the Aam Aadmi Party's new excise policy. Harsha, if you can hear me.
Exactly. Clearly, the Amit Malviya tweet which you clearly stated, is it quite clear that after the CBI inquiry was ordered, and now Delhi government clearly feels that the violations they have ignored, now the violations will come in picture, and therefore this is coming in. This is very clear that they have ignored several things, guidance and protocols which come under the Delhi Excise Act, which clearly says that no vents can be given by the government to private vendors in a two zone. Like in a one zone, there cannot be two vents, and not only this, they have included this pink booth also for females, in which the females,
the liquor will be given to the home, it will be home delivery, and these all have been sent to Lieutenant Governor V.K. Saxena, and until and unless the Lieutenant Governor V.K. Saxena will not give the approval to the new excise policy 2022-23, till that time no new policy will be implemented in the Delhi capital. So this is very clear that the old liquor policy has to go in implementation for more than 6 months. Now, old liquor policy, which clearly was a higher rate of so many liquor, it was clearly said that there were liquor in the new excise policy which were less in amount. Now, the liquor will be expensive. Though Delhi government has been saying that to stop the illicit liquor, this new excise policy was implemented, but BJP was clearly saying that there were many violations which were done in this.
And well, Harsha, we'll be coming back to you, but right now we have senior BJP leader Manjinder Singh Sirsa on the phone line. Mr. Sirsa, the Delhi government, we're hearing, is to roll back and go back to the old liquor policy, to the old excise policy. What do you think is the reason for this?
Because they are exposed. Aam Aadmi Party is badly exposed. After the inquiry started by the CBI, the investigation started by the CBI, those people who belong to the coterie of Arvind Kejriwal and were doing a business of liquor in Delhi with the help of Arvind Kejriwal, who has tailor-made that policy to give them undue benefits, are now sure that they will be soon behind the bars. They have backed out from this policy, and they do not want to continue. And this is the big win for the citizens of Delhi. It's a big win for the people who have voted for Aam Aadmi Party, but they cheated them by giving a business to the, liquor business to those people who are close to Arvind Kejriwal. And this policy, as I already said, it is question time and again, it was a tailor-made policy to help few of them. मैं धन्यवाद करता हूँ लेफ्टिनेंट गवर्नर साहब का, and I must also thank the Honorable Home Minister of India, जिनकी कारण दिल्ली के लोगों की बहुत बड़ी जीत हुई है और अरविंद केजरीवाल की हार हुई है, अरविंद केजरीवाल की बेईमानी की हार हुई है, अरविंद केजरीवाल एक्सपोज हुए हैं और आज ये भी उन्होंने मान लिया इनडायरेक्ट तरीके से कि जो पॉलिसी वो लेके आए थे वो गलत थी, वो दिल्ली के हित में नहीं बल्कि उनके दोस्त जो बड़े बड़े लोग थे पूंजीपति उनके हित में थी।
Many thanks, Mr. Sirsa, for sharing your thoughts with us. So the BJP, ever since sources and the news spread, sources informed and the news spread that the Delhi government would be going back to the old liquor policy, has been saying that it's an admission of guilt and corruption on the part of the Aam Aadmi Party government. As far as the Aam Aadmi Party is concerned, we are not hearing anything, but there's likely to be an address by the Delhi Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia at 11 a.m. today. All eyes on that press briefing that he will be holding, because he is one of the persons at the center of this entire scandal. The BJP, meanwhile, seeing it as a vindication of its stand, an admission of guilt, an admission of corruption on the part of the Aam Aadmi Party. And joining us now is BJP Chief of Delhi, Adhir Gupta. Mr. Gupta, many thanks for speaking with Republic TV. Your reactions, आपकी प्रतिक्रिया to the rollback of the new excise policy.
धन्यवाद रुकमा जी। देखिए, दिल्ली में जो नई एक्साइज पॉलिसी थी, जिस दिन से इन्होंने ड्राफ्ट किया था उसी दिन से बीजेपी इसका विरोध करती थी और जिस तरह से उन्होंने एक्साइज पॉलिसी में हजारों करोड़ों रुपए का करप्शन किया है और जिसकी सीबीआई जांच के आदेश भी हुए हैं, ये दिल्ली की जनता की जीत है। भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने भ्रष्ट अरविंद केजरीवाल सरकार के खिलाफ जो आंदोलन किया वो रंग लाया है और जो शराब माफिया के साथ, लिक्कर माफिया के साथ मिलकर अरविंद केजरीवाल ने बहुत बड़ा घोटाला किया था वो सामने आएगा। और ये जिस तरह से गली मोहल्ले में हर कॉलोनी के अंदर ठेके खोलकर लोगों को शराब पिलाना चाहते थे, ज्यादा लोग एक बोतल पर एक बोतल फ्री की स्कीम दे रहे थे, ये बहुत बड़ा स्कैम था। पॉलिसी गलत थी, ये दिल्ली के लोगों के लिए भी गलत थी। दिल्ली की कई सोसाइटी के लोगों ने, महिलाओं ने इसका विरोध किया था, लेकिन उस समय मनीष सिसोदिया और इनके जितने अरविंद केजरीवाल समेत सभी लोग ये कह रहे थे इससे रेवेन्यू का फायदा होगा। इससे कोई रेवेन्यू का फायदा नहीं हुआ, इससे सिर्फ और सिर्फ दिल्ली के लोगों का नुकसान हुआ। दिल्ली में कई ऐसी कॉलोनी जहां आज तक आजादी के बाद कभी शराब के ठेके नहीं खोले गए, सिर्फ इसलिए कि लोग ज्यादा ना पिए, ज्यादा ना उस ओर बढ़े। लेकिन केजरीवाल ने दिल्ली की जनता की ओर नहीं देखा और उन्होंने ऐसी पॉलिसी बनाई जो दिल्ली के लोगों के लिए विनाशकारी साबित हुई है। ये पॉलिसी उन्होंने भ्रष्टाचार जो किया था पॉलिसी वापस ली है। ये दिल्ली के अंदर पब्लिक की, जनता की बहुत बड़ी जीत है। मैं समझता हूं कि इसमें इन्होंने जो भ्रष्टाचार करप्शन किया हुआ वो सामने आएगा और वो सारा दूध का दूध पानी का पानी सामने आएगा और इसमें करप्शन जो कल तक कह रहे थे कि ये बहुत नीट एंड क्लीन है, वो सारी चीजें सामने आ जाएंगी।
Mr. Gupta, well, the BJP clearly seeing it as a victory, saying that it's a victory of the citizens of Delhi. When we talk about the various demands that the protesters had made, one of them was the resignation of Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia. To what level is the BJP likely to take this movement, this protest forward? Now that they've rolled back the excise policy, will you stop at that or go further?
देखिए, अगर जो लोग ये पॉलिसी लाए थे, मनीष सिसोदिया उस कमेटी के जो चेयरमैन थे, जो ग्रुप ऑफ मिनिस्टर्स की कमेटी थी, उसको चेयर करने वाले मनीष सिसोदिया थे। उसमें सत्येंद्र जैन भी थे जो जेल में है आजकल, उसमें कैलाश गहलोत भी थे। मैं आज अरविंद केजरीवाल जी से पूछना चाहता हूं कि उन्होंने पहले एक कमेटी बनाई और उस कमेटी की जो रिपोर्ट थी, ये जो एक्साइज पॉलिसी को लाने वाली कमेटी थी, उसकी कमेटी को रिपोर्ट को अप्रूवल देने वाले मनीष सिसोदिया थे। तो मनीष सिसोदिया को तो इस्तीफा, उनको बर्खास्त करना ही चाहिए। लेकिन सत्येंद्र जैन भी जो उसमें मेंबर थे और जो जेल में है, वो भी अरविंद केजरीवाल बर्खास्त नहीं किया। इसका सीधा अर्थ है कि वो करप्शन करने वालों को शेल्टर दे रहे हैं। और जिस तरह से अभी सीबीआई जांच हुई है, जिस तरह से और भी जो केसेस इनके निकल रहे हैं करप्शन के, तो उनसे साफ जाहिर हो जाएगा, आगे चल के क्लियर हो जाएगा कि इनकी सरकार करप्शन में, करोड़ों रुपए के करप्शन में इन्वॉल्व थी। और ये लोग उसमें जब निकल कर आएंगे दोषी, तो सामने सबके आ जाएगा। मैं कहता हूं कि केजरीवाल जी को आखिर कौन सा ऐसा दबाव था लिक्कर माफिया का कि वो लिक्कर माफिया को लगातार सपोर्ट कर रहे थे। पहले उन्होंने ड्राई डे की संख्या कम की, 21 से घटाकर 3 की। उनका कमीशन 2.5% से बढ़ा के 12.5% किया। और उनका जो अर्नेस्ट मनी भी फोरफिट होनी चाहिए, उसको वापस कर दिया। 144 करोड़ कैबिनेट अप्रूवल के बिना उन्होंने माफ कर दिया। तो ये सारी चीजें ये दिखा रही कि वो शराब माफिया के इतने दबाव में थे। इसका सीधा अर्थ उन्होंने अंडर द टेबल पार्टी के लिए पैसा लिया था, जिसको पंजाब चुनाव में उन्होंने खर्चा किया है अनाप शनाप तरीके से। ये बिल्कुल, और जब सीबीआई जांच होगी तो सारे ये तथ्य सामने आएंगे। तो मनीष सिसोदिया इसमें सबसे बड़े इसके जो, अगर हम कहें तो मनीष सिसोदिया ने ही इस पॉलिसी को अप्रूवल दिया था, उनको तो बर्खास्त करना ही चाहिए।
Well, many thanks, Mr. Gupta, for speaking with Republic. That was Mr. Adesh Gupta, Delhi BJP chief, speaking about the news coming in that the Aam Aadmi Party government in Delhi could go back to the old excise policy after we'd seen protests erupting around it and a huge uproar in the national capital over it. And I'm moving on to news from Mangaluru. A major development in the murder case in Mangaluru. 21 suspects have been detained for questioning by police in Mangaluru in connection with the murder of Fazil, a murder that took place almost immediately after Praveen Netaru was murdered. 21 suspects have been detained. We're trying to get in touch with our reporter to find out more details about this. The police investigations, as our viewers are aware, underway into all 3 murder cases which took place in such quick succession in Mangaluru in Karnataka. 21 people now detained in connection with these murders. That's a breaking development coming in there. Police investigating the issue. Fazil was murdered after the brutal murder of Praveen Netaru. And 21 suspects we hear have been detained in the case. Already the Karnataka government had handed over the case to the National Investigation Agency. And we'll be getting you all the updates on that as the day goes on and as details are available. Moving on now to other top stories. Ranchi's Birsa Munda Airport receives threat to blow up the airport on the 29th of July via text message with a demand of 20 lakh rupees. Following the threat, airport officials have informed that police are taking necessary action and an investigation has been launched into the case. Amidst a mega backlash against the Kejriwal government's liquor policy, officials have now informed that Delhi government is mulling rolling it back. This comes after Lieutenant Governor recommended a CBI probe into the implementation of the new excise policy. Hitting out at Kejriwal government over the decision to roll back the liquor policy, BJP IT cell head Amit Malviya asks if the new excise policy of Kejriwal is not a mega scam, why is his government rushing to revert to the old policy after a CBI inquiry was ordered? In other words, it is an admission of violations, the BJP says. Corruption and loss to exchequer as pointed out. A Lucknow court grants bail to the accused who offered namaz at Lulu Mall with several bail conditions and a bond of 20,000 rupees. The court has further ordered the accused not to tamper with evidence or threaten witnesses, and all are to appear in court when asked to.
All of you are well aware, recently we passed Family Courts Amendment Bill 2022 in the Lok Sabha. It will be tabled in the Rajya Sabha.
Reading allows us to become familiar with ourselves.
We don't read, we won't know what is knowledge. I just find it very interesting to know people's lives, how they went through certain situations, how they dealt with things.
So wherever you want to go in life, if you read books along those lines, then that would really help you in growing.
Reading could mean a million different things to every individual. What does it mean to you? Visit readindia.info to find out more.
Police vans have also come in right now just to give the security to the BJP legislators right now as they are staying here for a while before the government formation actually takes place. About 17 locations where these searches are being carried out. In all likelihood, the number is going to go up. There could be some arrests. Total of 8 CCTV footages that have been accessed. This encapsulates Kole's murder that has taken place. On the live coverage on Republic TV as we report from outside Raj Thakre's residence. The Chief Minister of Maharashtra vacates his residence. Sena supporters coming out in large numbers showing their support to Uddhav Thakre. The NCP huddle has begun. We're keeping a close track on all the senior leaders coming in and going out.
Looted money. They got complaints of the same by selling government jobs, and these are details that have been mentioned in the ED.
The enforcement directorate says that most of these properties have been bought from the proceeds of crime. They suspect that this was the money that was basically being round-tripped. Money was actually taken. In lieu of that, posts were actually given. Here's
They are saying that they are ready to work anywhere except in the Kashmir Valley.
Congress in prayer, taking their MLAs to Raipur.
Opposition parties have been demanding that there should be justice.
Top stories at 10:30 a.m. Amidst mega backlash, officials say Kejriwal government likely to roll back the liquor policy now. BJP hits out at the Aam Aadmi Party government over policy rollback decision. Asks, did CBI probe compel Kejriwal to go back on the policy? And high drama ensues in Punjab. Minister questions VC over untidy beds. Upset with the insult, VC steps down. And it's a mega crackdown on the terror in the valley. One terrorist gunned down in Baramulla Ops, one still trapped. More trouble mounts for sacked TMC Minister Partha Chatterjee. Aides Manik and Sukanta summoned by the ED now. Following the mega cash hauls, back-to-back summons, TMC swings into huddle. Abhishek Banerjee to chair the key meeting today. Hello and welcome viewers. Thank you for tuning into Republic TV. I'm Priyanka Sharma. We are live in breaking and getting you the biggest update now from Mangaluru, where a development in the Mangaluru murder is actually taking place, where 21 suspected detained for questioning by Mangaluru police is what we're learning. In connection with the Fazil murder case is the recent development that we are tracking for you. Now, this is a massive development when it comes to the Mangaluru murder case that is being probed by the authorities right now. And as of now, the latest that we are getting for you is that 21 suspect detained for questioning by the Mangaluru police in connection with the Fazil murder case. And all of these 21 suspects, in fact, will be questioned. They will be probed. There will be an in-depth investigation that will be carried out by the authorities is the latest development that we are getting for you.
The senior officials of the Jammu and Kashmir police, including the SP rank officers, they are now leading this cavalcade to the house of this braveheart that is in RS Pura's Jinder Mahlu. And this is the photo of the braveheart Flight Lieutenant Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary, who attained martyrdom day before yesterday, and now the floral tributes have been paid by the security forces, by the Indian Army, Air Force, Jammu and Kashmir Police to this braveheart. And this is the last journey of this braveheart who didn't care for his life but made sure that the crashed MiG-21 didn't land in the civilian areas. The family members are in grief. They have lost their dear one. The brother of Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary, he is into tears. This brave heart has left many memories for the family. This brave heart, when they narrate the story, it's always heart-wrenching to hear how they spoke to him day before yesterday. परसों जो है उनकी मम्मी की उनसे बात हुई थी, आखिर क्या बताया था उन्होंने लास्ट में जब फ़ोन को लेकर बात हुई?
नया फ़ोन लिया तो उससे बात कर रहा था.
The family members are not even in condition to speak. They will start a rally from here. The villagers too have gathered, and a march from the Air Force Station Jammu to the to the RS Pura's Jinder Mahlu village, that is the native village of this braveheart, will now start. And entire Jammu and Kashmir is paying tribute to this braveheart, the braveheart who has made the supreme sacrifice for the country. Yes.
All right, Gursimran there on the ground getting us the recent as far as this heart-wrenching entire is concerned, where in fact the mortal remains of the MiG pilots in fact also being brought out, and for the last raids that are being carried out right now Gursimran once again joins me on the broadcast. Gursimran, you tried to speak to the family members of these brave hearts as well. Inconsolable as of now, but take us through the pictures that we are seeing right now on our screens of these last rites being conducted.
See, the last rites, the last drive of this brave heart, the flight Lieutenant Advitya Bal has left for his native village, that is Jinder Mahlu in RS-Pura, wherein the last rites will be performed. It will take 45 minutes time for the family, for the mortal remains to reach his native house, wherein the rituals will be performed, followed by the last tribute that will be given. Yes.
Well, of course, we are tracking the last drive, as Gursimran was pointing out, of the brave hearts, in fact, who've lost their lives in that unfortunate crash that took place of the MiG-21 Bison aircraft of the Indian Air Force in Rajasthan, in Bardmer on Thursday, is what we were tracking for you viewers. And now, of course, the brave hearts, the mortal remains of the brave hearts being sent for their last rites as well. We will be tracking those very heartbreaking images, and we have our correspondents on the ground, in fact, who have been getting you the voices of the family members. Although right now we had just seen the Gursimran trying to speak to the family members, and they had been completely inconsolable. They had no words to speak when it comes to their sons that they have lost in this unfortunate crash. And these are the pictures of the last drive of those brave hearts who have lost their lives in this crash that took place in Bardmer of the MiG-21 Bison aircraft. Top stories from across the country now, viewers. In a mega boost to power sector, Prime Minister Narendra Modi will launch the revamped distribution sector scheme, and the National Solar Rooftop Portal will also be launched, and various other green energy projects will be launched, and foundation stone will be laid for a few others today. In a big charge, in fact, by the BJP, Kirit Somaiya has now alleged that the Congress leader Aslam Sheikh is involved in the unauthorized construction, and complaint against the leader has been filed with the ED and Mumbai police. Aslam Sheikh was in fact a senior Congress minister of the MVA government.
Aslam Sheikh, a senior Congress minister in MVA government, found involved in unauthorized construction of more than 24 film studios on the seashore in CR, no development zone.
Dr. Raj Bahadur resigned as the Vice Chairman of the Baba Farid University of Health Sciences after Punjab Health Minister's rude behaviour. This comes after Punjab Health Minister Chetan Singh asked Dr. Bahadur to lie on a dirty patient's bed, further demanding an explanation from the VC for not having clean mattresses at the hospital. Following the brutal murder of Fazil in Karnataka's Mangaluru, Section 144 continues in the area for the second day. Additionally, a peacekeeping meeting has been also organized at the Deputy Commissioner's office with the community leaders. Incessant rains across the Dakshina Kannada has left many low-lying areas in Mangaluru and other parts of the district waterlogged. Among the areas affected because of waterlogging in the city included Keleppu, Patla, Kotikar and several temples as well off the National Highway of 66. An incessant rainfall continues to lash several parts of the country. National Highway 58 has been closed due to debris and boulders coming from the hills near Srinagar, and rescue and clearance operations are now underway.
Mangaluru police have detained close to 21 people in connection with a Fazil murder case, and probably many of them might have included in the conspiracy of this particular murder. For more updates on the investigation of Praveen as well as Fazil's murder, keep watching Republic TV after a short commercial break.
Mama ke shok Mama ke shok kita আমি পাচ্ছি না আমি পাচ্ছি না আমি পাচ্ছি না क्या रोता कुछ
Republic News Network is the only network to get you an aerial view.
सोनिया गांधी से ईडी पूछताछ नहीं कर सकती। इसको रोको यार, तुम हमें लगते हो इधर से। ये क्या मतलब है?
Connecticut police has applied the water cannon to disperse the protesters.
Police vans have also come in right now just to give the security to the BJP legislators right now as they are staying here for a while before the government formation actually takes place. About 17 locations where these searches are being carried out. In all likelihood, the number is going to go up. There could be some arrests. Total of 8 CCTV footages that have been accessed. This encapsulates Kohler's murder that has taken place. On the live coverage on Republic TV as we report from outside Raj Thakre's residence. The Chief Minister of Maharashtra vacates his residence. Sena supporters coming out in large numbers showing their support to Uddhav Thackeray. The NCP huddle has begun. We're keeping a close track on all the senior leaders coming in and going out.
Looted money.
Welcome back, viewers. In fact, we are coming across with some breaking updates from Mangaluru murder case. It is a big development that we are tracking for you. We are learning that 21 suspects have been detained for questioning by the Mangaluru police in connection with the Mohammed Fazil's murder that was being probed by the authorities. In fact, remember we had seen Fazil, how he had been hacked to death by these suspected members of a gang as well. Sagar Raj joins me on the broadcast with more updates as far as the investigation is also concerned. Sagaraj, walk us through the details of these 21 suspects that have now been taken into custody by the police officials. Questioning as of now is being carried out. We had seen that during the course of the event when Fazil had been murdered, there were people who had been chasing him with machetes. So are these suspected accused, in fact, are the ones who had been at the scene carrying out this murder?
See, yesterday when the ADGP of Law and Order, Alok Kumar, spoke to the media, he went on to say that they have the details of the car used by the perpetrators. And that might be one of the important things in the entire investigation. Keeping that particular car number and the details, police might have got enough evidence to nab these suspects. So as of now, these are under detention. And what we also get to learn through our sources is that out of 21 suspects who have been detained by the police, probably by end of the day, there might be some of the other announcement from the police about the arrest. So once they make an announcement of arrest, they might impose sections prevailing to that. So as of now, police have cleared the air and said that they have detained 21 people in connection with Fazil murder, and they are questioning them to gather more information. Remember, there was a special team which was also formed and which was investigating in this particular case. So we need to wait and watch an update from the police about the arrest, whether out of 21, they might arrest few people who are involved in this case, or there might be more people who is yet to be detained by the police on this similar case.
Sagaraj, but we have seen that the Mangaluru police commissioner, in fact, had also said that they're trying to ascertain as to why this kind of an attack had taken place. He had also said that they will be questioning the eyewitnesses, their statements will be recorded. So any hint of what has really led to this kind of a gruesome attack on Fazil that has come to light during the course of the investigation, Sagar?
See, there are several theories which is doing rounds on social media as well as messengers, which is causing a major worry for the police. Even for that, the police have given a clarification that unless police doesn't conclude with the investigation, people should not come out with any kind of rumors which might cause some kind of tension in the society, some kind of communal tension in the society. So keeping all these things in the mind, police have not revealed anything. And what we also get to learn is that once the police confirm the arrest, and they might address a press conference and reveal what might be the reason behind this particular murder. As of now, police claims that the investigation is still on and they are questioning these 21 suspects who have been detained. Meanwhile, the Deputy Commissioner of Dakshin Kannada District, Rajendran, has called for a peace meeting between two community leaders as well as priests in his office, where he will be chairing a meeting and he will be discussing amongst the leaders to maintain law and order in the city. Because of late, these two murders of Praveen as well as of Fazil have created a lot of tension in the city, and there is also 145 section which has been imposed, and all the shops in the Mangaluru city and Dakshin Kannada has been asked to shut down post 6 p.m. From 6 p.m. to next morning, all the shops will be shut down due to these kind of incident in the Mangaluru city.
Raj, thank you for joining us on the broadcast, getting us the details of the entire investigation. And of course, viewers, we are keeping a tab on what's really happening with respect to Mohammad Fazil, the 23-year-old businessman who had been chased by members of a gang.
किरण जी, सुप्रीम कोर्ट के ऑनरेबल जजेस, हमारे साथी राज्य मंत्री श्रीमान एसपी बघेल जी, हाई कोर्ट के ऑनरेबल जजेस, डिस्ट्रिक्ट लीगल सर्विसेज अथॉरिटी के चेयरमैन और सेक्रेटरीज, सभी सम्माननीय अतिथिगण, देवी और सज्जनों, भारत की न्याय व्यवस्था का नेतृत्व कर रहे आप सभी के बीच आना हमेशा एक सुखद अनुभव होता है, लेकिन बोलना जरा कठिन होता है। डिस्ट्रिक्ट लीगल सर्विस अथॉरिटी के चेयरमैन और सेक्रेटरीज की ये इस तरह की पहली नेशनल मीटिंग है, और मैं मानता हूं कि एक अच्छी शुभ शुरुआत है, मतलब ये आगे भी चलेगा। आपने इस तरह के आयोजन के लिए जो समय चुना है, ये समय भी सटीक भी है और ऐतिहासिक दृष्टि से महत्वपूर्ण भी है। आज से कुछ ही दिन बाद देश अपनी आजादी के 75 साल पूरे कर रहा है। ये समय हमारी आजादी के अमृतकाल का समय है। ये समय उन संकल्पों का है जो अगले 25 वर्षों में देश को नई ऊंचाई पर ले जाएंगे। देश की इस अमृत यात्रा में ईज ऑफ डूइंग बिजनेस और ईज ऑफ लिविंग की तरफ ईज ऑफ जस्टिस भी उतना ही जरूरी है। नेशनल लीगल सर्विस अथॉरिटी और सभी डिस्ट्रिक्ट लीगल सर्विसेज अथॉरिटीज इसमें बहुत बड़ी भूमिका निभा सकते हैं। इस आयोजन के लिए विशेष करके ललित जी को और आप सबको बहुत बहुत बधाई भी देता हूं, बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं देता हूं। हमारे यहां न्याय की संकल्पना में कहा गया है, अंगेन गात्रम नयने वक्त्रम न्यायेन राज्यम लवणेन भोज्यम, अर्थात जैसे विभिन्न अंगों से शरीर की, आंखों से चेहरे की और नमक से खाने की सार्थकता पूरी होती है, वैसे ही देश के लिए न्याय भी उतना ही महत्वपूर्ण है। आप सब यहां संविधान के एक्सपर्ट्स और जानकार हैं। हमारे संविधान का आर्टिकल 39A, जो कि डायरेक्टिव प्रिंसिपल ऑफ स्टेट पॉलिसी के अंतर्गत आता है, उसने लीगल एड को बहुत प्राथमिकता दी है। इसका महत्व हम देश में लोगों के भरोसे से देख सकते हैं। हमारे यहां सामान्य से सामान्य मानवी को ये विश्वास होता है कि अगर कोई नहीं सुनेगा तो अदालत के दरवाजे खुले हैं। न्याय का ये भरोसा हर देशवासी को ये एहसास दिलाता है कि देश की व्यवस्थाएं उसके अधिकारों की रक्षा कर रही हैं। इसी सोच के साथ देश ने नेशनल लीगल सर्विसेज अथॉरिटी, इसकी स्थापना भी की ताकि कमजोर से कमजोर व्यक्ति को भी न्याय का अधिकार मिल सके। विशेष रूप से हमारी डिस्ट्रिक्ट लीगल सर्विस अथॉरिटीज हमारे लीगल एड सिस्टम के बिल्डिंग ब्लॉक्स की तरह है। साथियों, आप सभी जानते हैं कि किसी भी समाज के लिए जुडिशियल सिस्टम का एक्सेस जितना जरूरी है, उतना ही जरूरी जस्टिस डिलीवरी भी है। इसमें एक अहम योगदान जुडिशियल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर का भी होता है। पिछले 8 वर्षों में देश के जुडिशियल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर को मजबूत करने के लिए तेज गति से काम हुआ है। जुडिशियल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर को आधुनिक बनाने के लिए 9,000 करोड़ रुपए खर्च किए जा रहे हैं। देश में कोर्ट हॉल्स की संख्या भी बढ़ी है। जुडिशियल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर के निर्माण में ये तेजी जस्टिस डिलीवरी को भी स्पीड अप करेगी। साथियों, दुनिया एक अभूतपूर्व डिजिटल रिवॉल्यूशन की साक्षी बन रही है और भारत इस रिवॉल्यूशन का प्रमुख केंद्र बनकर उभरा है। कुछ साल पहले देश जब भीम यूपीआई और डिजिटल पेमेंट्स की शुरुआत कर रहा था, तो कुछ लोगों को लगता था कि ये छोटे से क्षेत्र तक सीमित रहेगा। लेकिन आज हम गांव-गांव में डिजिटल पेमेंट होते देख रहे हैं। आज पूरी दुनिया में जितने रियल टाइम डिजिटल पेमेंट्स हो रहे हैं, उसमें दुनिया में उसमें 40% अकेले भारत में हो रहे हैं। रेहड़ी पटरी और ठेले वाले लोगों से लेकर गांव गरीब तक डिजिटल पेमेंट अब हर व्यक्ति के लिए सहज दिनचर्या का हिस्सा बन रहा है। जब देश में इनोवेशन और एडेप्टेशन की इतनी स्वाभाविक क्षमता हो, तो जस्टिस डिलीवरी में टेक्नोलॉजी के इस्तेमाल के लिए इससे बेहतर समय नहीं हो सकता है। मुझे खुशी है कि सुप्रीम कोर्ट के निर्देशन में देश की न्याय व्यवस्था इस दिशा में तेजी से आगे बढ़ रही है। ई कोर्ट मिशन के तहत देश में वर्चुअल कोर्ट शुरू की जा रही है। ट्रैफिक वायोलेशन जैसे अपराधों के लिए 24 घंटे चलने वाली कोर्ट से काम करना शुरू कर दिया है। लोगों की सुविधा के लिए कोर्ट्स में वीडियो कॉन्फ्रेंसिंग इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर का विस्तार भी किया जा रहा है। मुझे बताया गया है कि देश में डिस्ट्रिक्ट कोर्ट्स में अब तक 1 करोड़ से ज्यादा केसेस की सुनवाई वीडियो कॉन्फ्रेंसिंग के जरिए हो चुकी है। करीब करीब 60 लाख केस हाई कोर्ट्स और सुप्रीम कोर्ट में भी सुने गए हैं। कोरोना के समय हमने जिस विकल्प के तौर पर अड़ग किया वो अब व्यवस्था का हिस्सा बन रहा है। इस बात का प्रमाण है कि हमारी न्याय व्यवस्था न्याय के प्राचीन भारतीय मूल्यों के लिए भी प्रतिबद्ध है और 21वीं सदी की रियलिटीज के साथ मैच करने के लिए भी तैयार है। इसका श्रेय आप सभी महानुभावों को जाता है। मैं आप सभी के इस प्रयासों की सराहना करता हूं। साथियों, सामान्य मानवीय तक जस्टिस डिलीवरी के लिए नेशनल लीगल सर्विस अथॉरिटी और सभी डिस्ट्रिक्ट लीगल सर्विस अथॉरिटीज को भी टेक्नोलॉजी की इस ताकत का अधिक से अधिक इस्तेमाल करना होगा। एक आम नागरिक संविधान में अपने अधिकारों से परिचित हो, अपने कर्तव्यों से परिचित हो, उसे अपने संविधान और संवैधानिक संरचनाओं की जानकारी हो, रूल्स और रेमेडीज इसकी जानकारी हो। इसमें भी टेक्नोलॉजी एक बड़ी भूमिका निभा सकती है। पिछले साल आदरणीय राष्ट्रपति जी ने लीगल लिटरेसी और अवेयरनेस के लिए पान इंडिया आउटरीच कैंपेन लॉन्च किया था। इसमें डिस्ट्रिक्ट लीगल सर्विस अथॉरिटीज ने बहुत बड़ी भूमिका निभाई थी। इसके पहले 2017 में प्रो बोनो लीगल सर्विस प्रोग्राम भी लॉन्च किया गया था। इसमें मोबाइल और वेब एप्स के जरिए लीगल सर्विसेज को आम लोगों के लिए एक्सपांड किया गया था। इस तरह के प्रयासों में अभी अथॉरिटीज एक कदम और आगे बढ़कर नेक्स्ट जेन टेक्नोलॉजीज का इस्तेमाल करेगी तो जनता का और हित होगा। साथियों, आजादी के 75 साल का ये समय हमारे लिए कर्तव्य काल का समय है। हमें ऐसे सभी क्षेत्रों पर काम करना होगा जो अभी तक उपेक्षित रहे हैं। देश में अंडर ट्रायल कैदियों से जुड़े मानवीय विषय पर सुप्रीम कोर्ट द्वारा पहले भी कई बार संवेदनशीलता दिखाई गई है। ऐसे कितने ही कैदी हैं जो कानूनी सहायता के इंतजार में वर्षों से जेलों में बंद हैं। हमारी डिस्ट्रिक्ट लीगल सर्विस अथॉरिटीज इन कैदियों को कानूनी सहायता देने का जिम्मा उठा सकती है। आज यहां देश भर से डिस्ट्रिक्ट जजेज आए हैं। मेरा उनसे आग्रह है कि डिस्ट्रिक्ट लेवल अंडर ट्रायल रिव्यू कमेटी के चेयरमैन होने के नाते अंडर ट्रायल कैदियों की रिहाई में तेजी लाएं। वैसे मुझे बताया गया है कि लालसा ने इस दिशा में कैंपेन भी शुरू कर दिया है। मैं इसके लिए आपको बधाई देता हूं, आप सबको बधाई देता हूं और अपेक्षा करता हूं कि आप लीगल एड के जरिए इस अभियान को सफल बनाएंगे। मैं बार काउंसिल से भी आग्रह करूंगा कि इस अभियान से ज्यादा लॉयर्स को जुड़ने के लिए प्रेरित करें। साथियों, मुझे आशा है हम सभी के प्रयास इस अमृतकाल में देश के संकल्पों को नई दिशा देंगे। इसी विश्वास के साथ मुझे आपके बीच आने का अवसर मिला, इसके लिए भी मैं आप सबका धन्यवाद करता हूं और मुझे विश्वास है कि 2 दिन का ये आपका मंथन जिन अपेक्षाओं और आशाओं के साथ इतना बड़ा समारोह हो रहा है, उतने ही बड़े परिणाम लाएगा, इसी अपेक्षा के साथ बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
बहुत बहुत आभार माननीय प्रधान।
He heard the question this time very clearly. No answers from him. Our keys continue to be with his men. We faced intimidation here. We've been trying to get in touch with you and ask you several questions on the land deals that you had along with Priyanka Vadra and Robert Vadra. Why are you trying to avoid the cameras? Once again trying to get in a word with Mr. Vijay Mallya. Persistently been asking you only one question. Mallya, why did you escape in 2015?
Me and my Vijay are together. Absolute pandemonium, chaos. In fact, massive security thrown around. Big push, diplomatic visit, which is going to be, of course, capped by the Quad leaders meets. Uddhav surrounded himself with unelectable coterie. You expect these people to dictate terms to a grassroots strong leader like Eknath Shinde?
আমাকে আমাকে শক্তি দাও, আমি পারছি না, আমি পারছি না, আমি পারছি না।
Republic News Network is the only network to get you an aerial view.
सोनिया गांधी से ईडी पूछताछ नहीं कर सकती। इसको रोको यार, तुम हमें इधर से ये क्या बदतमीजी है?
Chandigarh police has applied the water cannon to disperse the protesters.
Police vans have also come in right now just to give the security to the BJP legislators right now as they are staying here for a while before the government formation actually takes place. About 17 locations where these searches are being carried out. In all likelihood, the number is going to go up. There could be some arrests. Total of 8 CCTV footages that have been accessed.
Republic News Network is the only network to get you an aerial view.
सोनिया गांधी से ईडी पूछताछ नहीं कर सकती। इसको रोको यार, तुम हमें इधर से ये क्या बदतमीजी है?
Chandigarh police has applied the water cannon to disperse the protesters.
The headlines at this hour amidst mega backlash. Officials say Kejriwal government likely to roll back liquor policy now. BJP hits out at Aam Aadmi Party government over policy rollback decision. Asks, did CBI probe compel Kejriwal to go back on the policy? High drama ensues in Punjab. Minister questions VC over untidy beds. Upset with insult, Vice Chancellor steps down. Mega crackdown on terror in the valley. One terrorist gunned down in Baramulla. One still trapped in the operation. More trouble for sacked TMC Minister Partho. Aides Manik and Sukanto summoned by ED now. Following mega cash hauls and back-to-back summons, TMC swings into a huddle. Abhishek Banerjee to chair key meetings of the party today.
से 40%, 50% कम रेट आएगा। उतने पैसे सरकार को बचने चाहिए, मगर उन्होंने रेट फिक्स कर दिया 10 करोड़ रुपया। कल एक बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण दूसरा एक हमारी जीत हुई है, पूरी भारतीय जनता पार्टी की जीत हुई है, कार्यकर्ताओं की जीत हुई है कि हमें ये दुख था और हमें गुस्सा था कि जब देश में कोरोना की सेकंड वेव चल रही थी, दिल्ली में 23,000 लोग मर गए। उस समय दिल्ली का मुख्यमंत्री और दिल्ली का उप मुख्यमंत्री अपने कमरे में बैठकर नई एक्साइज पॉलिसी बना रहे थे कि घरों में फ्री होम डिलीवरी शराब की कैसी हो, हमारा रेवेन्यू कैसे बढ़े, 4-5 बिजनेसमैन को कैसे फायदा हो, 300 करोड़ के जोन कैसे बांटे जाएं। ये सोच रहे हैं। दिल्ली की जनता कह रही है हमें ऑक्सीजन दे दो, हमारा बाप मर रहा है, हमारी माँ मर रही है, हमारा बेटा मर रहा है, हमें ऑक्सीजन दे दो, हमें कोई है हॉस्पिटल बना दो, हमें भर्ती करा दो, जो भारत सरकार ऑक्सीजन दे रही है उसके लिए ट्रक खरीद लो। मगर मुख्यमंत्री उप मुख्यमंत्री नई शराब की पॉलिसी बनाने में व्यस्त थे। उसी महीने में जो पिछले साल का मई और जून का महीना था, जब लोग मर रहे थे, लाशें का ढेर लग रहा था, शमशान घाट में जगह नहीं थी जलाने के लिए, उस समय दिल्ली का मुख्यमंत्री केजरीवाल वो शराब।
और ये नकली शराब से मौत का पहला मामला नहीं है। ये लोग कहते हैं हमने गुजरात में शराब बंदी कर रखी है, लेकिन हर दूसरे तीसरे साल ऐसे मामले आते हैं जहां लोग जहरीली शराब पी के मर रहे हैं। और फिर जब पड़ताल होती है, मीडिया पड़ताल होती है, तो पता चलता है कि इन्हीं के लोग वहां शराब बेचने और बनाने में शामिल थे। जहरीली शराब पी के लोगों की जान जा रही है, लेकिन जहरीली शराब बेचने का, नकली गैरकानूनी तरीके से शराब बेचने का इनका धंधा दिन दूनी रात चौगनी तरक्की कर रहा है। ये मॉडल इन्होंने गुजरात में लागू कर रखा है। दूसरा है दिल्ली में लागू मॉडल। दिल्ली में हमारी सरकार पिछले साल एक नई एक्साइज पॉलिसी लेके आई, एक्साइज पॉलिसी 2021-22। 2021-22 की पॉलिसी लागू होने से पहले दिल्ली में सरकारी दुकानें थीं, ज़्यादातर सरकारी दुकानें थीं। सरकारी दुकानों के जरिए दिल्ली में शराब बिकती थी और खूब भ्रष्टाचार होता था उसमें, ब्रांड पुशिंग से लेके और कई तरीके की खबरें आती थीं। मैंने खुद रेड कर करके भ्रष्टाचार पकड़ा था वहाँ पे। हमने उस पॉलिसी को ख़त्म करके एक नई पॉलिसी बनाई। दिल्ली में पहले कुछ दुकानें प्राइवेट भी होती थी, लेकिन जो प्राइवेट दुकानें थीं वो इन्होंने अपने ही यारों दोस्तों के नाम पे लाइसेंस दे रखे थे और उनसे लाइसेंस फीस भी कम लेते थे, बहुत कम लाइसेंस फीस लेते थे और कई साल से लाइसेंस फीस भी नहीं बढ़ाई थी इन्होंने। तो ये सिस्टम खत्म करके ज़्यादातर सरकारी दुकानों का, जिनमें खूब भ्रष्टाचार था, और इनके नेताओं, रिश्तेदारों, इन सबकी ड्राइवर और मेड के नाम पे चलती दुकानों को, इन सबको, सारे सिस्टम को बंद करके हमने नई पॉलिसी लगाई और बहुत पारदर्शी तरीके से हमने यहाँ पर शराब की दुकानों की नीलामी की। पहले, यहाँ आपकी जानकारी के लिए मैं बता दूं कि पहले दिल्ली में 850 दुकानें होती थी। नई पॉलिसी में हमने तय किया कि जितनी दुकानें पहले होती थी उससे एक भी दुकान फालतू नहीं खोली जाएगी, वही 850 दुकानें रहेंगी। पहले इन दुकानों से सरकार को करीब 6,000 करोड़ रुपए का रेवेन्यू मिलता था शराब पॉलिसी में। जब पारदर्शी तरीके से इन दुकानों की नीलामी हुई तो दुकानें नहीं बढ़ी, लेकिन पूरे साल में, एक फुल ईयर में 850 दुकानों से 9,500 करोड़ रुपए का रेवेन्यू आना था। इस हद तक ऑक्शन गया हमारा, 6,000 करोड़ की जगह 9,500 करोड़ रुपए। तो इस तरह एक साल में नई पॉलिसी के तहत सरकार की आय 1.5 गुने से ज़्यादा बढ़ जाती, करप्शन खत्म हो जाता। लेकिन नई पॉलिसी आने से इन लोगों ने जो भ्रष्टाचार मचा रखा था वो रुक गया, वो खत्म हो गया। तो इन लोगों ने पूरा प्लान बनाया कि इस नई पॉलिसी को फेल किया जाए। एक एक करके इन्होंने जितने प्राइवेट दुकान वाले आए थे उनको ईडी की धमकी दी, सीबीआई की धमकी दी। तो प्राइवेट दुकान चलाने वालों को, जो सरकार को ज़्यादा रेवेन्यू दे रहे थे, क्योंकि सरकार ने ट्रांसपेरेंट तरीके से उनको दुकानें दी थी ओपन ऑक्शन करके, तो उनको इन्होंने ईडी से धमकाया, सीबीआई से धमकाया। तो बहुत सारे शराब वाले तो, दुकान वाले तो बेचारे, कई सारे लोग तो दुकान छोड़ के चले गए। और आज दिल्ली में जो नई पॉलिसी में भी 850 दुकानें हो सकती थीं, आज दिल्ली में कुल 468 दुकानें चल रही हैं और 1 अगस्त से कई और दुकान वाले भी, क्योंकि ये सीबीआई से डरा रहे हैं, ईडी की धमकी दे रहे हैं दुकान वालों को, तो ये 468 दुकानों से भी और कम हो जाएंगी। कई और लोग दुकानें छोड़ के जाने वाले हैं। इनका मकसद है कि दिल्ली में शराब की किल्लत पैदा करो। इनका मकसद है कि दिल्ली में लीगल तरीके से बिकने वाली शराब का क्वांटम कम करते चले जाओ। अब मैं आपके सामने एक थोड़ा सा और डेटा रखना चाहता हूं कि दिल्ली में और बाकी राज्यों में शराब की बिक्री की, शराब की दुकानों की पर कैपिटा संख्या क्या है, उसका एक डेटा है। गुड़गांव में जहां बीजेपी का शासन है, 4166 लोगों पे शराब की एक दुकान है। नोएडा में जहां बीजेपी का शासन है, 1390 लोगों पे शराब की एक दुकान है। बेंगलोर में जहां भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार है, 12,179 लोगों पर एक दुकान है। बीजेपी का गोवा है, गोवा में 761 लोगों पे एक दुकान है। नई पॉलिसी के तहत अगर दिल्ली में मैक्सिमम दुकानें भी खुल जाती तो उसके बावजूद 850 दुकानें भी खुल जाती तो यहां 22,707 लोगों पे एक दुकान होती। और आज जब 468 दुकानें हैं तो 41,192 लोगों पे एक दुकान है। इसी से अंदाज़ा लगाया जा सकता है कि ये ईडी की धमकी देके, सीबीआई की धमकी देके चाहते हैं कि लीगल शराब का धंधा यहाँ भी बंद हो और इलीगल धंधे को बढ़ावा मिले, नॉन ड्यूटी पेड धंधे को बढ़ावा मिले, स्पिरिट्स लिकर को बढ़ावा मिले। ये इनका पुराना धंधा था, ये वापस उस धंधे को लाना चाहते हैं। अगर दिल्ली में लाइसेंस शुदा दुकानों की कमी होती है, अगर वैध तरीके से उपलब्ध शराब की कमी होती है तो नकली शराब का कारोबार बढ़ता है, वो इनको फ़ायदा देता है। इसीलिए इन्होंने ईडी और सीबीआई की धमकी दे दे के दिल्ली सरकार के अफसरों को भी इतना डरा दिया है कि अब जो दुकानें खाली हो रही हैं उनका कोई लाइसेंस करने को तैयार नहीं है। दुकानें जैसा मैंने बोला बहुत सारी खाली हुई, और भी होंगी, लेकिन इन्होंने ईडी और सीबीआई की धमकी दे दे के अफसरों को इतना डरा दिया है कि अब कोई जो दुकानें खाली हो रही हैं उनका ठेका देने को, उनका ऑक्शन करने को, उनका टेंडर करने को तैयार नहीं है, उनकी नीलामी करने को तैयार नहीं है। और जो एग्जिस्टिंग पॉलिसी है, जो 2021-22 की पॉलिसी है, वो 31 जुलाई को अब खत्म हो रही है। डर के मारे कोई ऑफिसर इस पॉलिसी को भी आगे बढ़ाने को तैयार नहीं है। इन्होंने पूरी सीबीआई की धमकी दे रखी है, सबको ईडी की धमकी दे रखी है। तो कुल मिला के इन्होंने दुकान वालों को डरा के और अफसरों को डरा के दिल्ली में ऐसे हालात बनाने की कोशिश की है जिससे 1 अगस्त से दिल्ली में एक्साइज ड्यूटी देने वाली दुकानें कम से कम होती चली जाएं और इससे इनका अवैध शराब का धंधा फिर से यहाँ पे फलने फूलने लगे। क्योंकि 1 अगस्त के बाद अगर सरकार निर्णय नहीं लेगी तो कोई पॉलिसी यहाँ पे कोई पॉलिसी नहीं होगी, ये लोग चाहते थे। और अगर दिल्ली में वैध शराब की जानबूझ के कमी कर दी गई तो इसके बाद ये लोग गुजरात की तरीके से यहाँ भी धड़ल्ले से नकली शराब बेचना चाहते हैं। दिल्ली में भी फिर हमें बहुत दुख है, लेकिन दिल्ली में भी अगर ऐसा होता है तो नकली शराब बिकती है तो कोई बड़ी चीज़ नहीं है। जैसे जहाँ जहाँ नकली शराब बिकती है वहाँ फिर जहरीली शराब पी के लोगों की मौत होती है, हुश ट्रेजेडी होती है। दिल्ली में भी होने लगेगी, लेकिन हम ये नहीं चाहते और ना हम ऐसा होने देंगे। इसलिए हमने तय किया कि फ़िलहाल जो नई पॉलिसी है उसको बंद करके सरकारी दुकानें खोलने के आदेश हमने दिए हैं, क्योंकि इन्होंने दुकानदारों को डरा रखा है, इन्होंने अफसरों को डरा रखा है। इसलिए नई पॉलिसी बंद करके सरकारी दुकानों के ज़रिए अब लीगल लिकर सेल करने का हमने ऑर्डर दिया है, ताकि दिल्ली में कोई इलीगल शराब ना बेच पाए, ताकि दिल्ली में कोई स्पिरिट्स शराब ना बेच पाए। और चीफ सेक्रेटरी को मैंने ऑर्डर किए हैं कि किसी भी कीमत पर वो सुनिश्चित करें कि सरकारी दुकानों के ज़रिए करप्शन ना हो और किसी तरह की इलीगल मार्केट शराब की दिल्ली में ना खड़ी हो। ये मैंने ऑर्डर किया।
लेकिन बीजेपी से इस तरह से पेश कर,
मैंने उसका रीज़न बताया आपको। ये लोग चाहते हैं कि अफसरों को इतना डरा दो और प्राइवेट दुकानदारों को इतना डरा दो कि उसके बाद में यहाँ से दुकानें बंद हो जाएं और इनका इलीगल दुकानों का धंधा, ये गुजरात की तरह से जैसे हज़ारों करोड़ का धंधा गुजरात में चला रहे हैं और लोग मर रहे हैं, ये चाहते हैं कि दिल्ली में भी ये हालात पैदा हों कि हज़ारों करोड़ का धंधा इनका यहाँ पे चले, नंबर 2 का, और नंबर 1 का धंधा शराब का बंद हो जाए।
सर, तो क्या अब चेंजेस होंगे जब 1 तारीख से पुरानी लिकर पॉलिसी होगी, तो कितने शॉप्स होंगे, जो डिस्काउंट रेजिम चल रहा था, टैक्सेशन रेजिम और जो ड्राई डेज थे, क्या वो सब भी रिवर्स होगा?
हमने 2015 के बाद से ऑर्डर किया हुआ था कि दिल्ली में कोई नई शराब की दुकान नहीं बढ़ेगी, तो हमने 2015 से के बाद से दिल्ली में कोई नई शराब की दुकान नहीं बढ़ी। पुरानी पॉलिसी में जितनी दुकान थी उससे ज़्यादा नई में भी खोलने की जरूरत नहीं पड़ेगी। नहीं, मैंने अभी गवर्नमेंट शॉप्स खोलने के लिए ऑर्डर दिया।
सर, दिल्ली में क्या इससे जो ट्रांजिशन पीरियड चलेगा, शराब की कमी तो नहीं हो पाएगी जिससे कि घटनाएं?
नहीं, मैंने चीफ सेक्रेटरी को ऑर्डर दिए हैं कि ट्रांजिशन पीरियड में किसी तरह का कोई कैओस ना हो। नहीं, अभी मैंने गवर्नमेंट की
So from August 1 there will be only government.
Only government.
कितनी है सर? How many number there will be there? The government.
Let the department open. It won't exceed 850. That we have made sure. But
also these shops, the governmental shops, they were closed down. Now they have been asked to submit details of the shops, how much of the shops are still there. So it's going to take at least a couple of days for this to come in order.
तो ये इसीलिए तो इनकी साजिश एक्सपोज कर रहा हूँ मैं।
कितने दिन का हमें मतलब वो गैप रहेगा for it to become functional?
The department will do as fast as possible.
सर, नई पॉलिसी में जो अलग समान रूप से दुकानें खुली थी, जैसे पहले था कि एक वार्ड में 3 दुकानें, किसी वार्ड में नहीं है, तो
नहीं, अब तो वो पॉलिसी तो भी होल्ड पे हो गई ना।
सर, ड्राई डेज और बाकी जो चेंजेस थे,
जो उम्र में बदलाव था,
वो सब आपके सामने आ जाएगा। हम तो टिके हैं, लेकिन बीजेपी ने ईडी और सीबीआई की धमकी दे दे के जिस तरह से अफसरों को डरा दिया है कि वो अब इस पॉलिसी को आगे बढ़ाने को तैयार नहीं है। जो दुकान खोल के छोड़ के चले गए वो उनके ठेके देने को, नीलामी देने को तैयार नहीं है। प्राइवेट दुकानों को ये धमका रहे हैं कि छोड़ के चले जाओ, नहीं तो ईडी और सीबीआई में उठा के जेल भेज देंगे। तो वैसे में सरकार की जिम्मेदारी ये है कि यहाँ किसी तरह का कैओस ना हो।
सर, एक अलग सवाल, लोकायुक्त में शिकायत,
मैंने खूब स्कूल बनवाए दिल्ली में, दिल्ली सरकार ने, और कितने शानदार स्कूल बने हैं वो आप भी देख रहे हैं। हमारा काम है स्कूल बनवाना, हमारा धर्म है स्कूल बनवाना, बच्चों को पढ़ाना, वो हम निभा रहे हैं। बीजेपी का फर्ज है, बीजेपी का धर्म अपना उन्होंने चुना है कि हम इस तरह की हरकतें करें, वो करते रहे। पहले भी इन्होंने खूब जांच कराई थी, इन्होंने स्कूल के मामले में भी जांच कराई, कई और एमएलएस की जांच कराई, सत्येंद्र जैन की जांच में भी कल आपने देखा कि किस तरह से ईडी को सुनाया कोर्ट ने। तो उन सब में आप देख लो, कुछ भी नहीं निकलेगा, सारी चीज़ें क्लीन निकलेंगी।
एक सवाल ये भी है कि जिन प्राइवेट प्लेयर्स ने मोटा पैसा लगाकर जो टेंडर लिया था, उनका क्या होगा? क्योंकि उन्होंने तो लीगल तरीके से टेंडर लिया था।
हाँ, लेकिन अब लीगल तरीके से उन्हीं को धमका रहे हैं ना, इलीगल तरीके से। थैंक यू।
Those are visuals of BJP chief JP Nadda at Patna airport. In a short while from now, he will, the BJP is beginning a program there called Pravas at Patna. BJP chief there being garlanded by various functionaries of the party in the Bihar capital. So, well, those are visuals from Patna airport. BJP chief JP Nadda arriving at the Bihar capital for the Pravas program that the BJP begins today. Being welcomed there, JP Nadda being welcomed by various functionaries and leaders of the party as he arrives at Patna airport for a special program that the BJP is likely to begin today. BJP chief JP Nadda for the conclave, for the BJP conclave ahead of the 2025 polls. That's what we are hearing. And being welcomed there warmly by various functionaries. A mega roadshow is being planned in the Bihar capital as well. And our senior correspondent Prakash is there with us. Prakash, we are seeing visuals of the BJP chief being warmly welcomed there at Patna airport. He's being met by top functionaries of the party there. Take us through what's happening.
Well, it's a two-day program of the BJP, and it's called the Pravas Yatra in 200 assembly constituencies. And BJP is organizing this event and making it a mega event as far as the joint meeting of all the organizations and units of the BJP all across India. There will be, most of them would be staying in different districts of Bihar and spread across 200 assembly constituencies. Now, JP Nadda has arrived here in Patna, and he's been welcomed by all the important functionaries of the BJP. B.L. Santosh has also arrived early this morning, so has all the union ministers from Bihar and several other important national leaders of the BJP they have also landed in Patna to participate in the event. And as far as the program schedule is concerned, JP Nadda would be doing a road show in Patna, and in between there are 3 stoppages. He will be garlanding on the near the Ambedkar statue, and thereafter he will address a gathering and then go for the internal meeting of the BJP. So how important is this meeting is that as far as Bihar is concerned, it's a very important state in the run-up to the 2024 elections, and keeping in mind the fact that the JDU and the BJP are at loggerheads, the BJP wants to prepare itself for the battle ahead in the 2024 elections, and Bihar being the key state. So the message is loud and clear that BJP wants to spread its wings in Bihar as well, and that is why this meeting has been organized. And over a spread over 2 days, there will be several meetings, and tomorrow, Union Home Minister Amit Shah is also likely to attend one of the meetings. And JP Nadda, the BJP president, has also sought time from the Bihar Chief Minister Nitish Kumar for a meeting, because the NDA is in alliance here with the BJP and the JDU government, and most likely, if at all, Nitish Kumar is well, because he is suffering from COVID right now, then JP Nadda and Nitish Kumar would be meeting. So important day as far as the BJP is concerned, and during the course of the day, and this road show would be held. It's a very short stretch, but the road show is being held from the airport. You would be arriving at the Patna High Court near the Ambedkar statue, where garlanding would be done. That's the place where I'm present at the moment, and thereafter he would head for the Bapu Sabhagar near Gandhi Maidan, where the meeting would be held, where important functionaries and all Bharatiya Janata Party Youth Morcha functionaries have also arrived for the meeting. Back to you.
So, the BJP's Pravas program begins with the arrival of JP Nadda, BJP chief, at Patna airport. Earlier also, the past 2 days have seen various functionaries of the party in 240 assembly constituencies in the state. And today and tomorrow, there will be conclaves held, there will be meetings held. Our senior correspondent, Prakash, they are telling us all the details as they happen, giving us all the updates. It's a 2-day visit of the BJP chief, and Union Home Minister Amit Shah will also be arriving there to attend the conclave. All senior officials, there we can see Ravi Shankar Prasad, senior members, senior leaders of the Bharatiya Janata Party converging in Patna for that 2-day conclave. And these are visuals we're getting you from Patna airport. And it's coming up, all the details on the BJP's conclave as BJP chief JP Nadda arrives at Patna airport and is welcomed warmly by party functionaries.
Packets or envelopes with the department's insignia. What exactly was such kind of a documentation, such kind of money that was doing with Orpita Mukherjee?
It's 15 crores and 3 kg gold bars, viewers, from the same Arpita, the close aide of the TMC minister.
The enforcement directorate says that most of these properties have been bought from the proceeds of crime. They suspect that this was the money that was basically being round-tripped. Money was actually taken in lieu of that posts were actually given, looting the public money first of all, and secondly selling off government jobs.
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic live stream with you everywhere. Republic live stream, India's #1 streaming news.
He heard the question this time very clearly. No answers from him. Our keys continue to be with his men. We faced intimidation here. We've been trying to get in touch with you and ask you several questions on the land deals that you had along with Priyanka and Robert Vadra. Why are you trying to avoid the camera?
Once again trying to get in a word with Mr. Vijay Mallya. Persistently been asking you only one question. Mallya, why did you escape in 2015?
Me and my Vijay are together. Absolute pandemonium, chaos. In fact, massive security thrown around. Big push diplomatic visit, which is going to be, of course, capped by the Quad leaders meets. Uddhav surrounded himself with unelectable coterie. You expect these people to dictate terms to a grassroots strong leader like Eknath Shinde?
আমাকে শক্তি দাও, আমি পারছি না, আমি পারছি না, আমি পারছি না।
You're watching Live and Breaking on Republic TV, and news just coming in of Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, that's Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh, meeting President Draupadi Murmu. And we'll give you more details about that. But, well, those are the visuals there. Earlier we had seen how the Home Minister Amit Shah and before that Union Minister Smriti Irani and MOS also in Minority Affairs had met the President. This is their first meeting with President Draupadi Murmu at Rashtrapati Bhavan after she assumed office. Clearly courtesy calls, congratulations, and well, those are visuals we're getting you of the meeting. Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh meeting President Draupadi Murmu. His first meeting with her at Rashtrapati Bhavan after President Murmu assumed office as the President of India. And this happens in the backdrop of the entire controversy, which as of now has ended with an apology from the perpetrator, Mr. Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary of the Congress. And coming up, as preparations were being undertaken for the BJP's conclave, visuals there of BJP chief JP Nadda arriving in Patna for the Pravas program that the BJP is undertaking.
Reading allows us to become familiar with ourselves.
We don't read, we won't know what is knowledge. I just find it very interesting to know people's lives, how they went through certain situations, how they dealt with things.
So wherever you want to go in life, if you read books along those lines, then that would really help you in growing.
Reading could mean a million different things to every individual. What does it mean to you? Visit readindia.info to find out more.
heavy rainfalls are expected in Mumbai for the next 4 days.
A lot of people over here with tricolors commemorating the victory of Draupadi Murmu.
This week, watch Checkmate to know why India is buying the latest arms and ammunitions. Why is India getting the latest defense technology from the world? Why is India arming itself at such a rapid rate? But I will tell you what I believe. I believe India has global ambitions. I believe India wants to be a global leader. When India says that it wants to become a Vishwaguru, it is not just talking about intellectual pursuit. It's not just talking about soft power. India is also talking about hard power.
Packets or envelopes with the department's insignia. What exactly was such kind of a documentation, such kind of money was doing with Orpita Mukherjee?
It's 15 crores and 3 kg gold vase, viewers, from the same Arpita, the close aide of the TMC minister.
The enforcement director says that most of these properties have been bought from the proceeds of crime. They suspect that this was the money that was.
Republic News Network is the only network to get you an aerial view.
सोनिया गांधी से ईडी पूछताछ नहीं कर सकती। इसको रोको यार, तुम हमें रखते हो इधर से। ये क्या मतलब है?
Chandigarh police has applied the water cannon to disperse the protesters.
Top stories at 11:30 a.m. Viewers, amidst mega backlash, officials say Kejriwal government likely to roll back the liquor policy now. BJP hits out at the Aam Aadmi Party government over policy rollback decision. Asks, did CBI probe compel Kejriwal to go back on the policy? High drama ensues in Punjab. Minister questions VC over untidy beds. Upset with insult, VC steps down. It's a mega crackdown on terror in the valley. One terrorist gunned down in Baramulla ops, one still trapped. More trouble mounts for sacked TMC Minister Partha Chatterjee. Aides Manik and Sukanta summoned by the ED now. Following mega cash hauls and back-to-back summons, TMC swings into huddle. Abhishek Banerjee to chair the key meetings today. Hello and welcome viewers. Thank you for tuning into Republic TV. I'm Priyanka Sharma. We are live and breaking and straight away getting you the updates of what's really happening in Andhra Pradesh, where a girl, in fact a 17-year-old girl, had died by suicide after harassment by loan recovery agents in Andhra Pradesh. And now after alleged harassment by the bank loan recovery agents, a 17-year-old had committed suicide in Andhra Pradesh. Now, after receiving the complaint, a case has now been registered and further probe will be done by the authorities. Aneri, my colleague, is joining us on the broadcast with more updates. Aneri, tell us more about this girl that has committed suicide and why really she has done so. Was there any note that had been left and what is the investigation being carried out?
Well, Priyanka, we have been seeing that this is the first incident which has taken place in Andhra Pradesh, where we see that a 17-year-old girl who is an intermediate topper as well, and she committed suicide, alleging that 4 days back when the bank loan recovery agents had come asking for the recovery of the payment, as the family members had taken a loan of near about 3 lakhs 2 years ago, but they could not pay it back, and so these loan recovery agents came to their house and created a nuisance, leading to which we see that now the girl has committed suicide. Also at the same time, police officials say that they are investigating into the matter. The complaint has also been registered and now further investigation has been taken up. However, we see that these loan recovery agents had tried to pressurize
And viewers, we're straight away cutting across to some more breaking visuals that we are tracking this time from Patna, where the BJP National Chief JP Nadda has arrived at the Patna airport. Those are the visuals of Patna, where JP Nadda has just arrived, and in fact he is to lead a roadshow in Patna itself ahead of the national executive of the frontal leaders, and the roadshow will be conducted from the Baba Saheb Bhimrao Ambedkar statue near Patna High Court to Jayaprakash Narayan statue near the Gandhi Maidan. So, political significance as well of that entire route of the roadshow leading from Baba Saheb Bhimrao Ambedkar statue to Jayaprakash Narayan statue near Gandhi Maidan in Patna. Now it will be for the first time that Bihar is going to host the national executive meeting of all 7 frontal organizations of the BJP, and JP Nadda, the national BJP chief, is going to be present there. And just before that meeting, in fact, as well, there is a massive road show that has been planned for JP Nadda. And Prakash Singh, our editor, as well joining us on the broadcast. Prakash, tell us more about what's really the itinerary of JP Nadda and what's expected to happen in this national executive meeting.
Well, it's a 2-day Pravas Yatra spread over 200 assembly constituencies, and the BJP has left 43 assembly constituencies for the JDU, and BJP National President JP Nadda would be here, so would be Union Home Minister Amit Shah tomorrow, and it's a very important meeting. Union Minister of State for Home Nityanand Rai is joined by me. नित्यानंद जी, ये क्या है प्रवास यात्रा आप लोगों का, इसमें क्या क्या होने जा रहा है? नड्डा जी तो आ चुके हैं।
देखिए, भारतीय जनता पार्टी हमेशा अपने संगठन और जनाधार के विस्तार में लगी रहती है। उसी कार्यक्रम के तहत यह कार्यक्रम है, और भारतीय जनता पार्टी के सभी मोर्चों का संयुक्त राष्ट्रीय कार्य समिति की बैठक यहाँ पटना में आहूत है, जिसका उद्घाटन आज माननीय राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष जगत प्रकाश नड्डा जी के द्वारा होगा। कल समारोह माननीय गृह मंत्री माननीय अमित शाह जी के द्वारा होना है, और कुछ नहीं है, यह भारतीय जनता पार्टी के एक रूटीन कार्यक्रम का एक पार्ट है। और यहाँ जितने विधानसभा में जो हमारे राष्ट्रीय पदाधिकारी मोर्चों के या उनके कार्य समिति के लोग गए हैं, अभी हम लोग इसके पहले पार्टी का राष्ट्रीय अधिवेशन हुआ था, तो हम लोग तेलंगाना के सभी लगभग सीटों पर राष्ट्रीय कार्य समिति के लोग 2 दिन का प्रवास किए थे। तो इस संगठन विस्तार का है, और हम लोग जब यह इतना कार्यक्रम का संगठन विस्तार करते हैं, इसका लाभ एनडीए के पूरे परिवार को मिलता है। जनाधार बढ़ता है भारतीय जनता पार्टी का, इसका मतलब एनडीए का।
24 में चुनाव है, तो बिहार को ही क्यों चुना आप लोगों ने? क्या ये 43 सीट जो आपने जेडीयू के लिए छोड़ दिया, तो कहीं क्या जेडीयू को संदेश है कि आप 43 पे मजबूत हैं, हम 200 पे मजबूत हैं?
देखिए, आपके प्रश्न के पहले से मैं बोला हूँ कि हम लोग भारतीय जनता पार्टी के संगठन और जनाधार को बढ़ाने के लिए काम करते हैं, और जिस समय काम करते हैं उस समय हम लोगों के संकल्प में मन में होता है कि इसका लाभ पूरे एनडीए को मिलेगा, और कोई बिहार में ही नहीं हो रहा है। आप देखे होंगे कि इस प्रकार का कार्यक्रम भारतीय जनता पार्टी जहां राष्ट्रीय स्तर का कार्यक्रम करती है, वहां विधानसभाओं का।
नीतीश जी को भी मजबूत करना चाहते हैं, साथ साथ
पूरा एनडीए को मजबूत चाहते हैं, और पूरे बीजेपी के मजबूत करने का मतलब ये है कि पूरा एनडीए को मजबूत करना। इसलिए यह उस दृष्टिकोण से नहीं, जिस दृष्टिकोण से आपका प्रश्न था, आपके प्रश्न के पहले ही जो मैं कहा था वो मेरा भाव था, भारतीय जनता पार्टी का वो भाव था। और आज पूरे पाटलिपुत्रा की धरती पर दुनिया के सबसे बड़ी पार्टी, राजनीतिक पार्टी भारतीय जनता पार्टी के राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष जी आ रहे हैं, और पूरा पाटलिपुत्रा आप देखे होंगे कि उमंग से भरकर एकदम उमड़ उठा है राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष जेपी नड्डा जी के स्वागत करने के लिए। और कितना उमंग का माहौल है, इसका मतलब है कि आज प्रधानमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में देश जो आगे बढ़ रहा है, जेपी नड्डा जी हमारे राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष हैं, जिनके नेतृत्व में आज पार्टी बढ़ रही है। यह उमंग का जो वातावरण है। यह
एक और सवाल है कि तेजस्वी यादव ने आप पर आरोप लगाया था कि आप उनसे मिले थे और बोले थे कि आप आरजेडी में शामिल होना चाहते हैं, इस पर आपकी प्रतिक्रिया नहीं आई है, तो इस पर क्या बोलना चाहेंगे?
देखिए, वैसे लोग को झूठ बोलने से फुर्सत ही नहीं मिलती है। कभी धन छुपाने के लिए झूठ बोलते हैं अपना, कभी अपनी काली करतूत। आज मत इसको जोड़िए भाई, समझे ना?
क्या
हम बोले ना कि वैसे।
हाँ, बताइए।
चलिए ठीक है, आइए
बताइए ना।
तो आज पूरा पाटलिपुत्रा की धरती।
अच्छा, एक और सवाल है कि स्कूल जो है
अध्यक्ष जी को यहाँ स्वागत करने के लिए चलिए हम सब मिलकर।
अच्छा, एक और सवाल है कि जो संडे को स्कूल खुला रह रहा है, फ्राइडे को बंद रहा है।
आज पाटलिपुत्रा की पावन धरती पर संयुक्त मोर्चा के उद्घाटन सत्र को संबोधित करने के लिए दुनिया के सबसे बड़ी पार्टी के राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष आदरणीय जेपी नड्डा जी आ रहे हैं। पूरा पाटलिपुत्रा की जनता उमंग के साथ राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष जी के स्वागत में सड़कों पर खड़ी है। देख रहे हैं कि फूलों को लेकर खड़ी है, माला लेकर खड़ी है और लोग आज जिस संख्या को आप हजारों लाखों की संख्या कह सकते हैं, स्वागत का जो वातावरण है अद्भुत है।
अच्छा, ये जो 500
बताया कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी अपने संगठन को मजबूत करती है, तो उसके अंदर का भाव यह भी है कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी को मजबूत करने का मतलब, उसका जनाधार और संगठन बढ़ाने का मतलब पूरे एनडीए के लाभ को पहुंचाना। जैसे एनडीए जिस सीट पे लड़ेगी, तो आज एनडीए भी के बाकी घटक दल भी अपने सभी कार्यक्रमों को हर सीटों पर और अपना जनाधार बढ़ाने के लिए करते हैं, उसका लाभ पूरे एनडीए को मिलता है। उसी प्रकार
ये बताइए ना नित्यानंद राय जी, आप केंद्रीय गृह मंत्री हैं, राज्य मंत्री, तो क्या फ्राइडे को स्कूल खुला रहना चाहिए या संडे को बंद रहना चाहिए?
आज पाटलिपुत्रा की धरती पर राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष जी आ रहे हैं। इस पर आपसे हम जब माननीय गृह मंत्री जी कल उनका आगमन हो रहा है पाटलिपुत्रा की धरती पर, इस कार्यक्रम के बाद आपके साथ बैठकर इस पर हम लोग बात करेंगे।
संजय राउत का एक वीडियो आया है जिसमें वो एक महिला को धमका रहे हैं फोन पर।
देखिए, आप पाटलिपुत्रा की धरती पर आ रहे हैं, चलिए जनता के बीच जाकर उनके उमंग को देखिए और पूरे भारत को दिखाइए कि पाटलिपुत्रा की धरती किस प्रकार से राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष जी के स्वागत के लिए आज खड़ी है, समझे ना। और उस उमंग को देखिए और उत्साह का जो वातावरण है, जो नज़ारा है, जो आपके सामने है, उसको भी देखिए। धन्यवाद।
All right, we just heard from Prakash Singh asking questions to Nityanand Rai of the BJP. Him answering some of them, sidestepping some of them, but the focus still remains, viewers, on this very important national executive meeting that is going to take place today. And those are the visuals, viewers, of JP Nadda arriving in Patna. And we are taking a quick break now, but we will be bringing you the updates and those pictures from Patna, where JP Nadda has just arrived, and he will be also present in this national executive meet that is expected to take place there. Stay tuned. And now let's get you all the updates from the world of sports, viewers. The opening ceremony of the 2022 Commonwealth Games took place at Alexander. Birmingham was announced as a host on 21st December 2017, marking England's third time hosting the Commonwealth Games after London in 1934 and Manchester in 2002. England's Alex Yee won the first gold medal of the 2022 Commonwealth Games with victory in the men's triathlon at Sutton Park in Birmingham on Friday after New Zealand's Hayden Wild was penalised for unclipping his helmet early during the transition between cycling and running disciplines and had to settle for a silver.
Shinde will be visiting the state for the first time after assuming the post of Chief Minister. Shinde will take stock of Marathwada and parts of Western Maharashtra. During the visit, the Chief Minister will also meet several local leaders to discuss local level issues in Aurangabad, Silod, Yewala, Vijaypur, Pune areas, and also review problems and development work in each district with the collector. In a big order by the Kerala High Court, it has been observed that transgender persons must be permitted to participate in categories of their choice in the absence of a separate category for them to compete in sporting events.
This week, watch Checkmate to know why India is buying the latest arms and ammunitions. Why is India getting the latest defense technology from the world? Why is India arming itself at such a rapid rate? But I will tell you what I believe. I believe India has global ambitions. I believe India wants to be a global leader. When India says that it wants to become a Vishwa
Welcome back, viewers. Once again, cutting across to those images that we are tracking from Patna for you. For JP Nadda, in fact, has just arrived in Patna, and we saw the massive welcome that the BJP chief, the national BJP chief, in fact, has gotten in Patna itself. He is expected to first carry out a roadshow between the statues of Baba Sahib Ambedkar and Jai Prakash as well. And we are seeing how the National Executive Meet is also expected to take place, in which tomorrow Amit Shah is also expected to be there, along with several of the senior leadership of the BJP that we have seen arriving in Patna, including BL Santosh, CT Ravi, V Satish, Shiv Prakash and other leaders as well. These are the names that we are tracking for you, viewers. And Prakash Singh is on the ground, getting us all the updates, getting us all the voices, and he is speaking to the senior leadership of the BJP leaders who are in Patna right now. Prakash, if you can hear me, if you could speak to us over these images about what is really expected to be discussed in this National Executive Meet, what really will be the focus going ahead for the elections as well. Is that going to be one of the points? And also, what are the names that you're picking up, the senior leadership of the BJP that have already arrived there in Patna?
Well, as far as the meeting is concerned, the very foundation of the BJP is based on the strength of its cadres at the grassroots level, and that's what it is all about. Because Bihar becomes a critical state, and from here they want to send a message across different parts of India, and that is why this Pravas Yatra has been organized, spread across 200 assembly constituencies, where the leaders of the BJP from various parts of the country would be congregating at different assembly constituencies and staying there overnight. And an important meeting would also be organized here in Patna's Bapu's Sabhaghar, where all the important leaders, including JP Nadda, BL Santosh, Giriraj Singh, Nityanand Rai, Ravi Shankar Prasad, in fact, Tejasvi Surya is also here, the BJYM national president, and other youth leaders are also here, and various other leaders have come here to Patna to take part, to participate in the meeting. And over the next 2 days, all important issues concerning the state, the flagship projects, the programs, the reach out programs would be discussed as to how to go about in the run-up to the 2024 assembly elections, to 2024 Lok Sabha elections is concerned. So, tomorrow, BJP National President JP Nadda is also expected to meet Nitish Kumar, provided he is well, because he was suffering from corona, and discuss the possibility of taking the alliance further to a new strength, because that's what Nityanand Rai said, that we are trying to strengthen the NDA, but we have seen that of late the JDU and the BJP has been at loggerheads ever since the JDU was relegated to 45 seats in the last assembly elections in 2020. So this meeting becomes critical and important from the point of view of 2024 elections, because this is for the first time that the National Executive Meeting of all the morchas of the BJP is being organized here, and so that they can percolate and penetrate into different segments of Bihar and make the people understand about the flagship project of Narendra Modi, as well as what Bihar government is doing, and keeping in mind the fact that Bihar is a very critical state as far as politics is concerned. Back to you.
Well, of course, Prakash Singh there joining us on the broadcast with those details of what's really the political significance, viewers, of JP Nadda being there in Patna and the National Executive Meeting that he will be a part of for the 2 days. And tomorrow, We will see Amit Shah also being there in Patna along with several big names of the central leadership of the BJP, along with BL Santosh, along with CT Ravi, along with several other names that we're picking up. We're seeing those images of those leaders coming down to Patna, and those images right now are that of JP Nadda being welcomed there at Patna. And viewers, we are taking a short break now, but we'll be staying with those images on the other side and getting you updates from Patna.
Police vans have also come in right now just to give the security to the BJP legislators right now as they are staying here for a while before the government formation actually takes place. About 17 locations where these searches are being carried out. In all likelihood, the number is going to go up. There could be some arrests. Total of 8 CCTV footages that have been accessed. This encapsulates Kole's murder that has taken place.
Shinde will be visiting the state for the first time after assuming the post of Chief Minister. Shinde will take stock of Marathwada and parts of Western Maharashtra. During the visit, the Chief Minister will also meet several local leaders to discuss local level issues in Aurangabad, Silod, Yewala, Vijaypur, Pune areas, and also review problems and development work in each district with the collector. In a big order by the Kerala High Court, it has been observed that transgender persons must be permitted to participate in categories of their choice in the absence of a separate category for them to compete in sporting events.
Here on the live coverage on Republic TV as we report from outside Raj Thakre's residence. The Chief Minister of Maharashtra vacates his residence. Sena supporters coming out in large numbers showing their support to Uddhav Thackeray. The NCP huddle has begun. We're keeping a close track on all the senior leaders coming in and going out.
And now let's get you all the updates from the world of sports. Viewers, the opening ceremony of the 2022 Commonwealth Games took place at Alexander. Birmingham was announced as a host on 21st December 2017, marking England's third time hosting the Commonwealth Games after London in 1934 and Manchester in 2002. Now viewers, once again we're cutting across to those images of the last drive of our Braveheart, the pilots that had lost their lives in the MiG crash there in Bardmer in Rajasthan. And our correspondents are on the ground, viewers, tracking that last drive of India's Bravehearts before the last rites are conducted of the mortal remains that have been brought back. I see Gursimran there on the ground. And Gursimran, if you can hear me, speak to us about these images, speak to us about those heart-wrenching images really of the family members as well and the last rites that are expected to carry out.
See, Priyanka, I request Gaurav to keep showing you the visuals that the mortal remains of Flight Lieutenant Aditya Bal has arrived at his native residence in village Jindar Mahelu, and the people, there are thousands in numbers, have gathered for the last rites of this Braveheart who attained martyrdom. And you can see that the people, there are thousands in number, have arrived here to pay last tribute to this Braveheart, the Braveheart that has laid down his life. He made it very sure that the MiG didn't land in the villages that can cause a lot of damage to the civilian population. Without caring for his life, he made sure that the crash land take place at some place which is not near the civilian population. And now a sea of people, if Gaurav can show you the people who have gathered here. A sea of people from the local and the areas have arrived here at the residence of this braveheart to pay the last tribute. The locals, they say that they were proud that a young boy from their area had joined the Indian Air Force and is a fighter pilot. This is something they have never dreamt of, but he has made the entire area proud, and now the last rites of this braveheart are being performed here. Now the last journey of this braveheart, Advitya Bal, is taking place here in Jammu, Araspura sector. When we spoke to him yesterday, when we spoke to his family members, his mother, she was saying that she recalls her conversation with him that happened a day before, some 2 hours before the last flight of this braveheart, and they say that she regrets telling him that you should speak as you have a flight to take. She said she never knew that it was going to be his last flight. The family members, they are totally inconsolable because they don't know what has happened. Advitya was all fine. He was speaking to them a day before, but what happened at 9:10 yesterday evening has completely changed the thing for them. They are inconsolable. They don't know what to speak. They don't know how to react because they have lost their dear one, and the country has lost a braveheart, a fighter pilot of the Indian Air Force who had more than 4,000 hours of flying experience, something which is always considered as an experienced pilots do have. But the unfortunate incident that has unfolded day before yesterday, the entire Jammu and Kashmir is in grief for this braveheart, because this braveheart was the one who rose from a very small house, a very medium family where they had limited resources, but he rose to the ranks. He had a courage and a determination to serve the family members. He always wanted to serve the country, and that's why, that is the sole reason he went to the Sainik school at the age of 11, and since then his mother was saying that he was not with her, and she feels that something that has unfolded a day before yesterday has left they are left with nothing, because they shared the conversation they had with her. Now I'll request Gaurav to keep showing you the visuals that thousands and thousands of people from the village and nearby villages, the border belt. This is a border belt of Araspura, from where the people have arrived. The people, they have seen forces very closely working, how they have been working around the clock to thwart the attempts of the enemy, and they have a high respect for the forces on ground. This is the photograph of Flight Lieutenant Advitya Bal. One of the last photographs, he had got this framed at his place also. Senior officials of the Air Force and the Indian Army, they too are arriving for the last rites of this braveheart, which will be performed in a short while from now. His batchmates too are here, who have worked.
Well, viewers, we are staying with those heartbreaking images of the last riots that are also expected to be carried out of the pilot that has lost his life in the crash that took place in Rajasthan of the MiG as well. And we are seeing that the family members of the pilots also being completely inconsolable. But Republic is, viewers, tracking the images of these last riots. We're taking a short break here now, and we'll be bringing you updates on the other side of the last riots and of the pilot that are also expected to be carried out. But apart from that, of course, several other stories lined up where we are seeing that the Delhi government rolling back the liquor policy post condemnation from the opposition.
And in other national news, in a fresh trouble for sacked TMC Minister Partha Chatterjee, sources have now informed that Partha's aides Manik Bhattacharya and Sukanto Acharya have been summoned and will be interrogated in the Bengal cash scam. Following mega cash hauls and back-to-back summons, the TMC has now swung into a huddle mode. Reports suggest Abhishek Banerjee is set to hold a number of meetings to decide the future course of action for the party.
Here on the live coverage on Republic TV as we report from outside Raj Thakre's residence. The Chief Minister of Maharashtra vacates his residence. Sena supporters coming out in large numbers showing their support to Uddhav Thackeray. The NCP huddle has begun. We're keeping a close track of all the senior leaders coming in and going out.
More than 30,000 kgs of narcotics to be incinerated in 4 locations across the country in virtual presence of Union Home Minister Amit Shah. According to an official release during the conference, more than 30,000 kgs of drugs will be burnt and disposed of by the Narcotics Control Bureau teams in Delhi, Chennai, Guwahati and Kolkata in front of the Home Minister.
Police vans have also come in right now just to give the security to the BJP legislators right now as they are staying here for a while before the government formation actually takes place. About 17 locations where these searches are being carried out. In all likelihood, the number is going to go up. There could be some arrests. Total of 8 CCTV footages that have been accessed. This encapsulates Kohler's murder that has taken place.
Those are visuals there of the final journey of the pilots killed in the MiG-21 crash which took place on Thursday evening as an Indian Air Force MiG-21 jet crashed during a training sortie in Rajasthan's Barmer. Local residents there, some protesting, some mourning. The last salute to the 2 pilots who were killed on Thursday evening in the IAF MiG-21 jet which crashed in Rajasthan's Barmer. Gursimran, our reporter, is there on the ground. Gursimran, we can see that crowds are gathered there. They are holding flags. Some of them are raising their arms. What's happening?
Yes, right now we are outside the residence of Adhir Ranjan, Flying Lieutenant Adhir Ranjan, who attained the martyrdom day before yesterday in an unfortunate incident that has unfolded in the Barmer district of Rajasthan. And as the mortal remains of this braveheart arrived at his native residence, I'll request Gaurav to show you a 360 view of the area, that how the people, a sea of people, thousands in number, have arrived from different parts of the Jammu to pay a tribute to this braveheart. The people, they are up at their rooftops, they are on the roads. They just want to get a glimpse of this braveheart, Adhir Ranjan, who has made a supreme sacrifice. Important to mention that he entered into NDA in 2013 and got into Indian Air Force in 2017. It was his first place of posting in the Barmer, Rajasthan. And the locals, they said he was a champion kind of a. Even for the juniors, he was a soft-spoken, and yesterday when we were inside his room, the room he has decorated for himself, it had a photo, a giant photo of Advitya with a aircraft, and it had messages written from his colleagues. The messages were that the messages that his colleagues wrote for him, they clearly depicted what kind of person he was. There were messages that he is a person who everyone everyone looks for at a time when they are kind of depressed or when they are looking for motivation. So it really conveys that he was a person who has always been motivating and always wanted others to grow in life. He has always been helpful to others. So this is kind of a person Adhir was, but the unfortunate incident has taken Adhir away from the family and the dear ones, and now what the locals say that they are proud of Adhir. Adhir Amar Rahe is the slogans that are being raised by the locals. So locals hand him a high respect, and in a short while from now the mortal remains of Adhir will be taken from his native residence to the crematorium for the last rites.
So it's the last journey. Gursimran, our reporter there on the ground, the last journey of Flight Lieutenant Adhir Bal, who was killed in that MiG-21 jet crash which took place in Barmer in Rajasthan during a training sortie. Those are visuals we're getting you from his hometown, where his mortal remains are likely to arrive at any time now. Locals holding the Tiranga there in memory of the young brave officer who lost his life last Thursday evening. The Indian Air Force officer and Flight Lieutenant Adhir Bal, who was killed in that MiG-21 jet crash. His mortal remains arriving there for the last rites. Our correspondent Gursimran on the ground. The last journey of Flight Lieutenant Adhir Bal of the Indian Air Force, who was killed on Thursday evening during a training sortie in Rajasthan's Barmer. He was one of two officers who was killed. His mortal remains arriving there for the last rites. Flight Lieutenant Adhir Bal belongs to Jammu, and there you see locals gathering there.
Matram! 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 Digvijaya का नाम रहेगा, Digvijaya का नाम रहेगा, Matram! भारत माता की जय! भारत माता की जय! भारत माता की जय! Matram! 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 भारत माता की जय!
हाँ जी भाई, हेलो हेलो
Well, locals there holding the Tiranga as a last salute, can we say, and shouting slogans for Flight Lieutenant Adhir Bal, who lost his life in a training sortie as he was flying a MiG-21 in Rajasthan's Barmer. He was one of two Indian Air Force pilots killed in Thursday night's crash of the MiG-21 trainer aircraft in Rajasthan. Along with him was Wing Commander M. Rana. Wing Commander Rana hailed from Himachal Pradesh and Flight Lieutenant Bal from Jammu. And there you can see. And those are his mortal remains arriving for the last rites. The two Indian Air Force pilots lost their lives on Thursday in a crash of a MiG-21 trainer aircraft in Rajasthan. Flight Lieutenant Adhir Bal is one of the Indian Air Force pilots who lost his life, and there you see his mortal remains arriving for the last rites. Gursimran on the ground. Gursimran, it's over to you. Take us through what's happening. Earlier you were telling us how, there were calls of, as a last salute, locals there gathering for the last rites, for the funeral of Flight Lieutenant Adhir Bal.
The supreme sacrifice in the unfortunate incident that has unfolded day before yesterday. We have some locals with us. We'll try to speak to them. Sir, आप यहाँ के हैं. हमने जब भी आपसे बात की आपने कहा बड़ा फक्र है कि यहाँ से एक फाइटर पायलट गया था. जो हादसा हुआ है कहीं ना कहीं दिल में क्षति रह जाती है.
Yes, this is very unfortunate. We have lost the son of a Fazil. हम बड़ा दुख है. He was inspiration to the youth of Araspura locals. पर बहुत दुख है. परिवार को बहुत संवेदना है कि आज ये हमें छोड़ के चले गए. तो पूरा गांव, पूरा शहर, हमारा पूरा आरसपुरा जो है इस वक्त बड़ी दुख की घड़ी में है. आप देख रहे होंगे कि कैसे यूथ और सब गांव के आगे पीछे सारे गांव के लोग यहाँ आए हैं. तो एक बड़ा दुख का माहौल है कि जो हमने 2 भारत के रत्न खो दिए.
भारत के 2 रत्न खो दिए. द 2 gems द इंडिया हैज लॉस्ट. सर, लगातार हज़ारों की तादाद में लोग यहाँ श्रद्धांजलि देने के लिए आ रहे हैं. कितनी बड़ी क्षति जो है वो परिवार और आप लोगों को पहुँची है, क्योंकि आप लोग बताते हैं कि वो सब पूरे इलाके के लिए कहीं ना कहीं प्रेरणा स्रोत.
ये सिर्फ घर का लाश ही नहीं है. अद्वितीय बल हमारे इलाके का, गांव जिंदड़ मेले का ही नहीं, आरसपुरा का, जम्मू का, बल्कि J&K का एक प्राइड था जिसने एक फाइटर प्लेन चलाने का गौरव हासिल किया. एक छोटे से गांव से उठ के इतनी बड़ी पोस्ट तक पहुंचा. और हम तो उसको बचपन से जानते हैं. बचपन में मेरे साथ आके बैठता था और हमेशा उसका यही सपना था कि मैं एक पायलट बनूं. और देखो, बच्चे होते हैं वो बड़ों से दूर भागते हैं, लेकिन ये बड़ों के पास आके बैठता था, उनसे इंस्पायरेशन लेता था. छोटा भाई जब भी इसको बुलाने जाता उसके कहता है नहीं, मैं ताऊ जी के पास बैठा हूँ, कुछ अच्छी ज्ञान की बातें सीख रहा हूँ इनसे. तो देखो, एक छोटे से बच्चे के मन में कितनी बड़ी सोच है एक. तो ऐसा एक हीरा हमने खो दिया है. ये सिर्फ घर का ही लाश नहीं है, ये पूरे इलाके का लाश है. और हम तहे दिल से उनको पूरे दिल से श्रद्धांजलि देते हैं और हम भगवान से दुआ करते हैं कि उनको ऊपर रहम फरमाएं और उनको अच्छी जगह पे जगह.
So the locals are giving tribute. I'll request Gaurav to show you the people, those who are sitting on the rooftops. The people have arrived from almost all corners of the Jammu city. If you have a look, you will see a sea of people coming from the various parts of the Jammu region. They are coming to pay tribute to this brave heart of the Mother India, who made it very sure that even when the crash happened, when the technical glitch occurred, he made it sure that the aircraft doesn't land in the area which is populated, that can lead to loss of some lives of the civilian population. He risked his life along with the wing commander and made it very sure that the civilian remains safe. These are the youth of this very area. This is Jindar Mahlu area of Araspura in Jammu, where the youth, they are raising the slogans of Adhir Bal Amar Rahe, because they also know that they have lost their inspiration. It was an inspiration not for the youth but for the almost all the people who live in the nearby area. We spoke to the elders, we spoke to the youth, and what they are saying, that he was an inspiration for all. I'll request Gaurav to show you the visuals of that side also, that how the locals, the women from the other villages, they too have arrived. They are on the rooftop, just wanted to have a glimpse of this brave heart, the brave heart who made the supreme sacrifice for the country. And it is really tough time for the family who has lost Adhir, a near and a dear ones. They are all in grief, and what they are saying is that they are proud of what Adhir has done, and the entire area will remain grateful for his services to the country, because when he flew, he was of those elite club, those fighter pilots who, despite all odds, have made it sure that the security and the integrity of the country remains intact, and has faced many such challenges even before also. But the unfaithful incident that unfolded day before yesterday has taken this brave heart away from the family members, and now in a short while the last rites of Adhir Bal will be performed at his native village. Important to mention that born in 1996, Adhir Bal was in Sainik school from his class 6th, and for the 6 years he was born and brought up. He studied in an atmosphere of the Sainik school, which made him well disciplined and a person who always have an aim to be pilot in the Indian Air Force. And he soon after his class 12th joined the NDA. In 2017 he got into the Indian Air Force, and it was his first place of posting in the Barmer, Rajasthan, wherein this was almost 4,000 hours of flying experience he was carrying. So this was what Adhir was, a trained professional. And now the officials from the Indian Air Force, they too are arriving, as the body will leave shortly for the last rites that will be performed in the native village of Adhir only. And what the locals say, that they are really very proud of what Adhir has contributed. The laurels he has brought for the country is something they say is never they have imagined, because this area is very near to the international border, and the people here usually they don't expect that someone from here will shine and rise like Adhir. And when they looked after him, they looked after him with a great respect, because a person who is serving in the Indian Air Force as a fighter pilot is like a dream come true, not only for the family members but also for the villagers that are now proud of this brave heart who has made the supreme sacrifice. Yes.
Well, Gursimran, we are getting those visuals and we are hearing those cries of hailing the bravery of Flight Lieutenant Adhir Bal, who at such a young age gave his life for his in the line of duty. We believe that he was on a training sortie when that's what the IAF has released in its statement. And there was also with him another officer, that was another pilot, Wing Commander M. Rana, and Flight Lieutenant Adhir Bal. And well, Gursimran, we are also getting those visuals of the mortal remains being carried in state, the Indian tricolour draped over the coffin. And very soon, well, we do expect that the last rites will be performed. And even though, well, it is a matter of great pride, we can clearly see for people there, people who've known him, people who've seen him as he grew up in Jammu. It's also a day of mourning, the loss of a young officer. Gursimran.
Yes, it's a day of mourning for the not only for the Jammu Kashmir but for the entire country, as they have lost a brave heart who was a fighter pilot and have given his services for almost 3.5 years in the Indian Air Force in the active flying. Important to mention, as you have said, that his mortal remains were covered with the tricolour. This is what this brave heart has earned. In the times of the services, he made the supreme sacrifice, but it was for the country. This supreme sacrifice, he made it very sure that the aircraft Wing Commander Amrana and Flight Lieutenant Adhir, they both made it very sure that this MiG-21 doesn't crash in this populated area, and that's why they risked their own life. They achieved the supreme sacrifice, but have saved many precious lives. Had this MiG-21 crashed into the civilian areas, this would have caused a havoc. But these brave hearts, they, without caring for their life, they remained stuck to it. They didn't took themselves out and made the supreme sacrifice. And yes, this is the tricolour on the mortal remains of Flight Lieutenant Adhir is what he has earned, the respect, the love of the entire country. And at this time, the country stands with this brave heart who has made the supreme sacrifice. In a short while from now, in another 10 to 20 minutes, the mortal remains of this brave heart will leave his residence in the Jindar Mahlu for the crematorium, where the last rites of this brave heart will be performed. But if Gaurav can show you from from this side, you will have a clear idea that how much respect and the love, affection he has earned from the locals. The locals, thousands in numbers, have arrived at the residence of Adhir Bal to pay him last respect, to pay the last homage to this brave heart of the Indian Air Force who has made the supreme sacrifice. And this speaks of the saga of the forces, because these people who are very near to the border, this falls in the Araspura sector, this is the Araspura sector of the Indo-Pakistan international border, and these people, they have seen the forces really very closely, working round the clock to ensure the unity and the integrity of the country. And that's why they were really very proud of Adhir Bal when in 2017 they got to know that he joined Indian Air Force, and later he was flying the fighter planes. They were really very happy and proud that a young boy from their area have made it to those heights where it is almost impossible for many to do so. But when the news of this horrific incident came, it was at around 11:50. Same day before yesterday, 11:50 in the midnight, when the incident, they got to know about the same. And since then, the people have gathered here at the residence of Adhir Bal to express their grief to the family. The family, as of now, remains inconsolable. They don't know what to speak. We spoke to her, we spoke to mother of Adhir Bal yesterday morning, and what she was saying is that day before yesterday, when this incident happened, 2 to 3 hours before the incident, he had sent a mobile phone for his mother, and she made a call to him via that new mobile, and she recalls that she said that he told her that he had a flight later in the day, a night sortie that was to be taken by him and the wing commander Rana. And now what happened is that her mother, she told her to sleep as he has to take a sortie, but she said that she regrets saying those words, that now you should speak, because she say that she never knew that it was the last time she was telling him to speak. So this is what the parents were actually feeling, and these locals, they have gathered here in large numbers, carrying the tricolor, sending a simple message to all that these people, they stand with the brave heart at a time when the country is in grief. They are with the family, and they say that this is their personal loss, not the loss of only family, but the loss of the entire country. Yes.
Yes, Gursimran, we can see those visuals and we can actually feel the kind of emotion, a sense of pride in a young brave heart who lost his life in that tragic air crash. It was a training sortie that claimed his life and that of Wing Commander Rana. Even as locals raise their voices in memory of the young Flight Lieutenant Adhir Bal, whose last rites will be performed, as Gursimran was just telling us, in another 15-20 minutes from now. Well, there's also a sense of mourning, as Gursimran tells us his family is inconsolable.
People are proud of the sacrifice which has been made by Flight Lieutenant.
So hundreds gathered there for the funeral of Flight Lieutenant Adhir Bal, and Gursimran taking us through every event as it's happening, through the event as it's going on. Gursimran, a short while back, we were just looking at those visuals of the mortal remains of Flight Lieutenant Adhir Bal, the young braveheart who was martyred while on a training sortie in Rajasthan's Barmer. His funeral, we believe, in a short while from now.
See, in a short while from now, the mortal remains of this brave heart will leave from his residence here in the Jindar Mahlu village, and the sea of people have gathered outside his residence. The locals, the youth, they all are inspired. with what this brave heart has, the sacrifice this brave heart has made, and we have seen that in the recent past also some of the unfortunate incidents have taken place, but these youth, these border youth, they are proud because they know the value of the security forces. मुझे ये बताइए कितना फख्र हो रहा है देश के?
फख्र तो बहुत ज़्यादा है, एक छोटे से गांव का लड़का इतनी दूर पहुंचना कोई नॉर्मली बात नहीं है। हम बस यही चाहते हैं कि जो जहाज़ हैं बिल्कुल बंद किया जाए। शायद जब से ये जहाज़ आए हैं 79 पायलट शहीद हो चुके हैं और आम नागरिक 39 to 40 मतलब 80 आम नागरिक भी मरे जा चुके हैं।
तो मुझे बताइए, आप बॉर्डर के लोग हैं, आप तो फोर्सेस को बड़े पास से काम करते देखते थे, हम आपके लिए हमेशा एक इंस्पिरेशन रहे होंगे अद्वितीय।
सर हम तो बस यही चाहते हैं टोटली, और तो कुछ कहने के लायक नहीं, हम यही चाहते हैं कि ये जहाज़ टोटली बंद हो जाए।
So the locals have their demands also that the MiGs should be barred, should be grounded, as they have become really a challenge as the recent incidents have taken place. Yes.
Well, Gursimran, stay with us and we'll be coming back to you for more updates. Meanwhile, I'd like to reiterate, to tell our viewers once again, these are visuals of the last salute as the nation mourns the passing away and yet holds its head high in praise of Flight Lieutenant Advitya Bal, who lost his life in the line of duty, who was martyred while on a training sortie. The Indian Air Force's MiG-21, which crashed along with another officer. And moving on to other top stories before we go back to that last salute once again. Ranchi's Birsa Munda Airport receives a threat to blow up the airport on July 29th via text message with a demand of 20 lakh rupees. Following the threat, airport officials have informed that police are taking the necessary action and an investigation too has been launched into the case. Amidst a mega backlash against Kejriwal government's liquor policy, officials have now informed that the Delhi government is mulling rolling back the policy. This comes after Lieutenant Governor recommended a CBI probe into the implementation of the new excise policy of the government of Delhi. Hitting out at the Kejriwal government over the decision to roll back the liquor policy, BJP IT cell head Amit Malviya asks, if the new excise policy of Kejriwal is not a mega scam, why is the government rushing to revert to the old policy after CBI inquiry was ordered? In other words, it is an admission of violations, corruption and loss to exchequer, as pointed out. And the BJP's Pravas program begins in Patna. BJP chief JP Nadda arrived a short while back at the airport and the program has begun. Time now for
Amity University has India's largest scholarship program, from which over 25,000 brilliant students have already benefited. Students with over 95% in Class 12 boards get 100% scholarship, and students with over 90% get 50% scholarship. Join brilliant, like-minded students who want to be successful. Apply at amity.edu/scholarships.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be addressing the first ever inaugural session of the first national meet of District Legal Services Authorities at Vigyan Bhavan today at around 10 a.m. Union Home Minister Amit Shah scheduled to address the National Conference on Drug Trafficking and National Security in Chandigarh today. Chief Ministers of Haryana, Himachal Pradesh and Punjab, officers from the Border Security Force, National Investigation Agency and Narcotics Control Bureau, as well as Anti-Narcotics Task Force chiefs of respective states and members of Narco Coordination Center will also be present at the conference.
Me and my Vijay are together. Absolute pandemonium, chaos, in fact, massive security thrown around. Big push diplomatic visit, which is going to be, of course, capped by the Quad leaders meets. Uddhav surrounded himself with unelectable coterie. You expect these people to dictate terms to a grassroots strong leader like Eknath Shinde?
And in other national news, in a fresh trouble for Saka.
Republic News Network is the only network to get you an aerial view.
सोनिया गांधी से ईडी पूछताछ नहीं कर सकती। इसको रोको यार, तुम हम पे रहते हो इधर से। ये क्या मतलब है?
Chandigarh police has applied the water cannon to disperse the protesters.
Are you okay?
The final journey of Flight Lieutenant Adhir Bal of the Indian Air Force, the young braveheart who was one of two pilots who lost his life in that ill-fated crash of a training sortie on Thursday evening. These are visuals from his hometown in Jammu. As local residents chant his name in pride, our correspondent Gursimran on the ground taking us through every detail of the performance of the last rites for Flight Lieutenant Adhir Bal. Gursimran, the mortal remains have arrived, and as you said, they've made their way from his residence, from Flight Lieutenant Bal's residence, and perhaps this is the final journey when his last rites will be performed at the crematorium, as you were telling us. Take us through what's happening.
Yes, the last journey of this braveheart has begun from the native residence in the Chandramahlu village, and the mortal remains, they are now heading from the village, the native village, towards the crematorium. And this is an example, the locals, the way thousands and thousands of locals have gathered from almost all parts of the Jammu. This clearly speaks that what kind of saga and history this braveheart was carrying, what kind of proud the people of the local area were, the kind of supreme sacrifice. Because we spoke to many people, and what they are saying that they are really proud of, because he was an inspiration to the people, the inspiration to the locals of the border area of Araspura, who always looked to him like an inspiration, who has made it to a next level, where it's almost always a dream of many to make it. He was a fighter pilot, and this is really a big achievement for the locals, that a person from the area, from a remote village of Jammu, has made it to the Indian Air Force. Now the bravehearts of this braveheart of the Indian Air Force is leaving for his last journey. The officials of the Indian Air Force, even some of his badge mates, they are giving the support to Adhir Bal, who attained the supreme sacrifice day before yesterday. Yesterday we spoke to his uncle, who has looked after him, as his father has also served in the Indian Army. So his uncle was with him all the time, be it his admission in the class 6 in the Sainik school, or the recent or the incidents that have after that. Now the Gaurav is continuously showing you the visuals, the tricolors that are being raised by the locals in respect of this bravehearts. This vehicle of the Indian Air Force, it will be taking the mortal remains of this braveheart to the final destination. A tough time for the family, the locals, for entire Jammu and Kashmir, as he was the one who has made them proud for many years. He has been and will remain in their memories. This is what the locals say. When yesterday we spoke to his uncle, he said that once Adhir told them that he will make him proud. He did so, but it was not for a longer tenure. It was just for the 4 to 5 years of the service that he gave for the Indian Air Force. And an unfortunate incident that has unfolded has left the entire family inconsolable. The family don't know what to speak, how to react. It's like they feel that they have been left shattered totally due to the incident that has unfolded day before yesterday. The brother of Flight Lieutenant Adhir Bal, Harshit, was in Delhi when he got to know of this unfortunate news, and what they say, the family members say, that they cannot believe even that this has happened to them, and what has actually unfolded in the recent incident. Yeah, and we are showing you the visuals of the last rites of Flight Lieutenant Adhir Bal. The mortal remains have left from his residence and are now en route to the crematorium where the last rites will be performed. And this incident has left a big void, a gap for the family that is completely unfillable, because they even understand that Adhir won't return, and though the people of the country stand with them, but now we have seen that this unfortunate incident has taken this brave heart away from the family. Live visuals is Gaurav was showing you of the last rites of this brave hearts as the mortal remains are being taken to the crematorium in the Jindhar Mahlu village. The incident was reported at around 9:10, few minutes after the wing commander M. Rana and Flight Lieutenant Adhir Bal left for this training sortie, and this sortie, after a few minutes of the flight, possibly a technical snag, which it initially seems. However, a court of inquiry has already been ordered by the Indian Air Force, and due to the technical snag, they couldn't come out of that. However, they made it very sure that the MiG-21 is not landed in a civilian populated area, otherwise it would have caused the loss of civilian lives also. So without caring for their life, risking their lives, and they are making it very sure that all of them, they are safe, all the civilians are safe, and they have made it really very sure that there is no loss of civilian lives, though they attained the martyrdom during this crash, the unfortunate incident that has unfolded. And so this was the incident that unfolded day before yesterday, and now the sea of people have gathered here to pay tribute to this brave heart. Yes.
Well, Gursimran there getting us the pictures, viewers on the ground, where we are seeing that the Braveheart Flight Lieutenant Adhir Bal's last rites that are all set to take place as well. Remember to give you a recap of what had really happened of this unfortunate incident. The two Indian Air Force pilots had lost their lives on Thursday night's crash of an MiG-21 trainer aircraft in Rajasthan. In fact, Wing Commander M. Rana and Flight Lieutenant Adhir Bal had been on board, and they have both achieved martyrdom in this training sortie that they were carrying out in Barmer in Rajasthan. And Wing Commander Rana hailed from Himachal Pradesh, and we had seen that the last rites of Wing Commander being also carried out. And Flight Lieutenant Bal is from Jammu, where Gursimran is reporting for us. He's getting us the pictures, heart-wrenching pictures, really, viewers, of this last rites of Flight Lieutenant Adhir Bal that are being carried out. You can see a pool of tirangas, you can see a sea of tirangas of being waved by the civilians who are marching along with the family members in this last journey of Flight Lieutenant Adhir Bal. Let me try to bring in Gursimran once again, who is reporting on the ground. He's there at the site where these last rites are being carried out. Gursimran, speak to us a little bit about the mood and the atmosphere where you are right now. We see civilians holding and waving the tricolor. You can see the entire sea of tricolors in this last journey of Flight Lieutenant Adhir. We saw that the family members were completely inconsolable, which is quite natural, of course. But we are seeing that the civilians coming there, showing their support for the Braveheart, saying that this is our son of the soil who's lost his life, achieved martyrdom by doing something for the country.
Matram! Matram! Matram!
All right, we will connect with Gursimran in just a bit because viewers, he's there on the ground where these pictures we are getting for you, and quite a heartwarming image at the same time as well, viewers, since civilians chanting there, chanting in support of Flight Lieutenant Adhir, the Braveheart from Jammu, who lost his life in the sortie that he was carrying out on Thursday night in the crash of the MiG-21 trainer aircraft in Bardmer in Rajasthan. But we see that the pool of civilians, the pool of people who have gathered there just to bid their goodbye to Flight Lieutenant Adhir, to take a moment and recognize all that Flight Lieutenant Adhir has done for the country and how he has achieved martyrdom. I believe Gursimran is back with us. Gursimran, over to you. But before we go across to him, we are staying with those images, viewers, that we are tracking for you of the last rites of the Flight Lieutenant Adhir from Jammu. Heartwarming images of civilians gathering there, trying to get a glimpse of this entire platform as well, where Flight Lieutenant Adhir's mortal remains are being carried out as well. And we see not 1 second of quietude there, but people chanting. People chanting in support of Flight Lieutenant Adhir, also showing support to their family members, walking along with the family members of Flight Lieutenant Adhir, trying to show their support, saying that this is not just the family members who've lost their son, but all of them really who have lost the son of the soil who has achieved martyrdom while doing something for the country, while he was in the trainer aircraft of the MiG-21 that had unfortunately, viewers, crashed on Thursday night in Bardmer in Rajasthan. One more person had been there with Flight Lieutenant Adhir, that was Wing Commander M. Rana. And we are seeing the last rites right now in the middle of the sea of Tirangas, in the middle from which the mortal remains of Flight Lieutenant Adhir are being carried out, so that the last rites can be done by the family. But the people there really, viewers, walking along with the mortal remains of Flight Lieutenant Adhir, trying to tell the family members of Flight Lieutenant Adhir as well that they are with them. They have not just lost their son, but all of them, in fact, have lost the son of the soil, the Braveheart, Flight Lieutenant Adhir. And as we stay with those images, viewers, Wing Commander Bakshi, in fact, is also joining me on the broadcast. Wing Commander, please speak to us a little bit about the last rites, the images that we are seeing of the Flight Lieutenant Adhir. But I also want to get in a word from you about this entire incident that had come to light from Thursday night about the crash in Bardmer in Rajasthan. Please speak to us first about these images of how civilians are also saying that they are the ones who have also lost the son of the soil, Flight Lieutenant Adhir.
Thank you for having me over. This is a very sad occasion, but our heart goes out to the family of late Flight Lieutenant Adhir and his kith and kin. But the question arises out here. The emotions of the people on display are absolutely what they will come out, as if they have lost their own kith and kin, their own brother, own son. This is absolutely true because the citizens of India feel very high about the armed forces. Armed forces are very high in the hearts and in the respects of our citizens. The question is, Flight Lieutenant Adhir Ranjan was a flight lieutenant. He had sufficient experience. He was flying with a very senior officer also, and they unfortunately had sort of an emergency, which probably ended up in a fatal accident for both of them. It was just very unfortunate. There have been a number of accidents of late of the MiG-21s which they have taken our youth, our young officers. By MiG-21, when it comes to discussion, of course, it's not our right place for me to discuss the significances and limitation of the aircraft. But the aircraft was old. It was due to change. A lot of countries have changed the old aircraft. Even Chinese who have made this aircraft are also flying, but they are fairly new, given to Pakistan and Bangladesh and Sri Lanka and a number of other countries. They are all flying this aircraft. Our aircraft are having a problem. That government is looking into it. The MiG-21s are being replaced. The last 4 squadrons are left. But the question arises out here is that all this aspect had to be seen earlier, 40 years back, when the aircraft, 60 years back, the aircraft were inducted, but they should have started up. Way in 85, 86, the replacement should have been very seriously taken, which was not taken. Why? Because our indigenization programs were poor, and that is why we could not find a replacement. Buying from outside is a very costly thing. Here is the funeral is in progress. The squadron mates of Flight Lieutenant Adhir Ranjan are giving the shoulder in the last rite. As you can see, they are in full uniform, and they will present the last rites to the late Flight Lieutenant. And this is a tradition of the armed forces. It's world over, and paramilitary forces too, and civil police forces. They all follow this right because the person who was in uniform, who is to carry a weapon for the country, who laid his life for the country, has to be given the supreme honor. It is supposed to be the highest form of death in our Sanskriti, in our culture, and that is what is there. And that is why I told you that the people follow this, because it is there in culture, it is there in heart, it is in the blood of the people, and most of them have their kith and kin in the armed forces, especially from the Jammu and Himachal area. The maximum amount of soldiers and airmen and sailors come from this area, and that is what Flight Lieutenant Bal also was, and his colleague. So I personally feel that this is a very sad occasion, but and all the entire nation has taken a lesson from this, and something final statement has already come from government that we are going to totally replace the MiG-21 by 2025. Let us hope. September, this squadron the squadron is being replaced. The 51 squadron is being completely replaced by the new aircraft which are coming up. And we would like to now make sure and request the government to take it on top priority to replace the other 3 squadrons at the earliest without jeopardizing the safety of the country.
Well, Wing Commander, if I could also come to you about this. You have spoken briefly about it, but I would like it if you can expand on it as we stay with those pictures, Wing Commander, of the last riots that are all expected to take place of the Flight Lieutenant and Adhir Ranjan. And we are staying with those images, Wing Commander Praful Bakshi, but we have seen that there have been at least 6 MiG-21 Bison crashes in the last 2 to 20 months in fact, with 5 crashes in 2021 and 1 in 2022. Now we are also seeing that how 5 pilots have lost their lives in these crashes. However, this is the first such fatal trainer aircraft crash in fact of the MiG-21 Bison in a long time that we are seeing, Wing Commander. If you could expand on that, because you've already spoken about what might have been the reasons for this, and of course there has to be an official inquiry on that. But speak to us a little bit about the MiG-21s, and also going forward, is indigenous aircrafts the way going forward?
You are very right. MiG-21 is, of course, let me tell you one thing, perhaps has been one of the top productions in the world. Maximum countries have used MiG-21 and they are still using it. Chinese have bought the aircraft along with us in 1963, but they reverse engineered and made their own called F-7M, which became F-7P for Pakistan and other countries they supplied. We were wanting to make also this aircraft in 1978-79. We did do, but let me tell you one thing. There were enough pressures from Russia. They stopped us from making it further. And our main problem, as you know very well, is aviation. In problem is the engine. There are three major aspects of our aircraft: engine, airframe, and the avionics and the weapon systems. If engine is the main thing, we never made engine. So problem was the buying of an engine, designing the aircraft. But whatever the pressures were on us, we did not make it. So the aircraft started getting old. Now, even if I assure you, our maintenance is top class in the world. All countries have acknowledged it. The engineers, the procedures, the SOPs are top class. Pilots are top class. In various 6 to 7 world exercises, it has been proven. Even America and Russia and France have acknowledged it. They could not compete with our pilots. But the question is, why have we failed in producing our aircraft?
Right, Wing Commander Praful Bakshi. Sorry to cut you short, Wing Commander, but we are short of time. We will be getting back to you as we stay with those images, viewers, of the last riots being conducted of the Flight Lieutenant Adhir Ranjan, and how the family members have been inconsolable, but we are tracking those images as to how the son of the soil, the brave heart, has lost his life. He has achieved martyrdom, and how the civilians are gathering and chanting in his favor, chanting Indian slogans, and also we are tracking all those images. But we're taking a short break here now, viewers. We'll be bringing you all the images, we're bringing you all the updates on the other side. Australia enjoyed a successful opening day of the track of cycling competition as they led the way with 3 golds and a bronze, while New Zealand won 2 events. Paracyclist Neil Fashy claimed his 5th gold medal overall and Scotland's first this year at the paracycling event of the Games on the first day. Australia dominated at the swimming pool on the opening day of the competition, which included 2 all-Australian podium lockouts in the men's 400-metre freestyle and women's 200-metre freestyle finals. And England has become the first nation to win 3 successful gold medals for the Commonwealth Artistic Team Gymnastics events. Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Livestream with you everywhere. Republic Livestream, India's #1 streaming news.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be addressing the first ever inaugural session of the first national meet of District Legal Services Authorities at Vigyan Bhavan today at around 10 a.m. Union Home Minister Amit Shah scheduled to address the National Conference on Drug Trafficking and National Security in Chandigarh today. Chief Ministers of Haryana, Himachal Pradesh and Punjab, officers from the Border Security Force, National Investigation Agency and Narcotics Control Bureau, as well as Anti-Narcotics Task Force chiefs of respective states and members of Narco Coordination Center will also be present at the conference.
And once again, viewers, We are cutting across to those images that we are tracking from Jammu, where we are seeing the last rites of the Flight Lieutenant Advitya being carried out, and you can see the number of people who have gathered here, the number of civilians who have gathered there in Jammu to pay their respects to the late Flight Lieutenant Advitya, where now the last rites will be conducted as per the procedure. You can see those live visuals that we are cutting across to now, where the last rites will be performed of the Flight Lieutenant Advitya, who unfortunately lost his life in the crash that took place of the MiG-21 trainer aircraft in Bardmer in Rajasthan. And we have seen how civilians as well coming out and trying to pay their respects to the son of the soil, the Flight Lieutenant Advitya, and those are the live images, viewers, that we are staying with. The last rites of Flight Lieutenant Advitya. And I believe Gursimran continues to be with me from the ground. Gursimran, speak to us about these visuals. Speak to us about what you are seeing as per the procession that is being carried out of the last rites. In fact, I beg your pardon, being carried out of the late Flight Lieutenant Advitya.
Yes, right now we are at the cremation ground, wherein the last rites will be performed in a short while from now. A Tiranga rally is taken by the locals of the area as the mortal remains of this brave heart reaches the cremation ground here in the area Jinder Mahal. I'll request Gaurav to keep showing you these visuals. These visuals speaks of themselves that how this brave heart has left a void in the hearts of thousands of people who have come here to pay last tribute to this brave hearts. Now the mortal remains are arriving here in a short while from now, wherein the floral tributes will be paid to this brave heart, Flight Lieutenant Advitya, who lost his life in an unfortunate incident that unfolded day before yesterday when the MiG-21 crashed in the Bardmer district of Rajasthan, in which Wing Commander M. Rana and Flight Lieutenant Advitya attained the martyrdom, and now the people have lined up to pay the last respect to the brave hearts. The locals say that he was an inspiration for many and will remain so. We are joined by some of the politicians who are arriving. Sir, we have seen that he was an inspiration, and a sea of people have arrived here.
Yeah, this is not a loss to a family, this is not a loss to a community. In fact, this is not even a loss to a state, but this is a loss to a nation. It takes a lot of immense power to strengthen a soldier. Definitely, India, our country, has lost a soldier, and soldier in the shape of Advitya, who has just served for 8 years, and within 8 years, he was committed to his job.
So this is what the locals actually feel. These are the young youngsters of this very area, and what they say, that they see Advitya as an inspiration, the inspiration who has led them. Coming from the border background, they have seen the forces working really very closely to safeguard the Mother India, the unity, the integrity of the country. But with the recent incident, the day before yesterday, the unfortunate incident that has unfolded has left a gap. I request Gaurav to show you the other side. The Jawans of the Indian Air Force, they are all set to pay tribute, the gun salute to this brave heart who has attained martyrdom. They are those who also see Advitya as an inspiration. Advitya, who was passed out from the Sainik School in 2014, was the one who joined the Indian Air Force in 2017. Yes.
Well, viewers, we're taking a short break here now, but we'll be bringing you on the other side all the updates, and we're going to be staying with those images coming in from Jammu, where the late Flight Lieutenant Advitya, last rites of his being carried out, and of course the civilians coming out in huge numbers, saying that this is not just a loss to the forces but to the nation. And now on the other side, we're getting you the updates of the Prime Minister's address. Stay tuned for that.
Shinde will be visiting the state for the first time after assuming the post of Chief Minister. Shinde will take stock of Marathwada and parts of Western Maharashtra. During the visit, the Chief Minister will also meet several local leaders to discuss local level issues in Aurangabad, Silod, Yewala, Vijaypur, Pune areas and also review problems and development work in each district with the collector. In a big order by the Kerala High Court, it has been observed that transgender persons must be permitted to participate in categories of their choice in the absence of a separate category for them to compete in sporting events.
This week, watch Checkmate to know why India is buying the latest arms and ammunitions. Why is India getting the latest defense technology from the world? Why is India arming itself at such a rapid rate? But I will tell you what I believe. I believe India has global ambitions. I believe India wants to be a global leader. When India says that it wants to become a Vishwaguru, it is not just talking about intellectual pursuit. It's not just talking about soft power. India is also talking about hard power.
Australia enjoyed a successful opening day of the track or cycling competition as they led the way with 3 golds and a bronze, while New Zealand won 2 events. Paracyclist Neil Fashie claimed his first 5th gold medal overall and Scotland's first this year at the paracycling event of the Games on the first day. Australia dominated at the swimming pool on the opening day of the competition, which included 2 all-Australian podium lockouts in the men's 400-metre freestyle and women's 200-metre freestyle finals. And England has become the first nation to win 3 successful gold medals for the Commonwealth Artistic Team Gymnastics events. Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic live stream with you everywhere. Republic live stream India.
You're watching Live and Breaking on Republic, and we're bringing you the last salute. India salutes her martyr, Indian Air Force brave heart, Flight Lieutenant Adhir Bal from Jammu. Those are live visuals from Jammu as his mortal remains, as the young officer's mortal remains are being carried for the cremation. The last rites to be performed in a short while from now. It's a day of mourning, yet of pride, as locals have been telling us. Our reporter Gursimran on the ground there covering this event. As it happens, Flight Lieutenant Adhir Bal was killed in action, was killed during a training sortie on Thursday evening. He was with another officer, Wing Commander Rana. And as locals were telling us, it takes a lot to become, a lot of struggle, a lot of hard work to become a soldier for India. Gursimran, our reporter on the ground there, as I was telling you, giving us those updates. Gursimran, is over to you once again. We are seeing the funeral procession of Flight Lieutenant Adhir Bal. Take us through what's happening now.
Yes, right now we are at the cremation ground where the last rites of Flight Lieutenant Adhir Bal will be performed. I'll request Gaurav to show you the visuals of the family. The family members have reached here, but they are inconsolable. They don't know what has happened to them, what has fallen to the family, because it was all right day before yesterday, but the unfortunate incident that has unfolded left a void in the family. They don't actually know what to do and how to react. Yesterday when we spoke to the family, They were all in tears. They said that they had a word with Adhir yesterday itself, that is on the day of when this unfortunate incident took place. And I request Gaurav to keep showing you the visuals of the locals who have held the tricolor high, and they are raising the slogans of Bharat Mata Ki Jai and Advitya Bal Amar Rahe, because they also know that this brave heart has made a supreme sacrifice and has not only made the village proud but the entire country proud. And in a short while from now, the gun salute will be given to this brave heart of the Indian Air Force, who joined country, the elite force, Indian Air Force, in 2017, and since then he was serving the country. He had carried out above 4,000 hours of flying during the night hours, and he was a trained professional. But the unfortunate incident that unfolded day before yesterday, when possibly due to a technical snag, this MiG-21 crashed in the Barmer, and since then the family members were informed at around 12 in the midnight. और लगातार आप देखिए किस तरह से गौरव आपको विजुअल सिखा रहे हैं कि परिवार के जो लोग हैं, परिवारजन हैं, उनका रो रो कर बुरा हाल है। मैं सरजी गौरव से कहूँगा उस तरफ आपको विजुअल सिखाएं, जो भारतीय वायुसेना के जो तमाम आला अधिकारी हैं वो इस वक्त यहाँ पर मौजूद हैं, और पार्थिव शरीर को इस वक्त जो है आखिरी विदाई देने के लिए जो जिंदर महलू गांव है वहाँ के शमशान घाट में लाया जा रहा है। देश के इस जाबाज ने पूरे देश का नाम जो है वो ऊंचा किया है। देश की एकता, अखंडता और संप्रभुता को बनाए रखने के लिए लगातार ये जो है भारतीय वायुसेना में था। फाइटर पायलट के तौर पर पूरे गांव और पूरे जम्मू कश्मीर को इस पर फख्र है कि ये युवा जिसने कि देश के लिए अपना सर्वस्व न्योछावर किया, ये उनके गांव, उनके शहर और उनके केंद्र शासित प्रदेश से है। लगातार तिरंगे यहाँ पर आप देख पा रहे होंगे, ये तिरंगे इस बात का सबूत हैं कि गांव वाले जो हैं और आम जो लोग हैं यहाँ के, वो इस बलिदान को समझते हैं। वो समझते हैं कि आखिरकार कितना बड़ा बलिदान जो है वो देश के इस जाबाज ने दिया है। और लगातार अद्वितीय बल अमर रहे, और जब तक सूरज चांद रहेगा तब तक अद्वितीय का नाम रहेगा कि जय घोष जो हैं वो यहाँ पर लग रहे हैं। चंद क्षणों के बाद जो है वो पंचतत्व में विलीन हो जाएंगे फ्लाइट लेफ्टिनेंट अद्वितीय बल। और विजुअल्स लगातार सरजीवन आपको यहाँ पर दिखा रहे हैं। अब से चंद मिनटों के बाद ही पंचतत्व में देश का ये जाबाज जो है वो मिल जाएगा, लेकिन लोगों का एक समुंदर जो है वो यहाँ पर आया है इस शहीद को श्रद्धांजलि देने के लिए, इस जाबाज को शत शत नमन करने के लिए, जिसने कि वहाँ के गाँव में MiG-21 क्रैश ना हो उसकी फिक्र की, अपनी जान की परवाह नहीं की और अपना सर्वस्व न्योछावर किया। जी
The last salute is the last salute for Flight Lieutenant Advitya Bal in his hometown Jammu, as hundreds gather to pay their respects to the young braveheart who after 8 years of service lost his life in a fatal air crash of a MiG-21. Abhishek Kapoor joining us, our senior executive editor, joining us on the phone. Abhishek, we are getting the visuals there from the hometown of Flight Lieutenant Advitya Bal. Gursimran telling us about how his family is inconsolable. As of now, they are in a state of shock. But we also hear that they are demanding that the MiG-21s, this fleet, which at one point of time was a mainstay of the Indian Air Force, that it be phased out. It's a huge loss. At the same time, we can see that, you know, members of his family, people who knew him in his hometown, saluting his bravery.
Well, yes, it's a tragedy after all that someone as young as Aditya had to lose his life along with his senior officer. And this is, I believe, sixth crash of a MiG-21 since last Jan, and it's a continuing saga in many ways of India struggling to really plug the gap between aging warhorse and a trainer which can graduate pilots to a supersonic fighter. all the solutions are known to everyone concerned, and there was a brief period of about a decade lost in terms of decision making to get next generation of fighters and to speed up the trainer aircraft acquisition. And that's because of all those factors that we keep getting off and on these tragic crashes, particularly with MiG-21s. Remember, those fighters were inducted back in the 1960s, one of the world's first supersonic fighters. And what happens is, if you get trainees giving training on those high-speed supersonic fighters, and these are very old systems, avionics that are there in these fighters, in these fighter planes, because they were configured in 1960s. Of course, they were upgraded in late 90s and subsequently called MiG-21 Bisons. But still, there are 4 odd squadrons left, and till the time that phase-out happens, the IAF and the IAF pilots really have no option but to continue to use them. And that's why, as I said, at the peak, we had about 800 plus MiG-21s, of which almost 400 have been lost to crashes since the 1970s. As I mentioned, in the last 1 year alone, about 6 crashes, leading to loss of 5 lives, 5 fighter pilots lost, and that's such a human resource, tremendous amount of human resource, young fighter pilots lost. So I hope these pictures where there is a groundswell of support to the family of Adhir, and the Air Force present there, carrying the coffin with the last remains, the casket with the last remains, and tricolors all over with supporters, residents there, family members, relatives, extended family, neighbors, everyone coming out, and emotions really coming out there. You can actually see some of the people with tears in their eyes. Women also coming out of the family. A young flight lieutenant lost to a process which has been unending. So I believe at some level these pictures would be sensitizing. Again, not that the establishment does not know what needs to be done. We have seen, for example, the entire Rafale saga and how it became embroiled in absolutely unnecessary politics to the detriment of nation's safety and security. And similarly, in the case of Tejas, for example, of the 123 odd that have been ordered by the IAF, just about 25-30 of them have been delivered. If we can really expedite the process of getting the light combat aircraft Tejas in our with the Air Force faster, obviously, then you would have less dependence on the MiGs. Already the process of phasing them out is on. Just 4 squadrons left, so about 75 MiGs left. And we believe over the next 3-4 years, the last of the MiGs would be number plated. But the point is that for the next 3-4 years at least, the IAF will have to continue to use those old, aging war horses. And God forbid, nobody wants to see these pictures of young lives who could have been so valuable in combat for the nation, in service of the nation, and had a life ahead of them, really getting lost to these kind of tragedies, Rukma.
Right, Abhishek, you've really explained that so well and put it into perspective. The government has also taken note of it. But right now, well, as another life is lost to an aging fleet, there's really not much the government can do. Even the family has requested. Abhishek, stay with us. We'll be coming back to you. Earlier, Gursimran Singh spoke to the unconsolable family of martyr Flight Lieutenant Adhir Bal. Let's listen in to what they had to say.
कब आपको इस बात की जानकारी जो है एयरफोर्स की तरफ से दी गई?
ये सर हमारे को शाम को 9:30 बजे तक हमारे को ये जानकारी दी गई। उनकी पलटन से फ़ोन आया हमारे को कि बोला ऐसे ऐसे MiG-21 जो जहाज़ है वो क्रैश हो गया। बस उसी टाइम का फिर शौक चल रहा है हमारे घर में।
तो सर कब से ये भारतीय वायुसेना में थे और ये उनकी पहली पोस्टिंग थी?
ये उनकी फर्स्ट पोस्टिंग थी। ये बाड़मेर में थे और ये MiG-21 उड़ा रहे थे ये।
सर आप क्योंकि बचपन से जानते हैं, शुरू से ही देश सेवा का जज्बा था क्योंकि NDA के लिए गए, उससे पहले सैनिक स्कूल में थे।
सर ये हमारा बच्चा बहुत ही होनहार बड़ा काबिल बच्चा था सर। हम एक छोटे से परिवार से ताल्लुक़ रखते हैं। इस बच्चे ने हमारे ख़ानदान का, हमारे गांव का, हमारे जम्मू का नाम रोशन किया है सर। इस बच्चे पे हमें फ़ख्र है और दुख भी बहुत ज़्यादा है कि हमें छोटी सी एज में जो उसकी शादी की हम सोच रहे थे, आज वो हमारे बीच में नहीं है।
आखिरी बार कल बात हो पाई थी इनसे आप?
दोपहर को बात की थी उन्होंने अपनी मम्मा से। उनका मोबाइल ठीक नहीं था तो उन्होंने अपनी मम्मा के लिए नया मोबाइल भेजा था मम्मा, और उसी मोबाइल पे बात की थी मम्मा से और शाम को बोला था मम्मा मेरी शाम को फ़्लाइट है। बस यही हुआ था।
So family members there speaking with our correspondent Gursimran, who's been giving us each and every update as it's happening. Now, members of the Indian Air Force marching there in salute to the young Indian Air Force officer who lost his life to a MiG-21 air crash, Flight Lieutenant Adhir Bal. These are visuals of his funeral as it's taking place in his hometown in Jammu. Going back once again to our senior executive editor Abhishek Kapoor. Abhishek, you were telling us about how, well, this is a loss, can we say, to the entire nation. It's not just his family, whom we just saw speaking to Gursimran. It's not just his members of his hometown who've seen him grow up and to whom he must have been such an inspiration from a small town in Jammu, going on to become a pilot in a fighter pilot in the Indian Air Force. But it's a loss as well for the entire nation. The last salute, the funeral of Flight Lieutenant Adhir Bal, who was killed along with Wing Commander, who lost his life along with Wing Commander M. Rana in that ill-fated training sortie of the Indian Air Force's MiG-21. The crash took place on Thursday night, as we've been reporting continuously. Those are visuals from his hometown, Jammu. That's Flight Lieutenant Adhir Bal, who had completed 8 years of service in the Indian Air Force after having passed out from the NDA. He was on a training sortie. Gursimran, our reporter on the ground. Gursimran, this is the final leg of Flight Lieutenant Adhir Bal's final journey. We can see members of the Indian Air Force carrying his mortal remains, draped with the tricolour, even as behind him hundreds continue to form that procession, to follow in a procession with the Tiranga.
देखिए, स्वाभाविक तौर पर पूरा देश जो है इस वक्त फ्लाइट लेफ्टिनेंट अद्वितीय बल को श्रद्धांजलि दे रहा है, जिनका पार्थिव शरीर चंद मिनटों में यहाँ पहुँचने वाला है। उन्हें पंचतत्व में विलीन किया जाएगा। गौरव से कहूँगा कि गौरव आपको विजुअल्स यहाँ पर दिखाएं। जम्मू कश्मीर पुलिस की बात की जाए, भारतीय सेना, भारतीय वायुसेना और तमाम आला अधिकारी जो हैं वो यहाँ पर मौजूद हैं। पार्थिव शरीर जो है वो इस वक्त अपनी अंतिम यात्रा के लिए जो है यहाँ पर पहुँच रहा है, जिसमें कि न सिर्फ इनके गांव से बल्कि पूरे जम्मू संभाग से लोग जो हैं वो यहाँ पर आए हैं। इस शूरवीर को आखिरी श्रद्धांजलि जो है वो यहाँ पर दी जा रही है। भारतीय सेना, वायुसेना के तमाम अधिकारी, जम्मू कश्मीर पुलिस के, वो यहाँ पर पहुँच गए हैं और इन्हें श्रद्धांजलि जो है वो नम आँखों से पूरा देश इस वक्त दे रहा है, क्योंकि इस शूरवीर ने उस दिन जब MiG-21 में जो बताया जा रहा है कि तकनीकी खराबी आई, उसके बावजूद भी उन्होंने ये सुनिश्चित किया कि जो MiG क्रैश होगा वो किसी रिहायशी इलाके में ना हो। कई लोगों की जो है जान इन्होंने बचाई, अपना सर्वस्व न्योछावर करते हुए। लगातार गौरव आपको यहाँ से विजुअल्स जो हैं वो दिखा रहे हैं किस तरह से लोग जो हैं बड़ी तादाद में यहाँ पर पहुँचे हैं और अब सलामी जो है वो दी जाएगी। गौरव से कहूँगा विजुअल्स लगातार गौरव यहाँ पर दिखाते रहें कि तमाम जो लोग हैं और भारतीय वायुसेना के जवान हैं वो इस वीर को श्रद्धांजलि जो हैं दे रहे हैं। पूरा देश नम आँखों से इस बहादुर को विदाई दे रहा है जिसने अपना सर्वस्व जो है वो न्योछावर किया। लगातार गौरव आपको यहाँ पर विजुअल्स जो हैं वो दिखा रहे हैं किस तरह से लगातार जो हैं यहाँ पर भारतीय वायुसेना के जवानों की बात की जाए या भारतीय सेना के, जम्मू कश्मीर पुलिस के तमाम आला अफसर, लगातार गौरव आपको जो है विजुअल्स यहाँ पर दिखा रहे हैं कि किस तरह तिरंगे जो हैं वो यहाँ पर हैं। आखिरी विदाई देने के लिए लोग हाथ में शान से तिरंगे लेकर पहुँचे हैं और उसके साथ साथ परिवार जो है गम में ज़रूर है लेकिन पूरे देश को निखिल। लगातार गौरव आपको विजुअल सिखा रहे हैं शहीद फ्लाइट लेफ्टिनेंट अद्वित बल को आखिरी श्रद्धांजलि जो है वो दी जा रही है। तमाम अफसरों की बात की जाए, हज़ारों की तादाद में आम लोग जो हैं वो यहाँ पर पहुँचे हैं श्रद्धांजलि देने के लिए देश के शूरवीर को, जो कि परसों राजस्थान के बाड़मेर में एक दर्दनाक हादसा सामने आया जब एक MiG-21 बाइसन जो है वो क्रैश हुआ जिसमें कि भारतीय वायुसेना के विंग कमांडर M राणा के साथ फ्लाइट लेफ्टिनेंट अद्वितीय बल मौजूद थे और उस दुर्घटना में जो एक दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण घटना वहां पर हुई उसमें ये दोनों शहीद हुए। इस वक्त फ्लाइट लेफ्टिनेंट अद्वितीय बल को आखिरी सम्मान जो है वो भारतीय वायुसेना के अफसर, भारतीय सेना और जम्मू कश्मीर पुलिस के अधिकारी जो हैं वो यहाँ पर दे रहे हैं आखिरी सम्मान देश के इस वीर को जिसने अपने आखिरी क्षण में भी देश के लिए सोचा। पूरी कोशिश उनकी तरफ से की गई कि किसी भी तरह रिहायशी इलाके में जो MiG-21 है वो क्रैश ना हो क्योंकि उससे काफ़ी ज़्यादा नुकसान जो है वो हो सकता था। तो ये शौर्य गाथा जो है वो भारत के इन शूरवीरों की है जो देश के लिए शपथ लेते हैं और देश के लिए अपना सर्वस्व जो है वो न्योछावर करते हैं। लगातार आप यहाँ पर देखेंगे तो हज़ारों की तादाद में आम लोग जो हैं वो यहाँ पर पहुँचे हुए हैं इस शहीद को श्रद्धांजलि देने के लिए। तिरंगे युवाओं के हाथों में हैं और युवा जो हैं वो मानते हैं कि अद्वितीय बल फ्लाइट लेफ्टिनेंट भारतीय वायुसेना के उनके लिए एक प्रेरणा स्रोत थे। यही कारण है कि इतनी बड़ी तादाद में लोग जो हैं वो आखिरी श्रद्धांजलि देने के लिए यहाँ पर पहुँचे हैं। लगातार देश के इस जाबाज को श्रद्धांजलि जो है वो दी जा रही है। हमने देखा इससे पहले कल जब इनके परिवार के लोगों से बात की गई तो उनका भी ये कहना था कि अद्वितीय शुरू से ही उन्हें कहा करते थे कि वह उनके लिए कुछ करेंगे और ज़रूर उन्होंने किया, लेकिन घर के जो लोग हैं वो काफ़ी ज़्यादा दुख में भी हैं क्योंकि उन्होंने अपने प्रियजन जो है वो खोया है एक दुखद घटना में जो सामने आई। और अब गौरव आपको लगातार विजुअल्स दिखा रहे हैं जिसमें भारतीय वायुसेना, भारतीय सेना, जम्मू कश्मीर पुलिस और जम्मू कश्मीर सरकार के कई अधिकारी जो हैं वो इस जाबाज को जो है श्रद्धांजलि अर्पित कर रहे हैं। इसके बाद इन्हें पंचतत्व में विलीन कर दिया जाएगा। लेकिन जो घटना 28 जुलाई रात 9:10 में सामने आई बाड़मेर राजस्थान में, उसने कहीं ना कहीं पूरे देश को झकझोर कर रख दिया। सवाल जो हैं वो स्वाभाविक तौर पर उठने लगे MiG-21 पर भी कि आखिरकार कब तक देश के जो जाबाज हैं वो शहादत देते रहेंगे। लेकिन आम लोग जो कि इस गाँव के लोग हैं उन्हें फ़ख्र ज़रूर है कि उनके गाँव का ये जाबाज, सबसे बड़ी बात उनके लिए थी कि वो भारत का फ़ाइटर पायलट है। वो भारत के वो फाइटर विमान उड़ाता है जिससे कि दुश्मन जो है वो थर थर कांपता है। तो इनके लिए फ़ख्र की बात थी और अब ये लोग ये कहते हैं कि हमें जो है इस शहीद की शहादत पर फ़ख्र है। इस शहीद ने जो शहादत दी है वो बेकार नहीं जाएगी। देश और आसपास के इलाकों के जो जम्मू के अन्य इलाकों के युवा हैं वो कहीं ना कहीं इन्हें अपना एक स्रोत मानते हैं कि प्रोत्साहन का। इन्हें देखकर उनका कहना था कि वो आगे बढ़े, वो ज़िंदगी भर जो है उन्हें अपने एक प्रेरणा स्रोत के तौर पर देखते थे। और लगातार अब गौरव आपको विजुअल्स दिखा रहे हैं जहाँ पर अब से चंद मिनट के बाद जो है पंचतत्व में विलीन जो है उन्हें कर दिया जाएगा। इससे पहले गन सल्यूट जो है वो दिया जाएगा देश के जाबाज को, जो कि 28 जुलाई को राजस्थान के बाड़मेर में एक दुर्घटना में जो हैं वो शहीद हुए थे। लगातार आप देखिए परिवारजन जो हैं वो यहाँ पे पहुँचे हुए हैं और श्रद्धांजलि जो है वो दी जा रही है। लगातार गौरव आपको विजुअल सिखा रहे हैं भारतीय वायुसेना के इस जाबाज को जो है श्रद्धांजलि दी जा रही है। लगातार हमने देखा कि परसों 28 जुलाई को जो वाक़या 9:10 पर सामने आया उसके बाद से ही पूरे जम्मू की बात की जाए तो गम का माहौल जो है, लेकिन लोग जो हैं ये भी कहते हैं कि उन्हें फ़ख्र है कि देश के इस जाबाज ने जिसने भारतीय वायुसेना में अपनी सेवाएं 4 साल से ज़्यादा समय के लिए दी। 2017 में ये भारतीय वायुसेना का हिस्सा बने थे और उसके बाद से ही लगातार इसी तरह के कई फाइटर प्लेन्स की सॉर्टीज़ जो हैं, नाइट फ्लाइंग में भी इन्हें काफ़ी ज़्यादा एक्सपीरियंस जो है वो उन्हें था। तो परिवार का कहना है कि इन्हें फ़ख्र ज़रूर है, लेकिन जो नुकसान हुआ है, वो जो क्षति परिवार को पहुंची है, उससे कहीं ना कहीं परिवार जो है वो दुख में है, गम में है। परिवार के लोग जो हैं, उनकी माँ ने जब हमारे से बात की तो उन्होंने बताया कि किस तरह से इस दर्दनाक हादसे से चंद घंटे पहले उनकी अद्वितीय से बात हुई थी। अद्वितीय ने उन्हें कहा कि उनकी शाम को एक रूटीन सॉर्टी है, यानी कि देर रात वो फ्लाई करेंगे। तो माँ कहती हैं कि उन्हें कहा था कि कुछ देर के तुम सो जाओ, और माँ को अब ये लगता है कि आखिरकार मैंने वो शब्द जो हैं वो कहे तो कहे क्यों, क्योंकि वो शब्द माँ के उनके साथ बातचीत के आखिरी शब्द बन गए कि तुम सो जाओ। और माँ जो है वो अभी भी ये मानने नहीं पा रही कि उनका द्वितीय जो है वो अब उनके साथ नहीं रहा। देश का ये जाबाज जो है एक दर्दनाक हादसे में शहीद हुआ है। देश ने अपने 2 जाबाज खोए, विंग कमांडर राणा जो कि हिमाचल प्रदेश के मंडी से रहने वाले हैं और जम्मू के आरसपुरा के रहने वाले फ्लाइट लेफ्टिनेंट अद्वितीय बल को भारतीय वायुसेना और पूरे देश ने खोया। और अब उन्हें जो श्रद्धांजलि है वो दी जा रही है देश के इस जाबाज को। लगातार आप देखिए हज़ारों की तादाद में लोग जो हैं वो यहाँ पर पहुँचे हैं इस जाबाज को श्रद्धांजलि देने के लिए। और एक बात जो लोग कह रहे हैं कि वो अद्वितीय बल को एक प्रेरणा स्रोत के तौर पर देखते हैं। देखिए जो है वो जम्मू के आरसपुरा सेक्टर से आते हैं। आरसपुरा सेक्टर भारत पाकिस्तान अंतर्राष्ट्रीय सीमा पर पड़ता है और ये वो इलाका है जो हमेशा से पाकिस्तानी शेलिंग से क्षतिग्रस्त रहा है। पिछले 2 साल से युद्ध विराम संधि के बाद यहाँ पर शांति है, लेकिन उससे पहले लगातार इस इलाके में पाकिस्तान की तरफ से गोलाबारी भी की जाती थी। और एक लड़का जो एक ऐसे इलाके से आया जो काफ़ी दूर दराज का इलाका है, जो वहाँ पर लगातार पाकिस्तान की तरफ से शेलिंग की जाती है, उस लड़के का भारतीय वायुसेना में पहुंचना और एज अ फाइटर पायलट भारतीय वायुसेना में अपनी सेवाएं देना, कहीं ना कहीं ये परिवार ही नहीं बल्कि पूरे जो आरसपुरा इलाका है, जम्मू है, उसके लिए एक बड़े फ़ख्र की बात थी। जब भी हमने यहाँ के लोगों से बात की, बुज़ुर्गों की बात की जाए, युवाओं की बात की जाए, कुछ लोग जो उन्हें जानते थे, जो घर के पड़ोसी थे, जिनसे अद्वितीय की बात होती थी तो बताते हैं कि अद्वितीय हमेशा हर एक के लिए जो है उनके मन में आदर था। और वो हम जब उनके घर गए अद्वितीय के तो एक बड़ी स्क्रीन फ़ोटो जो है अद्वितीय ने अपनी लगा रखी है अपने चॉपर के साथ, और उसमें बिल्कुल आप साफ देख सकते हैं कि उसमें उनके दोस्तों की तरफ से कई मैसेजेस जो हैं वो लिखे गए हैं। और उन सब में एक बात बहुत ही कॉमन थी कि अद्वितीय जो हैं वो उन सब के लिए मदद तब करते हैं, वो उन सब के लिए हमेशा मदद के लिए तैयार रहते हैं ऐसे समय में जब उन्हें ज़रूरत होती है। तो उनके जो दोस्त हैं उन्होंने एक संदेश ज़रूर लिखा था जो अपने दोस्त अद्वितीय के लिए कि ये हमेशा मुश्किल में जब भी उन्हें मुश्किल में लगते हैं तो अद्वितीय की एडवाइस जो है वो उन्हें काम आती है। तो कहीं ना कहीं परिवारजनों के लिए, दोस्तों के लिए, परिजनों के लिए और पूरे इलाके के लोगों के लिए एक बड़ी क्षति जो है वो यहाँ पर है। लगातार गौरव आपको विजुअल्स जो हैं वो दिखा रहे हैं कि परिवारजन जो हैं वो आखिरी विदाई इस वक्त अद्वितीय बल को दे रहे हैं। जी देखिए लगातार जो है हम गौरव आपको विजुअल्स यहाँ से दिखा रहे हैं। ये जिंदर महलू इलाका है, ये अंतर्राष्ट्रीय सीमा के आरसपुरा का इलाका जहाँ पर भारतीय वायुसेना के इस जाबाज फ्लाइट लेफ्टिनेंट अद्वितीय बल का घर था। और यहीं से इस गांव से उठे अद्वितीय बल ने भारतीय वायुसेना में फाइटर पायलट के तौर पर अपनी सेवाएं दी। अब पूरा परिवार और गांव वाले जो हैं वो यहाँ एकत्र हुए हैं। 1000 से ज़्यादा लोग, एक समुद्र सैलाब जो है वो आम लोगों का यहाँ पर देखने को मिल सकता है। जम्मू कश्मीर पुलिस के अधिकारी और अन्य जो अधिकारी यहाँ पर मौजूद हैं वो इस वक्त परिवारजनों का साहस जो है वो बंधा रहे हैं। लगातार गौरव आपको यहाँ पर विजुअल्स दिखा रहे हैं कि परिवारजनों से वो बात कर रहे हैं। परिवार जो है वो अपने गम से बाहर नहीं निकल पाया, लेकिन गाँव वालों ने हाथ में तिरंगा लिए और भारत माता के जय घोष से एक बात बिल्कुल साबित कर दी कि आखिरकार अद्वितीय बल उनके लिए क्या थे, उनके लिए एक प्रेरणा स्रोत थे। जी
All right, Gursimran there getting us these images of the last riots of Flight Lieutenant Aditya Bal's last rites, in fact, being carried out as per the procedure. And our senior executive editor Abhishek Kapoor is also joining me on the broadcast. Abhishek, we are looking at those images, the heartbreaking images of Flight Lieutenant Aditya Bal's last rites being performed. We had seen how this entire tragic incident had come to light of 2 Indian Air Force pilots who lost their lives on Thursday night's crash of the MiG-21 trainer aircraft in Barmer in Rajasthan. Speak to us a little bit more about the entire incident and also the kind of conversation that it has also started over MiG-21 and indigenous aircrafts as well, Abhishek.
Before this crash, unfortunate crash happened day before yesterday, IAF has been in the process of phasing out its MiG squadrons beginning September this year. So just a couple of months from now, the Srinagar-based squadron would be phased out. After that, only 3 remain. I think all 3 in Rajasthan, Uttarlai, from where the unfortunate, from where Flight Lieutenant Bal and Wing Commander Rana took off day before yesterday in that ill-fated flight. It was a training night sortie, and that's the issue. I think the other 2 squadrons in Rajasthan are at Suratgarh and Nal in Bikaner. What is important is that everyone in the system understands what is the problem. It's just that because of the internecine and unending nature of procedure when it comes to defense acquisition, particularly in the UP era when we had almost a complete clampdown on any new purchases and hence the modernization and the speed of acquisition suffered. We have seen how the present government has struggled with the purchase of Rafale. Of course, Rafale is not meant for what MiGs and MiG Bisons have been doing, and this is about upgrading the fighter pilots to ace fighter pilots and that plugging that trainee training gap on a supersonic plane. The only problem is that these are vintage war horses of 1960s. Their avionics were upgraded sometime in 1990, but still they remain very old. So the flight safety equipment and the avionics that are there in these MiGs are really not up to date. And that sometimes leads to the kind of tragic crashes that we see. Everyone in the IAF knows, everyone in the MOD knows, everyone in the political establishment knows. And yet, I mean, it's just a very difficult, complex nature of defense acquisitions that we have not been able to sort it out. Hopefully, with a timeline that has been fixed to phase out the remaining 4 squadrons beginning September this year and ending sometime in 2025, a quick replacement, for example, the LCA aircrafts, which should have come a little faster, have been a little slow to come by from the HAL, the LCA Tejas. If that picks up really, then maybe we would see less or maybe none of these tragedies really unfolding in the pictures, which were very beautifully explained by Simran on the ground. The entire family, friends, relatives, neighbors, the extended family of the IAF, the Indian Air Force officers, friends from the services, their paramilitary force, police servicemen, everyone present there to pay their last respects to Flight Lieutenant Adhir Ranjan. I'm sure we'll see those pictures coming in for Wing Commander M. Rana as well. And so young, 26 years old, Wing Commander Rana just 38 years old, and they had entire life ahead of them. But for a better flying machine, they could have really served the nation for another 30, 40 years and been of so much more value in combat, in reconnaissance, in intimidating the enemy and keeping the enemy on leash. The tremendous amount of effort in terms of money, in terms of time, in terms of process, procedure, selection, grooming, whatever effort that goes into a fighter pilot, it all comes to a knot with these kind of tragedies. So obviously, Priyanka, these pictures are heart-rending and a big lesson for those watching in the Ministry of Defense and the IAF top brass, that they should be quickening up the acquisition of LCA Tejas and a mid-level trainee fighter aircraft, which is the absolute bottom line need of the IAF in the present.
All right. Thank you, Abhishek, for that. And viewers, we are staying with those pictures of the last riots of the Flight Lieutenant Adhir, as Abhishek had been also pointing out. This was a Thursday night crash that had taken place where the 2 Indian Air Force pilots that have unfortunately lost their lives, the son of the soils, in fact, brave hearts of the country who have lost their lives. One was, of course, Flight Lieutenant Adhir, whose last rites that we are putting out on your screens right now, and the other, of course, being Wing Commander M. Rana, who unfortunately also lost his life. Wing Commander Rana hailed from Himachal Pradesh, and Flight Lieutenant Bal is from Jammu, from where we are getting you these images, viewers. And of course, the 2 pilots had lost their lives. They were on board of this twin-seater MiG-21 aircraft that had crashed during a training sortie near Barmer in Rajasthan. And the IAF, in fact, had also conveyed about this sortie that was being carried out. And of course, we were told that the air headquarters had already ordered a court of inquiry into ascertaining the cause of the accident. But of course, right now we are seeing those images of the late Flight Lieutenant Adhir, who has achieved martyrdom. And we are seeing the last riots that are being carried out by the extended family of the Indian Air Forces as well. And viewers, we are seeing that sea of civilians as well that have gathered to pay their respects to the son of the soil, Flight Lieutenant Adhir. They are walking with the family, they're standing with the family and claiming that this is not just his parents who have lost a son, but the entire nation that have lost their son in Flight Lieutenant Advitibal. But of course, also expressing about how they are proud of having known Flight Lieutenant Advitibal, having ever spoken to him as well. And right now, they are standing in solidarity, standing in support with Flight Lieutenant Advitibal and his family in this extremely difficult time for the family as well. And viewers, let's listen in to what the family members had to say. We had our correspondent Gursimran on the ground who had spoken to them. Let's listen in first and then we'll get back to these images.
हम दोनों ही रहते थे। जब छुट्टी आता था हम जाते थे घूमने के लिए साथ में, भैया यहाँ पे जाना घूमने के लिए, वहाँ पे जाना घूमने के लिए, और हम निकलते थे घूमने के लिए, पूरा दिन साथ में रहते थे।
ये सेवा का जज्बा शुरू से ही
बचपन से इतना सा था, बोलता था मैंने पायलट बनना है। जहाज निकलता था तो बोलता था भैया मैंने पायलट जो है आज उड़ाना है, आज उड़ा के वो चलो।
And I believe right now Gursimran is joining us on the broadcast, viewers, as we stay with those images of the wreath laying ceremony.
This is the last salute being paid to Flight Lieutenant Advitibal, who hails from the Jindar Mehru area of Arispura, and this brave heart has made the supreme sacrifice in an unfortunate incident that unfolded day before yesterday at around 9:10 in the night, when his MiG-21 Bison met an unfortunate crash, and the incidents has led to loss of two brave hearts, the wing commander of the Indian Air Force, Wing Commander Ambrana, Flight Lieutenant Advitibal, who hails from the Jindar Mehru village of Jammu's Arispura. Now the salutes are being paid and the tributes being paid to this brave heart by the top brass of the Indian Air Force, the Indian Army and the senior officials from the Jammu and Kashmir Police who have arrived. The family remains inconsolable. They don't know what has fallen on them because they have lost Advitya.
And as we track those images for you viewers, we're taking a short break at this moment, but we'll be back with those images and the ground updates as to what's really happening with the wreath laying ceremony of the flight lieutenant, among with other stories.
पुराने नेटवर्क के आधुनिकीकरण के लिए देश के करोड़ों घरों तक बिजली कनेक्शन पहुंचाने के लिए हमने पूरी शक्ति लगा दी। इन्हीं सब प्रयासों का नतीजा ये है
And now let's get you all the updates from the world of sports. Viewers, the opening ceremony of the 2022 Commonwealth Games took place at Alexander. Birmingham was announced as a host on 21st December 2017, marking England's third time hosting the Commonwealth Games after London in 1934 and Manchester in 2002. England's Alex Yee won the first gold medal of the 2022 Commonwealth Games with victory in the men's triathlon at Sutton Park in Birmingham on Friday after New Zealand's Hayden Wild was penalised for unclipping his helmet early during the transition between cycling and running disciplines and had to settle for a silver.
This week, watch Checkmate to know why India is buying the latest arms and ammunitions. Why is India getting the latest defense technology from the world? Why is India arming itself at such a rapid rate? But I will tell you what I believe. I believe India has global ambitions. I believe India wants to be a global leader. When India says that it wants to become a Vishwaguru, it is not just talking about intellectual pursuit. It's not just talking about soft power. India is also talking about hard power.
India. will be visiting the state for the first time after assuming the post of Chief Minister. Shinde will take stock of Marathwada and parts of Western Maharashtra. During the visit, the Chief Minister will also meet several local leaders to discuss local level issues in Aurangabad, Silod, Yewala, Vijaypur, Pune areas and also review problems.
Welcome back, viewers. We're staying with those images of the martyr flight Lieutenant Adhir Bal, and my colleague Gursimran is joining me. Gursimran, over to you. Tell us what's happening around you from the ground.
जो भारतीय सेना के जो फाइट जेट्स थे उन्हें ये उड़ाते थे, यानी कि भारतीय सेना में बतौर फाइटर पायलट जो हैं वो कार्यरत थे और 4 वर्ष से ज़्यादा भारतीय वायुसेना में इन्होंने अपनी सेवाएं दी। देश की सर्वोच्च जो सेवाएं हैं उन्होंने दी, लेकिन 28 जुलाई 2022 को जो दर्दनाक हादसा राजस्थान के बाड़मेर में हुआ उसमें भारतीय वायुसेना का ये जाबाज जो है उसने सर्वोच्च बलिदान देश के लिए दिया। लगातार अब गौरव आपको विजुअल्स यहाँ पर बता रहे हैं कि परिवारजन, उनके जो सीनियर ऑफिशियल्स हैं जम्मू कश्मीर पुलिस और भारतीय सेना के अन्य अधिकारी जो यहाँ पर मौजूद हैं वो एक तरफ परिवार का साहस बता रहे हैं, वहीं दूसरी तरफ श्रद्धांजलि भी देश के इस शूरवीर को यहाँ दी जा रही है। पूरा गांव जो है वो इस वक्त गम में डूबा ज़रूर है, लेकिन गांव के लोगों को फक्र भी है कि देश के
And we are getting in several voices now, viewers. Gursimran, my colleague on the ground, reporting for us, getting us those images. But let's also get in Air Marshal P.K. Barobra, former Vice Chief of the Air Staff, who's joining us on the broadcast. Air Marshal, if I could come to you, sir, please speak to us a little bit about this images, heartbreaking images really, sir, that we are getting from Jammu of the martyr flight Lieutenant Adhir Bal.
Look, let me put it this way. Unfortunately, I'm not at home to see a television and the heart, sad scenes on your thing to pay the last rites to another air warrior. It's very sad that we have lost 2 more air warriors in the last 2 days back. And it's only one thing about the defense services. Please understand. We have to train, and we have to train very well. The more you sweat in peace, the less you bleed in war. That is one of the sayings. Yes, and in this very rigorous training that we all have to go through to do service to the 3 services and whichever one you are employed in, these incidents unfortunately take place. There is inquiry, of course, which will find out what exactly happened. But we must be realistic with our feet on the ground that these will happen. Yes, people say that MiG-21 is a very old aircraft and this and that. Yes, it is true. They have been with us since the first half of 1960. We are still flying them, of course, after upgrading it. And all aircraft which are certified to fly will only fly. Of course, the inquiry will find out what has happened, but it is a sad thing. 2 budding pilots of Indian Air Force have now become martyrs in this process of training. Very sad, and we are very proud that your channel and, of course, the people who are attending the funeral now and paying their homage and during the last rites. We salute all of you all for taking the time off to be able to attend this funeral. Thank you.
Well, absolutely, sir. Republic is always standing with our forces, and it brings us no joy to bring stories like this forward. But this is our duty to bring you these images that we are tracking now, viewers, from the ground, from Jammu, where you can see the wreath-laying ceremony that is being carried out of the flight lieutenant. And let me bring in my colleague Gursimran once again, who's been on the ground, getting us those images, getting us the voices of the family members, of the friends who are coming there in solidarity to show their respects, to pay their respects to the martyr, Flight Lieutenant Gursimran. Speak to us about these images. Speak to us about the atmosphere that you're seeing there right now, because we had seen civilians from across, in fact, coming over there at the wreath-laying ceremony, showing their support, paying their respect to the son of the soil.
Yes, the people not only from the local village but also from the Jammu region, they are coming to pay salute to this brave heart. I'll request Gaurav to keep showing you the visuals. These visuals speaks of the love and the affection that the locals, the batchmates, the seniors carry for Flight Lieutenant Adhir Ranjan. They have arrived to pay the last tribute to this brave heart of the Indian Air Force. In a short while from now, he will be laid to rest. Family members cannot believe what has unfolded on 28th of July in Barmer, Rajasthan. They are still inconsolable. They don't know what to speak, how to react to what has happened to them. But the family members, when we spoke to them, they said that Advitya was the one who was friends of friends, and never ever he was the one who thought something else than the nation building.
We will keep coming back to you over these images as well, but right now, viewers, we're taking a short break and getting you all the images, all the updates on the other side after this very short break.
लिए, अपने बच्चों के लिए, अपनी भावी पीढ़ियों के लिए टालने वाली योजना है, उनका भविष्य तबाह करने वाली बातें। समस्या का समाधान आप नो टू ड्रग्स, अपने राष्ट्र की सुरक्षा के लिए से नो टू ड्रग्स। समग्र भारत में ड्रग्स की
Amity University has India's largest scholarship program, from which over 25,000 brilliant students have already benefited. Students with over 95% in Class 12 boards get 100% scholarship, and students with over 90% get 50% scholarship. Join brilliant like-minded students who want to be successful. Apply at amity.edu/scholarships.
Police vans have also come in right now just to give the security to the BJP legislators right now, as they are staying here for a while before the government formation actually takes place. About 17 locations where these searches are being carried out. In all likelihood, the number is going to go up. There could be some arrests. Total of 8 CCTV footages that have been accessed. This encapsulates Kola's murder that has taken place.
And now let's get you all the updates from the world of sports. Viewers, the opening ceremony of the 2022 Commonwealth Games took place at Alexander. Birmingham was announced as a host on 21st December 2017, marking England's third time hosting the Commonwealth Games after London in 1934 and Manchester in 2002. England's Alex Yee won the first gold medal of the 2022 Commonwealth Games with victory in the men's triathlon at Sutton Park in Birmingham on Friday after New Zealand's Hayden Wild was penalised for unclipping his helmet early during the transition between cycling and running disciplines and had to settle for a silver.
Here on the live coverage on Republic TV as we report from outside Raj Thakre's residence. The Chief Minister of Maharashtra vacates his residence. Sena supporters coming out in large numbers showing their support to Uddhav Thackeray. The NCP huddle has begun. We're keeping a close track of all the senior leaders coming in and going out.
Shinde will be visiting the state for the first time after assuming the post of Chief Minister. Shinde will take stock of
से प्रभावित है और देश प्रेम और देश सेवा की भावना से ये जो अंतर्राष्ट्रीय सीमा और बॉर्डर इलाके के युवा हैं, ये किस तरह से ओतप्रोत हैं परिवारजनों का इस वक्त रो रो कर बुरा हाल है, क्योंकि परिवारजन जो हैं वो इस दुख से, इस सदमे से अभी तक नहीं निकल पाए हैं कि उनका अद्वितीय जो है वो उनके बीच नहीं है। अब से चंद मिनटों के बाद ही पंचतत्व में अद्वितीय बल जो हैं वो विलीन हो जाएंगे, लेकिन देश जो है हमेशा इस जाबाज को याद रखेगा। ये जाबाज जिसने हज़ारों ग्रामीणों की ज़िंदगी की परवाह की। जब ये संभावित तौर पर टेक्निकल ग्लिच जो है MiG-21 में आया तो उन्होंने कोशिश की कि MiG-21 को ऐसी जगह पर लैंड करवाया जाए, या फिर अगर क्रैश लैंड भी होता है जहाँ पर किसी भी तरह की सिविलियन पॉपुलेशन यानी कि आम नागरिक जो हैं वो ना हो, ताकि जान माल की हानि जो है वो किसी तरह की ना हो। तो इस तरह का जाबाज ये था। इस तरह के इसको शिक्षा, प्रशिक्षण और संस्कार परिवार की तरफ से दिए गए थे। देश प्रेम की इतनी भावना से ये ओतप्रोत था कि इसे सिर्फ दिख रहा था तो अपना फ़र्ज़ और वो मासूम जाने, अगर ये जो फ्लाइट जो है क्रैश हुई ये कहीं सिविलियन इलाके में होती तो काफ़ी नुकसान कर सकती थी। अब आखिरी जो गन सल्यूट है वो भारत के इस जाबाज को दिया जा रहा है। चंद मिनटों बाद ही इन्हें पंचतत्व में जो है विलीन कर दिया जाएगा, लेकिन पूरा देश जो है वो इस जाबाज को शत शत नमन कर रहा है। बस थैंक यू सो मच। लगातार गौरव आपको यहाँ से विजुअल्स दिखा रहे हैं कि किस तरह भारतीय वायुसेना के इस जाबाज को अब पंचतत्व में विलीन किया जाएगा। लगातार यहाँ से विजुअल्स गौरव आपको दिखा रहे हैं अंतर्राष्ट्रीय सीमा के आरसपुरा सेक्टर से, जहाँ भारतीय वायुसेना के इस जाबाज को आखिरी श्रद्धांजलि दी जा रही है। शत शत नमन देश के इस जाबाज को जिसने अपना सर्वस्व जो है वो न्योछावर किया है देश की एकता, अखंडता और संप्रभुता के लिए। और अब से चंद मिनटों बाद ही ये पंचतत्व में विलीन होगा। गाँव वाले जो हैं वो कहें अपने अद्वितीय को प्रेरणा स्रोत मानते हैं। प्रेरणा स्रोत इसलिए क्योंकि इन्होंने अपने पूरे गांव का नाम जो है वो रोशन किया है, और इन्होंने एक ऐसे गांव जो अंतर्राष्ट्रीय सीमा के बिल्कुल पास से था वहां से आते हुए भी पूरे देश का नाम जो है वो रोशन किया। सर्वस्व देश के लिए अपना न्योछावर किया भारत माँ के इस शूरवीर ने। और लगातार आप देखिए गौरव आपको विजुअल्स जो हैं वो दिखा रहे हैं। देखिए आसपास के किस तरह बड़ी तादाद में जो हैं वो आम लोग भी यहाँ पर पहुँचे हैं, और अब आखिरी जो सलामी है वो भारत के शूरवीर को दी जा रही है। हज़ारों की तादाद में लोग जो हैं वो भारत माँ के जो है घोष लगाते हुए यहाँ पर इस वक्त जम्मू के आरसपुरा सेक्टर में पहुँचे हैं। और लगातार गौरव जो हैं वो आपको विजुअल्स यहाँ से दिखा रहे हैं कि किस तरह से आम लोग जो हैं वो श्रद्धांजलि दे रहे हैं। भावभीनी श्रद्धांजलि देश के इस जाबाज को दी जा रही है, आखिरी सलामी। और लगातार जो है देश जो है इस जाबाज को नमन करता है जिसने कि अपना सर्वस्व जो है वो न्योछावर किया। जी लगातार आप देख सकते हैं विजुअल्स जो हैं गौरव आपको दिखा रहे हैं किस तरह से यहाँ पर आखिरी श्रद्धांजलि जो है देश के इस जाबाज को दी जा रही है। अंतर्राष्ट्रीय सीमा के आरसपुरा सेक्टर में जो है आप देखिए भारतीय सेना, वायुसेना, जम्मू कश्मीर पुलिस और हज़ारों की।
And in other national news, in a fresh trouble for sacked TMC Minister Partha Chatterjee, sources have now informed that Partha's aides Manik Bhattacharya and Sukanto Acharya have been summoned and will be interrogated in the Bengal cash scam. Following mega cash hauls and back-to-back summons, the TMC has now swung into a huddle mode. Reports suggest Abhishek Banerjee is set to hold a number of meetings to decide the future course of action for the party. More than 30,000 kgs of narcotics to be incinerated in 4 locations across the country in virtual presence of Union Home Minister Amit Shah. According to an official release during the conference, more than 30,000 kgs of drugs will be burnt and disposed of by the Narcotics Control Bureau teams in Delhi, Chennai, Guwahati and Kolkata in front of the Home Minister.
Police vans have also come in right now just to give the security to the BJP legislators right now as they are staying here for a while before the government formation actually takes place. About 17 locations where these searches are being carried out. In all likelihood, the number is going to go up. There could be some arrests. Total of 8 CCTV footages that have been accessed. This encapsulates Kole's murder that has taken place.
And now let's get you all the updates from the world of sports. Viewers, the opening ceremony of the 2022 Commonwealth Games took place at Alexander. Birmingham was announced as a host on 21st December 2017, marking England's 3rd time hosting the Commonwealth Games after London in 1934 and Manchester in 2002. England's Alex Yee won the first gold medal of the 2022 Commonwealth Games with victory in the men's triathlon at Sutton Park in Birmingham on Friday after New Zealand's Hayden Wild was penalised for unclipping his helmet early during the transition between cycling and running disciplines and had to settle for a silver.
Republic News Network is the only network to get you an aerial view.
सोनिया गांधी से ईडी पूछताछ नहीं कर सकती। इसको रोको यार, तुम हमें उधर से ये क्या मतलब है?
Chandigarh police has applied the water cannon to disperse the protesters.
उद्घाटन कार्यक्रम में मेरे साथ मंच पर उपस्थित डॉक्टर वीरेंद्र कुमार जी, मेरे साथी मंत्री सामाजिक कल्याण, न्याय और अधिकारिता मंत्री, गवर्नर पंजाब, एलजी जम्मू कश्मीर, हरियाणा के मुख्यमंत्री मनोहर लाल जी, श्री भगवंत मान जी, मुख्यमंत्री पंजाब, अजय कुमार भल्ला जी, गृह सचिव भारत सरकार, श्री आर सुब्रमण्यम जी, सामाजिक और न्याय अधिकारिता मंत्रालय के भारत सरकार के सचिव, सत्यनारायण प्रधान जी, जो हम सबके होस्ट भी है, डायरेक्टर एनसीबी, और आज उत्तर के 5 राज्यों से आए हुए सभी प्रमुख अधिकारीगण, भारत सरकार की विभिन्न एजेंसियां जो ड्रग कंट्रोल और बच्चों को ड्रग की आदत से मुक्त कराने की प्रक्रिया में लगी हुई हैं, इस सब का आज मैं भारत सरकार की ओर से स्वागत करता हूं। मित्रों, इस सम्मेलन का विषय बहुत सोच समझ कर रखा है। ड्रग की तस्करी, ड्रग का प्रसार किसी भी समाज के लिए बहुत घातक होता है। एक कोई आतंकी घटना होती है तो उसका नुकसान सीमित मात्रा में होता है, मगर ड्रग तस्करी के बाद ड्रग का जब प्रसार बहुत घातक होता है। एक कोई आतंकी घटना होती है तो उसका नुकसान सीमित मात्रा में होता है, मगर ड्रग तस्करी के बाद ड्रग का जब प्रसार समाज के अंदर होता है तो पीढ़ियों को खोखली कर देता है। वो दीमक की तरह हमारे समाज और देश की जड़ों को खोखले करने का काम करता है। कोई भी स्वस्थ समाज, कोई भी समृद्ध राष्ट्र, कोई भी सक्षम और सुरक्षित राष्ट्र ड्रग तस्करी के खिलाफ जीरो टॉलरेंस की नीति के अलावे अपने उद्देश्य सिद्ध नहीं कर सकता है। और ये सामाजिक रूप से भी बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है। देश के अर्थतंत्र को आने वाली पीढ़ी को तबाही और बर्बादी से बचाना तो चाहते ही, ये हमारा सबसे प्रमुख उद्देश्य है, होना भी चाहिए। परंतु साथ साथ नशे के व्यापार से जो डर्टी मनी जनरेट होती है, जो एक प्रकार का धन जनरेट होता है, जिसको देश के खिलाफ उपयोग किया जाता है, उसको भी रोकना हमारी देश की सुरक्षा के लिए इतना ही महत्वपूर्ण। इसलिए जब से 2014 से श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी देश के प्रधानमंत्री बने, तब से भारत सरकार ने ड्रग के खिलाफ जीरो टॉलरेंस की नीति को अपनाया है। और धीरे 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 सैन हम हर प्रकार के जो कोई भी छिद्र दिखाई पड़ते थे व्यवस्था में, इसको पूर्ण कर ड्रग के खिलाफ की लड़ाई को अभेद और बहुत द्रुत गति से, स्पीड से चलने वाली लड़ाई बनाना चाहते हैं। और मुझे आनंद है कि आजादी के अमृत महोत्सव के इस वर्ष के अंदर आज मैं विश्वास से देश की जनता को कह सकता हूं कि कभी भी आजादी के बाद जितनी स्पष्ट दिशा और गति से ड्रग के खिलाफ लड़ाई नहीं चली थी, आज इतनी स्पष्ट दिशा और गति के साथ हम ड्रग की लड़ाई को एक दिशा देने में सफल हुए हैं। इसके परिणाम भी आए हैं। और मित्रों, मादक पदार्थों का व्यक्तियों पर भी बुरा असर होता है, समाज पर भी होता है, अर्थतंत्र पर भी होता है और देश की सुरक्षा पर भी होता है। अतः ये बहुत निश्चित है कि इसको दृढ़ता के साथ मूल समेत देश के अंदर से उखाड़ देने की जरूरत है। और भारत सरकार का गृह मंत्रालय सामाजिक कल्याण मंत्रालय के साथ मिलकर, रेवेन्यू डिपार्टमेंट के साथ मिलकर, आरोग्य विभाग के साथ मिलकर, शिक्षा विभाग के साथ मिलकर ये लड़ाई को बहुत अच्छे तरीके से एक डिजाइन के साथ एनसीबी के माध्यम से हमने लड़ना शुरू किया। ये लड़ाई कोई अकेला गृह मंत्रालय नहीं लड़ सकता। हमने जो बच्चे नशे की आदत में डूब चुके हैं, उनको भी बाहर लाना है, उनको नया जीवन देना है। इसके लिए सामाजिक न्याय मंत्रालय और हेल्थ मिनिस्ट्री की भी जरूरत पड़ेगी। आगे प्रसार प्रचार न हो, आगे नए युवा पीढ़ी ड्रग की लत के बलि न चढ़े, इसके लिए शिक्षा मंत्रालय, सामाजिक न्याय मंत्रालय और गृह मंत्रालय ने साथ में मिलकर काम करना पड़ेगा। और देश की सुरक्षा को अभेद करने के लिए ये जो डर्टी मनी जनरेट होता है, इसको देश की सुरक्षा से इसमें सेंध न लगे, देश को बर्बाद करने की जो इच्छा रखकर काम करने वाले हैं, उनको उनकी जमीन दिखाने के लिए गृह मंत्रालय ने भी बहुत कठोरता के साथ काम किया। हमारा अप्रोच बहुआयामी है और बहुआयामी अप्रोच के साथ गृह मंत्रालय इस लड़ाई के आगे हम चले हैं। इसके लिए हमने ढेर सारे एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव रिफॉर्म्स भी किए, ढेर सारी नई पद्धतियां भी विकसित की है, राज्यों को इसके साथ जोड़ने के लिए प्रोएक्टिव अप्रोच लिया है। एक और फोरेंसिक साइंस के क्षेत्र में सबसे आधुनिक से आधुनिक फोरेंसिक साइंस की लैब्स भारत में मादक द्रव्यों के लिए उपलब्ध हो, इसके लिए नेशनल फॉरेंसिक साइंस यूनिवर्सिटी के कैंपस में हमने एक सेंटर भी स्थापित किया। दूसरी ओर कानून को कठोर करने के लिए सबके साथ हमारी चर्चाएं भी चल रही हैं। तीसरी ओर एनकोड के माध्यम से जिला तक का कहीं भी किसी भी प्रकार का लूपहोल्स न रहे, इस प्रकार का एक समन्वय तंत्र बनाने का काम भी गृह मंत्रालय ने 2019 से करा है। मैं बाद में इसके बारे में आपको बात करूंगा, मगर जो परिणाम मिला है वो परिणाम मैं आपके साथ जरूर बताना चाहूंगा कि परिणाम हमारा हौसला बढ़ाने वाला है। ये परिणाम दर्शाता है कि समस्या ऐसी नहीं है कि जिसका निदान नहीं। ये परिणाम बताते हैं कि समस्या ऐसी नहीं है जिसको मूल समेत समाप्त नहीं किया जा सकता। मैं बड़े विश्वास के साथ कहता हूं कि एनकोड अगर जिला और तहसील तक आगे बढ़ गया, हम सभी डिपार्टमेंटों ने साथ में मिलकर काम कर लिया और आयोजन के साथ द्रुत गति से समाज को समर्पित भाव के साथ अगर हमने काम किया तो कुछ ही सालों में भारत नशा मुक्त करने का मोदी जी का स्वप्न हम चरितार्थ होता हुआ देखेंगे और समग्र भारत के अंदर से ड्रग का उन्मूलन होते हुए मैं आज इस सम्मेलन के माध्यम से कुछ नतीजे जो 8 साल से मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में सरकार चली, अनेक प्रकार के परिवर्तन किए हैं, मगर नतीजे जो आए हैं मैं बताना चाहता हूं। कुल मामले जो रजिस्टर हुए हैं इसमें लगभग 200% की वृद्धि हुई, यही 7 साल के कालखंड में। कुछ अरेस्ट में जो अरेस्ट है उसमें 260% की वृद्धि हुई। क्वालिटी केसेस में 800% की वृद्धि हुई है। ये अनेक प्रकार के होते हैं, जैसे भगवंत मान जी ने बताया, एलजी जम्मू कश्मीर ने भी, जो बच्चा ड्रग ले लेता है वो तो बेचारा विक्टिम है। इस पर कठोरता कर क्या प्राप्त कर, ड्रग जो उनको पहुंचा रहे हैं वहां पर कठोरता कर। तो मैं क्वालिटी केस की बात करूं तो 800% बढ़ोतरी हुई। और सीज ड्रग की बात करिए तो 1.52 लाख केजी ड्रग पहले 2006 से 2013 के बीच में पकड़ा गया था। 14 से 21 के बीच में 3.3 लाख किलो ड्रग पकड़ा गया, 2 गुने से भी ज्यादा है। परंतु ड्रग की क्वालिटी में भी अंतर है। जो सबसे ज्यादा नुकसान करता है, जो सबसे ज्यादा शरीर को और समाज को खोखला कर देता है, वो ड्रग पर हमने ज्यादा कॉन्सेंट्रेट किया है, इसलिए मूल्य में बहुत बड़ी वृद्धि हुई है। 2006 से 2013 तक 768 करोड़ रुपए का मूल्य का ड्रग पकड़ा गया। मैं फिर से रिपीट करना चाहता हूं, 2006 से 2013 में 768 करोड़ की मूल्य का ड्रग पकड़ा गया था। 2014 से 21 के बीच में 20,000 करोड़ के मूल्य का ड्रग पकड़कर अब इसको नष्ट करने का अभियान भारत सरकार के द्वारा चल। कहां 768 करोड़ रुपया और कहां 20,000 करोड़। यह बताता है कि हमारा अभियान और हमारा रास्ता सही है। जरूरत है वो रास्ते पर गति बढ़ाने, जरूरत है वो रास्ते पर श्रद्धा बनाने की, और जरूरत है वो रास्ते पर अभी भी थोड़े जो लूप होल्स बचे हैं उसको समाप्त कर देने की। और भारत सरकार का गृह मंत्रालय मैं आप सभी को विश्वास दिलाना चाहता हूं कि इस दिशा में बहुत द्रुत गति से आगे बढ़ रहा है। मित्रों, ये सेमिनार बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है। इस विषय को लेकर भारत सरकार की गंभीरता को हम राज्य से तहसील, जिला और जिले से तहसील और तहसील से गांव तक परकोलेट करना चाहते। इसलिए इस सेमिनार को हमने ये 5 राज्यों का सेमिनार बना। देश में 2 क्षेत्र ऐसे हैं, नॉर्थ ईस्ट और देश का उत्तरी विभाग, जहां की सरहदों से ड्रग आता है। और यहां पर क्योंकि सरहद है इसलिए वो राज्यों का भी तो कोई दोष नहीं। ड्रग आने का रास्ता है तो सबसे पहले चपेट में यहां के युवा आए हैं, मगर हम आंख मूंद कर नहीं बैठ सकते, हम हाथ जोड़कर नहीं बैठ सकते। हर समस्या का समाधान होता है, उसको खोजने की जरूरत होती है और दृढ़ इच्छा शक्ति के साथ इसके इंप्लीमेंटेशन की जरूरत है। तो इस लड़ाई में राज्यों को साथ लाना और एक सिनर्जी के साथ ये लड़ाई को लड़ना बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है। इसलिए मैं मानता हूं कि ये सेमिनार बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है। नारकोटिक्स के संबंधित जितनी भी एजेंसियां काम कर रही हैं, वो सभी एजेंसियों के बीच में एक प्लेटफॉर्म पर चर्चा हो और सभी के प्रयास एक दूसरे के पूरक हो। सभी अलग अलग दिशा में प्रयास करें तो परिणाम नहीं मिलेगा। सभी एजेंसियां एक ही दिशा में काम करें, सभी एजेंसियां एक दूसरे को पूरक हो तो परिणाम ज्यादा मिलेगा। ये सेमिनार भी नारकोटिक्स की समस्या के संबंधित जितने भी मंत्रालय है, जितनी भी एजेंसियां है, उसको एक प्लेटफॉर्म पर लाने का काम करेगी। इसलिए भी ये बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है। मित्रों, मैं आज इतना ही कहना चाहता हूं कि ये सेमिनार का जो विचार मंथन से अमृत निकलेगा, वो अमृत से हम आने वाली पीढ़ी को बचा पाए। नारकोटिक्स के खिलाफ लड़ाई में हमने हमारे अप्रोच में बहुत बड़ा बदलाव किया। पहले जब भी कहीं पर भी घटना होती थी, पकड़े जाते थे, तो उसको एक केस के रूप में देखा जाता था। अब एनसीबी ने बहुत प्रयास के साथ एक एसओपी डेवलप की है कि ज्यादा मात्रा में नारकोटिक्स पकड़ा जाता है, बल्क नारकोटिक्स पकड़े भी गए देश में। दरिया के बीच में जाकर हमारी एजेंसियां पकड़ कर लाई हैं। तो जब ज्यादा मात्रा में पकड़े जाते हैं, तब वो कहां जाना था वहां तक जांच को ले जाना है। और अगर कोई सेवन करने वाला पकड़ा गया है, तो वो पदार्थ देश की सरहदों में कहां से आया तब तक जाना है। तो ऊपर से नीचे और नीचे से ऊपर की जांच का ये अप्रोच है, ये समग्रता का अप्रोच है, इसने परिणाम लाने में हमें बहुत बड़ी मदद की। और मैं मानता हूं इस अप्रोच को हमने आगे भी ले जाना है। मित्रों, हमने देखा अभी लगभग 30,000 करोड़ के ड्रग को हमने 4 शहरों में 30,468 किलोग्राम ड्रग को आज जलाने का काम किया है। ये अभियान कई दिनों से चल रहा है और 15 अगस्त तक हम बहुत बड़ा ड्रग को जलाने का काम कर देंगे, क्योंकि कभी कभार ड्रग का धंधा करने वाले लोग ये जब्त ड्रग का भी उपयोग अलग अलग प्रकार से करते हैं। उनके लिए हम कोई जगह छोड़ना नहीं चाहते। इसके लिए देश की सुप्रीम कोर्ट और हाई कोर्ट ने भी कुछ आदेश पारित किए हैं, जिससे इसको जल्दी नष्ट करने में हमारी सरलता है। आज एनकोड पोर्टल का भी शुभारंभ हुआ है। एनकोड पोर्टल के माध्यम से देश भर की सभी एजेंसियां एक पोर्टल पे न केवल इंफॉर्मेशन ले पाएगी, इंफॉर्मेशन तो ले ही पाएगी, इसकी बेस्ट प्रैक्टिसेस का एक्सचेंज भी होगा। देश भर में जितने नारकोटिक्स के केसों के बारे में लैंडमार्क जजमेंट आए हैं, वो सभी उस साइट पर उपलब्ध होंगे और इसके माध्यम से ट्रेनिंग और प्रोसिक्यूटर दोनों होगी। पब्लिक प्रोसिक्यूटर का भी ट्रेनिंग हो पाएगा और थ्रस्ट एरिया क्या है, इसको भी जिले कक्षा के पुलिस स्टेशन को भी आसानी से हम इस इंफॉर्मेशन को पहुंचा सकेंगे। मेरा 5 राज्यों के पुलिस विभाग से संबंधित और नारकोटिक्स को डील करने वाली जितनी भी एजेंसियां, सबसे अनुरोध है कि ये एनकोड पोर्टल का आप जरूर उपयोग करिए और इसका उपयोग ही हमें आने वाले देश में, समग्र देश के अंदर एक ही तरीके से नारकोटिक के खिलाफ जो लड़ाई लड़नी है, इसके लिए मदद कर सकता है। निदान डैशबोर्ड भी इंटर ऑपरेशनल क्रिमिनल जस्टिस सिस्टम के सहयोग से एकीकृत डेटाबेस का निर्माण हुआ है और एनडीपीएस अधिकृत एजेंसियां और एनसीबी के समस्त नार्को अपराधों का डेटा निदान के अंदर उपलब्ध है और कई प्रकार के अलग अलग मॉड्यूल्स भी इसके अंदर रखा है। तो मेरा आप सभी से अनुरोध है कि निदान डैशबोर्ड का भी हम ढंग से अभ्यास करें, इसका उपयोग करें। आज स्वान दल का भी शुरुआत हुआ है और आगे पर मैं इतना भरोसा देता हूं कि हम प्रयोग कर रहे हैं। स्वान में भी हम आत्मनिर्भर बनने की दिशा में आगे बढ़ेंगे भारतीय श्वान ही नारकोटिक्स के लिए ट्रेन करने का काम भी हमने शुरू कर दिया है और बहुत कम समय के अंदर ये दिन आएगा कि नारकोटिक्स को आइडेंटिफाई करने वाले श्वान हमें बाहर से नहीं लेने। मित्रों, गृह मंत्रालय ने त्रिसूत्रीय फॉर्मूला पर काम शुरू किया है, संस्थागत संरचना की मजबूत। मैं आगे बात करूंगा एनकोर की। सभी नार्को एजेंसियों का सशक्तिकरण और समन्वय। सभी नारकोटिक्स के खिलाफ लड़ने वाली एजेंसियां, चाहे स्टेट की हो, सेंटर की हो या किसी और डिपार्टमेंट की, उसका सशक्तिकरण करना बहुत अच्छे से अच्छे इंस्ट्रूमेंट, अच्छे से अच्छी सुविधाएं, जागरूकता अभियान और नशा मुक्ति अभियान, ये 3 मोर्चों पर हमने लड़ाई को डिवाइड की है और ये तीनों मोर्चों पर उसका सशक्तिकरण करना बहुत जरूरी है। दुनिया भर की बेस्ट प्रैक्टिसेस, बेस्ट अच्छे से अच्छे इंस्ट्रूमेंट और अच्छे से अच्छी इनके लिए सुविधाएं उपलब्ध कराना और विस्तृत जागरूकता अभियान और नशा मुक्ति, ये 3 मोर्चों पर हमने लड़ाई को डिवाइड की है और ये तीनों मोर्चों पर हम तेज गति से काम कर रहे हैं। मोदी जी हमेशा कहते हैं होल ऑफ गवर्नमेंट अप्रोच से ही समस्याओं का समाधान हो सकता है और ये समस्या तो एक प्रकार से ऐसी है जिसमें अगर होल ऑफ गवर्नमेंट अप्रोच नहीं है तो विफलता के अलावे कुछ काम। अगर हम युवाओं को नशे की लत से मुक्त कराने का अभियान तेज नहीं करेंगे तो कितनी भी नारकोटिक्स पकड़ लो, हम फेल हो जाए। और अगर कितने भी युवाओं को आप नशे से मुक्त कराओगे, अगर नए युवा इसके अंदर जोड़ने का अभियान, जागरूकता अभियान नहीं करोगे तो फेल हो जाओ। और ये दोनों कर लिया मगर नारकोटिक्स को नहीं रोक पाए तो भी फेल हो जाओ। अतः ये तीनों चीजों पर, ये तीनों बिंदुओं पर हमने एक समान होल ऑफ गवर्नमेंट अप्रोच के साथ आगे बढ़ना पड़ेगा। मित्रों, एनकोर को जुलाई 2019 में हमने रिस्ट्रक्चर किया। इसके अंदर 4 स्तरीय एनकोड मैकेनिज्म बनाया गया है। 6 स्तरीय एनकोड समिति है, कार्यकारी स्तरीय एनकोड समिति है, राज्य स्तरीय एनकोड समिति है और जिला स्तरीय एनकोड समिति जो डीएम की अध्यक्षता में है। राज्य स्तरीय समिति मुख्य सचिव की अध्यक्षता में है और भारत सरकार के अंदर 2 लेयर और है। ये 4 स्तर पर एनकोड मैकेनिज्म काम करता है और अब इसकी बैठकें भी मुझे कहते हुए आनंद हो रहा है कि रेगुलर हो रही है। फिर भी हमने डिस्ट्रिक्ट लेवल की बैठकों पर ज्यादा थ्रस्ट देना पड़ेगा, ज्यादा वजन लेना पड़ेगा, क्योंकि अंततोगत्वा परिणाम लाने वाली एजेंसी तो डिस्ट्रिक्ट में ही है। जिसे सबसे पहले इस समस्या से मुकाबला करना है वो एजेंसी डिस्ट्रिक्ट में बैठे, तो डिस्ट्रिक्ट जिला स्तरीय एनकोड समिति की बैठक की।
Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be addressing the first ever inaugural session of the first national meet of District Legal Services Authorities at Vigyan Bhavan today at around 10 a.m. Union Home Minister Amit Shah scheduled to address the National Conference on Drug Trafficking and National Security in Chandigarh today. Chief Ministers of Haryana, Himachal Pradesh and Punjab, officers from the Border Security Force, National Investigation Agency and Narcotics Control Bureau, as well as Anti-Narcotics Task Force chiefs of respective states and members of Narco Coordination Center will also be present at the conference.
Me and my Vijay are together. Absolute pandemonium, chaos, tracked, massive security thrown around. Big push diplomatic visit, which is going to be, of course, capped by the Quad leaders meets. Uddhav surrounded himself with unelectable coterie. You expect these people to dictate terms to a grassroots strong leader like Eknath Shinde?
And in other national news, in a fresh trouble for sacked TMC Minister Partha Chatterjee, sources have now informed that Partha's aides Manik Bhattacharya and Sukanto Acharya have been summoned and will be interrogated in the Bengal cash scam. Following mega cash hauls and back-to-back summons, the TMC has now swung into a huddle mode. Reports suggest Abhishek Banerjee is set to hold a number of meetings to decide the future course of action for the party. More than 30,000 kgs of narcotics to be incinerated in 4 locations across the country in virtual presence of Union Home Minister Amit Shah. According to an official release during the conference, more than 30,000 kgs of drugs will be burnt and disposed of by the Narcotics Control Bureau teams in Delhi, Chennai, Guwahati and Kolkata in front of the Home Minister.
में हम सब आगे बढ़े। एनसीबी ने डाकथान प्रतियोगिता की भी संकल्पना की है और डाकथान संबंधी प्रॉब्लम स्टेटमेंट भी जारी कर दिया है, जिसके माध्यम से हम समाधान ढूंढने का पूरा प्रयास करें। ड्रग, डिजिटल और संबंध फॉरेंसिक्स। मित्रों, एनसीबी और नेशनल फॉरेंसिक साइंस यूनिवर्सिटी के बीच एक समझौता ज्ञापन हुआ है। इस समझौते के तहत हम मॉडल फॉरेंसिक लैब कैसी हो सकती, किसी भी राज्य को मॉडल फॉरेंसिक लैब बनानी है तो हम नेशनल फॉरेंसिक साइंस यूनिवर्सिटी उनको पूरा गाइडलाइन देगा, एनसीबी पूरा गाइडलाइन देगा और इस दिशा में एक एसओपी भी बनाने के लिए दोनों प्रयास कर रहे हैं। आज पंजाब के मुख्यमंत्री यहाँ बैठे हैं, सब लोगों ने कहा कि पंजाब में समस्या ज्यादा है। मैं मानता हूँ पंजाब में समस्या ज्यादा है, बॉर्डर का स्टेट है और समस्या ज्यादा है, इसलिए हमें प्रयास भी ज्यादा करना पड़ेगा। भगवान मान साहब हमें जमीन और मकान दे दें, हम फॉरेंसिक लैब भारत सरकार की
Australia enjoyed a successful opening day of the track or cycling competition as they led the way with 3 golds and a bronze, while New Zealand won 2 events. Paracyclist Neil Fashey claimed his 5th gold medal overall and Scotland's first this year at the paracycling event of the Games on the first day. Australia dominated at the swimming pool on the opening day of the competition, which included 2 all-Australian podium lockouts in the men's 400-metre freestyle and women's 200-metre freestyle finals. And England has become the first nation to win 3 successful gold medals for the Commonwealth Artistic Team Gymnastics events. Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Live Stream with you everywhere. Republic Live Stream, India's #1 streaming news.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be addressing the first ever inaugural session of the first national meet of District Legal Services Authorities at Vigyan Bhavan today at around 10 a.m. Union Home Minister Amit Shah scheduled to address the National Conference on Drug Trafficking and National Security in Chandigarh today. Chief Ministers of Haryana, Himachal Pradesh and Punjab, officers from the Border Security Force, National Investigation Agency and Narcotics Control Bureau, as well as Anti-Narcotics Task Force chiefs of respective states and members of Narco Coordination Center will also be present at the conference.
Me and my VJ are together. Absolute pandemonium, chaos. In fact, massive security thrown around. Big push diplomatic visit, which is going to be, of course, capped by the Quad leaders meets. Uddhav surrounded himself with unelectable coterie. You expect these people to dictate terms to a grassroots strong leader like Eknath Shinde?
उसका क्लासिफिकेशन फिर से एक बार हम देखेंगे और मुझे भरोसा है कि इसको एक बार जब राज्यों को कहेंगे तो राज्य भी इसको कठोरता के साथ आगे बढ़ाएंगे। ये तो समुद्री मार्ग से तस्करी रोकना ये बहुत महत्वपूर्ण। भारत सरकार की एजेंसियों ने कोस्ट गार्ड के साथ और समुद्री तट पर बसे राज्यों के साथ मिलकर बहुत बड़ी मात्रा लगभग विगत एक साल में वैल्यू की दृष्टि से कीमत की
Amity University has India's largest scholarship program, from which over 25,000 brilliant students have already benefited. Students with over 95% in Class 12 boards get 100% scholarship, and students with over 90% get 50% scholarship. Join brilliant, like-minded students who want to be successful. Apply at amity.edu/scholarships.
Shinde will be visiting the state for the first time after assuming the post of Chief Minister. Shinde will take stock of Marathwada and parts of Western Maharashtra. During the visit, the Chief Minister will also meet several local leaders to discuss local level issues in Aurangabad, Silod, Yewala, Vijaypur, Pune areas, and also review problems and development work in each district with the collector. In a big order by the Kerala High Court, it has been observed that transgender persons must be permitted to participate in categories of their choice in the absence of a separate category for them to compete in sporting events.
This week, watch Checkmate to know why India is buying the latest arms and ammunitions. Why is India getting the latest defense technology from the world? Why is India arming itself at such a rapid rate? But I will tell you what I believe. I believe India has global ambitions. I believe India wants to be a global leader. When India says that it wants to become a Vishwaguru, it is not just talking about intellectual pursuit. It's not just talking about soft power. India is also talking about hard power.
Australia enjoyed a successful opening day of the track of cycling competition as they led the way with 3 golds and a bronze, while New Zealand won 2 events. Paracyclist Neil Fashie claimed his first 5th gold medal overall and Scotland's first this year at the paracycling event of the Games on the first day. Australia dominated at the swimming pool on the opening day of the competition, which included 2 all-Australian podium lockouts in the men's 400-metre freestyle and women's 200-metre freestyle finals.
The headlines at this hour. Amidst a mega backlash over the excise duty policy, Kejriwal government forced to roll back liquor policy. BJP hits out at Aam Aadmi Party government over policy rollback decision, asks did CBI probe compel Kejriwal to go back on the policy? Home Minister Amit Shah attends National Drug Trafficking Conclave, says zero tolerance towards drug trafficking. Mega crackdown on terror in the valley. 1 terrorist gunned down in Baramulla operations, 1 still tracked.
महाराष्ट्र में विशेष करके मुंबई थाने यहाँ से गुजरातियों को निकाल दो और राजस्थानियों को निकाल दो तो तुम्हारे यहाँ कोई पैसे बचेगा ही नहीं।
Maharashtra Governor Sparksar Rao says Mumbai is nothing without Gujaratis and Rajasthanis. You're watching Live and Breaking on Republic. I'm Rukma, and in our top story at this hour, the BJP hits out at the Kejriwal government over the Delhi government rolling back the new excise policy. Let's listen in.
ये ईडी की धमकी देके, सीबीआई की धमकी देके चाहते हैं कि लीगल शराब का धंधा यहाँ भी बंद हो और इलीगल धंधे को बढ़ावा मिले, नॉन ड्यूटी पेड धंधे को बढ़ावा मिले, स्पिरिट लिकर को बढ़ावा मिले। ये इनका पुराना धंधा था, ये वापस उस धंधे को लाना चाहते हैं। अगर दिल्ली में लाइसेंस शुदा दुकानों की कमी होती है, अगर वैध तरीके से उपलब्ध शराब की कमी होती है, तो नकली शराब का कारोबार बढ़ता है, वो इनको फ़ायदा देता है। इसीलिए इन्होंने ईडी और सीबीआई की धमकी दे दे के दिल्ली सरकार के अफसरों को भी इतना डरा दिया है कि अब जो दुकानें खाली हो रही हैं उनका कोई लाइसेंस करने को तैयार नहीं है। दुकानें जैसा मैंने बोला बहुत सारी खाली हुई, अरबी और भी होंगी, लेकिन इन्होंने ईडी और सीबीआई की धमकी दे दे के अफसरों को इतना डरा दिया है कि अब कोई
सांसद है और हम दिल्ली के इश्यूज पे उनसे बात कर रहे हैं, वो तुरंत उसी टाइम पे गुजरात पहुंच जाते हैं। गुजरात के केस में गुजरात ने खुद ही बड़ी इंक्वायरी शुरू कर दी है।
नहीं, और आपने ये भी कहा कि इसमें कहीं ना कहीं हो सकता है कि मनीष सिसोदिया और अरविंद केजरीवाल गैंग का हाथ हो, ऐसा बोला आपने?
जब इन्वेस्टिगेशन होगा तो इस मुद्दे पे तो देखा जाएगा। मैं बिल्कुल, मेरा ये मत है, ये मेरा व्यक्तिगत मत है कि अरविंद केजरीवाल और उनका गैंग जितना गिरा हुआ हरकत करता है, ये गुजरात के जो लोग मरे हैं ना, ये हो सकता है इन सबों ने ही जहरीली शराब परोसी हो, इन सबों ने ऐसी साजिश करी होगी, ऐसा मेरा शंका है। और मेरी शंका उस जांच के बाद मैं इंतजार कर रहा हूं क्या निकलता है।
जी का असली चेहरा बाहर आ रहा है। अब बैकफुट पर होगी केजरीवाल सरकार। उनका ये फ्री की पॉलिसी भी, वो कितने कर्जे में जा रहे हैं, सारी चीजें जनता को पता चल रही है। जनता त्राही त्राही मचा रही है। उत्तर प्रदेश, बिहार की जनता को बेवकूफ बनाते हुए वोट लेते रहे। अब वो समय गया, केजरीवाल सरकार को जवाब देना चाहिए। बैकफुट पर गई, ये क्यों उन लोगों क्या, ये झूठ की सरकार है। झूठ की राजनीति करके सरकारी पैसों से और सरकारी बोझ जो एक लोन लेके आप फ्री बांट रहे हैं, ये जो उन्होंने एक नया फंडा अपनाया था, अब वो फ्लॉप शो हो रहा है।
And joining us now is our correspondent Harsha, who's been on this story ever since it broke. Harsha, well, we're continuing to get in reactions of the BJP in particular to the Delhi government mulling the rolling back or going back to the former excise policy. Tell us more. What's happening right now? The BJP earlier had said that it would demand Manish Sisodia's resignation. Sardar R.P. Singh of the BJP, Harsha, joining us now. We'll be coming back to you, but let's go across to R.P. Singh to find out his thoughts, his reactions. Mr. R.P. Singh, when we talk about the BJP's reaction, the BJP coming down heavily on the Aam Aadmi Party government, saying that it is rolling back the excise policy because it is guilty. It is an admission of guilt and it is an admission of corruption. Your thoughts?
Well, there's no doubt that it's a clear admission of guilt because there's an inquiry which has now been conducted on the bungling which they have done because of excise policy. But the issue is why they're rolling back now. Till a few months back, they used to say this old policy has led to a lot of corruption, although under their regime only, it has led to a lot of corruption. Then why they're getting back the same policy which led to a lot of corruption in the system? It clearly shows that there's a bigger game plan behind it. And I'm accusing Aam Aadmi Party that when they brought the new policy, the policy which they are rolling back now, they have gathered a lot of funds, a lot of money for their election objectives. And since that objective is fulfilled, now they want to go back to the old policy because there's a CBI inquiry being conducted on way the bunglings were done. I mean, it's a clear case of 174.36 crore which was bungled, which was favor was given to certain cartels and certain individuals at the cost of loss to the exchequer of Delhi finance.
Well, ever since this news broke, Mr. R.P. Singh, the BJP has been saying that it's a victory for citizens of Delhi. Earlier, the demand was, as far as we know, of the protesters, it was that Manish Sisodia, Deputy Chief Minister, who was in charge of the excise policy, that he should resign. Is the BJP continuing with this stand, or the rollback, is that enough?
Well, rollback has nothing to do with the corruption. The corruption has been done in the policy. As I told you, that 144.36 crore was waived off without any proper cabinet approval, and 30 crore was returned to the L1 without the cabinet approval. So there could have been quid pro in that case, and that's why the clear case of corruption, and that the resignation of the minister is mandatory. But yes, the rollback is the victory of Delhi woman of Delhi, the citizen of Delhi, who have been asking for rollback of the policy.
The BJP says that it's a 144 crore rupees scam. Are there documents, Mr. Singh, to prove this? On what basis are these allegations being made?
Yes, there are documents on record. There are documents on record, one. Secondly, there are documents on record of their own department, where it is categorical that they have waived off 144.66 crore rupees to cartel on the excise tax. Saying that we waived off it because of the corona thing, whereas there was no such terms and condition in the original contracts and agreements which they have done with the cartels. And in any norm worldwide, when a tender is given to some person as L1, then the earnest money which the person deposits, if he doesn't fulfill the conditions of the tender, then the earnest money is forfeited. In this case, the earnest money has been given back against any norm of the tender process. It's not only the excise, this liquor tender. Otherwise, also in the normal course also. This categorically shows that favors were given, and there are charges that it was done because of quid pro being made with the concerned parties.
Well, Mr. R.P. Singh, many thanks for joining us and speaking with the Republic. Mr. R.P. Singh there. So the BJP coming down heavily on the Aam Aadmi Party. While it says that it's a vindication of its stand, it also says it's a big victory for the citizens of Delhi, the rolling back of the excise policy for the next 6 months. Harsha, our correspondent who is on this story, who has been on this story, giving us all the updates. It's going back to her once again. Harsha, what are you hearing from the BJP as far? Well, we are hearing the reactions of their leaders. They're saying it's a victory for the women of Delhi. We saw how the women protested just a few days back in the national capital. What are you hearing about the BJP strategy from now onwards?
Exactly, talking about various BJP MPs and BJP leaders, be it we talk about Amit Malviya, R.P. Singh, Tarun Chugh or Shahzad Poonawalla, even Adarsh Gupta, these all were the people who had protested, staged protests outside the residence of Manish Sisodia and even as well outside Aam Aadmi Party office as well. And they have been staging protests saying that this new liquor policy is against the welfare of Delhi public. And now we are seeing war of words which have started between BJP government and Aam Aadmi Party as well. While Pravesh Verma and Shahzad Poonawalla were stating several things about this new excise policy, how the rolling back of this new excise policy is clearly the win of BJP, because BJP took this issue, highlighted it and staged the protest as well. But on the other hand, Manish Sisodia clearly says that till the time they will not get the approval of LG and till the time the new things will not be added, the violations which is being said are wrong, till the time the approval will not be happen, till that time the new liquor policy won't be implemented, till that time the old liquor policy, which is the older one in which the government is handling the vents, those will continue in Delhi. Clearly, the rolling back is being seen as a win-win for BJP. Though CBI probe has also been ordered in this entire new liquor policy, and after CBI probe only BJP is thinking this is a clear win, because clearly their protocols, the guidelines, the violations clearly happened in that new liquor policy. How the private bidders who were blacklisted in their state, they were given the vents. Not only that, 144 crore were illegally earned through private bidders through this new excise policy. technology, and even the places where the vents should not have been opened, at those places private bidders were given the vents. Clearly there were so many things in this new liquor policy which were against the Delhi Excise Act 1956. So clearly these entirely things tell us that BJP is in a clear win. And if we talk about the BJP strategy, till now they were holding the protest, but now clearly they are asking for Manish Sisodia resignation. They are asking that a probe investigation should be conducted against Manish Sisodia as well, because he is the head of Excise Department, and clearly under his nose the liquor mafias were clearly being benefited out of this new excise policy. Now they have rolled back because somewhere they knew that when CBI investigation will start, the illegal things which were started by Aam Aadmi Party government, which was happening under the nose in knowledge of Manish Sisodia, those things will come and highlighted. So these things, Manish Sisodia resignation should happen, and Aam Aadmi Party government should take resignation from Manish Sisodia as Mamata Banerjee has done with Partha Chatterjee. So these things are clearly being stated by BJP government. Back to the studio.
Right, Harsha. Well, many thanks for joining us there. So the CBI to go on with its probe as recommended by the Lieutenant Governor of Delhi, and the excise policy which ends tomorrow. The current excise policy will see a going back to the old excise policy. Well, that's the latest in this case, even as the political war of words continues. And well, let's take a look at this 1-minute report.
Incessant rainfall and flash floods wreaks havoc in Uttarakhand's Pauri Garhwal. While some places respite after rain showers, places like Pauri Garhwal of Uttarakhand's National Highway 58 gets shut. NH 58 has been closed due to large stones and boulders rolling down the hill. Notably, to avoid any mishap, the highway has been closed and vehicles going towards Rudraprayag and Chamoli district has been diverted from Pauri Chungi to Khirsu. Meanwhile, police forces have been deployed to take stock of the situation. While police officials take charge of the situation, many college students were rescued by the teachers as they were stuck due to the road blockage. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Union Home Minister Amit Shah attends National Drug Trafficking Conclave, says zero tolerance towards drug trafficking. All the news coming up ahead on Republic TV. Stay with us. Also coming up, mega crackdown on terror in the valley. One terrorist gunned down in Baramulla operations, one still trapped.
Amity University has India's largest scholarship program, from which over 25,000 brilliant students have already benefited. Students with over 95% in Class 12 boards get 100% scholarship, and students with over 90% get 50% scholarship. Join brilliant, like-minded students who want to be successful. Apply at amity.edu/scholarships.
Amidst a mega backlash against Kejriwal government's liquor policy, officials have now informed that the Delhi government is mulling rolling back the policy. This comes after Lieutenant Governor recommended a CBI probe into the implementation of the new excise policy of the government of Delhi. Hitting out at the Kejriwal government over the decision to roll back the liquor policy, BJP IT cell head Amit Malviya asks, if the new excise policy of Kejriwal is not a mega scam, why is the government rushing to revert to the old policy after CBI inquiry was ordered? In other words, it is an admission of violations, corruption and loss to exchequer, as pointed out. Those to that last salute once again. Ranchi's Birsa Munda Airport receives a threat to blow up the airport on July 29th via text message with a demand of 20 lakh rupees. Following the threat, airport officials have informed that police are taking the necessary action, and an investigation too has been launched into the case.
This week, watch Checkmate to know why India is buying the latest arms and ammunitions. Why is India getting the latest defense technology from the world? Why? is India arming itself at such a rapid rate? But I will tell you what I believe. I believe India has global ambitions. I believe India wants to be a global leader. When India says that it wants to become a Vishwaguru, it is not just talking about intellectual pursuit. It's not just talking about soft power. India is also talking about hard power.
Australia enjoyed a successful opening day of the track or cycling competition as they led the way with 3 golds and a bronze, while New Zealand won 2 events. Paracyclist Neil Fashie claimed his first 5th gold medal overall and Scotland's first this year at the paracycling event of the Games on the first day. Australia dominated at the swimming pool on the opening day of the competition, which included 2 All-Australian podium lockouts in the men's 400-metre freestyle and
As rains continue to lash parts of the country, many students from Mangaluru Inter-College of Bhandara Belt were stuck and had to be rescued by teachers. Parts of Badrinath National Highway were washed away due to rising waters in the Kachra drain located in Lambagad, following which pilgrims were left stranded, triggering massive rescue operations. As incessant rainfall continues to lash several parts, National Highway 58 has been closed due to debris and boulders coming from the hills near Srinagar Garhwal Parasu Hanuman Temple were seen rolling down. Rescue and clearance operations are now underway. Principal Secretary of Disaster Management and Revenue Department has informed that heavy rains have resulted in damage worth 450 crore rupees in the state of Himachal Pradesh, and nearly 133 people have lost their lives in the last 1 month.
नुकसान काफ़ी हो रहा है क्योंकि बहुत हैवी रेन हो रहे हैं और जगह जगह हमारे फ्लैश फ्लड आ रहे हैं जिससे कि जान माल को नुकसान हो रहा है। अभी तक लगभग 133 लोगों की जो डेथ है इस मॉनसून के दौरान हुई है।
Incessant rains across Dakshina Kannada has left many low-lying areas in Mangaluru and other parts of the district waterlogged. Among the areas affected because of waterlogging in the city are Kallappu Patla, Kotakar, Nelishala Temple and Uchila Gudde of National Highway 66. In the wake of rain with thunderstorms and lightning in Mangaluru city, holiday has been declared throughout Mangaluru considering the safety of children.
हम लोग इस बात की आदी हो जाते हैं कि हम अपने कंफर्ट जोन में रहना चाहते हैं। कॉलेज की पढ़ाई है तो 4 साल की डिग्री है, 3 साल की डिग्री है, डिग्री खत्म होगा तब से अभी तो डिग्री करना है। और जब डिग्री कर रहे हो तब से दिमाग चलना चाहिए कि डिग्री की बात क्या है।
Police vans have also come in right now just to give the security to the BJP legislators right now as they are staying here for a while before the government formation actually takes place. About 17 locations where these searches are being carried out. In all likelihood, the number is going to go up. There could be some arrests. Total of 8 CCTV footages that have been accessed. This encapsulates Kohli's murder that has taken place.
On the live coverage on Republic TV as we report from outside Raj Thakre's residence. The Chief Minister of Maharashtra vacates his residence. Sena supporters coming out in large numbers showing their support to Uddhav Thackeray. The NCP huddle has begun. We're keeping a close track of all the senior leaders coming in and going out.
Amidst mega backlash against Kejriwal government's liquor policy, officials have now informed that the Delhi government is mulling rolling back the policy. This comes after Lieutenant Governor recommended a CBI probe into the implementation of the new excise policy of the government of Delhi. Hitting out at the Kejriwal government over the decision to roll back the liquor policy, BJP IT cell head Amit Malviya asks, if the new excise policy of Kejriwal is not a mega scam, why is the government rushing to revert to the old policy after CBI inquiry was ordered? In other words, it is an admission of violations, corruption and loss to exchequer, as pointed out. Those to that last salute once again. Ranchi's Birsa Munda Airport receives a threat to blow up the airport on July 29th via text message with a demand of 20 lakh rupees. Following the threat, airport officials have informed that police are taking the necessary action and an investigation too has been launched into the case.
This week, watch Checkmate to know why India is buying the latest arms and ammunitions. Why is India getting...
A lot of people over here with tricolors commemorating the victory of Draupadi Murmu.
And breaking development now, India's first monkeypox patient recovers. A Kerala man who was India's first monkeypox patient and was being treated at the Government Medical College here has recovered from the disease, State Health Minister Veena George said on Saturday. The 35-year-old hailing from Kollam would be discharged later in the day, she said. So India's first monkeypox patient recovers. Let's go across to our correspondent Ashwin to know more. Ashwin, what can you tell us about this breaking development? Our first monkeypox patient recovering. What details emerging about his treatment and well, what does he have to say? What do doctors have to say after the recovery?
Good afternoon, Rikma. Definitely, we can have a heave of relief because now the health minister has confirmed that the very first case of monkeypox that was afflicted to a 35-year-old who had returned from UAE has now recovered completely from the disease itself. He was found positive on July 14th, after which there has been quarantine measures that took place, including his family members. Now, Health Minister Veena George has also stated that the family members were also who had kept under observation has shown negative and there is no instances of this disease spreading. The case has been poignant only because this is not just the first case in the country but even the first case in Southeast Asia as well. Now it's a big relief that this person has recovered from the illness, and Veena George has stated the other two people who are also afflicted with the monkeypox disease are also slowly recovering, and the quarantine measures and all the other measures are put in place by the health department. Rukma.
Well, many thanks, Ashwin, for giving us those details. So India's first monkeypox patient recovers, a huge relief there. And Ashwin, our correspondent on that story, giving us every update as it happens. And moving on now, as part of the Har Ghar Tiranga campaign, Indian Coast Guard performed an underwater flag demo at sea. The idea behind the initiative is to invoke feelings of patriotism in the hearts of people and to promote awareness about the Indian national flag. Take a look. The national news. In a fresh trouble for sacked TMC Minister Partha Chatterjee, sources have now informed that Partha's aides Manik Bhattacharya and Sukanto Acharya have been summoned and will be interrogated in the Bengal cash scam. Following mega cash hauls and back-to-back summons, the TMC has now swung into a huddle mode. Reports suggest Abhishek Banerjee is set to hold a number of meetings to decide the future course of action for the party. More than 30,000 kgs of narcotics to be incinerated in 4 locations across the country in virtual presence of Union Home Minister Amit Shah. According to an official release during the conference, more than 30,000 kgs of drugs will be burnt and disposed of by the Narcotics Control Bureau teams in Delhi, Chennai, Guwahati and Kolkata in front of the Home Minister.
Police vans have also come in right now just to give the security to the BJP legislators right now as they are staying here for a while before the government formation actually takes place. About 17 locations where these searches are being carried out. In all likelihood, the number is going to go up. There could be some arrests. Total of 8 CCTV footages that have been accessed. This encapsulates Kohli's murder that has taken place.
On the live coverage on Republic TV as we report from outside Raj Thakre's residence. The Chief Minister of Maharashtra vacates his residence. Sena supporters coming out in large numbers showing their support to Uddhav Thackeray. The NCP huddle has begun. We're keeping a close track of all the senior leaders coming in and going out.
Amidst a mega backlash against Kejriwal government's liquor policy, officials have now informed that the Delhi government is mulling rolling back the policy.
Hello and welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Let's dive right into the top story this hour on Superfast 50. Amid an ongoing investigation by Delhi Police's Economic Offences Wing and a face-off between the Delhi Lieutenant Governor and the Delhi government, the liquor policy row in the capital has taken a fresh turn. With only 2 days left for the current excise policy to expire, the Delhi government has decided to go back to the old regime of retail liquor sales for 6 months, which is a remarkable turnaround and a loss of face for the Arvind Kejriwal-led dispensation.
हमने तय किया कि फिलहाल जो नई पॉलिसी है उसको बंद करके सरकारी दुकानें खोलने के आदेश हमने दिए हैं, क्योंकि इन्होंने दुकानदारों को डरा रखा है, इन्होंने अफसरों को डरा रखा है। इसलिए नई पॉलिसी बंद करके सरकारी दुकानों के जरिए अब लिकर सेल, लीगल लिकर सेल करने का हमने ऑर्डर दिया है, ताकि दिल्ली में कोई इलीगल शराब ना बेच पाए, ताकि दिल्ली में कोई स्पिरिट शराब ना बेच पाए।
In the wake of the Delhi government reverting its liquor policy, BJP spokesperson Shehzad Poonawalla spoke about how, while West Bengal Minister Partha Chatterjee had been arrested, when will Delhi's own Partha Chatterjee, that is Delhi's Education Minister Manish Sisodia, be arrested? This comes in the wake of the BJP taking on Sisodia on a number of fronts, from the liquor policy to a schoolroom upgradation controversy.
बंगाल का पार्था तो इस्तीफा देकर गया, पर अब दिल्ली के पार्था पर केजरीवाल जी बंद करो ये दया। इन दोनों ही मंत्रियों का आपको त्वरित रूप से इस्तीफा लेना चाहिए।
Hitting out at the Kejriwal government over the decision to roll back its liquor policy, BJP IT cell head Amit Malviya asked that if the new excise policy of the Kejriwal government isn't a mega scam, then why is his government rushing to revert to the old policy after a CBI inquiry was ordered? BJP leader Manoj Tiwari also made a statement on the Aam Aadmi Party, claiming that the Aam Aadmi was being looted.
कट्टर भ्रष्टाचारियों की सरकार है और 2 इन्वेस्टिगेशन ने आम आदमी पार्टी को हिला के रख दिया। एक इन्वेस्टिगेशन सीबीआई जो दिल्ली के माननीय एलजी ने दिल्ली की महिलाओं, बच्चों, दिल्ली के सांसदों, दिल्ली के कार्यकर्ताओं, दिल्ली के अभिभावकों की मांग पे किया। और दूसरा, कल हमारी शिकायत जो हमने करी थी लोकायुक्त में कि 5 लाख का कमरा ये 30 लाख में बना रहे हैं, एक बड़ी लूट है, लगभग 2600 करोड़ की लूट है।
Delhi BJP chief Adhir Gupta claimed that huge corruption has happened under the liquor policy of the Delhi government, and soon the true scope of the scam will come out. BJP Member of Parliament Ravi Kishan, while speaking to Republic with regards to the Delhi liquor excise policy, said that the Delhi government was on the back foot and that it was a government of lies.
धीरे धीरे केजरीवाल जी का असली चेहरा बाहर आ रहा है। अब बैकफुट पर होगी केजरीवाल सरकार। उनका ये फ्री की पॉलिसी भी, वो कितने कर्जे में जा रहे हैं, सारी चीजें जनता को पता चल रही है। जनता त्राही त्राही मचा रही है। उत्तर प्रदेश, बिहार की जनता को बेवकूफ बनाते हुए वोट लेते रहे। अब वो समय गया, केजरीवाल सरकार को जवाब देना चाहिए। बैकफुट पर गई, ये क्यों उन लोगों क्या? ये झूठ की सरकार है। झूठ की राजनीति करके सरकारी पैसों से और सरकारी बोझ जो एक लोन लेके आप फ्री बांट रहे हैं, ये जो उन्होंने एक नया फंडा अपनाया था, अब वो फ्लॉप शो हो रहा है।
The Prime Minister addressed the All India District Legal Service Authorities meeting at the Vigyan Bhavan in New Delhi. He spoke about how the legal infrastructure of the country would have to shift towards a more technologically reliant environment.
न्याय का ये भरोसा हर देशवासी को ये एहसास दिलाता है कि देश की व्यवस्थाएं उसके अधिकारों की रक्षा कर रही हैं।
In the All India District Legal Service Authorities meeting, Chief Justice of India N.V. Ramana emphasized on the importance of the judicial officers as they are the first points of contact, and he asserted that strengthening the district judiciary is an utmost need.
The district judiciary is the backbone of the justice delivery system in the world's largest democracy. The district judicial officers are the first point of contact for much of the population. Public opinion about the judiciary is primarily based on their experience with the district judiciary.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi also participated in the grand finale of the Ujjwal Bharat, Ujjwal Bhavishya event via video conferencing. Take a look.
बिजली के बिना जीवन, इसकी कोई कल्पना ही नहीं कर सकता है। और मुझे खुशी हुई कि बिजली उत्सव का जो आपने रिपोर्ट किया, इतने स्थानों पर ये कार्यक्रम हुए, मेरे लिए बहुत संतोष का विषय है कि बीते वर्षों में हमने ऊर्जा के क्षेत्र में पिछली बहुत सी कमियों को दूर कर पावर सेक्टर को मजबूती दी है।
Speaking on the power distribution sector via video conferencing, the Prime Minister spoke about revamping the sector and laying the foundation stones of various green projects to be taken up by the National Thermal Power Corporation or NTPC. He went on to talk about the revamp of the power distribution sector as a single system had become a great strength of the country.
रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी के हमारे लक्ष्यों, ग्रीन टेक्नोलॉजी के हमारे कमिटमेंट और ग्रीन मोबिलिटी की हमारी आकांक्षाओं को बल देने वाले हैं। इन प्रोजेक्ट से देश में बहुत बड़ी संख्या में ग्रीन जॉब्स का भी निर्माण होगा। ये प्रोजेक्ट भले ही तेलंगाना, केरला, राजस्थान, गुजरात और लद्दाख से जुड़े हैं, लेकिन इनका लाभ पूरे देश को होने वाला है।
The mortal remains of Flight Lieutenant Aditya Bal, one of the two martyred pilots of the MiG-21 fighter jet that crashed in Rajasthan, were brought to his hometown in Jammu. Thousands of people gathered with tricolors to pay their last respects and to issue a final salute as they mourned the loss of the brave heart, chanting Veer Jawan Amar Rahe. Maharashtra Governor Bhagat Singh Koshyari has kicked up a row saying that if Gujaratis and Rajasthanis are removed from Maharashtra, especially from Mumbai and Thane, no money would be left in the state and it would cease to be the financial capital of the country.
कभी कभी मैं यहाँ लोगों से कहता हूँ महाराष्ट्र में कि भाई महाराष्ट्र में विशेष करके मुंबई थाने यहाँ से गुजरातियों को निकाल दो और राजस्थानियों को निकाल दो तो तुम्हारे यहाँ कोई पैसे बचेगा ही नहीं.
After the remarks of Maharashtra Governor Bhagat Singh Koshyari, a number of political leaders, including MNS Chief Raj Thackeray, Maharashtra Congress Chief Nana Patole, and others had hit out. Amid the row, Governor issued a string of tweets essentially recalling his remarks and clarifying them, upholding his respect for the Marathi people and what they've built in economic terms. In Punjab, Dr. Raj Bahadur has resigned as the Vice-Chancellor of the Baba Farid University of Health Sciences after the Punjab Health Minister's rude behavior towards him. This comes after the minister asked Dr. Bahadur to lie on a dirty patient's bed, further demanding an explanation from the VC for not having clean mattresses at the hospital. A terrorist has been neutralized in an encounter that broke out between security forces and unidentified terrorists in the Vanigam Bala area of Baramulla district on Saturday morning. The encounter was carried out by the Jammu and Kashmir police and other security forces that are on the job still.
कश्मीर घाटी में लगातार 9 घंटों से यहाँ पे ये सर्च ऑपरेशन जो चल रहा था, यहाँ पे आखिर तौर पर एक मिलिटेंट को मार दिया गया है. आप मेरे विजय आपको क्लोजली दिखा सकते हैं किस तरह से यहाँ पे जो कम्प्लीटली पूरे इस एरिया को अभी भी कोऑर्डिनेट सर्च ऑपरेशन में रखा गया है. फिलहाल जहाँ तक अभी कॉम्बिंग ऑपरेशन चल रहा था तो कॉम्बिंग ऑपरेशन से यही मिल पाया यह जानकारी कि एक डेड बॉडी को वहाँ पे रिकवर किया गया, जिससे काफ़ी मात्रा में गोला बारूद भी रिकवर हुआ है. उसके बाद ही आप देख सकते हैं, मेरे विजय आपको दिखा सकते हैं किस तरह से यहाँ पे अभी भी, चाहे अगर हम बात करें CRPF की या राष्ट्रीय राइफल्स के साथ साथ जम्मू कश्मीर पुलिस की बात करें, लगातार पूरे इस इलाके को फिलहाल अभी कोऑर्डिनेट सर्च ऑपरेशन में ले लिया है.
Following the brutal murder of Fazil in Karnataka's Mangaluru, Section 144 against unlawful gathering continues to be imposed in the area for a second day. Additionally, a peacekeeping meeting has also been organized at the Deputy Commissioner's office with the community leaders.
Masjid where the cremation is going to be done, and all across the commissionerate we have imposed 144 and strict bandobast is in place. Investigation part we are doing. Once we get some breakthrough, not revealing any details of investigation to an extent of clarifying confusion and rumors which are spread among the region. So I am going to clarify that.
Nearly 21 people have been detained for questioning in connection with the Mangaluru youth murder case. The police have informed that the investigation is underway and arrests will be made soon. As per sources, a senior BJP leader stated that the resignation of BJP Yuva Morcha office bearers, including the social media management team of the party across the state, in connection with the murder case of BJP youth leader Praveen is likely to pose a major setback for the party in the upcoming elections. The party has seen further outrage against the leadership of BJP State President Nalin Kumar Katil in his home constituency. Trinamool Congress Member of Parliament Shougata Roy said that sacked leader and former Minister Partha Chatterjee had embarrassed and dishonored the party following his arrest in connection with the alleged teacher recruitment scam case in which multiple crores of recoveries have been made. He stated that he didn't know if Partha was a victim of some kind of conspiracy and that the former minister had dishonored their party.
शर्म की बात है कैसे रुपया रखा गया। मैं आशा करता हूं कि जो जांच हो रहा है उससे सभी सत्य नजर में आए हैं। हम लोग को तो कोई पता नहीं था कि ऐसा हो रहा है, तो अभी जब पता चला तब तो हम उसके खिलाफ कदम उठाए। ममता बनर्जी उसको मंत्रिमंडल से ड्रॉप कर दिए, उसको पार्टी का सब पोस्ट ले लिया गया है, अभी निकले।
In the wake of the ongoing row over the sexist Rashtrapatni remark, Congress Member of Parliament Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary said that he had demanded a chance to respond to the complaints filed against him in Parliament. Chaudhary added that even though he was at the center of the controversy, the BJP is attacking Congress interim chief Sonia Gandhi.
अभी तक राष्ट्रपति जी की तरफ दफ्तर से आज भी हम लोग चेक किए हैं। आज भी वहाँ हम सोचा कि राष्ट्रपति जी की दफ्तर से मुझे मिलने का कोई अपॉइंटमेंट मिलेगी, लेकिन मिला नहीं अभी तक। आज भी मैंने कोशिश किया हमारी ऑफिस के तरफ से कि एक अपॉइंटमेंट अगर मिल जाए तो मैं राष्ट्रपति के साथ एकदम आमने सामने बात करना चाहते हैं।
Congress Lok Sabha Member of Parliament Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary, in a letter to Lok Sabha Speaker Om Birla, alleged that Union Minister Smriti Irani was yelling the name of President Draupadi Murmu without prefixing Madam or Shrimati during her address in the House, which he claims amounts to degrading the stature of the highest office of the country. Rich comments from an MP who has had to apologize for calling the President Rashtrapatni multiple times. The Delhi police has denied permission to the PFI to hold a rally that was scheduled to be held in the national capital. Notably, the PFI was scheduled to hold a rally that they were planning to call Save the Republic at Ambedkar Bhavan in Jhandewala area of New Delhi.
But they don't have any right to talk about the Republic when they don't believe in the Republic. वो जिस प्रकार की जिहादी प्रोवोकेशन करते हैं स्थान स्थान पर, देश के अनेक राज्यों में हिंसक घटनाओं के पीछे इनका हाथ होने की जांच चल रही है। तो ऐसे संगठन को स्वतंत्रता दिवस के आसपास देश की राजधानी का वातावरण खराब करने के लिए इस प्रकार के कार्यक्रमों का आयोजन करने की अनुमति देना, ये दिल्ली पुलिस और जांच एजेंसी जितनी भी सुरक्षा है उनको ध्यान देना चाहिए।
Telangana Chief Minister K. Chandrasekhar Rao, who is once again said to be trying to cobble together an anti-BJP alliance for the 2024 general elections, met Samajwadi Party Chief Akhilesh Yadav at his residence in the national capital and discussed national issues. SP leader Ram Gopal Yadav was also accompanying the duo in the meeting with KCR, who is on a 3-day visit to the capital. A discussion has been listed in both houses of parliament next week on the issue of price rise. Nearly 2 weeks after the commencement of the monsoon session, the Lok Sabha has listed the discussion on the issue on Monday. The mega auction for the 5G spectrum continues for the 5th day today after the 23rd round of bidding ended on Friday. A government official said that bids worth nearly 1.5 lakh crore rupees have been received so far, which is a new record, up from the previous high of 1.09 lakh crore rupees in the 2015 auction. In visuals from Uttar Pradesh's Ghaziabad, prisoners were seen making tricolors in Dasna jail for the Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav celebrations. Ranchi's Birsa Munda Airport received a bomb threat via text message with a demand for 20 lakh rupees. Following the threat, airport officials have informed that the police are taking the necessary action and an investigation too has been launched into the case. A Lucknow court granted bail to the accused who offered namaz at Lulu Mall in Lucknow with several bail conditions and a bond of 20,000 rupees. The court has further ordered the accused to not tamper with evidence or threaten witnesses, and all the accused will appear in court whenever asked to. In a major crackdown on the Lawrence Bishnoi gang, 2 youths associated with the gang have been arrested in Rajasthan's Sri Ganganagar. Following the arrests, a mega search operation was conducted in the area. India has reported over 20,000 fresh COVID cases in the last 24 hours. The active caseload stands at above 1.43 lakh, with the daily positivity rate at 5.05%. A flood alert has been issued in several districts of Uttar Pradesh due to an increase in the water level and the Ganga and Yamuna rivers. The police officials have alerted the locals and advised them to not step out of their homes unless absolutely necessary. As heavy rains continue to lash parts of the country, many students from Mahagaon Inter-College of Bhandara Belt in Uttarakhand got stuck and had to be rescued by their teachers. Parts of the Badrinath National Highway were washed away due to the rising water in a drain located at Lambagad, following which pilgrims were left stranded, triggering massive rescue operations. As incessant rainfall continues to lash several parts of the country, particularly Uttarakhand, National Highway 58 has been closed due to debris and boulders flowing down from the hills near the Srinagar Garhwal Farasu Hanuman temple. Rescue and clearance operations are now underway. In nearby Himachal Pradesh, the Principal Secretary of Disaster Management and Revenue Department has informed that heavy rains have resulted in damage worth 450 crore rupees in the state, and nearly 133 people have lost their lives in the last month.
नुकसान काफ़ी हो रहा है क्योंकि बहुत हैवी रेन हो रहे हैं और जगह जगह हमारे फ्लैश फ्लड आ रहे हैं, जिससे कि जान माल को नुकसान हो रहा है। अभी तक लगभग 133 लोगों की जो डेथ है इस मानसून के दौरान हुई है, जिसमें कि डूबने के कारण हुई है, कुछ लैंडस्लाइड के कारण हुई, कुछ रोड एक्सीडेंट के कारण हुई है, आगजनी के कारण। तो इस प्रकार की इसमें इतनी डेथ हुई है और फ्लैश फ्लड के कारण हमारे लगभग 6 लोग अभी भी मिसिंग हैं।
Incessant rains across Dakshin Kannada have left many low-lying areas in Mangaluru and other parts of the district waterlogged. Among the areas affected because of waterlogging in the city are Kalappu Palta, Kotekar, Nelisthala Temple and Uchilagude off National Highway 66. In the wake of rain with thunderstorms and lightning in Mangaluru city, a holiday was declared throughout Mangaluru considering the safety of children. Heavy rainfall lashed several parts of the national capital as well, from the central areas of Lutyens Delhi to the satellite cities of Noida and Gurugram, with the odd road and underpass being inundated as well. Pope Francis again asked for forgiveness after meeting with residential school survivors in the Arctic territory of Nunavut, the last stop in his 6-day visit to Canada, to apologize to the indigenous people there for abuse in government schools run by the Roman Catholic Church. The Pope added that hearing survivors' stories renewed the indignation and shame that he had felt for months. Amid the harvest in Ukraine, many fields have been burnt near the front lines due to Russian shelling. The Ukrainian servicemen blamed Russia and the Russian forces for destroying their crops and even for their food crisis. Also in Ukraine, a ship waited at a port in Odessa region as crews prepared terminals to export grains trapped by Russia's 5-month-long war. With the United Nations and Turkey acting as mediators, Russia and Ukraine have agreed last week to facilitate the shipment of wheat and other grains from 3 Ukrainian ports, as well as fertilizers and food from Russia. US President Joe Biden issued a major disaster declaration for the state of Kentucky as record flash flooding killed at least 16 people and swamped entire Appalachian towns. The White House announced that their hearts are with the families of those who've lost their lives or are missing, and to all those who have been impacted.
The White House is continuing to closely monitor the devastating flooding in eastern Kentucky, and President Biden is receiving updates very regularly. Our hearts break for the families of those who have lost their lives or are missing, and to all those who have been impacted. The President reached out to Governor Beshear
The US House of Representatives passed a legislation to revive a ban on semi-automatic guns, the first vote of its kind in 18 years, and a direct response to the firearms often used in mass shootings in the US, especially some of the more recent and horrific ones. Speaker Nancy Pelosi moved forward with the ban, highlighting that the previous such ban had saved lives.
The yeas are 217. The nays are 213. The bill is passed. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid upon the table.
During their bilateral talks at the Pentagon, the South Korean National Defense Minister and the US Defense Secretary reaffirmed their commitment to the US Republic of Korea alliance and the defense of South Korea. The two ministers recognized the value of close communication and remaining ready to increase deterrence in the face of North Korea increasing its nuclear saber rattling.
But our alliance remains resolute and ready in the face of these dangerous and destabilizing actions. As the recent joint statement from both of our presidents noted, and so President Biden affirms the U.S. extended deterrence commitment to the ROK using the full range of defense capabilities, including nuclear, conventional, and missile defense capabilities.
Brazil's health ministry confirmed the South American nation's first death related to monkeypox. The Brazilian Ministry of Health said that the victim had low immunity and comorbidities. The cause of death provided was a septic shock aggravated by monkeypox. The Indian team has defeated Pakistan 5-0 in the opening matches of the badminton mixed team event in the Commonwealth Games 2022. Ace Indian shuttler Kidambi Srikanth said it was important for them to start well as they were under pressure. The Pakistani team did try to stage a comeback in the second game of the tie, but Srikanth kept his momentum.
Well, again, I'm just very happy with the way how things went for me. It's just about getting better from here. We moving forward in the tournament, we will be facing tougher opponents, so it's just about getting better from here.
After a thunderous day one of the 2022 Commonwealth Games in Birmingham, Team India looks to retain momentum on the second day with all eyes on weightlifter Mirabai Chanu, the Tokyo Olympic silver medalist and 2018 CWG gold medalist. On one hand were wins for PV Sindhu and Kidambi Srikanth in badminton, and on the other, the women's hockey team is about to enter their second group stage tie as well. England's Alex Yee won the first gold medal of the 2022 CWG in the men's triathlon at Sutton Park in Birmingham on Friday after New Zealand's Hayden Wild was penalised for unclipping his helmet early during the transition between cycling and running. Australia dominated the swimming pool on the opening day of the CWG, which included two All-Australian podium lockouts in the men's 400-meter freestyle and women's 200-meter freestyle finals. Also at the CWGs, England has become the first nation to win 3 successive gold medals for the Commonwealth Artistic Team Gymnastic events. And Australia enjoyed a successful opening day of the track cycling competition as well, as they led the way with 3 golds and a bronze, while New Zealand won 2 events.
Reading allows us to become familiar with ourselves.
We don't read, we won't know what is knowledge. I just find it very interesting to know people's lives, how they went through certain situations, how they dealt with things.
So wherever you want to go in life, if you read books along those lines, then that would really help you in growing.
Reading could mean a million different things to every individual. What does it mean to you? Visit readindia.info to find out more.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be addressing the first ever inaugural session of the first national meet of District Legal Services Authorities at Vigyan Bhavan today at around 10 a.m. Union Home Minister Amit Shah scheduled to address the National Conference on Drug Trafficking and National Security in Chandigarh today. Chief Ministers of Haryana, Himachal Pradesh and Punjab, officers from the Border Security Force, National Investigation Agency and Narcotics Control Bureau, as well as Anti-Narcotics Task Force chiefs of respective states and members of Narco Coordination Center will also be present at the conference.
Me and my Vijay are together. Absolute pandemonium, chaos, in fact, massive security thrown around. Big push diplomatic visit, which is going to be, of course, capped by the Quad leaders meets. Uddhav surrounded himself with unelectable coterie. You expect these people to dictate terms to a grassroots strong leader like Eknath Shinde?
And in other national news, in a fresh trouble for SAC TM.
High drama ensued at Punjab's Baba Farid University when Punjab Minister Chetan Singh Jaura questioned the VC of the university as to why the patients' beds were untidy. The minister's approach seemed to upset the VC. Watch how the minister asked the VC to lie on an untidy patient's bed. Further questioning, or rather scolding the VC for not having clean mattresses for the patients. While the VC stepped down from his post soon after the video of the incident went viral, questions over the health and lives of patients have been a many. Bureau Report for Republic TV.
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Live Stream with you everywhere. Republic Live Stream, India's #1 streaming news.
Australia enjoyed a successful opening day of the track of cycling competition as they led the way with 3 golds and a bronze, while New Zealand won 2 events. Paracyclist Neil Fashie claimed his 5th gold medal overall and Scotland's first this year at the paracycling event of the Games on the first day. Australia dominated at the swimming pool on the opening day of the competition, which included 2 all-Australian podium lockouts in the men's 400-metre freestyle and women's 200-metre freestyle finals. And England has become the first nation to win 3 successful gold medals for the Commonwealth Artistic Team Gymnastics events. Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Live Stream with you everywhere. Republic Live Stream, India's #1 streaming news.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be addressing the first ever inaugural session of the first national meet of District Legal Services Authorities at Vigyan Bhavan today at around 10 a.m. Union Home Minister Amit Shah scheduled to address the National Conference on Drug Trafficking and National Security in Chandigarh today. Chief Ministers of Haryana, Himachal Pradesh and Punjab, officers from the Border Security Force, National Investigation Agency and Narcotics Control Bureau, as well as Anti-Narcotics Task Force chiefs of respective states and members of Narco Coordination Center will also be present at the conference.
Me and my Vijay are together. Absolute pandemonium, chaos, in fact, massive security thrown around. Big push diplomatic visit, which is going to be, of course, capped by the Quad leaders meets. Uddhav surrounded himself.
Top headlines at 3:30 p.m. Amidst mega backlash over the excise duty policy, Kejriwal government forced to roll back liquor policy. BJP hits out at Aam Aadmi Party government over policy rollback decision. Ask, did CBI probe compel Kejriwal to go back on the policy? Home Minister Amit Shah attends National Drug Trafficking Conclave, says zero tolerance toward drug trafficking. Home Minister Amit Shah says drug trafficking and cryptocurrency are interlinked and it's a threat to national security. Mega crackdown on terror in the valley. One terrorist gunned down in Baramulla operations. One is still tracked. Viewers, we continue to be live and breaking on Republic TV. I am Shivangi Shukla. It's a super newsy Saturday today because we're getting visuals right now coming in from Kolkata where the BJP is protesting at this point of time. The BJP keeps protesting, asking for action against Partho Chatterjee as the Bengal cash scam explodes. Visuals there on your screen, viewers, of the BJP protest over the SSC scam. That's the big news we're getting at this point of time. Hectic developments happening this Saturday. Remember, just a short while back as well, Arpita Mukherjee had disclosed names of 14 people. Just a short while back, while ED has seized 8 bank accounts. So that is the latest update coming in. But BJP continues to demand answers from the TMC government over what really happened in the Bengal cash scam. I'm being joined by Piyush Ori, who's reporting every... Right. Piyush is joining me back. Piyush, we are seeing visuals on a screen. Outrage over the Bengal cash scam for a very long time now. BJP is demanding answers from the TMC over what really happened. How did Partho Chatterjee get involved in the scam? And also, big question about how almost 50 crore worth of assets, jewelry, cash was recovered from his aide, Arpita Mukherjee. What is happening on ground, Piyush, right now?
दिखाने के लिए तो गणतांत्रिक तरीके में हम लोग प्रतिवाद करेंगे, लेकिन हम लोग जब आके चाय की दुकान में खड़े हुए हैं और हम तो अकेले चाय पी रहे थे, उस चाय की दुकान से हमको अरेस्ट कर लिया, पुलिस वालों ने हमको अरेस्ट किया और बोला कि यहाँ पर किसी भी तरह का प्रोटेस्ट नहीं करने देंगे। आज हाजरा जैसी जगह पर जो शहर का केंद्र बिंदु है, वहाँ पर हम लोग प्रतिवाद नहीं कर सकते, गणतांत्रिक तरीके में हम लोग आंदोलन नहीं कर सकते हैं। हम लोग सबको वहाँ पे अरेस्ट किया गया, गिरफ्तारी ली गई, हम लोग सब अलग अलग जगह पे खड़े थे, लेकिन उसके बावजूद भी यहाँ पर किसी भी तरह का प्रदर्शन करने से रोक लगाया गया, जबकि ना यहाँ पर 144 है ना कोई दूसरा कानून लगा हुआ है। लेकिन यहाँ पर जो स्वेराचारी सरकार है, इसको हटाने के प्रतिवाद में ये जो सारा पैसा पकड़ा गया, अकेले पार्थो चटर्जी का पैसा नहीं है, ये ममता बनर्जी का पैसा है और उनसे वो जुड़ी हुई है, उसका भतीजे का पैसा है, उनसे जुड़ी हुई है। इसका प्रतिवाद करने के लिए हम सब यहाँ इकट्ठे हुए थे, लेकिन उससे पहले ही अरेस्ट करके ले आया गया और जिस गाड़ी में हमको अरेस्ट किया उसमें एक भी महिला पुलिस नहीं थी। पुलिस वालों ने बदसलूकी की मेरे साथ में, मेरे कपड़ों को मेरे साथ में बदसलूकी की।
तो क्या आप लोग कितने लोग थे कि पुलिस को अचानक इतना आके यहाँ पे आप लोग को अरेस्ट करना पड़ा?
लोग आ रहे थे, अभी 2 बजे की कर्मसूची लोग आना शुरू किए थे, लेकिन उसके पहले ही पुलिस वालों ने अलग अलग जगहों पे खड़े हुए लोगों को उठा लिया वहाँ से और उठा के बोला आप यहाँ पे कोई भी आंदोलन नहीं कर सकते। लेकिन इस आंदोलन से इस तरीके से हम लोग डरने वाले नहीं, हम लोग कालीघाट का घेराव करेंगे, हम लोग नवान्नों में जाके वहाँ पर घेराव करेंगे और ममता को बताएंगे, साधारण जनता को बताएंगे कि ये पैसा ममता का, ये पैसा उनके भतीजे का है। नाम बताएं। शशि अग्निहोत्री, स्टेट कमेटी मेंबर।
दीदी क्या हुआ आज, क्या हुआ?
All right, so the BJP protesting there in Kolkata and police has detained BJP leaders. We just heard some of the sound bites coming in. Also, viewers, West Bengal Minister Partho Chatterjee's aide Arpita Mukherjee's mother spoke to us. Her mother has stated that Arpita is being framed in the West Bengal cash scam. Her mother has also stated that Arpita is a victim of larger conspiracy. And she has demanded an impartial and detailed probe. So Arpita's mother has spoken to us and saying saying that Arpita is a victim of conspiracy. It's a big claim coming in from Arpita's mother.
माता जी नमस्कार।
नमस्कार।
आप जो है अर्पिता मुखर्जी के बारे में जो पूरा केस चल रहा है, इस पर आप क्या कहेंगी? पहले मैं आपसे आपकी प्रतिक्रिया जानूंगा। जी बताइए।
আমার মেয়েকে ফাঁসানো হয়েছে, ষড়যন্ত্রের শিকার হয়েছে।
My daughter is being framed.
আমার মেয়ের অত টাকা পয়সা থাকতে পারে না, ও এমন কিছু করেনি।
My daughter never had so huge amount of money.
ষড়যন্ত্রের শিকার।
She is being framed.
मेरी बेटी को फंसाया जा रहा है और मेरी बेटी ऐसा कोई भी गलत काम नहीं किया कि उसके पास इतना सारा रुपया पैसा आए, उसके खिलाफ कुछ षड्यंत्र किया जा रहा है, उसको फंसाया जा रहा है। मेरी बेटी वैसी लड़की नहीं है।
आप अपनी बेटी से कब मिली थी? इससे पहले कब मुलाकात हुई थी? और अर्पिता मुखर्जी इस घर में कभी रही हैं?
मैं अपने
घटनाटा हওয়ার 4 दिन 5 दिन আগেও এসেছে।
ये घटना होने से 4-5 दिन पहले भी वो यहाँ आई है।
আমার সাথে দেখা করে যাচ্ছে, কথাবার্তা বলেছে। আমি ওষুধপত্র ঠিকমতো খাচ্ছি কিনা, ঠিকমতো খাওয়া দাওয়া করছি কিনা, বিশ্রাম নিচ্ছি কিনা, লোকজনের কাছে জিজ্ঞেস করেছে। নজর রাখবে মাকে, মা যেন ঠিকমতো থাকে। কিছু খাবার দাবার হলে বলে কি রান্না করেছো। হ্যাঁ
माता जी, इतना पैसा मिलना, 50 करोड़ रुपए सोना मिलना, इस पर आप क्या कहेंगे?
तो सब শুনছি বাবা, সব তো খবরই শুনছি। আমাকে কোথায় দেখতে গেছি, তারপরে খবরে শুনছি, পেপারে দেখছি।
ও বল রही যে এতগুলো টাকা পাওয়া গেছে, সোনা জুয়েলারি পাওয়া গেছে, এই ব্যাপারে আপনি কিছু বলবেন?
এগুলো কোনোটাই হবে না, কোনোটাই না। বলছি তো ফাঁসানো হচ্ছে, কতবার বলবো। ষড়যন্ত্রের শিকার এবং সত্য একদিন উদ্ঘাটন হবে। সত্য উদ্ঘাটন হলেই সকলেই স্বস্তিতে থাকবে, মাও তো স্বস্তিতে থাকবে।
माता जी, पार्थ चटर्जी का नाम सामने आ रहा है, जो मंत्री थे। आपकी कभी उनसे मुलाकात हुई है? मैं अभी बात कर रहा हूँ, रोशन बताओ जरा।
বলছে যে মিনিস্টার ছিলেন পার্থ চ্যাটার্জি, ওনার সাথে আপনার কোনোদিন মুলাকাত হয়েছে, দেখা হয়েছে?
আমার সাথে আলাপ হয়নি, এই বাড়িতে একদিন শুধু এসেছিলেন।
আচ্ছা, আপনার সাথে
ও এসেছিলেন, কি ব্যাপার আমি জানি না, ঘোরাঘুরি করে চলে গেছে বাস। আমার বাড়িতে কোনো আমার বাড়ি কি ঘর বাড়ি আছে, লোকে বসতে দেওয়ার মতো না।
इनके साथ मुलाकात कभी नहीं हुई है, लेकिन वो एक बार यहाँ आया था, यहाँ घूम घाम के देख दाख के गया, लेकिन माताजी से मुलाकात नहीं हुई है।
कब आए थे वो? कब आए थे पार्थ चटर्जी?
আমার আর সঠিক মনে নেই, একবারই এসেছিলেন। এখানে কোনো অনুষ্ঠান ছিল হয়তো, অনুষ্ঠানে এসে বোধহয় এসেছিলেন।
यहाँ आसपास में कोई अनुष्ठान चल रहा था जिसमें वो आए थे, उनको ठीक से मालूम नहीं है कि कब आए थे, लेकिन एक ही बार आए हैं।
माता जी ये बताइए कि आप यहाँ कब से रह रही हैं?
আমি
हाँ,
না, আমি বিয়ে থেকেই আছি, আমি তো এই বাড়ির বউ তো।
अच्छा
ঠিক আছে, আমি বাবা।
बस एक मिनट माता जी,
बोलो।
माता जी एक मिनट। आप सरकारी नौकरी में रही हैं?
অবশ্যই।
और जो है चूंकि ये पूरा मामला बड़ा बनता जा रहा है, कल अर्पिता मुखर्जी रो रही थी और कह रही थी कि कुछ कह नहीं पा रही थी, लेकिन रो रही थी। आप इस पर क्या कहेंगे? एक माँ के लिए कितनी मुश्किलें हैं इस वक्त अर्पिता मुखर्जी पर इतना सारा आरोप लगाए?
কালকে উনি কাঁদছিলেন, ঠিক আছে? তো এই ব্যাপারে আপনি মানে কি বলতে চাইছেন যে আপনি একটা মা হয়ে আপনার মেয়ের উপরে এরকম আরোপ লাগানো হচ্ছে, বিরক্ত করা হচ্ছে?
ভালো লাগে, সে তার ব্যাপারে সে কাঁদছে, মা হিসেবে দেখলে তো খারাপই লাগে। ठीक है
माता जी, एक सवाल और बस एक सवाल। आप जो है इस घर में रह रही हैं, अर्पिता मुखर्जी एक आलीशान जिंदगी जीती थी, तो कभी उन्होंने आपको मदद की? आपने पूछा नहीं ये पैसा कहाँ से आ रहा है? लो रोशन बताओ जल्दी।
বলছে যে আপনি যে এখানে থাকছেন এই ঘরে, এরকম আপনার আপনি মেয়ে যে আলিশান জীবন মানে যাপন করছে ওখানে, তো আপনি কোনোদিন ওকে জিজ্ঞেস করেননি যে তুই যে এগুলো এইভাবে যে তোর কোথায় থেকে এগুলো টাকাগুলো আসছে, তুই এত সুন্দর লাইফ
কোনো ছেলে মেয়ে যদি মা বাবার কথা শোনে, মা বাবা কি চেয়েছে? তাহলে একটা চাকরি করে বলেছিলাম যে ওই চাকরি করে যা, তখন তো মা তো বলেছিল যে চাকরি যখন আছে রিজার্ভ রেখে দিয়েছি, চাকরিটা করো। এবার সে তার নিজের লাইফস্টাইলের সিনেমা থিয়েটার সিরিয়াল, হ্যাঁ, মডেলিং হেনা তেনা করে গেছে। ঠিক আছে,
अब आप क्या चाहते हैं? क्या होना चाहिए? बस हो गया। अब आप क्या चाहते हैं? आगे क्या हो?
আমি তো বলছি যে ষড়যন্ত্রের শিকার, হ্যাঁ, সত্য উদ্ঘাটন হোক, আমার মেয়ে সাজা হোক, যদি হয় আইনে সাজা হবে, আবার কি চাই? ठीक है।
बोल रहा है कि माता जी का कहना है कि ये षड्यंत्र का शिकार हुई है, सच्चाई एक बार सामने आएगा, अगर दोषी होगा तो कानूनी रूप से उनको सजा मिलेगा।
तो अर्पिता की माताजी हमारे साथ एक्सक्लूसिव रिपब्लिक भारत पर मौजूद थी। हमने उनसे बातचीत की, उन्होंने कई सवालों के जवाब दिए। उन्होंने कहा कि अर्पिता मुखर्जी अभी जो है षड्यंत्र का शिकार हुई हैं, और ये जरूर उन्होंने कहा कि पार्थ चटर्जी एक बार इस घर में
Viewers, getting some more updates right now. This one is coming in from the Teesta Setalvad case. What we have learned is that there's no relief for Teesta Setalvad. That's a big news coming in at this point of time, viewers. That the bail application of Teesta Setalvad and R.V. Srikumar has been rejected. Priyanka is joining me on the phone line. Priyanka, take us to the latest development.
Well, absolutely, Shivangi. Right now, the Sessions Court has denied the bail application of Teesta Setalvad and R.V. Srikumar, who has been the former IPS officer, and also the allegations that have been made by the Ahmedabad Crime Branch and the SIT that they are investigating into the matter of the fabrication of evidence against R.V. Srikumar and Teesta Setalvad. It means the court has accepted those arguments and have stated and accepted the arguments of the Ahmedabad Crime Branch that these are the people who are very high profile and that they have antecedents, which is why the bail should not be granted to these accused, that is Teesta Setalvad and R.V. Srikumar. And also during the proceedings of the courts, it has also come to light that there are senior Congress leaders also involved in this matter, and that the late Congress leader Ahmed Patel himself had been leading this entire operation of fabrication of the evidences, and that these people had been working at the behest of Ahmed Patel, and all of those points that had been put forth by the Ahmedabad SIT have been accepted by the court, and that is why the bail of Teesta Setalvad and R.V. Srikumar have been rejected as of now. And of course, the court has also stated that there were many startling revelations that had been made. So that, of course, is also something that we need to take note of, and also put this into perspective of the earlier arguments that had been made by the Ahmedabad Crime Branch inside of the courtroom, where they have said that new evidences have come to light that goes to tell them that Teesta Setalvad and R.V. Srikumar are needed in custody, and that even if they are not in the police remand, they need to be in the judicial custody since they are high-profile people, and that they might try to tamper with the evidence, and that they are also well-connected with influential political leaders. And that is why it is not safe for the investigation, the sanctity of the investigation for Teesta Setalvad and R.V. Srikumar to be denied bail, and that seems to have been accepted by the court, since the court has taken cognizance of this and have also said in this order, and I quote, that there were many startling revelations that had been made in the official investigation that was being done, and that the Congress leader, late Ahmed Patel, gave 30 lakh rupees to Teesta Setalvad in phases. Now, considering all the matters, the court has rejected the bail.
All right, we're getting some breaking news at this point of time, and what we have learned that India has got its first gold for India in the Commonwealth Games 2022. That's the big news coming in at this point of time, viewers, that India has finally got its first gold in the Commonwealth Games. Remember that this is one of the big wins coming in at this point of time. This is the big news coming in. In fact, remember that this was a sporting event which we were in fact looking very closely at, because India's performance in the Commonwealth Games was something that everybody was looking at, and we have multiple sports people at this point of time. Now, who has won that gold? We're learning right now that Sanket Sargar has bagged the gold for India. I'm being joined on the phone line by Yogesh Dutt on the phone line. All right, thank you for joining us here. What is the first reaction coming in at this point of time on this big win for India?
नमस्कार। और हमारे लिए बड़ी खुशी की बात है कि भारत के लिए पहला गोल्ड मेडल वेट लिफ्टिंग शे में मिला है। संकेत ने ये कारनामा किया है और उन्होंने खेलों का आगाज गोल्ड के साथ स्टार्ट हुआ है। और जैसे ओलंपिक में मेरा भाई चानू ने सिल्वर के साथ हमें ओलंपिक मेडल की खुशी थी, ऐसे यहाँ भी खाता वेट लिफ्टिंग खुला है तो बड़ी खुशी की बात है। और हमें उम्मीद है कि भारत कॉमनवेल्थ गेम्स में अपना प्रदर्शन पिछले दोहराएगा और टॉप 3 में हम रहेंगे और सभी खिलाड़ी बड़ी अच्छी फॉर्म में हैं और बेहतर प्रदर्शन की हम उम्मीद करते हैं। और संकेत को बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं कि उन्होंने पहला गोल्ड मेडल भारत की झोली में डाला और देश का मान बढ़ाया।
Right. We have got a correction that India's Sanket has won the silver medal right now in the men's 55 kilogram category in the weightlifting. So that essentially means this is India's first medal right now in the Commonwealth Games. Could you also take us through that? What are the expectations do you think that India has right now? Because we have potential around 26 gold medals for India that India is eyeing right now at Birmingham. This is just the beginning. All right, so the big news coming in at this point of time is that India has got its first medal in the Commonwealth Games. It is a silver medal which has come in at this point of time. Sanket Sargar has won the first medal for India, and this is the big news coming in. This is in fact in the weightlifting category, as you can see, and for India it's a very big win because a lot of hopes, a billion hopes, for India at the Commonwealth Games as they take on the other nations. Remember that shooting is also one of the sports that might get us more medals there because last time India had won 7 gold medals 4 years ago in shooting. So this is just the beginning for India. First medal for India in the Commonwealth Games 2022. Big news coming in, viewers, for us at this point of time. And many, in fact, athletes which are super fast and great at their sport are right now competing, trying to get a medal for India. Remember that Neeraj Chopra had to withdraw from the Commonwealth Games due to injury, but there are many other sportsmen right now who are playing right now in men's long jump and triple jump. Lot of medals can be expected from there, but for now India has got a medal in the 55 kilogram category in weightlifting.
In a school bus accident that was reported in Punjab's Hoshiarpur, now the death toll has been climbed to 2 after the death of class 9 student in this entire accident. Now the bus conductor has also succumbed to injuries during the treatment. Meanwhile, the entire incident has been recorded in a CCTV camera that was installed nearby. In that CCTV camera, it was clearly visible that how a truck, an overspeeding truck in fact, rammed from the rear side in a stationed bus that was parked on the right side of the road, and in fact the truck driver has lost the controls who was on the wheels and leading to the death of class 9 student and a bus conductor. The developments are happening in this school bus incident where earlier class 9 student died in this accident and later on a bus conductor has also succumbed to injuries. Meanwhile 14 students are under treatment and in fact they has been hospitalized. The administration is concerned about the treatment of the students as well as the investigation in this entire matter.
Much more coming up on the other side. BJP hits out at Aam Aadmi Party government over policy rollback decision. Asked did CBI probe compel Kejriwal to go back on the policy. Home Minister Amit Shah attends National Drug Trafficking Conclave, says zero tolerance towards drug trafficking.
Amity University has India's largest scholarship program, from which over 25,000 brilliant students have already benefited. Students with over 95% in Class 12 boards get 100% scholarship, and students with over 90% get 50% scholarship. Join brilliant, like-minded students who want to be successful. Apply at amity.edu/scholarships.
To that last salute once again. Ranchi's Birsa Munda Airport receives a threat. to blow up the airport on July 29th via text message with a demand of 20 lakh rupees. Following the threat, airport officials have informed that police are taking the necessary action and an investigation too has been launched into the case.
This week, watch Checkmate to know why India is buying the latest arms and ammunitions. Why is India getting the latest defense technology from the world? Why is India arming itself at such a rapid rate? But I will tell you what I believe. I believe India has global ambitions. I believe India wants to be a global leader. When India says that it wants to become a Vishwaguru, it is not just talking about intellectual pursuit. It's not just talking about soft power. India is also talking about hard power.
Australia enjoyed a successful opening day of the track of cycling competition as they led the way with 3 golds and a bronze, while New Zealand won 2 events. Paracyclist Neil Fashie claimed his 5th gold medal overall and Scotland's first this year at the paracycling event of the Games on the first day. Australia dominated at the swimming pool on the opening day of the competition, which included 2 all-Australian podium lockouts in the men's 400-metre freestyle and women's 200-metre freestyle finals. And England has become the first nation to win 3 successful gold medals for the Commonwealth artistic team gymnastics events. Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Livestream with you everywhere. Republic Livestream, India's #1
network is the only network to get you an aerial view.
सोनिया गांधी से ईडी पूछताछ नहीं कर सकती। इसको रोको यार, तुम हमें रखते हो इधर से। ये क्या मतलब है?
Chandigarh police has applied the water cannon to disperse the protesters.
Alright, so India has opened its medal account at Commonwealth Games in Birmingham, and that is that picture, viewers. India has bagged the first medal at Commonwealth Games 2022. India has secured a silver in weightlifting. So this is the big news coming in at this point of time in the Commonwealth Games, where we saw that India has got its first medal there, a silver medal coming in, but this is just the beginning, because very soon, in fact, there'll be many other sports played. A lot of hope coming in from women's discus throw, men's singles and badminton is just the beginning. So right now, this is just the first medal which has come in. This is in the weightlifting category, and India lifts its first medal at the Commonwealth Games 2022. Big news coming in at this point of time. Weightlifter Sanket Sargar has brought home India's first medal at the ongoing Commonwealth Games as he returned with a silver medal in the 55-kilogram men's final today. All right, I'm being joined by Srijini from the newsroom at this point of time. Srijini, this is the big news coming in that a boy from India has lifted its first medal at the Commonwealth Games 2022. All right, Karna Maleshwari, India's weightlifter, is joining us. She's a weightlifter. Now, from Karna, this is the big news coming in. And, you know, this is for the weightlifting category, something that you're very, very familiar with. What does this really mean for India when a silver has been acquired by India in the weightlifting field?
हाँ जी, बहुत खुशी की बात है। ओपनिंग मेडल वेटलिफ्टिंग में आई है एंड संकेत ने काफी अच्छा परफॉर्म किया और उम्मीद है अभी आने वाला दिनों में और भी मेडल्स आएंगे वेटलिफ्टिंग में।
हाँ जी, we can hear you. कर्णा मलेश्वरी, इफ यू कैन हियर मी, अगर आप मेरी बात सुन सकते हैं तो आप बोल रहे थे कि बहुत बहुत बढ़िया किया है संकेत ने और ये पहला मेडल है इंडिया का एंड वी हैव लॉट ऑफ होप। पूरे इंडिया का होप है कि इंडिया में बहुत सारे गोल्ड मेडल्स और सिल्वर मेडल्स आए, और ये बस शुरुआत है ना करना मलेश्वरी?
जी बिल्कुल खुशी होती है। जैसे 98 एशियन गेम्स हुए थे तो उसमें मेरा मेडल इंडिया का ओपनिंग मेडल था। तो जब आप कोई मेडल जीतते हैं तो जो बाकी हमारे इंडियन एथलीट हैं उन लोगों को भी मोटिवेशन मिलती है, उनके अंदर भी एक पॉजिटिव एटीट्यूड आता है कि भी हाँ हम भी कुछ अच्छा कर सकते हैं, हम भी मेडल ले सकते हैं। तो हमारी शुरुआत हो गई तो अब बहुत अच्छी बात है, और आने वाला टाइम में और भी मेडल्स आएंगे।
हाँ जी, तो आपको क्या लगता है कि जो आपका बहुत एक्सपीरियंस है यहाँ पे वेट लिफ्टिंग फील्ड पे, ऑफ कोर्स यू हैव आल्सो डन वेरी वेल इन दिस फील्ड, what do you think must have meant, what does this mean for India when it comes to weightlifting? weightlifting के लिए क्या माने रखता है जो हमने मेडल पाया है, सिल्वर मेडल है लेकिन सुपर सिल्वर मेडल है इंडिया के लिए?
देखिए अभी बच्चे काफी मेहनत कर रहे हैं, वेट लिफ्टिंग में काफी अच्छा परफॉर्म कर रहे हैं। कि जैसा अगर लास्ट ओलंपिक्स अगर लेते हैं तो हमारा मेरा भाई का भी मेडल आया है, जर्मी बहुत अच्छा कर रहा था और इसमें भी अच्छा करेगा वो। और ये इंडिया में अगर वेट लिफ्टिंग अच्छा परफॉर्म करती है, हम लोग 90s से बहुत अच्छा कर रहे थे अप टू 2000 के बाद थोड़ी बहुत हमारी परफॉर्मेंस डाउन हो गया। अब दोबारा बहुत अच्छा कर रहे हैं हमारे बच्चे। तो अगर ये मेडल्स आते हैं तो हमारे हिंदुस्तान में और भी जो वेट लिफ्टर्स है, न्यू कमर्स है, उन लोगों को मोटिवेशन मिलती है, उनको प्रोत्साहन मिलता है, तो हम भी अच्छा करें। तो जब कंट्री के लिए आप मेडल जीतते हैं तो वो खुशी अलग होती है।
हाँ जी, और करना मलेश्वरी, एक आखिरी सवाल है आपसे एट दिस पॉइंट ऑफ टाइम, जस्ट अ शॉर्ट सवाल, बिकॉज आई एम आल्सो बीइंग जॉइन्ड बाय विनेश फोगाट ऑन द फोन लाइन। विनेश, आपने तो बहुत अच्छा काम किया है, इनफैक्ट आपकी पूरी जो फैमिली है बहुत मेडल्स लाए इंडिया के लिए, आपका रिएक्शन क्या है? All right, Srijani is going to join me from the newsroom. Srijani, we were trying to get through Vinesh Fogat as well. A lot of athletes right now joining on Republic TV and really talking about this big feat for India. And Srijani, the big question right now is that this is just the first medal for India. Much more and many more to go, Srijani. This is just the beginning. I think you would agree with me when I say that.
Oh, well, absolutely. Who could have thought that Sankit Sagar, a Sangli boy from Maharashtra, would get us the first medal, a silver medal at the Commonwealth Games. In fact, in the last few attempts, we saw that he injured himself in his attempts, but quickly, he grabbed the top position, but then faltered to the second position, and he lost to a Malaysian opponent and grabbed 248 kgs in total in overall. But at the end of the day, he got us the silver medal, India's first medal at the Commonwealth Games.
Yeah, Srijani, and what is very interesting right now is that this is the weightlifting category as well. India has done quite well in the weightlifting category, also in the boxing and wrestling category. So when it comes to weightlifting, this is a big feat for India, because weightlifting is one of the sports where I think we need more medals there, because we are seeing a lot of medals come in badminton as well, and of course with Neeraj Chopra getting medals for India. So we are seeing that Indian youth is extremely talented, and when it comes to getting a medal, it doesn't matter which sport you play. What matters is that do you excel in that sport, isn't it, Srijani?
Oh, well, absolutely. In fact, on that very note, all eyes were fixated on the Mirabai Chanu, the Tokyo Olympic silver medalist. But who could have thought that a boy from Maharashtra, Sankit Sagar, whom not many knew about him, but he would get us the first medal for India. I mean, this is absolutely spectacular. This is absolutely unbelievable. But well done, Sankit. Well done.
Right. So let's tell our viewers exactly what happened right now. Srijani is getting us all the updates at this point of time. Srijani, while I'm telling our viewers, about what's happened, could you just also take us all the reactions coming in on social media? I'm just going to tell our viewers in the meanwhile what's happening. So weightlifter Sankit Sargar has brought home India's first medal, and Sanket hails from Maharashtra. And this happened in the Commonwealth Games as he returned with a silver medal in the 55 kilogram men's category. Earlier, Sanket had lifted 135 kilograms in his first attempt of clean and jerk before missing a weight of 139 kgs in his second and third attempt at the men's 55 kilogram weightlifting event. He had lifted a highest of 113 kilograms in a snatch in his third attempt and was leading the race in the men's weightlifting final. So this is the big news coming in. So he has, in fact, I would say that he came second to Mohammad Anik bin Kasdan, who surpassed him by a narrow margin to win the gold. So Mohammad Anik bin Kasdan has surpassed him by a very narrow margin, which means that Sanket has lost by a very narrow margin to the gold, but still a silver for India at such a big event is a very big deal. Srijani, if you can just take us to the reactions coming in on social media on this big feat by our own Indian golden boy.
Well, as reactions keep flowing, I would also like to say, like you mentioned, narrow margin. By narrow margin, it was just a matter of 1 kg. You know, the goal position was acquired by the Malaysia, and it was just a matter of 1 kg. Sanket lifted only 248 kgs, and while the Malaysian opponent lifted 249 kgs, which is a big deal. And also Sanket Sagar, the way he came back from injury, and the way he had lifted a silver medal for India, it's really a big deal. And also as things stand out, we also get the reactions from Twitter right now. Well, a lot of several ministers and other sports personalities are about to tweet one by one. We also had Karnam Maleshwari, the Olympian, the historic Olympian, who has also congratulated Sanket Sagar. But as reactions come in, we have several reactions we have several reactions coming in on Twitter, but as it stands out.
Hold on for a second, Srijani. I'm going to come back to you because I will come back to you. We are being joined by Jeevan Sagar, brother of Sanket. Thank you for joining us. Thank you very much. धन्यवाद. आपका रिएक्शन क्या? आपके भाई ने एक सिल्वर मेडल जीता है वेट लिफ्टिंग कैटेगरी में. ये बहुत बड़ी न्यूज़ है. आपके फैमिली के लिए भी बहुत बड़ी न्यूज़ है, लेकिन पूरे इंडिया के लिए भी बहुत बड़ी न्यूज़ है ये.
Madam, I am proud of my brother. Ma'am. Hello.
हाँ जी.
मैडम, I am proud of my brother और मुझे बहुत खुशी है कि उसके मेहनत रंग लाई. हेलो. मेरे भाई की मेहनत रंग लाई. I am proud of और हमारे फैमिली की तरफ से थैंक यू.
हाँ, I mean पूरा इंडिया बोल रहा है थैंक यू, बिकॉज पूरे इंडिया बहुत प्राउड है आज. इंडिया इज प्राउड क्योंकि आपके भाई ने एक मेडल जीता है और इंडिया का पहला मेडल कॉमनवेल्थ गेम्स 2022 का. अभी आपसे पूछना है कि आपके भाई ने बहुत मेहनत की होगी, अप्स एंड डाउन्स होंगे उसके जर्नी में. अपने भाई के बारे में एक बार कुछ बोलिए कि कैसे उन्होंने ये अपने प्रैक्टिस सेशंस किए हैं और कैसे how did he actually win this medal? Because ये सुन के इंडिया का पूरा यूथ बहुत मोटिवेट होगा.
Yes. सर मेरा बड़ा भाई बहुत हार्ड वर्क करता था. कम से कम दिन में 12 आवर टू 14 आवर वो एक्सरसाइज करता था वो अपने इसमें, और उसने बेसिक पे बहुत अपने ध्यान दिया था और उसने बहुत हार्ड वर्क किया है.
जीवन जी
बोलो ना.
जीवन जी, संकेत सागर आपका भाई तीन बार नेशनल चैंपियन रह चुका है और क्या घर पे आप लोग सबको मतलब मालूम था कि ये इस बार मेडल जीतने वाला है? शायद सिल्वर नहीं, ब्रॉन्ज नहीं, शायद गोल्ड जीतने वाला है. क्या लगा था आप लोगों को?
हाँ, हमको लगा था वो कोई ना कोई मेडल लेके आएगा. हमको पता ही था हमारा भाई कोई तो कोई मेडल लेके आएगा ही, इसके लिए हमको पहले से मालूम था.
जी, किस तरीके से सेलिब्रेशन हो रहा है अभी घर पे आपका? उत्सव का माहौल होगा शायद घर पे।
हाँ, अभी तो सबको पड़ोसियों को मिठाई विठाई दे रहे हैं। मिठाई सबको स्वीट्स दे रहे हैं।
जीवन, तो आप बोल रहे हैं कि मिठाई मिल रही है और सेलिब्रेशन हो रहा है। मैसेज क्या देना चाहते हैं आप अभी टू इंडिया राइट नाउ, बिकॉज आपके भाई ने जो किया है, फर्स्ट मेडल जीता है और उसकी जो जर्नी है अभी ऑफ कोर्स हिज जर्नी इज लॉन्ग। वी वांट कि आपका भाई और मेडल जीते, तो आपका मैसेज क्या है आफ्टर योर ब्रदर हैज वन दैट सिल्वर? जीवन, all right, that was Jeevan Sargar, Sanket's brother. This is big news coming in, viewers, that India has finally opened its account there and India has got a medal. This medal has come in the form of a silver. Sanket from Maharashtra, boy from Maharashtra, has secured a super silver, and the Republic has spoken to the brother where he said a couple of things, that he's proud of his brother and that his brother has worked very, very hard, putting in around 12 to 13 hours a day for the feat that his brothers achieved today. Really, gives a kind of a clue about how anything is possible if hard work is put in, if dedication is put in. But for India, this is a very, very big deal because India has got its first silver in weightlifting in the Commonwealth Games 2022, and which in a way means that more medals are yet to come, because this is just the beginning of the Commonwealth Games. Many more sports, from badminton to weightlifting to many other sports, discus throw. We have a lot of very, very strong athletes playing in different sports, boxing or of all the categories as well. Nikhat Zareen is also there. We have Sanjeet Kumar in the men's as well, all competing for the medal. Srijani, I want to get you back now. Srijani, we just heard the brother speak right now, where he's extremely happy. And what is very interesting, Srijani, is what he said, that hard work really pays off. And right now they are celebrating this medal win for India. Srijani, so also take us through exactly the reactions coming in. You just told us that many politicians have reacted to this feat. Just take us through what they are saying at this point of time.
Shivangi, before we jump to the reactions, let's also follow his personal story, the hardships, the struggles. He has been a student of Shivaji University in Kolhapur, who competed in the 55 kg men's category for India on Saturday, and his teammates were confident. Not just his family, but his teammates, his colleagues were all confident that the 21-year-old was a strong medal contender for India. He is a resident of Maharashtra's Sangli. He's a 3-time national champion whose father runs a pan shop. Well, that's interesting. He had also broken the Commonwealth and national record earlier as he lifted 256 kilos at the Singapore Weightlifting International in February this year. He was a gold medalist in the Commonwealth Championships in December last year. He was a gold medalist in the Commonwealth Championships. Again, notably, Sagar also struggled for a stable job.
Right,
and used to help his father's pan shop and food stall.
Srijani, I will come across to you. I'm being joined by Arjun Awardee. Srijani, hold on for a second. Arjun Awardee, Deepa Malik is joining me on the phone line. Thank you so much, Deepa Malik, for joining us. We are seeing a medal coming from Sanket. Someone who was suffering from injury has pulled through and he has won against all the odds for this medal. आपका reaction क्या है?
संकेत ने तो शुरू से ही ये संकेत दे दिए थे कि वो वहाँ मेडल जीतने ही जा रहा है. His past 3 years of progress in his sport and his dedication, and again it puts a smile on our faces, because if we go back to Tokyo, I think the first medal, the cheerful medal, came from weightlifting, and now again weightlifting has opened the score for India. So well, that's a happy news coming in, and it's just the beginning. Once again, congratulations to Sanket. बहुत अच्छा लगता है. Humble backgrounds के बच्चे अब इस नए भारत का फ्यूचर हैं. ही humble background से rural areas से उठकर आ रहे हैं. I think these will be the new inspirations and true Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, and definitely inspiring the youth of today.
Right. Deepa, when it comes to hard work and proving yourself against all odds, who would know it better than you, Deepa? Because you're the first Indian woman to win a medal in the Paralympic Games. So, you're the perfect person to, really talk about that. What can the Indian youth really do if they really put their mind to it? And Sanket is just one example of that.
They have to start believing in themselves. We've always got into this mentality of either chalta hai, ho jayega, ya dekhenge. I think all these words have to get erased and you have to start believing. Now India is ready to don the superpower status in sports as well. And their confidence is what is going to take India forward. It just needs the right kind of dedication, consistency and hard work. And clearly you can see it does not take any other magic other than your own passion and hard work and self-belief. And Sanket has just drawn our attention once again to the same fact. You pick up any success story and you will find these three major ingredients and top being self-belief. You have to believe that you can be on the podium and not just a participant.
Right, Deepa. Also, I have one more question for you because Anurag Thakur just tweeted and he has said that missed the goal by a whisker, but India is really proud of you. That's Anurag Thakur's tweet on your screens, viewers. Deepa, so when, of course, Sanket has missed the goal by a whisker, even though what he has done is extremely, extremely great and we feel very proud of him. But who do you think right now at this point of time? Because we have many, many strong athletes there competing. We have Deepika Palikal, we have Nikhat Zareen there. Very strong athletes in different fields who are competing. What expectation do you have? Do you think that we can get more medals? When I say more medals, I mean many, many gold medals.
Yes, we definitely need the golds coming in to get ourselves on the ranking, and we had already hit a score of 100 even the last time, and we are definitely going to do better. And like you just took some names of Nikhat, and you took Deepika Palikal coming back to her sport, and we do have Mirabai Chanu, PV Sindhu out there. So there's a lot of women power out there, and I'm really looking forward to these medals. And of course, being the president of Paralympic Committee of India, I am also going to speak about my para athletes there, and we are definitely looking at some medals coming in there for addition to the tally. And so happy that this time the medals won by anyone, whether athletes or para athletes, are going to be going into the same kitty, same counting, and that goes to show my sport as an inclusive sport, and that's why Commonwealth Games become very special to me.
Deepa ma'am, I have a question for you. Interestingly, all eyes were fixated on Mirabai Chanu, and she was believed to be the only medal hope for gunning for glory, gunning for golden glory at the Commonwealth Games. But nobody could have thought Sanket Sagar, a Maharashtra boy, could have also won a medal for India. Any reactions on that?
Yes, indeed a great underdog. But if you look at his previous medals and his continuous consistent performances, even in the Commonwealth Championship, and if you see his national performance, I think he was definitely out there. But then coming up with a silver definitely puts silver smiles on our faces.
Well, we also have Mirabai Chanu, who is going to also compete in the finals later today. What do you expect out of Mirabai Chanu, ma'am?
She is a champion. She has that winning streak in her. Having the Olympic medal under her belt, she rides on confidence. She knows people love her. She has had a great experience of big championships. I think all that is going to work, and we are rooting for her. Definitely, as a woman athlete, I'm cheering for a woman to get that medal. And it's just a little bit of time, and I think we'll be cheering again.
All right, thank you, Deepa Malik, Paralympic champion and Padma Shri, for joining us here. You know, thank you for sharing your story as well, because when it comes to fighting against odds, you're an example of that. And we are seeing Sanket Sargar there winning a silver. Now, before the game, Sanket had said something. Let's have a look at what Sanket had said just before he won that big medal, which is coming in from India.
जय हिंद, मैं संकेत सरगर, इंडियन वेट लिफ्टर। मैं एनआईएस साई पटियाला में 2 साल से ट्रेनिंग कर रहा हूँ और अभी इधर बर्मिंघम में कॉमनवेल्थ गेम्स के लिए आया हूँ। तो मैं साई का और टॉप्स का धन्यवाद कहना चाहूँगा कि उन्होंने 1 महीना से मुझे इधर 1 महीना पहले ही ट्रेनिंग के लिए इधर भेजा है। तो हमने ट्रेनिंग अच्छा किया है और हम ऐसे आशा करते हैं कि कंपटीशन भी अच्छा करेंगे और देश के लिए मेडल लेके आएंगे। जय हिंद, जय भारत।
The second day of the Commonwealth Games goes underway as India wins across several sports such as boxing, cycling and badminton as it prepares to participate in at least 11 events today. Here is the full story.
Even as India faced a minor setback in the T20 cricket event, the women's hockey team seized the win against Ghana. The Indian mixed badminton team aced it in their match against Pakistan, with PV Sindhu and Kidambi Shrikant securing wins in their respective matches. The Indian table tennis team also managed 2 consecutive wins against South Africa and Fiji. Meanwhile, India's Shiva Thapa beat Pakistan's Suleiman Baloch 5-0 in the 63.5 kg light welterweight round of 32. Many more events are lined up for the athletes at the event being played at the United Kingdom. The first day passed eventfully, with Australia dominating several sports across events. As over 5,000 athletes from 72 member countries compete in 280 events of 20 sports till the 8th of August. The opening ceremony of the Games saw a vibrant display of lights and colour. As an animatronic bull was brought at the centre of the Alexander Stadium, the ceremony was held at. England's Alex E won the first gold medal of Games with victory in the men's triathlon after New Zealand's Hayden Wilde was penalised for unclipping his helmet early during the transition between the cycling and running disciplines and had to settle for silver. Teams of various countries participated and gained medals across events. As Australia took the top spot in events such as swimming, with 2 of their athletes taking the top spot at the men's 400 meter freestyle as well as 200 meter freestyles for women. England became the first team ever to win 3 successive gold medals for the artistic events for gymnastics. Australia further enjoyed a successful opening day of the track cycling competition in London, as they led the way with 3 golds and a bronze. New Zealand, meanwhile, won 2 events and paracyclist Neil Fachy claimed his 5th gold medal overall and Scotland's first of these Commonwealth Games. India will be a part of several events on the roster for the second day of this event. The athletes will be part of several sports such as lawn bowls, cycling and weightlifting among others. The event in England marks the 3rd time the country is hosting the Commonwealth Games. Agency Report, Republic TV.
Let's take a look at some national stories now. Maharashtra Governor Bhagat Singh Koshyari landed in a soup for saying that if Gujaratis and Rajasthanis are removed from Maharashtra, especially Mumbai and Thane, no money would be left in the state and it would cease to be the financial capital of the country. Koshyari's comments attracted massive flack, with Congress and Shiv Sena and MNS slamming the governor for his remarks.
कभी-कभी मैं यहाँ लोगों से कहता हूँ महाराष्ट्र में कि भाई महाराष्ट्र में विशेष करके मुंबई थाने यहाँ से गुजरातियों को निकाल दो और राजस्थानियों को निकाल दो तो तुम्हारे यहाँ कोई पैसे बचेगा ही नहीं।
Amid the mega backlash, Governor Koshyari issued a clarification saying that he respects the Marathi-speaking people and their contribution to the state's economy. The Federation of Resident Doctors Association condemned derogatory behavior met the highest respectable doctor of the medical services of Punjab, further demanding urgent intervention by the Chief Minister of Punjab, Bhagwant Mann. This comes after Dr. Raj Bahadur resigned as the Vice-Chancellor of Baba Farid University of Health Sciences after Punjab's Health Minister's rude behavior in asking the VC to lie down on a dirty hospital bed. More than and viewers, our biggest story at the moment remains India's enormous historic success in the CWG, where Sanket Sargar has won the silver medal in the 55 kilos weightlifting. We have MOS Nitesh Pramanik on the phone line with us. Minister, please tell us your first response to this enormous success for India.
संकेत महादेव सरगार जी ने जो 21 साल की युवा है महाराष्ट्र की नागपुर की, उनकी इस आज की जो ये जो सफलता है 55 kg वेट लिफ्टिंग में, उन्होंने जो आज पहले दिन जो सिल्वर मेडल जीता, जिन्होंने सिर्फ आज पूरे भारत की 130 करोड़ जनता की जो सपना है उसको धीरे धीरे साकार करने का जो काम है, वो ही नहीं, पूरा देश की मान सम्मान और विश्व पटल पर तिरंगा की मान सम्मान बढ़ाने का काम भी किया है। और मैं ये सोचता हूँ कि जैसे ओलंपिक्स में भी हम लोगों का शुरुआत सिल्वर मेडल से ही हुआ था, मीराबाई चानू जी ने पहले दिन ही जिस तरह से सिल्वर मेडल जीत के जो उन्होंने शुरुआत किया था, बिल्कुल वैसे ही आज संकट महादेव सागर जी ने भी एक बहुत बेहतरीन शुरुआत किया। और पूरा देश के साथ साथ भारत सरकार की ओर से बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं उनको भी, उनका परिवार को भी, और उसके साथ साथ उनकी कोचेस और उनका जो मैनेजमेंट टीम है सभी को। और हम लोग ये कह सकते हैं कि और
जी बिल्कुल
गोइंग टू क्रिएट ए न्यू हिस्ट्री इन कॉमनवेल्थ गेम्स।
Mr. Pramanik, congratulations, of course, to the entire setup. You are the MOS for sports. Now, we've spoken to Sanket's brother, Jeevan. उनसे हमने बात की और उन्हें हमें बताया कि वो कैसे 12-13 घंटा हर दिन प्रैक्टिस करते थे। आपको क्या कहना है इस टाइप ऑफ अग्रेशन जो है, नया जो आया है इंडियन एथलीट्स में, जो फुल फोर्स से ट्रेनिंग करते हैं इन इवेंट्स के लिए, उनको फैसिलिटीज और इंकरेजमेंट दिया जाता है, और इसलिए है कि हमें ऐसे रिजल्ट्स मिल रहे हैं?
बिल्कुल, देखिए, जिस तरह से 2014 के बाद से माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने जो विजन रखा है कि कैसे न्यू इंडिया को स्पोर्टिंग इंडिया में बदला जाए, और उसके तहत जिस तरह से टारगेट ओलंपिक पोडियम स्कीम और हम लोगों का देश की जो एलिट एथलीट है उन लोगों के लिए सभी प्रकार की सुविधाएं देने का जिस तरह से उन्होंने एक प्लानिंग भी बनाया, और 2014 से निरंतर उसमें डेवलपमेंट भी हो रहा है। अगर चाहे आप इंजरी मैनेजमेंट हो या फिर स्पोर्ट्स साइंस हो, हर एक विषय में जिस तरह से भारत सरकार की खेल मंत्रालय ने माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का मार्गदर्शन पर चल के जिस तरह से डेवलप किया है, मुझे लगता है कि आने वाली पीढ़ी में जिस तरह से शुरुआत हुआ है, ऑब्वियसली मैं कहना चाहूंगा उनकी मेहनत, महादेवन जी की ऑब्वियसली जो मेहनत है और उनका जो एकाग्रता है वो तो इसमें दिखाई दे रहा है। उसके साथ साथ हर एक प्रकार की जो सुविधा है भारत सरकार की ओर से, भारत सरकार की हर एक एथलीट को देने का जो प्रयास है, मैं सोचता हूँ आगे जाके कहीं ना कहीं इंडिया भी एक स्पोर्टिंग हब बन सकता है।
जी बिल्कुल, I thank Nisit Pramanik, Minister of State for Sports, for joining us and sharing with us his first response, and congratulations to Sanket Sargar, who has scripted history for India by winning the silver medal, our first medal and the first of many at the Commonwealth Games in Birmingham 2022, viewers. And viewers, there is a lot of news coming up. The BJP has slammed the Kejriwal government, which has been forced to roll back its liquor excise policy after a probe was ordered into it. They will revert to the old policy till a new one can come, and the BJP is not letting them off the hook. And also, viewers, a very key conference was addressed by Home Minister Amit Shah, where 3 chief ministers were present on drug trafficking and national security. We'll bring you all the details after a short break. Tune in and stay with Republic.
कभी कभी जो ये आधी लगती है, आधी लिख दे तू, आधी रह जाने दो, जाने दो। जिंदगी है जैसे बारिशों का पानी, आधी भर ले तू, आधी बह जाने दे, जाने दे। हम समंदर का एक कतरा है या समंदर है हम पररररम।
Amidst a mega backlash against Kejriwal government's liquor policy, officials have now informed that the Delhi government is mulling rolling back the policy. This comes after Lieutenant Governor recommended a CBI probe into the implementation of the new excise policy of the government of Delhi. Hitting out at the Kejriwal government over the decision to roll back the liquor policy, BJP IT cell head Amit Malviya asks, if the new excise policy of Kejriwal is not a mega scam, why is the government rushing to revert to the old policy after CBI inquiry was ordered? In other words, it is an admission of violations, corruption and loss to exchequer, as pointed out. Those to that last salute once again. Ranchi's Birsa Munda Airport receives a threat to blow up the airport on July 29th via text message with a demand of 20 lakh rupees. Following the threat, airport officials have informed that police are taking the necessary action and an investigation too has been launched into the case.
This week, watch Checkmate to know why India is buying the latest arms and ammunitions. Why is India getting the latest defense technology from the world? Why is India arming itself at such a rapid rate? But I will tell you what I believe. I believe India has global ambitions. I believe India wants to be a global leader. When India says that it wants to become a Vishwaguru, it is not just talking about intellectual pursuit. It's not just talking about soft power. India is also talking about hard power.
Australia enjoyed a successful opening day of the track or cycling competition as they led the way with 3 goals and
Amidst mega backlash over the excise duty policy, Kejriwal government forced to roll back its liquor policy. BJP hits out at the Aam Aadmi Party government over its policy rollback decision, asks, did the CBI probe compel Kejriwal to go back on the policy? Home Minister Amit Shah attends the National Drug Trafficking Conclave, says zero tolerance towards drug trafficking.